Glory is just the theme song for mobile phones. Brand promotion song Tang Qing doesn't plan to use this. The fledgling Qingyuan technology does not need any brand promotion song for the time being, because it has no foundation or history. At least wait until the first generation of mobile phones is launched and has a huge impact. After listening to Tang Qing's a cappella singing, they all couldn't believe it. Nice to hear. It sounded great. I didn't expect Tang Qing to have such a brutal skill. Old Tang, you really know how to create. Li Kai was shocked. Only this, Tang Qing said modestly. Li Kai immediately encouraged. That's enough to be awesome. Let's sing it again. You have a beautiful idea. Tang Qing curled his lips. Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing with bright eyes. By the way, Tang Qing, what does this song mainly embody? What does it embody? Think about it. Tang Qing said a word. Break of dawn. Break of dawn. Wang Yin murmured. Tang Qing nodded seriously. Yes, before the light shines on the earth, there is darkness. People are looking for light in the night and exploring the future. The theme of the song is to break through the darkness and come to the world of light. In short, that's what it means. Wang Yin, you can take care of it yourself. If you need someone, just apply to the company. In terms of lyrics and music, if there's a more suitable one, I don't mind changing it. The night gave me a pair of black eyes. I use it to find the light. Smartphone, especially this epic-making smartphone, is the ray of light that breaks through the darkness and guides the new world. Now this song mainly embodies the word glory, which is good, but it is not the feeling of I am the light of breaking dawn. In terms of lyrics, Tang Qing does not insist on being the same. Break through the darkness and guide the light. Wang Yin murmured. The verse part of this song. It is indeed very explosive. In particular, it quotes Gu Cheng's A Generation, which feels particularly suitable for the scene of breaking dawn. Although the whole song has no beginning or end, as long as it has a soul, it will become a classic. When Wang Yin was thinking, Tang Qing added, this month I will ask the company to start collecting some scripts that fit the theme. At that time, we will invite some stars to make an MV and play it at the press conference. Then I will give it a try. Wang Yin was high-spirited. 11 o'clock. The plane arrived in Shanghai. Afternoon. After dinner, Li Kai and Chu Lan went to school. Tang Qing also came to Comic Group. This is the first party of the new year. By the way, I want to finalize the theme song and MV. Lin Jiaxue is not with us. She is not feeling well today. Wang Yin is staying with her at home. In the conference room, the top executives of the group are here. First, it is the work plan of each department. Pu Chaodong came first. Others talk one by one according to their positions. Last year, Tang Qing gave them a year-end bonus that they were very satisfied with. The minimum bonus for vice presidents and above was 3 million yuan. This year, they will move towards higher goals. 2 hours later, the reports from all vice presidents and above were finally completed. Generally speaking, it is to protect the existing market and then open up new markets or seize other people's market share. Others in the film business are far behind, so there is no need to worry about being pulled down from the altar. But other businesses are different. There are plenty of competitors, such as Comet Video. Now that Comet Video is getting bigger, other video websites are trying to catch up. Tang Qing was not surprised. There are people in every industry who want to get a piece of the pie. Previous life. The merger of Youku, the largest domestic video network, and Tudou, the second largest video network, was supposed to make them the number one in the industry. Unfortunately, the reality was that one company did not become the dominant one, but was almost defeated. Aichi, Fuji's Sun, Video, Sohu Video. At last, Youku's market share can only be described as haha. Tengshuan Video became number one. But Tang Qing won't let this happen. The reason why Tengshuan Video ranks first in terms of share is because of the huge users of Penguin and WeChat. They can catch up quickly in whatever they do, and they also strive for success. Now that Tang Qing is here, WeChat will not be named Ma, not to mention being caught up from behind. To lay out the future, Tang Qing even obtained the electronic payment license. He couldn't always use Alipay, so he started applying for an electronic payment license very early. These companies were nominally owned by Qingyuan Technology, but they were all operated independently by soldiers, and Luo Chang had no right to intervene. QR codes, life services, banking services, etc. It's all part of the plan, but it won't be rolled out all at once because there's no need. Otherwise, as soon as the plagiarists come in, they will learn all your special skills at once. As soon as WeChat came out, similar software is popping up like mushrooms after a rain. All major operators also joined the market battle, but in the end they were defeated by Tengxiu's huge user base, and its first mobile phone was positioned as a high-end model. This means not many people can afford it, counting on this small number of users to seize the market. Unless Tang Qing loses his mind, he will naturally not use up all his tricks at once. Just like squeezing out toothpaste, he will take his time, as long as he is one step ahead every time. Very good. According to the plan, although Comet Video does not make money, it is a huge traffic entrance. We must be at the forefront in terms of rich and diversified programs. Tang Qing said. Yes, Chairman. Pu Chaodong said. There's one more thing I want to tell you. I have entrusted relevant companies to develop software apps suitable for smartphones. Comet Video and Cheat-in Literature are the focus. The Mobile Terminal Operating System Software Alliance initiated by ERV has been established, but it has not yet been fully released to the public. There is no mature development environment. It was difficult for these programmers to put together an app, so Tang Qing could only let the soldiers do it. What worries him most now is the sales of mobile phones. For a moment, Tang Qing thought about selling mobile phones for a small profit, but I still gave up the idea. The cost is there. It can't come down at all. Smartphones are still far from the $1,000 era, waiting for the release of Qingyuan Technology's smartphone. Jihua Technology will also announce the start of manufacturing mobile phones, and the same goes for ERV. This is a country-specific matter. Its mobile phone can become a milestone, but it may not be accepted by everyone or the country. The rise of China's manufacturing industry. It will inevitably affect related industries in Western countries. In the future, China's technology will become more and more advanced. After industrial transformation and upgrading, trade frictions will be as frequent as drinking water. Once rubbed, you come and I go. Influential companies on both sides may suffer unintended disasters. This is an unavoidable conflict of interest. In this case, ERV starts directly from the inside and acts as a troublemaker. Even if it fights Apple and other companies to death, no one will care. ERV is responsible for dealing with related companies in Europe and the United States. Tang Qing is mainly responsible for the Asian market and suppressing Samsung's share. Jihua Technology supplements the low-end models. Be a backup. All in all, this is an all-round, multi-level battle for smartphone share, with home field advantage everywhere. The process may be very complicated, and ERV may even compete with Qingyuan Technology. But eventually, the injured must be those who are watching the show. The thought of this, Tang Qing was full of expectations. Of Qingyuan, Jihua, all three companies are self-controlled. Let's carve up the world's major mobile terminal device shares together. It's exciting to think about such a scene. Tang Qing was even thinking about whether to support a company in Europe to help ERV. This seems to be a good choice too. Use the life and death battle of four companies. Come and get rid of all other opponents that you don't like, just like the United States and Europe. Every time they have an economic conflict, they think that the two sides are going to fight to the death. But in the end, it is other countries that are watching the fun and get beaten up. Uncertain, but it's certainly not a friendly future. Let Tang Qing keep preparing for backup. Various industries, various countries, every continent on this planet, as long as the population is slightly denser. Tang Qing didn't even fall behind. Think about it. The three-legged alliance of ERV, Qingyuan, and Jihua is still a bit unstable. It would be safer if it were four-legged. After all, the United States and Europe will also have trade frictions in the future. Once the two sides get excited, ERV may suffer. Then, Tang Qing decided, if you want to set up another company in Europe and adopt a localization strategy, you don't actually need to set up a new company. You just need to choose a company that was previously installed in Europe that is related to technological innovation and transform it directly on the spot. There are many such companies, but none of them have become big or strong yet, and they are not as famous as ERV. This way, anytime, he is not afraid of these frictions. You can deal with it as you like. This company can't make money, but at worst, that company can make it back. I have meat in all markets. TSK, Tang Qing likes this feeling very much. I heard that Tang Qing asked others to develop an app for them. Pu Chaodong and the top management of Comic Group didn't think anything was wrong. They all had their own affairs. If Tang Qing ordered the development of an app, it would be a task in an unfamiliar field. It's like adding extra work. Someone has taken over now. Still Tang Qing's subordinate. Then there are no security issues. They understand this very well. What is the most annoying thing that internet companies encounter the most? Of course, it's a hacker attack, and secondly, it's a program bug. But so far, their website server has never been breached. Everything works fine, running to date. The downloads of the Comet video client exceeded 10 million. Despite such huge visits, there was no major program bug. They had great trust in this software development company. At last, Pu Chaodong also reported 2 pieces of good news. Chairman, on the 21st of this month, the group headquarters building will be ready. At that time, several city leaders from Shanghai will be there. I need you to attend. On the 28th, the 2 data centers will be officially put into use. The local leaders have also invited the group. They actually hope that you can go there. If you don't have time, I will tell them later. I won't go to the data center. Tang Qing was too lazy to run that far. Yes, come out of the Comic Group. Tang Qing came to Qingyuan Technology again. It's already March. The engineering prototype had not yet been released, and Luo Chong had to live in the company. 2 months later, the press conference was held, which also represented the beginning of mass production. Calculating the time, it was too late. And come today, Tang Qing gave him reassurance. Mr. Luo, take a look. Luo Chong took a piece of information from Tang Qing's hand doubtfully. Open it and take a look. His eyes immediately widened. This is... Luo Chong was excited. This turned out to be a product manual, detailing the final dimensions of their first mobile phone. In addition to its appearance, it also included the integration of internal components and some basic functions. The only thing missing is just that the app inside is too crude. Chairman, it looks great. Are you sure? The various renderings made Luo Chong's hands tremble. The more he looked at them, the more he fell in love with them. This is a mobile phone. This is a smartphone. What a broken apple. It should be thrown into the trash. Of course, this is a finished machine that I had someone make, but it is not an engineering prototype and cannot be tested by you. The company's model testing must be based on the existing industrial production conditions. Tang Qing took out a finished machine from his pocket. This is made by scientists. It is not manufactured under the existing external industrial integrated environment, which raises a question. It is unknown whether there will be major differences in the external manufacturing process. Therefore, this thing is not qualified as a test machine. Luo Chong excitedly took over what they had been fighting for almost a year. Press and hold the power button. The phone screen quickly lit up, and a signal icon appeared in the upper left corner of the notch screen. What appears on the right is the battery and time, and the battery is directly displayed in percentage. Soon, the phone has started up. The operation interface appears. The first thing Luo Chong looked at was the settings, because this is the core of a mobile phone and all basic functions are concentrated here. Wireless and internet, device connection, application management, notification management, battery, sound, storage, security, and privacy. He has tried all the functions, and they are very complete and easy to use, especially the unlocking screen and the 3 unlocking methods: 9-square grid, numbers, and sliding up. The experience is very good. A full 10 minutes. Luo Chong just came back to his senses and was suddenly shocked because Tang Qing was still beside him. When he looked up, he saw Tang Qing looking at the scenery outside the window. I'm sorry, Chairman. I was too obsessed just now. Luo Chong said hurriedly. Tang Qing turned around and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. How about it? Perfect product, Apple phone. None of it is worth mentioning. Our smartphone is definitely the best in the world. Chairman, we will create an era. Luo Chong was a little incoherent. Words can hardly express the shock and excitement in my heart. It's done. They became. Although there is no industrial production. But they are all produced, and everything else is just a matter of time. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Pay attention to confidentiality. Don't share the appearance data with others for the time being. We will conduct internal hardware integration testing first. A prototype will be produced at the end of the month for other tests, and we will begin to apply for network access permission and wireless license from the state. This step, there is no escape. When the time comes, we can find some people through Chai Run and we can get it done quickly. Yes, I will keep it secret. Luo Chong kept nodding. One more thing is the name of our mobile phone. You think about it carefully and give me a plan. I will decide it before the end of the month. At the same time, the mobile phone will have a theme song and MV to be broadcast at the press conference. I have asked people from the comic group to do it. Please follow up. The name of the mobile phone mainly reflects the epic-making, Dawn, and other epic-making names. Yes, I will organize people to follow up immediately. Luo Chong nodded. Tang Qing said again, the tablet computer project must also be stepped up. Yes, Chairman. The company planned before is developing. Mobile phones are one aspect. Tablet computers and smart portable devices are also research and development targets. But they have always been secondary projects because many technologies of mobile phones and tablets overlap. It's nothing more than a mobile phone with a larger screen. The technical difficulty is mainly on the screen. In fact, they don't need to worry about this aspect. They only need to issue requirements to the screen manufacturer, although a bit expensive. After Tang Qing left, Luo Chong held a company meeting. After listening to the progress reports from each department, the chairman has ordered that an engineering prototype will be produced before the end of this month. After the integration test is completed, Foxconn will provide 1,000 sets of finished products for integration as soon as possible. We must speed up the progress. But our appearance has not been decided yet. A vice president said doubtfully. You will know then. Luo Chong's smile was a little more relaxed at this moment. The vice presidents had question marks on their faces. So, mysterious? Never mind. Just do what the superiors say. If it is an ordinary company, they will definitely think that their superiors will question their ability to keep secrets and question their employees, which is a big taboo. However, this does not apply here because so far, there are really many people who have been fired because of their bad words. The next day, afternoon, Wang Yin reported. Tang Qing also came to Fudan. Classes will start tomorrow, and he has to attend the class meeting today. Walk around campus. No one stared at him hard, and no one came up to get close to him. Such a long time together. They found that Tang Qing was just an ordinary person walking on two legs. Apart from being good-looking and having more money in his bag, there was nothing else. Could it be that after seeing him, he could still make money? It's silly just thinking about it. But there are quite a few people who think this way. After all, in comparison, this kind of YY seems to be more reliable than winning 5 million in lottery tickets. Just like you can see real 5 million every day. Just when Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue separated. When preparing to go to his class, a middle-aged uncle suddenly jumped out of the roadside, stretched out his hand to stop Tang Qing. He was slovenly dressed, but he said confidently, Tang Qing, I have a project that will definitely make you rich. Tang Qing looked at the person in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. Tang Qing had issued a statement before. He said that he would not invest in any projects he came to, but there were still people who did not believe in evil. From time to time, 1 or 2 weird projects would come to him, saying that they had good projects and could make a lot of money, so they asked him to invest early. Forget it if it's investment. There are actually people playing tricks on him. Even fundraising and pyramid schemes came to his door. Some people even wanted to take photos with him and use the photos to deceive others. Tang Qing turned around and asked people to check this person thoroughly and send him in if there were any questions, so as not to harm others again. To this, Tang Qing was also speechless. Am I that easy to deceive? How much money can you make? Tang Qing asked. The man pointed out 5 fingers and said firmly, at least 5 billion US dollars. So little? Not interested. Tang Qing moved to the side and walked around him. The man was stunned. This is 5 billion US dollars. And Tang Qing actually said it was less? He immediately stood in front of Tang Qing and said, 5 billion US dollars is just a conservative estimate. If it works well, 10 billion US dollars is possible. Only 10 billion? That's boring. Tang Qing continued to bypass him, showing a lack of interest. $10 billion? Is it much? Hee. That person was really confused. Even $10 billion is meaningless? In your eyes, how much does it cost to be considered interesting? Your total wealth is only over 10 billion US dollars. You won't listen to my project? I'm really not a liar. The man stopped in front of Tang Qing again. Sir, it doesn't matter whether you're a liar or not. It doesn't matter whether your project can make 10 billion US dollars. What matters is that you disturb me. Do you understand? Tang Qing stared at him. Of course this man is a liar. It's just better disguised. He did not dress up neatly, but chose to look like a genius or crazy. As for whether the project he was about to present was true or false, what did it matter? Seeing that Tang Qing was impatient. Moreover, there were a large number of students surrounding him, and he heard someone preparing to capture him. The man quickly apologized. I'm sorry. You were busy first. We will talk later. Tang Qing shook his head. This guy, I can't believe a single expression. He leaned close to the man's ear and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, Gung Kansheng, I advise you to leave the mainland. Otherwise, if I see you in the country again, I won't mind sending you in. Gung Kansheng, little fame, but he is the leader of a fraud gang that travels to Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, and other countries. But his game is more high-end, not telecommunications fraud, but a larger game. Like a fortune teller. Find someone. Crazy hype. Then a large number of more traditional wealthy businessmen came here to seek advice from the masters and find answers to their questions. During this period, they discovered that these masters were very powerful and could accurately calculate every time. So they paid for it one after another. But what the wealthy businessmen don't know is this. While they were queuing up to make an appointment, they had already checked everything about their life experience, family, finances, personality, and psychology. They had a lot of personal information that was hard to figure out. As for fortune-telling, many people pay attention to say half and leave half. Realize on your own. In the end, if the result is good, it means that the master has profound teachings and they worship you. If the result is not good, it means that you have understood the wrong direction and the master is still a master. In this way, business is still booming. There are quite a few members in their gang. Gung Kansheng came today and wanted to start doing business with him. How do you know me? Gung Kansheng was shocked. He rarely showed up. I don't know you, but I hope you will remember what I just said. The mainland is not the place you should come. Otherwise, if something happens that I don't like, you will have to bear the consequences. Tang Qing finished, then bypassed Gung Kansheng. Gone. Gung Kansheng did not chase him this time, and stood there blankly. Tang Qing's threat echoed in his ears. Tang Qing obviously knew what he was doing, so he gave this warning. Gung Kansheng was at a loss. They were just preparing to come to the mainland to open up the market. Tang Qing was the first fat sheep, so he was going back home? How could he be willing to do so? But it was Tang Qing who threatened him, not an ordinary person. Brother, what's wrong? At this time, a subordinate who had been observing not far away came over. Gung Kansheng's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision. Nothing. Let's go back first. This is not a suitable place to cast a net for the time being. Why? We just arrived. There may be piranhas in the fish pond. Gung Kansheng murmured. Piranha? Night. Back home. Tang Qing received the news that Gung Kansheng had booked a plane ticket and left the mainland. Unexpectedly, Gung Kansheng was quite aware of current affairs. Tang Qing smiled. Let this guy go and harm foreigners. Then, school starts. Tang Qing's life returned to leisure. But I haven't had a few days to spare. His name appeared in major media again. March 8th. Forbes released the world's billionaire rankings, announcing the world's richest people with a net worth of more than $1 billion. Wealth is always the most intuitive impression that ordinary people have on the rich. This is an annual list. Once again became the focus of the media. Domestic Sina directly gave a special report. Bill Gates ranks as the world's richest man for the 13th time in a row with a net worth of $56 billion. Second only to Bill Gates is the investment expert stock god Buffett, $52 billion. The third place is the chairman of ERV, which was established just over a year ago. This technology company started with the game Force of War, and its estimated value 6 months ago was more than $50 billion. However, since it has not been listed, the ERV valuation cannot be completely determined. However, Forbes still gave the chairman a net worth of $51 billion based on the evaluation of professional companies, ranking third on the world's richest list. The 11th place is Li Jiaqing of Xiangjiang, with a net worth of $23 billion. It has increased by nearly $5 billion from last year, with the main increase coming from the prosperity of the real estate market. Tang Qing squeezed into the top 50 with a net worth of $13.261 billion, ranking 43rd on the global rich list. Becoming a new billionaire, he also created a miracle, adding $4.3 billion in wealth in just 4 months. After experiencing the shock of the first 2 rounds, the domestic people are much more receptive. The transfer of shares of microcrystal technology has been hyped by the media for a while, saying that Tang Qing's net worth exceeds $12 billion. Now that it is more than $1 billion, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. However, it gave young people unlimited encouragement. Tang Qing, why can't they? Although I don't have a good second uncle, I have wisdom and opportunities. If I miss the opportunities of the times, it will be a lifelong regret. As a result, another wave of entrepreneurship emerged. Tang Qing watched the news. A smile appeared on his face. As long as ERV is on the market, the world's richest man in the future, there's almost no mention of Bill Gates, and the second and third places will soon be replaced. In the future, on this list, Bill Gates and others will not even be able to make it into the top 10. Microsoft. Nice name, but Tang Qing wanted to get rid of this micro. Is it difficult to make it completely soft, just a PC operating system? Of course it's difficult because there is too much underlying code, and Microsoft's long-standing patents can prevent plagiarists from getting on the market. Previous life. Someone suggested, can Android, which almost dominates the smart terminal device market, replace Windows? This view, it has been despised by almost everyone for many reasons. In short, it is to pluralize reality. Android does not threaten Microsoft's PC system, which must be reasonable. But reality and facts are not the same thing. If we respect reality and innovate when people come, what else is there to subvert? Wouldn't it be nice to continue living with old ideas? Therefore, Tang Qing really didn't believe in this evil. When the processing power of mobile phones is stronger than that of computers. Mobile phone-based operating system. Why can't it be used on computers? Who provided it? Does the physical world have this law? As long as the serious system is supplemented with larger-scale underlying functions and is compatible with the chip instruction set, it can be fully applied to the PC side. The soldiers are almost ready to produce the finished product, and nothing else is impossible. ERV's mission, its subversion, subvert the existing rules of the internet world. The mountain of Microsoft, standing too long. It's time to move. But not now. The serious system has not yet been widely accepted by the market, and its market share is not yet large. The first priority now is to seize the operating system share of mobile terminals, and then consider how to move mountains. Otherwise, it will be easy to pull the eggs. The next few days, under the offensive of capital, Western media, even Bill Gates, stopped reporting on it. Everyone is looking forward to the changes that the launch of ERV will bring to the United States. You know, it has been 2 months since the last time it was announced that it would be launched. 2 months' time. ERV does so many things. First, another blockbuster game, World, was launched. If so, War opens up a world of wars. The World opens up a world of life. Belongs to the role-playing category. This is an educational and entertaining game. For example, you are still on a desert island, and you have to find ways to make tools, find food, hunt, identify plants, avoid typhoons, etc. It is a bit like breaking through levels and avoiding disasters one after another. Another example, the player appears in a family. The child is autistic, and players must try their best to make the child cheerful. This is more professional, but all the content is based on collecting relevant information and is by no means a play. As long as parents study hard, they can really solve the problem of autism in their children, because this is the most authoritative and complete comprehensive solution to autism in the world. Another example, you show up at a murder scene. The player's task is to find out who the murderer is based on clues. The protagonist even has to run many maps to find clues and catch the murderer. This is a test of observation ability and IQ. Each case is real and has different levels of difficulty, suitable for different levels of intelligence. Therefore, in a short period of time, it has attracted a large number of high-end players around the world. War targets audiences who like shooting. World, it is aimed at all audiences. In their spare time, they can play desert island survival, travel to African countries, or solve a few cases. This kind of game has become very popular as soon as it comes out. Just 10 days. The number of registered users has more than doubled that of Force of War. Until now, it is equivalent to 5 times that of Force of War, once again refreshing the history of world games. Due to fear of affecting the profits of Force of War, the war mode is not open in the entire world. War maps can exist, but it mainly allows the protagonist to do other things and will not let him participate in fighting and killing, such as logistics, such as treating the wounded, such as material transportation. In short, it cannot be for the purpose of killing. World is a relatively peaceful game. This short time, the media often reports on players who have passed the level with high scores, especially those with high IQs, which has indirectly contributed to another strong user growth in the ERV live broadcast industry, especially the 2nd of this month. ERV announced the number of users and advertising revenue of the world. The entire gaming world was shocked. 1 month, up to $800 million in advertising revenue. It's simply not too scary. Advertisers are flocking to it, simply because the advertising effect is really good. For example, in Desert Island Survival, during the long game, it is not ERV who has the final say on what floats on the sea. A useful tool, a packet of life-saving food. You can imagine but what kind of impression it can leave on players, and the fact is reflected in the sales of products of various merchants. That cannot be faked. Therefore, ERV can only be described as making money every day. Western media excitement. It also aroused the excitement of major capital companies. All in all, for listing, for this largest IPO in history, ERV is working hard. Just half a month ago, ERV proposed an IPO size of $40 billion and 20% of the shares. Want to sell so many stocks. Nothing useful. Don't even think about it. March 15th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Myanmar. Lang Kai's home. After being ill for half a year and being forced to quit smoking, Lang Kai's health improved a lot. He read books and raised flowers at home. His life was much easier than before, and he didn't have to worry about so many embarrassing things. In fact, once you get used to it, Lang Kai suddenly felt that this kind of life was quite good. He has been tired for most of his life. The rest of my life. Should we still get it to work? At this time, while he was watching TV, his eldest daughter suddenly rushed in and said in a panic, "Dad, what are you thinking? Why don't you stop Zero Succession? He doesn't take you seriously now." Lang Kai calmly took a sip of tea. "Why don't you take me seriously? He actually had Deputy Chief Zilu arrested, and so did Tang Qing. They didn't speak for him at all, and they added insult to injury. I think it's better to take down Zero quickly, otherwise we won't be able to sleep well. Do you think it's useful for me to speak now?" Lang Kai said slowly. "A week ago, an incident that might shake the current stability of Miao was forcibly suppressed by Zero, or in other words, it was suppressed by him and Zero together, and a deputy chief went in directly. Then, 3 days ago, under the incredible eyes of many people, Zero, officially taking over his position, this wave of operations stunned everyone. They thought Zero would definitely be taken down, but in the end they had the last laugh. The future is the era of Zero. Now, another deputy chief came in. You don't need to think about it to know that it was Zero who started to take revenge. Since those people have the guts to touch Zero, can Zero give you a smile? Now that it's done, just be prepared to bear the consequences. Zilu, if he didn't listen to his advice and wanted to take risks with others, he was looking for death. Lang Kai had already seen the huge situation of Lingbu at this time, and the two sides compared it. Lang Kai curled his lips. Do not overestimate your own capabilities. Father, what on earth do you think? It will do us no good at all to be in the position of Zero. The eldest daughter felt like she was going to be angry to death. Lang Kai couldn't listen to anything now. Lang Kai asked rhetorically, benefits? Do you lack food and clothing? But you lack power, right? Lang Kai pointed out directly. The eldest daughter was a little speechless. I know what you're worried about. I am worried that you will all be involved. Don't worry. Zero has promised me that I will not pursue any of your previous mistakes. Do your own thing well and abide by the law. The eldest daughter was about to speak. Lang Kai said again, if it's about Zero, then stop talking. The eldest daughter opened her mouth. But I don't know what to say. She knew how difficult it was to convince her father. But you shouldn't agree to give him the command power in your hand. The eldest daughter really couldn't figure it out, so Lang Kai just let Ling go up and promised to hand over the command power in 2 days. Myanmar's military strength. This is the foundation of their family. Hear this. Lang Kai looked up at his eldest daughter and shook his head. What is supposed to go will eventually go. Even if you want to hold it hard, you have to distinguish what it is. This is a spiked iron ball. You can use it to hit people, but the harder you grab it, the one who will get hurt first. No, since I have the power to command, we're not afraid of him becoming the president. The eldest daughter was very puzzled. Lang Kai laughed helplessly. Huh, do you think something good will happen if I hold on to you? What? He threatened you. The eldest daughter was stunned. Zero still dares to threaten Lang Kai? Have you eaten the courage of a leopard? Why should he? Lang Kai shook his head. It's not a threat. If I continue to hold on, there will be some people who are ready to lend my hand to attack Zero. This is not good for our relationship with Zero. If something happens, the current stable situation will not be maintained. We may get what we want, but what will happen if we fail? We will lose everything. Can you bear to lose everything? Lang Kai said above. It's definitely from his heart. Nonsense. The logic is a bit confusing, but at least it's an explanation. Of course, Lang Kai was not willing to give up all the rights in his hands so quickly, and was prepared to hold on to them for a few more years. However, the development of things had exceeded his expectations and was developing in a direction that he could not understand. Record Mulberry. Noon base. Both men seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Zero. One night a week ago, they passed him directly and caught the unlucky guy. This made Lang Kai dumbfounded at the time. What the hell? Such a big action was done without even saying a word. Is he a loner? These two people were his absolute confidants, and now they all turned to Zero for unknown reasons. What does this mean? This means that the rear that he thought was impregnable has been cracked open by Zero, and it is still a big hole that cannot be repaired. Now, he doesn't know who else he can trust. Just after the incident ended, the two came to the door, talked for more than an hour. Lang Kai finally decided to give up the thorned iron ball in his hand. Otherwise, if he continued to hold it, he would still threaten people in a short time. Over time, the iron needle would pierce the flesh, and it would be very painful if he pulled it out again. Zero. Sure enough, it is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The layout actually started very early, and he was just a player in the game. Haha, looking back on it now, Lang Kai actually felt relieved. As long as a person like Ling persisted in his previous style, he would definitely be able to achieve the rise he dreamed of. He hopes to see that day in his lifetime. This world, after all, it belongs to young people. He is old. Sure enough, There is no power passed down from generation to generation. Just like life, the glory of the past will eventually pass away, and the times will allow countless outstanding people to emerge. Promoters moving forward in the era. And Zero, he is the one who will start a new era in his place. Father, what are you talking about? Don't ask about this matter. Lang Kai looked at his daughter seriously. Yes, father. Finally, the eldest daughter left disappointed. General Trend, have you really gone? It was only 5 minutes before my daughter left. Lang Kai received another wave of people who came to plead for mercy. These were several big families who were very close to Zilu. When the people came in, they were almost scared to death. Was Zero going to do something to them too? Lang Kai looked at them silently. They also looked at Lang Kai anxiously, their palms all sweaty. A long time, Lang Kai spoke. If you fail, you must have the consciousness of a loser. Zero is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration. Zilla will take on all the problems. As for you, you don't need me to teach you what to do in the future. Yes, understood. Thank you for the advice. With Lang Kai's words, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. They were all confused about the current situation. If Lang Kai hadn't been fined, they might have been preparing to run away. Now they heard that Ling was just giving a warning, which was the best result. I know, let's all go back. You need to create the future together. Lang Kai started to drive people away. Yes, take care of yourself. We'll see you again in a few days. Then, they left together. Walk out of Lang Sai's residence. What should we do in the future? Asked the clan leader, and the one next to him said rationally. Didn't Lang Kai say that Zero will not involve us, but we have to atone for our sins, otherwise Zero will attack us in the future. Please be more honest in the future. But Zilu's position, they were heartbroken at the loss of a spokesperson. One person smiled bitterly and said, don't think about it. Zero will definitely promote obedient people. When the time comes, we will find ways to establish contact with Zero. We will come to express our support in a few days. This is the only way. March 17th. It completely belongs to the era of Zero. Coming. Lang Kai completed the final handover of power. From now on, Zero will fully exercise the power in his hands. On that day, there was an endless stream of people visiting, and congratulatory calls from many countries never stopped. Also the next day, morning, the 2007 annual working meeting was held in NEI Baidu. It was an informal meeting. The first and second leaders from each state were all present. They knew that Zero was about to start taking action. In the huge conference hall, Zero sat at the top. Kenshin sat next to him and glanced at young Ling from the corner of his eye. Although he had seen him every day for the past 6 months, he always had worries in his heart. Now all worries are gone. Ling has completely secured this position. Those who wanted to have a zero position idea were all gone. And he, Kenshin, the person who thought he might retire directly this time, was actually re-elected as the first deputy chief. Opportunities in life. It's just so elusive. Below, hundreds of people were sitting at attention. The elegant bird is silent. As the director of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, Suyu naturally had to participate. Looking at Ling, Suyu recalled their first meeting. At that time, Ling was just a small local power. Gradually, it gets bigger and bigger. He actually got to where he is today step by step. This experience, it's simply a legend. And he Suyu, the initial surrender. It also gave him a generous embrace. Because after today, he will have a new identity, equivalent to the original Zero, taking over Zulu's position, serving as the deputy chief of Myanmar, and concurrently serving as the director of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. As for the position of the other deputy chief, he already knew the result this morning. As expected, it was a spokesperson elected by the military. The moment he learned the news, he smiled. Zero's methods were really devastating. All those who want to see Zero jokes. It's all a joke. As for Lang Kai, completely withdrew from the stage of power. Not far from Suyu, Dawei and Pansong from Dambang and Kabang also came. To be precise, it was driven by Zero. Original negotiations. They all sent their men there, and never left their territory after that. But Zero said in shock, if you don't come, you won't come again, and they were so frightened that they ran over quickly. The main thing was that they were shocked by Ling's methods. Lang Kai had never fought against Ling, and everyone else had given up. What else could they do, especially since they still had pigtails in Ling's hands? The cause also involves the United States. Want to train them to be a nail here. However, the courage I had just mustered up was shattered by Zero. Zero's threat was simply saying, if you are sensible, come and admit your mistakes and be obedient from now on. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing anything to you. So, the two of them sat here. Everyone around them was stunned. These two ruthless people actually gave in to Zero. Next, they looked at Zero, more fearful. Time's up. Zero has no bullshit. Based on the materials you provided, I have asked all departments to review this meeting. There are not many problems, but there are also quite a few. There are many slow progress and waste of resources. The implementation and supervision of policies are not in place. I will not pursue the fault. In the next time, if you do your own thing conscientiously, you will make up for it. If serious malfeasance still occurs. An opening statement. It made many hearts drop to the ground. Know your own affairs. Of course, there are many problems. If they are held accountable, each of them will be scolded. In serious cases, they may have to go home and take care of themselves in advance. When they fall one after another, they are even more in awe of Zero. Next is a work report and future plans. Tang Qing was the first to take the stage. He straightened his voice. As of today, the Education Department has completed its set goal, with 377 primary schools built and 109 under construction. This year, it plans to build another 351. By the end of the year, the shortage of primary education resources will be completely alleviated. At the same time, 65 middle schools have been built and 77 are under construction. We plan to approve the construction of 6 comprehensive universities this year, which are located in Xiamen City in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the capital Naibi, the deputy capital Yangon, the capital of Shan State, the capital of Kuz State, and an important city in the north of Mandalay. Education is always the best way to get rid of poverty and improve the quality of the people. In the future, not only students, but everyone here will participate in intensive study every year to improve their workability. The literacy rate is high. Let the number of students in middle schools drop sharply. Naturally, in a short period of time, primary education will become the main force. The more Tang Qing talked, the more excited he became. He caught all these things, and the data can be said to come from his mouth. Tang Qing was very excited when he saw that the country began to pay attention to education, because only education can completely change a country. There are no party schools in Myanmar. Nature. This responsibility falls on regular training. This meeting, it lasted 2 full days. It also determines the power structure of the entire Myanmar in the future, as well as the next development path. You must know that even if it was Zero before, the formulation of policies and project establishment were not based on the overall goal. And this time, Zero formally proposed short-term, medium, and long-term development goals. China likes to make 5-year plans, and here, 3 years were chosen. The reason is also very simple. The detailed stage goals make the task easier to complete, and now is the time to make big strides. A plan that is too long is not good. 3 years is neither long nor short. This meeting, it is a comprehensive integration of all previous construction projects and policy implementation. All large public projects, infrastructure construction, education, healthcare, energy. The original loose task patterns of various departments were all included in the first 3-year plan development outline. Within time, must be done. There is no reason to argue, and it must be reported promptly. Anyway, they knew that the coming days would be very busy. This time it involved almost all departments, and also involved the revision of a large number of legal provisions. Not to mention the people listening below, the people above would feel overwhelmed. At the same time, Zero even passed many more radical and crazy construction plans. Communications. complete the laying and construction of the nationwide 4G network within 2 years to achieve full coverage of base station signals. In terms of infrastructure, 2 new giant ports have been added, and a 6,000-kilometer-long main railway line has been added, centered in Ibidu and radiating to the surrounding areas. It is enough for other highways, electricity, and energy to follow the original plan. At the same time, to get rid of dependence on fossil energy, Zero also vigorously promotes electric vehicles and public transportation, encourages the use of clean energy, such as solar energy, wind power, small hydropower stations, etc., as supplementary energy, and at the same time takes new energy transportation as a direction and strongly supports it. Anyway, as much as possible, break away from dependence on oil. By the way, Tang Qing can also make a fortune blatantly. Evening, Naybidu. In a building with the flags of the United States and Myanmar, I watched Zero's speech in Myanmar's most influential Today's News and the familiar faces inside. Ainsley was really depressed. He feels this will be a black spot on his career path that can never be erased. First, he bet that Quentin would rise to power, but unfortunately Quentin was caught. Second time, he bet on another deputy leader. However, Zero came up. The third time, he thought Ling would go down, so he bet on Zilu. He was busy hurriedly, but in the end, Zilu was arrested. The fourth time, he wanted to provoke Pan Song and Dawei to become the nail of the United States, but the two of them immediately turned against each other and came to Naybidu for a meeting like good babies. Now, they are probably trying their best to maintain their relationship with Zero. Bang! Ainsley hit the table, his face full of anger. 4 times. 4 times exactly. He had miscalculated. What's this? Inability. Short-sighted. 2 hats were placed on him, and he couldn't take them off. The United States was angry, and problems happened again and again. As the envoy stationed in Myanmar, he couldn't get rid of the blame at all. This Zero, it's simply too evil. As long as it is related to Zero, they and the United States will not get any benefits. Now, it has developed to this point. Zero's status is unshakable. Even Wu Lei and the others have been bribed in advance. Buried up and down. No force can compete with Zero. Paralysis. Why did you have a headache in the first place and didn't press 0? Just when Ainsley slapped the table. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on the table rang. Seeing that it was a call from his boss, he quickly picked it up. I'm Ainsley. How's it going over there? The unfriendly tone on the phone made Ainsley nervous. Zero is now completely secure in his position. I went to find Pan Song and Da last night, but they didn't see me at all. I can be sure that they have completely surrendered to Zero and cannot be used by us. Ainsley reported, it's no longer useful to win over these 2 people. We have to change our strategy now. In the past, we were against Zero. Now, we must have a good relationship with Zero. Otherwise, you and I will both be in trouble. What's wrong? What happened? Ainsley was surprised. His boss was also in trouble. Zero has officially complained to Baigong about the matter of Pan Song and Dawei. I didn't expect that he would act so unreasonably and show down with us directly, leaving us very passive. Ainsley's boss was so angry that he just slapped the table. Something. You can do it. If others don't expose it, everyone can get along with it. But they were afraid that one party would expose the layer in the middle, and the conspiracy would turn into a conspiracy, and everyone would be embarrassed. Now, 01 appears, and there are 4 twos. This wave of operations has made them stupid. The boss continued. This incident has alarmed many people. We are under great pressure. For now, we can only change the previous strategy. Even if Zero cannot be on the same line with us, we cannot favor China. This, Ainsley didn't know what to say. Not paying the price. How can Zero be relieved? I know what you are thinking. We have prepared the chips. You make an appointment to see him. Whatever he cares about most now, we will give him whatever it is that can achieve his goal. Money. This was the first thing that came to Ainsley's mind. Really, as expected, Zero is a radical but also a principled person, possessing all the qualities of a leader. Since he values economic development so much, we should help him a little. You can agree to a low-interest loan of less than $10 billion. The the boss said. Yes, Ainsley said happily. At least I won't go there empty-handed. Of course, this money cannot be given for free. I will give you a fax later, which is the terms of the loan. Try to negotiate it down. Even if you don't agree completely, you have to get most of it. Yes, Ainsley responded quickly. Loans in the United States. It's never easy to get, and there will definitely be various conditions attached. Hang up the phone. Only half a minute. Ainsley received a document with more than 20 pages and dozens of items. Ainsley soon remembered almost all of it, because this stuff was pulled out of the library. There are hundreds of treaties that are beneficial to the United States. Ainsley is very familiar with them. They're like standard contracts. The contents are nothing more than a word-filling game. Only, read the document in hand. Ainsley feels that this negotiation is not optimistic. The next day, morning, Ainsley came to Zero's office. He thought that Zero would give him a break for a few days because of David's matter, but he didn't expect that he just asked to see Zero, but he met him within an hour, which made Ainsley a little proud because they were so proud of the United States. Can be followed. The smile froze on his face, because he saw Sun Jiang and Meng Fan from China in the living room. Sun Jiang, the Chinese envoy to Myanmar, and Meng Fan, Sun Jiang's assistant. Both of them could be said to be old friends. Mr. Sun Jiang, are you here too? Ainsley forced a smile on his face. Sun Jiang chuckled. Mr. Ainsley, I just arrived early, please. He was not interested in chatting with Ainsley. Okay. Ainsley responded. Under the leadership of the soldier, he went to Zero's office. What is he here for? Meng Fan curled his lips. It depends on moving around. Sun Jiang said with a smile. The United States has bet on the wrong person several times, but China has not made any moves and is waiting to see what happens. In the end, everything Ainsley did before is a perfect explanation. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. This time, probably here to clean up the aftermath. Sun Jiang wanted to laugh just thinking about it. After struggling for so long, he didn't even get a hair out. Zero's office. Ainsley graciously conveyed America's goodwill, expressed a desire to forge deeper connections, congratulated Zero in passing, and, finally, praised some of Zero's achievements. Anyway, the process is now complete. Tell me, what do you want from me? Ling waited silently for him to finish before speaking. Don't change your face even if you see nothing. Ainsley directly gave the dry information. We know that your country is in urgent need of funds to develop its economy. To this end, we in the United States can provide assistance loans for your country's development. In the future, you will be our allies in the United States. How much? Zero said. Ainsley held up a finger. He said confidently, up to 10 billion US dollars. I expected Ling to at least give a surprised expression, but Ling was stunned without even raising an eyebrow, as if he had just said 10,000 US dollars. He was indeed talking about 10 billion US dollars. This is something Myanmar is in urgent need of. It's okay, Zero said calmly. Good? Ainsley was depressed. 10 billion US dollars, just for these 2 words? Well, I shouldn't have had any hopes. Who is Zero? The highest status person in the country and the richest person in the country, with 10 billion US dollars. Lankai may be extremely excited. Can be Zero. What to talk about next? The head is big. This is what I fear most about negotiation. Ainsley said bravely, we can lend, but there are some conditions that suit the interests of both of us. Conditions? Zero's face turned cold. Ainsley said hurriedly, this is the custom. What are the conditions? The pen in Ling's hand tapped on the table. Ainsley, who was proficient in psychology, knew that this was putting pressure on himself. He took a deep breath, quickly took out a draft of the contract he had compiled, and handed it to Zero. Ling pretended to look. There's a lot of content. The United States wants to comprehensively develop the financial sector here, allowing foreign capital to set up banks and conduct financial businesses in Myanmar, relax exchange rate controls, and reduce or eliminate tariffs on American goods. In addition, ports, highways, electricity, and traffic areas must be open to allow private capital to enter. Most of this money must be used to purchase American services and products, and cannot be bought casually. 5 minutes later, it seems that your money is very hot. Zero pushed the contract draft back and chuckled. We can discuss it if we are dissatisfied with it, Ainsley said hurriedly. What are you dissatisfied with? Haha, I'm not dissatisfied with anything. Our development is short of money, but we don't lack the courage to resist unequal treaties. I can't agree to such a treaty. Ainsley thought that he didn't make it clear. If you're not satisfied, you can discuss it. Zero seemed to have lit a fire. If you're not satisfied with the conditions, we can negotiate, he said again. Zero waved his hand and said, Mr. Ainsley, there's nothing to talk about. The only thing I can agree to is to do business fairly together without going against our interests. Moreover, these treaties also involve China. I read them carefully and was shocked. All I can say is, can you have a meeting to discuss it before you do anything? Reduce trade with China? Many of our railways, highways, hydropower stations, and buildings were repaired by your American people. Did you bring cheap rails? All of them are loan obligations. Have you considered how this will impact our economy? We bear the consequences for this money, and you watch the show on the side. In that case, what is the difference between your tens of billions of dollars and poison? Zero said. Ainsley was stunned directly. Calling the U.S. dollar, which the world is flocking to, a poison. This is talking about the rhythm of collapse. Besides, what's going on with this intense resentment? America's strength. Everyone knows it. Zero words. Ainsley thought it was too much. Poison? Describing their loans as poison? This, even if it's true, you don't have to say it face to face, and American loans can only be said to be a bit toxic. Compared with the IMF and the World Bank, they are still slightly less toxic. Certainly, that was after negotiations. The current treaty, it seems a little more poisonous. Isley explained. Ahem. Do you have any misunderstanding? Our loan is mainly to help your country develop. In terms of the use of funds, it must be biased towards the use of our country's goods and services. It is not meant to cut off your trade with China. Okay. Zero resentment. In fact, it came from Tang Qing. After the fight, it was time to talk about business. Really? Zero asked. Yes, we are very sincere. Isley nodded vigorously. Zero shook his head. However, none of the conditions are acceptable to us. Ainsley, Zero continued. We can agree to use the funds mainly to purchase American products and services, but conditions such as zero tariffs for high-end manufacturing and opening up the financial industry are not possible for the time being. 10 billion US dollars. Totally sugar-coated cannonball. Tang Qing didn't like cannonball. The sugar coating is quite good. It can be used to satisfy your cravings, and high-end manufacturing has zero tariffs. I really don't know where the United States got the courage to put forward this condition. Thought it was 100 years ago. This is a completely destructive policy for the country's high-end manufacturing industry. As for finance, it may be opened up in the future because the internationalization of a currency must be in line with the world, but not now. Ainsley was speechless. How can this guy not make money? 10 billion US dollars can solve many problems. Zero doesn't know. It seems that this guy really just wants to eat meat, not stew it, let alone spend money to buy it. Too stingy. Suddenly, Ainsley thought of Sun Jiang outside the door. Sun Jiang, are you here to discuss cooperation too? This is not impossible. You must know that at the end of the year before last, Ling and Lankai had operated more than 100 billion yuan in loans, including the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The total exceeded 300 billion yuan. The first repayment date has not yet arrived. It can be said, both debts add up. This country now owes China more than 300 billion yuan in loans. China has become Burma's largest creditor. Their 10 billion US dollars is only about 80 billion yuan. Not much. No wonder Zero looks down on these $10 billion. Even if the United States doesn't lend it. If Zero asked, China would also borrow it. MMP, I had forgotten about this when I came here. I thought the boss gave me enough chips, and it was a simple task. But now I see that my boss has given me a hellishly difficult task. $10 billion and zero talk. There are not enough chips. Ainsley was depressed. Just go home like this? He was unwilling to give in. What are your conditions? Ainsley had to ask for something to go back and explain. As I said just now, we can take the money because of your sincerity. However, other than purchasing American goods, there are no other conditions. Fairness. This is the basis of our cooperation. Ainsley, fair enough, your sister. Talk about fairness to us America. It's like he came here to give money as a beggar. This treaty is not fair to us. Ainsley said seriously. This is what I want to say, Mr. Ainsley. I know you can't decide such an important matter. I'm here to open it to you at any time. Of course, it's limited to loan matters. Ainsley finally understood that he could see zero so soon today. People knew he was here to give money. I'll go back and report first and get back to you as soon as possible. Ainsley stood up helplessly. It's okay. There's no need to rush. Zero waved his hand. Tang Qing is really not in a hurry. First, to understand, what does he want dollars for? One country needs another country's currency for the purpose of its international balance of payments. Its biggest use is in bulk trade settlement. World trade uses the US dollar as the unit of settlement. The more dependent a country is on foreign countries, the more dollars are needed, such as China, buy oil, natural gas, mineral resources, equipment, and ships. People only want US dollars, so they have been working hard to earn US dollars. Otherwise, it will seriously affect domestic commodity supply and economic development. On the contrary, if that day comes, as the country no longer needs to import so many things, the role of the dollar will decline sharply, such as in some extremely backward countries that are self-sufficient and in developed countries such as Germany. Germany's entire country's foreign exchange reserves are only tens of billions of dollars. It can be said to be pitiful. Since they control the euro, they have little demand for US dollars. They have earned this money slowly for trade hedging, and they do not crave this kind of thing. So, does zero need that many dollars now? It's obvious. Not much needed. The strategic location means that there is no shortage of food here, and there is no need to import it. Transportation is mainly based on motorcycles. Even now that transportation is developed, Zero is still promoting new energy battery vehicles, and the demand for oil can be met domestically, and there is little demand for imports. The most expensive thing is mineral resources. However, the foreign exchange reserves created by filters, cider, and other companies can fully cope with this part of trade settlement. Therefore, even if the United States throws another $10 billion over, it will not have much effect. The meaning of money. At the national level, just a tool that serves society and the economy. The concept of money is completely different from what most people understand. More or less is really not important. What is important is that the entire monetary system can operate normally and ensure the healthy operation of a country. Zero is in no hurry. But Ainsley was a little anxious at this time. The signal Zero sends is terrible. After leaving, Ainsley hurried back to the office and reported to his boss. You mean Zero isn't interested in the money? His boss asked. Yes, they borrowed more than 300 billion yuan from China the year before last, which probably gave them a taste of the sweetness. In addition, there are very few international trade transactions. $10 billion, yes or no? Zero doesn't seem to care too much. Ainsley analyzed. That's troublesome, his boss muttered. They only have a quota of $10 billion. Now people look down on it. This can bring their work to a standstill. There is no shortage of food. Not only is there no shortage, but a large amount is exported. As for oil, they also have it. In the foreseeable future, demand will not increase much, and there are not many opportunities to spend a lot of dollars, especially now that it is entering the fast lane of development. There is a net inflow of international capital. Zero means no shortage of dollars. Then, he used the ultimate killing move. Ainsley, you go again tomorrow. If they want to be strong, they have to change their weapons and equipment. Our American products are the best in the world, so I don't believe he won't be tempted. After Ainsley left, Sun Jiang and Meng Fan walked in. Unlike Ainsley, the two were warmly received by Ling and made tea, which made Sun Jiang a little uncomfortable. However, this also sent a message that Ling still had a very friendly attitude toward China. After sitting down, look at Zero. Sun Jiang was not nervous at all, because behind him was China. Same as Ainsley. He also came with a mission. It's just that it's not a lone task. Now Ling still owes China more than 300 billion. Such a large amount of money will be enough to repay it for a while. If Ling hadn't proposed it, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to come and give the money. However, what Sun Jiang didn't expect was that he just expressed his intention. Zero agreed directly. We are willing to open up the Mozambique National Import and Export Company's commodity share to you, and we also hope to reach a deeper cooperative relationship on projects in Africa. Mozambique, the place where the demoning truck was attacked last year. Later, under the leadership of Zero, he cooperated with the Mozambican government to provide huge US dollar and commodity loans, and Mozambique established a national import and export company to manage this part of commodity trade. Until now, the scale has been very large. Mozambique has also tasted the benefits. This kind of loan not only reduces the use of US dollar reserves, but also avoids having to borrow money to pay back the loan interest. It also creates a lot of income for them. Get the goods from here at wholesale prices. There is no need to pay customs duties. Because it is state-owned, it does not need to pay various consumption taxes. Saying that it does not need to be paid does not mean that it does not go through the tax payment process. It just means that the money goes to the left hand and to the right hand. At last, plus profit, they found that this model really effectively changed Mozambique's debt problem, both domestic and international debt. And in addition, they also made a lot of money through it. And paid. They're just mineral resources that cannot be used, dug out, or refined. Then, just last month, Mozambique applied for a larger amount of third-party guaranteed commercial and project loans. After 1 month of approval, Zero finally agreed. In fact, this was originally a matter of one sentence. But in order not to leave the impression that it was very easy and very urgent, Zero delayed for a month. And Mozambique was also nervous for a month, not knowing whether their application quota would be rejected. So I often called to get closer, and my attitude was very sincere. At last, what made Mozambique overjoyed was that Zero all agreed. Commodity loans of 10 billion Asian dollars and project loans of 10 billion Asian dollars have been expanded several times, reaching a scale of 20 billion Asian dollars, which would be described as a huge undertaking. Not only that, this time, US dollar and other foreign currency loans were also directly canceled. The reason is simple. The purchasing power of the Asian dollar was recognized. In the past, there was a possibility that the Asian dollar would be abolished. Now, Zero went up. It is almost impossible to be abolished. In this way, if Mozambique wants to buy something settled in US dollars, it will have to get its own money. If you want to buy something settled in Asian dollars, you're very welcome. Last time Tang Qing wanted to complete the task. That's why I was given some preferential treatment. Now Mozambique is begging them. So naturally they cannot give you what you want. Then, Sun Jiang came to the door. It is hoped that more products from China will be included in the product catalog of the National Import and Export Company of Mozambique. Because Mozambique used to buy Chinese products, many of them are settled in US dollars. Now that Zero is not providing USD advance loans to Mozambique, this part of the goods will not be in the Import and Export Company's import catalog, which will obviously cause some Chinese businessmen to lose this. Part of the order. And, on the next project loan in Mozambique, Zero also has a very important right, the right to review. Only with the consent of the Myanmar Bank Group can Mozambique use the money to invest in projects, and Chinese companies have always maintained an advantage in the competition for such low-price and high-quality projects. What's more, this pattern has been noted above. In the past, China mainly provided loans to Africa for infrastructure projects, hoping that they would gain some momentum. But the effect is very poor. Now, the Mozambique model seems to be succeeding in another way. Can this form of commodity loans be a way out for China's huge manufacturing industry in the future? If domestic demand is insufficient in the future, the economy will have a hard landing, which will really hurt. At this point, has attracted great attention. It has even become a topic, and the National Development and Reform Commission is following up and studying it. Thank you, Sun Jiang said. This is a business that is beneficial to both parties. Let the relevant departments discuss the details. Ling said with a smile. I'll listen to you. By the way, I would like to ask Mr. Ainsley, was it about the loan just now? Asking questions requires skill. Asking like this is not considered asking questions that he shouldn't ask. Yes and no. You are for a loan from Mozambique, and he is for a loan in US dollars, but the conditions are very harsh, and I did not agree. Zero said, without hesitation. I see. Thank you for clarifying the confusion. Sun Jiang really loved Ling's straightforwardness. It's nothing. They are really not sincere. They just want to get the maximum benefit from a little money with just one mouth. They also want to be lenient. In comparison, we are more willing to cooperate with China. Zero said, thank you for your trust. The conversation didn't last long. Sun Jiang left. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. With just a few nods, everything else was easy to talk about. It seems that the friendly cooperation during this period played a key role. The United States has been doing things, and they have been cooperating. Now, it's time to enter the harvest season. Good karma brings good results. This is Sun Jiang's philosophy all along. Only, he was still a little worried. American hand. It's never that easy to retract. The next day, Ainsley came to Zero's office, as scheduled. Seeing that Zero still had an indifferent expression, he just hoped that he would not return empty-handed like yesterday. If this failed, it would be difficult to even give away the 10 billion US dollars. However, when Ainsley said he could sell weapons, Zero expression, it hit him again. It was a confused look, as if to say, what do I want with that thing? Are you kidding me? And Zero spoke next. Confirming Ainsley's understanding of this expression, Zero said, our internal problems have been solved, and no one from the outside seems to be coming to attack us. Just by weapons. Just kidding. Will Tang Qing be short of weapons? Just buy whatever you want in the mall. Not just cheap. It also comes with maintenance, logistics, fuel, technology, etc. If you buy American weapons, do you also have to buy related training services? Still have to buy American ammunition? You also have to buy fuel. It will be a long road to spend money from now on. Such a big expense. Just buy this bunch of crap and come back. You're dreaming. Zero words. Ainsley was dumbfounded. Are there any countries in the world that the United States wants to sell weapons to, but no one else wants? Of course there is. For example, in Canada, others don't do any national defense construction. They wanted to spend money to buy weapons? No way. Now, another weird appeared unexpectedly. No enemy is coming. Do you just want to be a salted fish? Of course not. It's a good idea to pursue it a little bit. Do you understand that you should be prepared for danger in times of peace? But before Ainsley could make a move, Zero continued. Mr. Ainsley, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Weapons are for war, but Myanmar is surrounded by peace-loving countries, and there will be no war for decades. In this case, what are we spending money on to buy weapons? We might as well invest the money in economic construction and do something meaningful. We will not buy your weapons and equipment. This answer, Ainsley was left speechless. What else could he say? Before, they still had internal worries. Now, all the internal worries have been solved. There is no reason to buy their American weapons. The worst thing has happened, and Ainsley is a little worried. But it is undeniable that your weapons are very backward. I think your soldiers want to have safer, easier to use, and brand new weapons and equipment. Ainsley advised. Zero shook his head. We are already developing low-end equipment ourselves, and we are also working on improving training and living conditions. As for aircraft, ships, etc., we are also preparing to eliminate most of them and slowly develop them ourselves. Ainsley asked doubtfully, develop it yourself? When can you develop it? Ling smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. Don't be anxious. We will make a little progress every year, 10, 20, 50 years. No matter what, we have to make some use of it. We can't catch up with the mainstream of the world, and we don't plan to catch up. It's too tiring. Lie. The soldier opened his mouth to come, mainly to lower Ainsley's vigilance. It's not good to be too arrogant. The replacement of low-end equipment here will start soon, and then iterate upward slowly. Start with military uniforms and boots, to simple firearms, then to large equipment. Take it step by step. Give the outside world time to accept it, so as not to be too shocking, and the direction is not to take the old path of heavy duty, but to take the path of intelligence, in order to achieve leapfrog development. Go to great lengths to build a giant ship. It is better to find ways to improve the stealth performance of weapons. Otherwise, if you follow the international mainstream, competing for the tonnage of any giant ship takes a long time, and the effort and reward are not proportional at all. Only by focusing on features and cutting-edge capabilities can we be less suspicious. Get an aircraft carrier out. China couldn't accept it in the first place. Why bother? Really, Zero's thoughts like, love Zayzadi, make Ainsley itchy with hatred. He has no dreams. What's the difference between you and a salted fish? Where did all your previous enthusiasm go? Could it be, is Zero intentional? Or have other ideas? For example, buy it from China? Just when this thought flashed across my mind. Mr. Ainsley, I can pretend that what happened between Pan Song and Dawn never happened. This is the international strategy of your United States. And you're also acting under orders, but it will not happen next time. We are actually interested in this 10 billion US dollars, but now what we really want is to develop the economy. We don't want to participate in the rest. We are willing to lend it unconditionally. We will keep it. If not, don't mention it again in the future. It's just business. I don't like to talk about it. Zero directly showed off to Ainsley. Ainsley was stunned. I don't have the right to an unconditional loan. Ainsley sighed. I hope you will be there next time we meet, Zero said. The subtext is, if you don't have this right, just don't bother me about this. Ainsley took a deep breath. This was simply a threat, but what else could he say? He was so insecure, and yet he was talking about Pan Song and Dawei, and the little whip was really painful. Unconditional loans are impossible. If it is a mortgage, I can go back and ask. There is no problem in giving, but other allies of the United States may be unhappy. They all agreed to a bunch of conditions to get it. Mortgage, Zero said. Ainsley nodded. Yes, if there is enough mortgage, the higher-ups may consider it. Okay, this is the attitude of doing business. As for the mortgage, it is not a problem. When you make a decision, contact Deputy Chief Tang Qing, and he will be responsible for this. Zero said. Understood. Ainsley smiled bitterly. On the way back, Ainsley contacted his supervisor. That's the thing. Zero is not interested in our weapons at all. He just wants to develop the economy with peace of mind. He wants the money, but he is unwilling to agree to our conditions. Understand. I will report it to the boss. The boss said, yes. Hang up the phone. Ainsley looked out the window. I don't know what the outcome of the discussion will be with my boss. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. He is just the executor. The real decision-makers are the local gang. USA, Washington. Ainsley's boss is reporting to a larger boss. That's what happened. Zero refused to buy our country's weapons and equipment, saying that the internal problems have been solved. With the surrender of Dawei and Pan Song, there is no one inside who can threaten Zero. What do you think? Zero is not a submissive person. His style has always been tough, but this time he seems to have no enterprising spirit. It's strange. Logically speaking, a person's personality will not change so fast. It makes sense. Either Ling Zhun really wants to develop the economy as he said, or he really has plans to develop his own weapons. Finally, and the last possibility we want to see, they're planning to purchase weapons from China. His boss shook his head. Impossible. He doesn't dare. Then what should we do? Should we teach him a lesson? If he doesn't give us America face, it seems he doesn't know our methods. Ainsley's boss suggested. There is no reason for sanctions, and the timing is not right. There is no benefit except forcing it to deter China. Don't forget, they have mastered the manufacturing technology of filter solution and fruit wine, and have a good reputation around the world. If we hadn't suppressed it, 2 Nobel Prizes might have been taken away by these 2 technologies last year. He really knew this. A chemistry, a piece. One solves the world's air pollution, and the other solves the addictive substances that have plagued mankind for hundreds of years, especially fruit wine, which has really greatly changed the fate of tens of millions of families. You go back first and leave this matter alone for now. Yes. The men left. He picked up a thick document on the table. This is the economic and major event information of Myanmar in recent years. He has read it more than a dozen times, but he feels that it is too strange and weird. They have not yet investigated Zero's origin. Start with a small leader. Step by step, it encroached on the territory of surrounding forces. Every step was taken steadily. It was incredibly stable, as if it had been carefully prepared. Every crisis was turned into safety, and if they didn't move, all the opponents would disappear in an instant. To this day, they still don't know how Zero defeated Wu Lei and the others. That was the place that Lang Kai had been running for half his life. He actually voted Zero directly. For this handover, there was no objection from within. Its interior. What happened? Just as Ainsley returned to the office. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Suyu is taking Dawei and Pan Song to visit. Same as the original Zero. Although Suyu is the deputy chief, he is not permanently stationed in Nanabe capital. He is mainly responsible for the affairs of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Unless there is a major event and Zero summons, there is no need to go to Neighbadu. Last time, it was Suyu who took Mu Jiwen to visit. This time, the two of them have even gone to Nibi, so there is no need to be afraid. They are tired of staying in one place for a long time. Although they have lost many rights now, they have become free people. Outside world. How long had it been since they had seen each other in person? Past the huge toll booth, looking at the wide road, with the traffic flowing like water on it, it is a prosperous scene, and this will also appear in their place in the future. It seems that such a future is not bad. Make trouble. They no longer have the courage. Suyu watched the two people's reactions with satisfaction. They were both old friends. They had known each other for more than 10 or 20 years and had walked around from time to time. The purpose, of course, was to jointly resist Lang Kai. Now, he achieved the right result. Reached the sky in one step. The two of them can only come to court obediently. In the foreseeable future, their status will almost come to an end. Fortune is so magical. Although he has also come to an end, he is very satisfied. Further up, are you going to covet Zero's position? He didn't even dare to think about beating him to death. Zero means. So weird. Being an honest subordinate and being safe and sound is the right path. Suyu said, now that the roads are open, we can come here often to play and take a look. We are already old. Otherwise, your old bones may not be able to withstand a few shakes. Dawei smiled bitterly and said, stop teasing us. How dare we? Yes. Pan Sung agreed. Suyu smiled and said, I'm not afraid that you will lose your mind one day. I can only go to the prison to see you. I heard that Ainsley is not honest. From now on, it is best not to answer his calls. This is natural, Pan Sung said. Is that Xinan City? At this time, Dawei's eyes lit up when he saw Xinan City. He had seen it on TV before. There were not many skyscrapers in Xinan City, but they were very dense. In the middle was the new headquarters of the Myanmar Bank Group. It is also the tallest building in Xinan City. City skyline. Come into view. Yes, it looks good, Suyu said proudly as he looked at the city. After Zero left, he has always been responsible for the construction of Xinan City. He goes to see it every day, once in the morning and evening, very diligently. Looking at the outline of Xinan City that has almost taken shape, Suyu is so happy that he can't open his mouth from ear to ear. It will start operations next month. By then, various departments in Xinan town will begin to move there. Suyu said, Dawei said enviously, I really want to build a city over there. Hearing this, Suyu smiled and couldn't help but strike. In your dream, the money allocated to you will be used for infrastructure construction in a short period of time, such as roads, bridges, airports, power stations, communications, medical care. How can you have the money to build cities? For decades, your infrastructure construction has been stagnant. Now is the time to pay back the debt. Until this huge time debt is paid off, you can only watch. David said disappointedly, how long do you have to wait? The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone was built by concentrating the efforts of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. A considerable part of the money it earned was invested in Xinan City. It is impossible for you to earn so much money within 10 years unless. Suyu said, unless what? Pan Sung asked hurriedly. Suyu said, in attracting investment, we should follow the example of China. However, I am not optimistic about it. You should be able to tell from the Meetings of the past 2 days that in addition to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the key development areas in the future are in the inland and coastal areas. You can't say something nice. Pan Song was speechless. Unless this is nothing else. Suyu Xiao said, good advice is offensive to our ears. Forget it. Let's take us to Xianan City first, Dawei said. Okay. Then, under the leadership of Suyu, the two were walking on the streets of Xianan City. As far as the eye can see, there are many trucks on the road. Suyu gave an explanation. Xianan City will be open to the outside world next month. All water and electricity have been connected, and the decoration has been basically completed. Now we are completing the final inspection and trial operation. Extreme power load, traffic signal testing, network coverage testing, water supply and drainage full speed test, office environment optimization. At last, it is the placement of goods in various shopping malls. A city has too many things to bear. The survival of hundreds of thousands of people requires efficient management and operation, and there is no room for sloppiness. You run these? David asked curiously, looking at the shops on the street. Suyu shook his head. No, only the 6 major shopping malls in Xianan City are directly operated by the Myanmar Bank Group. The restaurants and shops in other places are all individually operated, but all the houses belong to the Myanmar Bank Group. They can only rent, not buy. Foreign businessmen are not allowed to buy either? Pan Song asked. Yes. So far, the above-ground buildings and land in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone are not open to trading by non-Myanmar Bank Group and its affiliated companies. Even the administrative units of our special zone do not have the right to buy or sell any inch of land. So you said helplessly, he seems to be the biggest here. But Myanmar Bank Group is the one who has the final say in the special zone. Aren't you ready to let go? No. So you shook his head. He had talked about it before with change. But Zero gave a negative answer. What he didn't know was that these things were the guarantee for the issuance of the Asian dollar. But if anything went wrong, they must be in the hands of the Myanmar Bank Group. This is Zero's base camp. He said what to do, so you didn't dare to say a word. Almost all the surrounding shops have completed their listings. Many are almost ready to open. Some shopkeepers are still moving things inside and are very busy. The wide streets and various fashionable designs make every place here full of the charm of a tourist city. How many of these are domestic bosses? 50%, and the other 50% are for foreigners. Chinese businessmen account for almost 20%, Thailand and India account for almost 10%, and the rest are businessmen from various Southeast Asian countries. What about Western countries? Suyu said, due to tariffs, they can't enter the low-end manufacturing industry here. What comes in are luxury brands, all concentrated in the 6 major shopping malls and not elsewhere. So that's it, along the way, except residential. What Dawei and the others saw most was the hotel, especially the edge of Xianan City. It was a circle. Face this problem. Suyu said happily, the tourism industry in Xianan City is very developed, attracting many tourists from China and surrounding areas. As a result, the hotels in Xianan town can no longer accommodate them. Don't worry, we will definitely not lose money. The tourism industry is already a pillar industry of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Or rather, this is the only industry in which Suyu has a greater say. Other industrial projects are all decided by the Myanmar Bank Group, and the ones he can manage are mainly service-related industries. The most prosperous thing is tourism, affordable consumption, good security, friendly local people, visa on arrival treatment. Let this place have huge tourism potential. This is where Ling gives him the greatest power. He operates the place very carefully. Of course, this is also based on the strict public security and system established by Ling's strong legal deterrent. Let this place not have the shortcomings of other tourist attractions, thieves, non-existent, and rip-off guests. Try it. There is always unfinished work in the mine. The tour guides are being hacked, and a huge fine will be slapped on the head of the travel agency. Be serious. The license will be revoked directly. To this day, Su Yugan proudly said, this is the tourist area that best protects the interests of tourists in the world. Is the hotel available now? It's under trial operation. All the employees inside have gone to work. Are you ready to give it a try? Suyu said, okay. Next, the two of them walked around Xianan City, making them not want to leave. Life, entertainment, work, and environmental sanitation. Everything is done to a very high level. Even NEI Baidu is far inferior. No wonder. Zero ordered directly, raising the level of Xianan City to the same level as Yangon. Suyu is the first mayor of Xianan City, but the deputy mayor is not the other deputy mayor in the special zone. Myanmar Asia's Special Economic Zone and Xianan City. They are two different management systems. One mainly manages the surrounding areas of Xianan City. One is to manage all counties and cities in the special zone, but the top manager is Suyu. Suyu even heard Ling mention that in the future, Dawei and Pansong may be included in the Myanmar Asia's Special Economic Zone. I thought it was impossible before, but Dawei and Pansong came to the DPRK this time. Suyu was a little convinced. If the two states are merged into the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he became. This way, Pansong and Dawei are his direct subordinates, and the policies of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone can benefit more people. After all, the laws here are too different from those in Myanmar, especially reflected in civil law, property law, public security law, resource, energy, business. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is a completely independent legal system, which is very different from other places. However, its facts have proved that this legal system is an excellent system. Everyone inside will benefit, except for the unruly ones. Suyu also hopes to gain national promotion, but it's impossible even to think about. There is only a basis for promotion in the territories of Dawei and Pansong, because these two places did not have any laws before, and they mainly relied on the authority and power of the two people to maintain it. Therefore, these two places are relatively easy to accept the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone policy. Walking down the street, Dawei and Pansong felt a strong sense of security. You can meet security patrols along the way, although it is not yet operational. However, the security team was already officially working. There was a security booth at every few intersections. After Suyu's explanation, the two understood that this was not really a security problem. Restless guy, or be scared like a cat, or left the special zone. Those who are brave are in the mining area. This is just a multifunctional instant service station. The service stations are not large and have uniform specifications. They can generally accommodate 20 security officers. They are mainly responsible for patrolling and consulting, as well as maintaining traffic order at intersections. Been shopping for so long. It was noon. They were looking for a hotel to have dinner. When I passed by a restaurant that had been renovated. Hello, District Chief Suyu. A man trotted out from inside, immediately blocked by the security personnel a few meters away. Suyu took a closer look and saw the person he recognized. He smiled and said in unskilled but still clear Chinese, "Boss Yu, how about you too?" He remembered that the other person's name was Yu Tao. He runs a Chinese restaurant in Xianan City, and he has eaten there several times, mainly as a treat to the Chinese businessmen who come here to do business. However, only members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce treat him to the restaurant, so he dares to eat there. Others refuse them all. Tang Qing had taken him to eat there several times before, so he had some impressions. Director Suyu, have you eaten? If not, we very much welcome Director Suyu to visit. Yu Tao said enthusiastically. Suyu asked doubtfully, "Are you opening in advance?" No. Without the approval of the city, how dare we do it? This store is almost done, and our employees only cook it for eating. It is closed. If you haven't eaten it, I would like to invite you to try our new dishes. Yu Tao said quickly. Xianan City will only allow official opening at the beginning of next month, and he doesn't have the guts to open it this time. Otherwise, the store he finally got may not be his. Now, there are too many people looking at this side. He got this big shop because of his good tax record. Just work hard. Making money is not difficult. About the environment here, he was very satisfied. If foreigners were not allowed to buy houses here, he would have wanted to buy one here, and there would be a lot of room for appreciation. However, The Special Administrative Region seems to have no intention of engaging in real estate business at all and is holding on to the land without selling it. This leaves many developers from various countries who plan to develop real estate at a loss. There is simply no room for maneuver. He can only rent a house to live. But the accommodation conditions here are pretty good, especially in Xinan City, where standard accommodation rooms are rented out directly with a full set of furniture, and they're not expensive and are of a welfare nature. Suyu nodded. New dishes? I'm very interested in that. How about it? Do you want to try Chinese food? Haha, okay. Okay. Pan Song and Dawei didn't care. Then I'll bother boss you. Suyu turned to Yu Tao and smiled. No trouble, please. Yu Tao was very happy. Although he's immersed in business, he inevitably pays attention to local news. Who is Suyu? He is not only the head of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, but also the deputy chief of Myanmar. Real big shots. Bring them to their seats. Yu Tao came to the kitchen. He hurriedly said to the employees who were eating, Quick, finish lunch as quickly as possible. Cook a few tables of specialty dishes, and a big shot will come and show your best to me. Big shot? Who is it? Director Suyu, who has been to our store before. Yu Tao explained. Is it him? The chefs were shocked by the person who could be ranked among the top people in this country. They immediately finished the food in several bites and prepared the ingredients. Some fresh ingredients were not available. Yu Tao even called someone from Xinan town to drive them over. Be quick, I'll go out and greet you. Okay. Don't worry, boss. You won't embarrass our meal. Yu Tao walked out, but I didn't dare to disturb him. Just ask the waiter to pour tea. To be able to walk with Suyu, he is not one of the deputy district chiefs often seen on TV, but looking at this posture and the more than 20 people accompanying him, you know that he is not a simple person. Are they permanent residents? David glanced at Yu Tao at the front desk. Suyu nodded. We will give businessmen from various countries a temporary residence permit here, usually for half a month, but for people like them who come here to work and live for a long time, we have different levels from half a year to a year. Before the expiration of the permit, if you need to renew it, you need to register with our Civil Affairs Department again, and you must have a regular job in business. If you're unemployed, you can only exchange it for a short-term residence permit. It's quite strict. David said, It won't work if it's not strict. We have to be responsible for the safety of all people in the special zone. Otherwise, anyone can come here to stay for a long time, which will increase a lot of security risks. The biggest security risk is not foreigners. They are very restrained and unfamiliar with the place. What is more troublesome are people from other places in Myanmar, and even people from both sides of you. Suyu explained. Dawei and Pan Song looked at each other. There is nothing they can do. My subordinates used to be illiterate and idle all day long. Now they put down their weapons and wander around. Most of them are fine, but there are always a small number of people who are restless. Education is really important, Dawei said with a wry smile. Pan Song nodded aside. This time, a Chinese man walked in at the door, saw Suyu and the others. He was stunned for a moment. He quickly walked up to Yu Tao with a look of disbelief on his face. Brother Yu, don't do anything stupid. What's wrong with me? Yu Tao was confused. No, it's not like you don't know that business is not allowed here right now. The man said nervously. Yu Tao suddenly realized. So that's what happened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man in front of him was from his own village. Under his introduction, he also came here to do business. However, he had just arrived and was not qualified to get a shop in Xinan City. I just took over a shop in Xinan town. It was a local shop. Since he also got a store in Xinan City and transferred out, this person was not familiar with Suyu. So Yu Tao directly took him to the back kitchen. I'm not in business, I just invite people to try. Test? Okay. The man was confused and felt that Yu Tao was taking advantage of the loophole. Yu Tao laughed. Take it off. Try it. As Suyu dared to come in and had the right to interpret legal provisions. How could anything happen to him? Is this really okay? The man was still worried about Yu Tao. Who do you think the person sitting outside is? If he were my friend, I would definitely serve him in the kitchen, but he is the leader of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. He said yes, so there's nothing wrong with him. Yu Tao laughed. The district chief here, my friend asked in surprise. Yu Tao nodded. A chef next to him added, not just the district chief, but also the deputy chief who just came up. You know all of this? That's amazing. The friend was shocked. Yu Tao is just a small boss. How can he still come into contact with such people? Yu Tao shook his head. I've met him a few times, but I'm not familiar with him. However, if you want to talk about the most powerful person, Mr. Tang Qing, who runs the fruit wine business, is the most powerful person among the Chinese businessmen here. After lunch, Pan Song and the others continued shopping. But it's not Xinan City, but somewhere else. Factories, borders, agriculture, rural areas. As long as Suyu thought it was a good place, he took them to visit it. This was Ling's order. Watch all the way down. Their mentality has changed a lot. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book, Great Power Project. A counterattack of brick and mortar. Welcome to taste it. Gap. A gap that cannot be bridged. Even if they try their best. They couldn't catch up. As Suyu continued to introduce in depth, Dawei and Pan Sung spoke less and less because they didn't know what to ask. What's the point of asking? No money. No technology. There is no institutional guarantee. No matter how many questions you ask, it will be of no use. Seeing this situation, Suyu did not restrain himself, but introduced more enthusiastically, since Ling once said that he might expand the scope of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Of course he wanted to help. At least. First, the two must understand the gap between them. Secondly, both of them must be envious from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, let them understand that envy is useless. If you want to get something, you have to follow Zero's pace. As a subordinate, Suyu feels that he is more and more able to share the leader's worries, so he is particularly enthusiastic about explaining it. Dawei and Pan Song smiled bitterly throughout. This is Suyu. Can't you save some face for them? Finish shopping for all items today. The sun has set. They took the train back from another town. The station was set up on the edge of Xinan City, but the direct train was not yet open. They took a special train with only 3 carriages. Exited the train station. They came to a hotel not far away. The hotel occupies a large area, but it is not high. It is only 15 floors, but it has complete facilities. There is a sail-shaped open-air restaurant on the top floor. On the high mast, the white sail is unfolded. It looks very beautiful under the light. Not far away, an artificial river runs through it. This is a completely artificial river with an average depth of half a meter, but very wide. There is clear spring water in the upper reaches. It cannot help but be built around the city and is divided into more than a dozen trickle landscapes in the city. Can't drown anyone. You can also play in the water and rowboats. Very distinctive. At this time, the hotel lights are all on. Not only that, the lights all over Xinan City lit up. In order to test the stability of the maximum peak power supply, even unoccupied hotels and residences were required to use electricity connected to the mains power system. All open. It seems to be full of people. Even the sky seemed to be illuminated. Very gorgeous. Dawei and the others were standing in the sailboat restaurant on the rooftop, blowing in the warm spring breeze and admiring the night view of Xinan City. The service staff was preparing dinner. During the trial opening period, although everything was not complete, a meal could still be prepared. What's more, Suyu and Dawei came to eat. Although they are employees of the Myanmar Bank Group, they are only the top executives of the Myanmar Bank Group who dare not give Suyu face. They are ordinary people, and Suyu is still their parent. It looks good. Suyu took a sip of the fruit wine in the glass. It looks good. Dawei and Pan Song couldn't help but nod, with a trace of obsession in their eyes. Such a modern city. You can actually see it in this country. I saw that under the intensive light, the glass curtain walls outside the high-rise buildings were busy. Some of them had colorful lights changing, and some were playing huge projection videos. Even in developed countries, it's rare to see such a beautiful night view. Only, it seems to be a bit power-hungry. We probably won't see anything like this in our lifetime. David sighed. Yes, we have the full support of the Myanmar Bank Group here. The policies we enjoy are probably the same as other states. There will be necessary allocations and excess, haha. Pan Song said with a helpless smile. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is close to home. Rich. Make whatever you want. No other place can compare. The Myanmar Bank Group will not help them. The reason is very simple. If it helps them, other states will ask for it. Only the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, no matter how much funds are tilted, other people will not say much. If own state, it would be great if it was also in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Pan Sung was shocked by his idea. How could he have such an idea? After all, he is also an overlord. If he is included in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, then it doesn't seem too bad. Sometimes, once the mind is opened, it is like a flood that cannot be blocked. This thought, madness grew in Pan Sung's heart. He stole a glance at Dawei, who was full of envy. Another look at Ai Due Bao. Suyu, with a proud look on his face, seems that it is not so difficult to accept that in the foreseeable future, no one will be able to break zero, and the only way is to follow zero. Suyu is the best example. A local power. The strength is not as good as any of them. Now, a few jumps. Become a superior they need to respect. This story, it was so inspirational, and not only did they gain rights, but also wealth. Suyu's wife also ran a huge family business, and no one dared to say anything. Because Zero also controls the Myanmar Bank Group, although the legal person is not. But what does it matter? Does not affect its control. What is your fruit wine made from? David asked curiously. Suyu shook his head. I don't know. I have no right to ask, and I don't want to know. Why? I'm afraid because I know too much. Suyu said calmly. Afraid of Zero? Of course not, but some people with ulterior motives. I would rather not know anything. Even if someone wants to tell me, I will cover my ears and not listen. Suyu smiled. Ignorance. Sometimes it's wisdom. That makes sense. David nodded in agreement. Historically, not many people who know too much have a good ending. Just live stupidly. Don't listen to things you shouldn't know. Suyu, have you ever suggested that Ling take back the distribution rights of fruit wine? You know, this is our specialty, but among all the dealers, only one is from our country, and this person's ancestors are Chinese. Pan Sung tasted the delicious fruit wine and said to Suyu, I have no right to intervene in any business affairs of Myanmar Bank Group. Do you dare to say who Ling wants to make money? Suyu also questioned it, but only talked to his wife in private. Because Zero's decision was not for him to question. Zero wisdom. It was definitely not something he could guess. Especially now. Zero came to power so powerfully that he couldn't understand how he managed to break the situation. Moreover, Zero had always been the one who would not suffer any losses. His orders must be executed even if they are understood. Even if they are not understood, they must be executed. Have to. Suyu is not qualified to say it. What qualifications do they have? Suyu began to educate these two active neighbors. You just need to know that Ling's decision must be correct. Even if it is not correct, it must be correct. After dinner, Suyu went home. The two stayed at the hotel. However, they don't have the habit of going to bed early, so they drink tea in the tea house to digest food. What do you think our future will be like? Pan Sung suddenly asked. Unpredictable. David shook his head and said, after Ainsley's incident, our weight in Zero's heart must have been greatly reduced. I don't know why, but I feel a little tired. Do we really have the ability to compare our side with this side? Pan Sung said, what's wrong with you? David asked strangely. Pan Sung glanced at Dawei. Can we learn from Suyu? Learn from Suyu? Dawei exclaimed, lowering his voice quickly. Learn from Suyu? Are you crazy? If so, what else can we have? How can we live in a stable life in the future? Settled in a stable life? Do you think we are still able to live in a stable life now? Pan Sung said with a bitter smile. He could get a na-ipidu in a jiffy. How could it be possible if there were no other reasons? One of the reasons is that they found that their power did not seem to be completely under their control. They had not felt it before, but after Lang Kai was tricked there, feeling was especially obvious. Subordinates. He is no longer the obedient subordinate he once was. Dawei asked, then what do you think we should do? Like Suyu, give up some and get some. Although Suyu's power is not too great, he has money to use and can do business safely without worrying about any threats from the Ibitu. After that, Pan Sung looked at Dawei. We need a backer to ensure that we won't be settled by Chio Ho. Zero is our best choice. If so, we will no longer have any worries and can sleep peacefully. Dawei was a little confused about Pan Kong. In just a short time, his thoughts changed so quickly. But he couldn't refute it. You really need a backer. Are other deputy chiefs qualified? Obviously not. Others either became honest and obedient, or were brought up by Zero. Even the military obeyed Zero's orders. Who else has a bigger thigh than Zero? There is none left. You mean to offer it yourself? Otherwise, this night, for Dawei and Pansong, it's bound to be a sleepless night. Weigh the pros and cons, think about the future. They thought a lot, but the best result was to completely stand in line with Zero. Otherwise, based on Ainsley's incident, neither of them will be able to hold their heads high in the future. A bad one. Ainsley might even be using them as weapons. There are also old foxes who have lived for so many years. Ainsley represents the United States, and the United States does not seem to want them to be safe and sound. It always wants to cause trouble. If they are calculated by the United States in the future, they will really not be able to stop it. Think of this. To Ainsley, they were angry and helpless. But with the United States backing, Zero can't touch Ainsley no matter what, because there is a privilege called diplomatic immunity in the world. No matter what he does, Ainsley will be fine. But if you do it again, you will definitely finish it. Gradually, their resentment was transferred to Ainsley. Since you want to cause trouble, they want to use us as gunmen. Okay, then I will break the jar for you. Well, they no longer want to live the past life, especially after meeting Exine City. This feeling is even stronger. If they give it away, then give it away more thoroughly. The next day, morning, seeing the worried looks in their eyes, Suyu was confused. Didn't sleep well? Are you feeling uncomfortable? They both shook their heads at the same time. No, the conditions here are quite good. It's just that I watched TV too late and didn't get enough sleep. It's okay. I'm older and get less sleep. Pan Song explained with a smile. That's good. Suyu said. This day, Suyu took the two of them to many places again. Unlike yesterday, Suyu found an obvious difference. That is, the two of them suddenly talked more, asked a lot of questions, and became curious babies. He had no choice but to answer their questions one by one. I don't keep anything I can say privately. The next day, Suyu was ready to send the two to the junction. After more than half a year of construction, with the help of a large amount of mechanized equipment, rock crushing and segmented construction, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and the main highways of the two states have been open to traffic, but the two said they wanted to go to Nairobi. You're not going back? Suyu was stunned. Well, they all say that funds are going to be lost. We're going to find Ling to run away with funds. Maybe there will be some change. Pan Song didn't understand Ling's attitude yet, so naturally he couldn't tell Suyu so early. Suyu didn't think his words were so effective. I thought I was really going to run away funds. Okay, but don't have too much hope. There are more mountains than plains over there, and transportation has just started. However, if you are sincere enough, you may gain something. Suyu comforted. Pan Song and Suyu hugged each other. Understood. Goodbye. I'll see you for a drink next time. David said. Haha, you're always welcome. Suyu laughed. 2 minutes later, watch the two people's convoy leave under the leadership of the police car. Suyu stood for a long time. Old friends reunited. But I have to leave again in a few days. He really couldn't bear to part with it. He wanted to show off a little longer. Forget it. Let's invite them next time. It is estimated that when Exine City is officially established, Ling will invite the two of them. The two of them were not driving very fast. While passing through the checkpoint, they looked at each other enviously again. Dawei, what shall we say later? What do we need to fight for? Pansong asked. David took a deep breath. Looking at the wide highway and dense traffic outside, he said, So you mentioned sincerity just now? We can't ask for too much, as long as we are treated the same as Suyu before. That makes sense. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They came to Nabitul. I informed Zero on the way. Ling agreed to meet them at any time today, so after arriving in Naibadu, they went straight to Ling. He had not told his men about this yet, but who dared to object now? The two sat down in front of Zero. What's the matter? Ling crossed his fingers and put them on the table. Look at each other. Dawei spoke. 2 days ago, District Chief Su Yu took us to visit the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. We were deeply shocked. We also want to have the same treatment as the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and hope to get your strong support. This is not in compliance with the rules. Ling said lightly. Dawei continued. We are here to ask you something. Tell me, Zero said. We want to merge the two states into the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The people in the two states have been poor with us for so long, and we don't have the ability to give them a future. Only you can. So, we beg you help them. David thought about these high-sounding words and, under the guise of helping, at least give himself a step up. This way, even if Zero refuses, they're not embarrassed either. By the way, it also gives Zero a reason to agree. After listening to Dawei's words, Ling's face did not change. This matter had actually been known to the command room for a long time. Tang Qing was really a little surprised by the two people's awareness. This saved them a lot of trouble. Once this is done, the total area of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone will exceed 250,000 square kilometers. What a concept! It accounts for more than 1/3 of Myanmar's total area. Such a huge area, and the mineral deposits contained underground are enough to increase the issuance limit of Asian dollars by hundreds of billions, and perhaps more. Dawei and Pansong looked at Ling nervously. Do you recognize the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone model? Zero did not answer directly. Dawei nodded quickly. I agree, of course I agree. Facts have proved that this kind of ownership and development model is unprecedented, but it is very efficient and can focus on doing big things. That's right, we believe in you. Pansong agreed. Zero nodded slightly. What conditions do you have? We want to witness and participate in the economic rise of the two places like Deputy Prime Minister Su Yu. Dawei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Ling is still tempted. Fortunately, he will not be kicked out by Ling. Zero suddenly smiled. Yes, there are no lions talking loudly and asking for excessive conditions. This shows that you're really thinking about the people under your rule. In the future, please continue to maintain this heart and serve the people. After hearing this, the two were overjoyed. It seems this was the right move, and Zero agreed. We will not let you down, David said solemnly. Zero said, well, it's very important and involves a wide range of things. It still needs discussion by all the deputy chiefs. I will hold a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to discuss this matter. You can also come to attend tomorrow. Yes, it is said to be a discussion, but the two knew that the matter was already a done deal. The next day, morning, 9 o'clock sharp, the deputy chief minister and above gathered in the conference room. Even Su Yu came. Looking at Pansong and Dawei, the others were a little speechless. You two must be too troublesome. In just a few days, such a big thing happened suddenly. Su Yu was excited. This was completely unexpected. At this time, they already knew the topic of the meeting. Except Su Yu. They both thought they were crazy, or just used some means. But, since I can attend the meeting, it means that Zero has this intention. And who can object to what Zero wants to do now? They come here just to raise their hands and question, isn't this asking for trouble? What's more, that's not bad either. On the contrary, if the Myanmar Bank Group takes over the construction of the two states, they can save a lot of money so that they can have more allocations for other departments and national projects. It's equivalent to saying, on this matter, they actually have common interests. Then, amidst the applause, the meeting passed the resolution unanimously. Certainly, although the meeting passed, but if it wants to become a fact, it still needs to go through the process. But this kind of thing with almost no suspense can already be regarded as the final decision. In addition to the process, there's a lot of preparation to be done. It cannot take effect immediately. After the meeting, Dawei and Pansong came to Ling's office, except for two people, and Su Yu, because in the past resolution, the two states will be under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone in the future. Su Yu is the district chief, and Dawei and Pansong were also appointed deputy district chiefs. They are mainly responsible for their respective regions. From now on, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is divided into three parts: Exinan Area, Single State Area, Kabang Region. The three regions form the new Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which uses the system and basic laws of the original zone. The Myanmar Asia Bank Group is responsible for future planning and construction, and Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone Government is responsible for daily management. Looking at the three people who sat upright, Zero said, "This matter will be broadcast on the news tonight, but it will take another month for the transfer. In this month, the Myanmar Bank Group will send professionals to completely liquidate the assets of the two states. From now on, all land and mineral resource transactions in the two states will be temporarily frozen. The original construction projects will continue, but the projects that are under review are suspended, waiting for the completion of the asset liquidation. This asset liquidation includes the confirmation and registration of all tangible assets such as land, population, environmental resources, urban buildings, public facilities, etc. to adapt to the institutional structure of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. In addition, publicity to the people cannot be relaxed. Their legal assets can be retained, and we can give more, but homesteads and farmland must not be used for listing and circulation." One after another, one by one, several people quickly remembered. Suyu is no exception, because from now on he will take care of these things. If he does it well, you'll have the credit. If he doesn't do it well, it will be his dereliction of duty. However, he is very willing to bear this responsibility. Expansion of jurisdiction. It is also an expansion of power. The cost of renovation of the original city is too high, and it is easy to disturb the residents. We will determine the addresses of the two new cities as soon as possible. As the regional capital, the Myanmar Bank Group will take over the industrial planning. Your main task is to supervise the correct implementation of the system and ensure the normal operation of the functional departments. Also, work with Suyu to develop the local tertiary industry. I have only one request to get things done. Money will not be a problem. Zero's domineering remarks. Both Pansong and Dawei had little stars in their eyes. Only Zero dared to say that. This moment, they finally know what is the proper treatment of their own people. And this is completely a support that spares no effort. Think about it. A few days ago, they were still struggling with hundreds of millions of dollars and worried about the future. Now, Zero directly drew the future for them. They just need to execute. This feels like not bad. We will definitely live up to your expectations, David said excitedly. They also turned over. Ling Ling nodded and said, "Well, you are still lacking in management capabilities. Therefore, if you don't understand, just ask Deputy Chief Suyu. Suyu, you can help them more in this regard to ensure the stable operation of the entire special zone system." "Yes," Suyu agreed. Pan Song said hurriedly, "We must learn with humility. Okay, you go and rest first. Tomorrow, the team of the Myanmar Bank Group will follow you back to each state. You must cooperate with them and complete the liquidation of assets within a month." Zero said, "Yes." The three of them said in unison. Exit the presidential palace. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. From now on, let's cooperate well. The good days are yet to come. Suyu said happily. Finally, the two of them became his subordinates. "Please give me more advice." "That's right, don't hide it secretly. Hide whatever you want. It's good for you and me. If you can't do it well, Ling will go directly to me as the person in charge. If you don't understand something in the future, just ask. Don't make your own decisions." Suyu reminded. "Yes." Suyu said again, "Let's go eat first. Let's talk about the next thing. There is still 1 month, and the time is very tight. I don't know how many people the group will send there. You will cooperate when the time comes. That's natural. By the way, do we need to take care of it?" Pan Song said in a low voice. As soon as this statement came out, Suyu glanced at the two of them strangely. Immediately, laughed loudly. The two people laughed inexplicably. Suyu smiled enough and started to explain. "You guys are still gangsters. Remember, I don't dare to say it elsewhere, but from now on in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, you will never need to bribe anyone, not even people from the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. At Ling, we have an equal relationship. It's just a different division of labor. We don't have any affiliation with them. As long as we treat them normally, they won't make things difficult for you." After working for so long, Suyuka knows the style of Myanmar Bank Group. Act vigorously and resolutely. Treat everyone equally. Efficient and clean. The speed of doing things was staggering, to the point where he felt terrified. And so far, no mistakes have been made, not to mention a single disciplinary case. All problems lie with their special zone management. This is the direct reason why he recognized the Myanmar Bank Group. All for the public. What else can he say? Everyone has the same purpose, and they all hope that this land will generate business opportunities. I see. That's it. To Myanmar Bank Group. The two had a new understanding. Evening. The news was broadcast by Myanmar media. In order to adapt to the needs of regional development, the principle that the first rich will drive the rich later, and the developed will drive the backward, the parliament decided to expand the scope of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Shan State and Kus State are expected to receive support from the special zone in the future. He spoke eloquently for more than 10 minutes. As the most authoritative media, there are many viewers every day. Looking at the survey data of the two states above, I found that they are really poor. In the ravines, many of them are still wooden houses, and the life in each village is very primitive. He really looks like he needs help. This past 6 months, huge allocations are mainly spent on infrastructure. The two states do not have that kind of money to significantly improve people's livelihood. Therefore, in the news, this is not an expansion of rights, but a kind of help. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone helps improve the environment, provide funds, protect people's livelihood, and maintain public security. Totally on the righteous side. This makes other states a little envious. But knowing that there is no possibility of joining, the Myanmar Bank Group is already carrying a heavy burden to manage these two states, and only these two places can accept its special ownership system. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. It can be said that the expansion has reached its limit now, and there is no possibility of further expansion. As soon as the news is broadcast, many thoughtful people are confused, such as Ainsley. He stared at the TV blankly. Thinking of the chain reaction this incident would cause, Ainsley couldn't sit still. David and Pansong were weaklings now. A guy with no bones at all. What the hell? You two should be more angry. Now that there are still people in hand, there's a chance to turn around. However, they have sold themselves and contributed everything they have. This is completely a kind of behavior of killing at the slightest opportunity. Expansion of Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. It also represents the expansion of Myanmar Bank Group. They have studied it. The Myanmar Bank Group is a complete trust group, monopolizing the local livelihood economy and mineral resources, and the rights derived from it cannot be underestimated. Before, the Myanmar Bank Group is trapped in a cage. Now, the tiger has grown up, changed to a larger cage, and the key, it is actually still in the hands of this tiger. Once it becomes bigger, has internal stability, and does not exploit, but uses its own resources to benefit the local area, it will be completely invincible. Paralysis. How to play this? Immediately, Ainsley reported the news back to the United States. Naybidu. Suburbs. Lang Kai sat quietly in front of the TV, a wry smile on his face. 0. Not only did he accomplish something that he couldn't do, but he even accomplished something that he never dared to think about. The hidden meaning of this special zone expansion is too deep. This is a final move for the Burmese Asian faction. The meeting passed so quickly and without any hindrance. From now on, the Burmese Asian clan, which completely controls 1/3 of the country, will become an unshakable presence in this country. Even if someone finally gets rid of 0, no one can suppress this behemoth. After it formed its own system, his last glimmer of hope was gone. In Lang Kai's thoughts, the United States is absolutely unwilling to see a country with such concentrated power exist. The reason is simple. The concentration of power means that the United States' influence will be reduced, and it will be unable to check and balance. Other Southeast Asian countries, almost all the heads of state, deputy heads, and the capital behind them interact with each other. I can't buy off the biggest one. I just bribe a few sub-level officials or the media to build momentum. In short, there's a lot of room for manipulation. This is why the United States likes to advocate the separation of powers, for the purpose of checks and balances. As long as others are not united within themselves, the United States can sit back and relax and provoke left and right. 1 is disobedient. Big deal. I paid to support the other. But 0 is different. It has stronger authority and voice than before. As a result, the United States is bound to find a way, and Dawei and Pansome are the solutions. Once the situation changes, the position of 0 will not be stable because of public opinion. But now, the biggest influencing factor is gone. 0 is made of gold. There's no power to break it inside or outside. That's it. That's all. You are old. Just enjoy the rest of your days. Lang Kai sighed, stood up, came to the yard, and looked at the dark sky with thunder, and it looked like it was going to rain. That's when, Master, Deputy Chief Tang Qing is here. Invite him in. Lang Kai was surprised and ordered. Soon, Tang Qing appeared in front of him. Look at Tang Qing. Lang Kai was very pleased. This was accomplished by him. He was also his most capable assistant in the past. He was capable, dedicated to the people and the public. He could be said to be a rare general who won his trust. However, due to his background, he was not able to go further. However, fortune plays tricks on people. Heaven is impermanent. 0, who was even more wild than Tang Qing, ended up going up. I have to say, this is really a great irony. Come in and do it, Lang Kai said. Yes. Tang Qing walked into the living room, and Lang Kai personally made him a cup of tea. Tang Qing stood up and took it with both hands. In any case, Lang Kai was his old leader, and he would not forget the kindness of his support. Have you planned what happened today? Lang Kai suddenly asked. No, Dawei and the others just proposed it yesterday, and it was passed at today's meeting. As for whether there was a plan before, I don't know. How are you doing recently? Tang Qing asked. Lang Kai said, It's very good, don't worry. What's the matter with you today? I just came to see you. Tang Qing is now Ling's subordinate. In order to avoid suspicion, Qin personally came to the job only a handful of times after he became Ling's agent. Most of them were to greet you on the phone. Lang Kai smiled and said, Didn't Ling ask you to come? Tang Qing kept shaking his head. No, I just want to come and see you. I'm relieved that you are fine. Thank you for your concern. How is your work? Very good. Various policies and projects are advancing steadily. We are lagging too far behind. We need to run faster. The task is very heavy. I think you often see it on TV. Tang Qing said. Yes, you did a very good job. If it were me, I would never be able to do it. Lang Kai said with emotion. He was really convinced about this. He was ashamed of 0's courage. These words. Tang Qing didn't know how to answer it for a while. Okay, let's talk. Apart from coming to see if I'm okay, what else do you have to do? Don't say no. I've known you for so many years, and I still don't know your character. Lang Kai said. Tang Qing smiled and said, You are really wise. Wisdom? Maybe. Lang Kai laughed. Tang Qing stared at Lang Kai. It's not easy for us to get to where we are today. I've been in contact with 0 for so long, and I think I know enough about him. 0 can really lead this country to unprecedented heights. Are you here to praise 0? Lang Kai smiled. No, it's just that I hope you will see this hard-won result and don't believe the slander. Otherwise, we will only be laughed at in the end and become a third-rate country again. Tang Qing said sincerely. Lang Kai looked at Tang Qing. He heard the meaning. If someone comes to him to pick something, don't act rashly. Tang Qing has already boarded this ship and is a deputy captain of the ship. Naturally, he doesn't want the ship to be sunk, let alone the crew to dig a hole in the bottom of the ship. Only, Lang Kai is much more powerless than Tang Qing imagined. Tang Qing thought he still had the ability to build ships, but he knows it. His hammer and drill bit have been taken away by others, and his body is mortal. What can he use to build a ship? I understand. The two chatted for more than an hour. It's probably Tang Qing talking about it. Seeing Tang Qing talking with joy, Lang Kai listened quietly. Although he had seen a lot of information on TV news, Tang Qing explained it more thoroughly, and he listened with interest. From time to time, he also praised me. I'm leaving now. I'll see you another day. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Qing said goodbye. Work hard. Lang Kai smiled. I will. After Tang Qing left, Lang Kai was also a little tired and went to bed early. In the United States, it is about the expansion of the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. There was a heated debate among relevant departments, and they all felt that this was not in the interests of the United States. The rise of a powerful group would inevitably affect the maneuverable space of the United States there. However, discussed for a long time, they couldn't come up with any plan to disrupt this expansion. Before, they have many means. First, the media builds momentum and bribes the media or public figures in the other country, whether it is attacking or exposing. In short, it is necessary to make this matter change and polarize public opinion. Second, once public opinion is divided, the next operation is simple. Money is the way to go. Few of the parliaments in those countries are rich. As long as they are given money, they can use public opinion to overturn any decision. This is an American strategy. It means that you must never be allowed to speak with one voice. But here is zero. All media are under control. Those who talk nonsense, in more serious cases, will be arrested directly. Secondly, Zero's subordinates can't shake Zero's position and decision at all. Regarding district expansion, they now have a common goal of getting rid of the burden. Leave the burden to Myanmar Bank Group. It's equivalent to saying, impeccable. This makes the think tanks quite troubled. Now, the only one who can influence Zero is Lang Kai and the power he has managed for decades. No one can solve this game except him. We need Lang Kai as an ally. But Lang Kai was betrayed just now. Then go to Liu Sang and Wu Lei. I don't believe it. They won't be tempted. At this moment, the person in charge of the discussion answered the phone with a look of disbelief. Tapped the table a few times. He smiled bitterly. Everyone has just received news that Liu Sang voluntarily resigned and returned to his hometown. Wu Lei took over Liu Sang's position. At the same time, an unfamiliar person took over Wu Lei's position and actually took over all the land forces. The heads of the air and sea forces have not changed, but the number 2 figures have changed. This is the news from our last intelligence personnel. So far, all our intelligence personnel in the military have been removed. After hearing this news, they were deceived. One of them blurted out, "WEF?" he said, echoing the collective sentiment of everyone present. "We haven't made any moves yet. You have blocked our last road. This shuffling of cards is too timely. What method did Zero use to complete such a crazy shuffling without any turmoil? Not even a hint of news came out, not to mention the omens. To skip the most difficult aspect of coordination and get it right in one step. This wave of operations, it's really hard for them to understand." The person in charge also rubbed his aching head helplessly. This information, it was completely passed on by intelligence personnel who risked their lives. Not only that, their intelligence personnel had been picked out one after another a few months ago, some were returned to them, and some disappeared. Certainly. In fact, not much. Just 20 or so. This kind of country is not important. They have no interest in building an intelligence network with great efforts. Many of them rely on bribed people to pass on information. Now, the people they bribed in the past are gradually drawing a clear line with them. All in all, it is very unsatisfactory. This means, from now on, their intelligence power in Myanmar was almost wiped out. In a short period of time, they could only turn a blind eye. It would probably take some time to re-establish it, and there was no guarantee that they would not be caught out. A long time. They calmed down. What else to do? What else can we do? Negotiate. Didn't they say they don't have the money to develop 2 states? Let's see if we can borrow money to reduce the need for area expansion. If it still doesn't work, let's think about how to cooperate. Is there no other way? Unless you can make Zero go down. This is almost impossible. Will Zero agree to our conditions? Time is running out. If the final expansion becomes an established fact, we will not have much bargaining power there. With only $10 billion, I think it is difficult to impress Zero. You know, the currency value of the Asian dollar in the region is very stable. Even if they rely on issuing Asian dollars, they're capable of completing this construction. Yes, the Asian dollar is a big problem. I don't know why, but the Myanmar Bank Group has been controlling the issuance of Asian dollars. But once it is liberalized, the internal economic cycle will be enough to ensure the normal progress of the project. We must do it, and the funds will remain unchanged. Otherwise, we can only watch the expansion on the side. Then let's try it with money first and reduce the conditions. If there is no other way, we can only support it instead. In short, the relationship must not be stalemate. Anyway, we were prepared to deepen cooperation. Soon, the discussion has entered into an almost unified argument. There is no way, their most important means have been almost abolished. Things have moved so far. There are not many options left. No matter how awesome America is, it is also impossible to hit someone for no reason. Economic blockade? What's the reason? Others have not researched nuclear weapons, let alone oil, and do not even want to buy their weapons. For such a peace-loving country, if you blockade others, it may have the opposite effect. They have a large territory, large population. There is also an outlet to the sea, and a coastline of 3,200 kilometers. It is rich in resources and mainly focuses on agriculture. Even if your economy is blocked, people will not worry about food and drink, and they can still find time to scold you like a dog in the United States. And the geographical location is special. It can definitely be called a strategic location in the eyes of the United States. Its importance even exceeds that of Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia combined. If the United States blocks it, people will completely miss China. They will definitely be scolded by their bosses and be thrown into disgrace in a matter of seconds. They haven't been this aggrieved for a long time. The next day, Ainsley suffers from dark circles under his eyes. Came to Zero's office. To get straight to the point, it was said that in order to alleviate the pressure on the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone, the United States intends to provide loan support for the construction of the two states, and hopes that Zero will consider it carefully to avoid placing additional burdens on enterprises. All in all, this is for Zero good, for the sake of the financial health of Myanmar Bank Group. It doesn't matter. Wealth first will lead to wealth later. After making money, companies must assume corresponding social responsibilities and help more people embark on a life track of food, clothing, dignity, and value. This is the reason. Ainsley was speechless. It seems the first plan of those guys in the United States is completely ineffective. They are determined to expand the area. Not only do they want to expand the area, they're also ready to start the money printing machine again and print money to spend. As for this little money, people are dispensable. Then, Ainsley had no choice but to adopt the second plan. Give money. Half an hour later, Ainsley walks out of the presidential palace. The sun is shining brightly outside. But what he saw was the new life of this land. To have people like Ling who were willing to spend every penny and who were extremely tough on the fundamental interests of the country was also a blessing for this land. Certainly, to the United States. That's unfortunate. Like just now, Zero agreed to few conditions. However, the United States has subsidized $10 billion in interest-free loans. Yes, it is an interest-free loan, because this loan is characterized as an aid and may or may not have an interest rate. The term is 20 years. Even so, Zero seemed reluctant. Ainsley's mouth was dry. Zero doesn't give in. Final. He was left speechless by Zero's question. If you really want to achieve the conditions you said, completely open up the blockade of high-end technology and equipment to us. If not, it means that you yourself do not want us to keep up with the forefront of the times. Do you dare to agree? Ainsley was silent at the time. Dare you? Of course he didn't dare. Open high-end equipment and technology. What if it is turned around and sold to China? This is obviously not in the interests of the United States. Zero's question is too troubling. Playing his cards completely against common sense, he was pushed directly to the cliff of choice. In the end, Ainsley chose to live by himself and the people behind him. No one dared to agree to this condition. Then, $10 billion. It was just sent away, just today, to this land. Ainsley also inevitably felt a sense of solitude, because any country that is free from internal friction has unlimited potential and can concentrate its efforts to accomplish whatever they want to do. Such as China. To use a metaphor, no one can stop the progress of this behemoth except itself. As long as it does not cause any problems and follows the steps, it will be able to achieve rejuvenation. At this point, it is recognized by all strategic scholars in the United States. However, with U.S. help, such a country, there are no more than 2 hands in the world. That's all. Sugar-coated bullets. Cannonballs removed. There was not much icing left, but it was enough to be eaten as a snack. After Tang Qing got the news, he already had a plan for the money, which was to spend it all at once. Money. Money on paper means little. Only when it is converted into assets can it generate value. In this process, wealth can be transferred. For example, several large-scale photovoltaic projects can be established to increase the income of microcrystalline technology. This is not appropriation. To know, dollars come in. According to the laws of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, foreign exchange must be compulsorily settled and exchanged to the central bank. And this time, because it is for 2 countries, it does not go through the settlement account of the Central Bank of Myanmar. Instead, it was exchanged to the Bank of Myanmar. The Bank of Myanmar would print corresponding Asian dollars and allocate them to the 2 districts for construction. This $10 billion has always been lying in the account of the Bank of Myanmar, temporarily owned by the Asian dollar's central bank. Since that's all, of course it can be spent. In other words, these $10 billion can actually be spent twice through the Myanmar bank, domestically and abroad. What happens if it is spent? That's something to consider in the future. It's still early to pay off the debt. There are still 5 years left before the first US dollar repayment is due. 5 years later, only $670 million need to be paid back every year until the 20th year. With such a long span, it is not a problem to dispose of the $10 billion casually. Will this kind of casual spending affect normal trade settlement? Obviously not. Any stable country, the ability to attract investment is not comparable to that of ordinary countries. If it has good public security and legal support, it will be even more popular. For example, in China, in addition to population, a stable environment is also an important reason. It's now 7 years. The subprime mortgage crisis is approaching. During this period, capital is very active. Just like the madness of the Chinese stock market before 6,000 points, a large amount of money will soon flow into Burma. And after the subprime mortgage crisis triggered a global financial crisis, what will those safe haven funds do? Of course, we need to find a stable harbor. However, relying on the existing Myanmar market, it is impossible to attract too much foreign investment after the financial crisis. What can attract them is the preservation of asset value. Therefore, before the end of this year, Zero will do 2 major things. First, let the Asian dollar completely replace the Chat. Second, establish Myanmar's stock and bond markets. Financial markets. It is always an important tool to attract international hot capital. It is also an important means of regulating economic health. After the Asian dollar replaces the Chat, its passive inflation is inevitable. However, the stock market can control this inflation. As long as the stock market is booming, the funds flowing into the real economy will be attracted. In this way, the total amount of money will increase more than 10 times, but it will not cause inflation. Everyone's money is still valuable. Therefore, quite some time in the future, this is a state of net capital inflow. In addition, Tang Qing also has a stable source of foreign currency. Don't forget, he also has huge funds controlled by warriors all over the world. As long as Tang Qing is willing, the foreign exchange reserves raised are enough to cope with any foreign currency redemption crisis. When the Asian dollar is strong enough, the US dollar. What's that thing for? As firewood? Print your own money to buy global resources. That's the right way. Soon, $10 billion of loans were spread. Other states are very envious. But there is only envy. This money was used to provide assistance to 2 backward areas in the agreement. It has nothing to do with them and is settled to the Bank of Myanmar. That is the money of the Bank of Myanmar. Bank of Myanmar can spend whatever they want. They are not qualified to make decisions. But the businessmen were excited. Just this loan, the Bank of Myanmar and Asia will allocate a total of more than 80 billion Asian dollars to the 2 regions. How can it not be tempted by such a big cake? And this is only the first phase of the allocation from the Bank of Myanmar in Asia. Follow the construction path of the Exine area. The Myanmar Bank Group has to undertake not only local infrastructure and people's livelihood projects, but also a large number of supporting industries to follow up. It is foreseeable that there will be an explosive investment boom here. Chance, opportunities to make money. But they clearly know that whether they can make money or not depends on the Myanmar Bank Group. Without its consent, no one in this land can even think about staking their claim. Then, to gain access to new areas, businessmen came to the Myanmar Bank headquarters for consultation one after another. However, these were all small businessmen. Almost all the big businessmen in this area had joined the Myanmar Chamber of Commerce. If they had questions, of course they should ask the president of the Chamber of Commerce. To focus on this issue, the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce decided to hold a meeting. Hear the news. They laughed. It's time to distribute benefits again. Qingyan City. Tang Qing got the news. The Chamber of Commerce will meet tomorrow afternoon. After receiving the call from Wang Sa, he immediately packed his luggage and prepared to go there. Early tomorrow to try to win more projects and a share of jade and jewelry. Before, only the jade jewelry in Exine area is under his absolute control. Elsewhere only partially passes through his channels. Now 2 new zones have been added. Tang Qing was not sure whether he could still control sales. Thinking of this, he thought of his nephew, the person who perfectly predicted the results. He looked at the time and saw that Tang Qing should have finished school. He took out his phone, called it. Second uncle. Tang, second uncle wants to ask you about something. What's the matter? Isn't it expanding the area over there? Will my jade and jewelry business be affected? Tang Qing actually didn't ask for everything to be given to him. He just wanted to guarantee his current share. Certainly, it would be nice if it could be increased, but don't lower it. This is a bit suspenseful. Tang Qing's words. This made Tang Qing feel worried and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? The policy is going to change?" Tang Qing explained, "Second uncle, you can keep your status as a distributor in the Exine area. Don't worry about it, but you can't have a large share of the new 2 districts. You have to know that the Exine area was almost completely occupied in the past, but these 2 districts are peaceful expansion areas. There are many small and large businessmen operating in the past, so it is impossible to drive them all away." Tang Qing did not provide benefits to his family without any bottom line. These 2 areas, due to historical reasons, there are still hundreds of thousands of Chinese living in the 2 states, located at the junction with China. No matter what Tang Qing does, there is no way he can seize other people's property. Therefore, these 2 districts, in terms of control of important resources, the Myanmar Bank Group will be the main one, such as land, oil, natural gas, ownerless mineral deposits, newly discovered gem resources, ownerless forests, etc., and those non-important resources that already have owners. It is still run by the original businessmen. Just pay taxes legally. The Myanmar Bank Group also looks down upon that thing. Those people only control some underground and above-ground resources, and the total amount is quite small, less than 1/1000th of the total asset value of the entire region. Not much really. All this is to be snatched. That would be so inhumane. As long as we can maintain our current share, Tang Qing said with a smile. I know that my second uncle is going to attend the meeting. Tang Qing reminded. Second uncle, when you go to the meeting this time, I think you will definitely find a way to compete for some construction projects in the new district. You have to be prepared. The competition this time will be a bit fierce, which is different from the last time. Last time, the economy in the special zone was relatively closed, and the future of the Asian dollar was unclear. Many people were afraid to accept Asian dollar payments. Only then can you win such a large project order. It's different now. The rise of the Asian dollar is a foregone conclusion. It's almost impossible for you to be like last time. Moreover, this time I heard that many companies in China will participate in the bidding. End of reminder. Tang Qing changed the topic. However, you have the status of an initial member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. The projects you can win this time will not be lower than last time, but the proportion of the total project investment will be much lower. Second uncle, I suggest you apply to the Myanmar Asia Bank Group to obtain a production license and technical support for pure electric vehicles. I know that your company has already established a project and has certain technical reserves. Pure electric vehicles? Tang Qing murmured. In order to reduce the consumption of fossil energy, they have pointed out the direction of an electric energy society. In the near future, more stringent carbon emission standards will definitely be introduced. This is an opportunity. Filters can filter harmful substances, but they cannot filter carbon dioxide, so it is good for you to get this license early. When the technology matures, you can expand domestically. But will they give it to me? The Myanmar Bank Group does not operate it itself. Tang Qing was skeptical about this. Tang Qing explained, this belongs to the application field and is not a strategic or lifeline industry. They will invest in basic technologies such as materials and glass, but in the application field, they generally license it out. Tang Qing thought of the style of the Myanmar Bank Group. It seems true. Then I have to hurry up and don't let others get ahead of me. Tang Qing decided to do it. The sooner the better. I will also help with this matter. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not big. Just go and ask over there, and they should tell you how to do it. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing nodded and said, I'll do it as soon as I get off the plane tomorrow. But are you really not going to do business there? I have enough business now, and besides, it's not like my business can't be expanded there. It'll be fine. Tang Qing now fully understood that capital is the true meaning of a game. This is just the beginning. The Asian dollar has not yet replaced the Chat. The economy of the Myanmar Bank Group is not yet fully mature, and its layout in Myanmar has just begun. Before the Asian dollar can go global, it must create a golden body for it. Road. Still very long. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Qing stepped on the plane. Lugan also followed. He was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, so he naturally received the news. Faced with this possible wealth feast, Lugan didn't have much expectations. He was just a small businessman. Tang Qing is the big fish. Mr. Tang, you're going to make a fortune again this time. Lugan said enviously. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Maybe. Don't be too optimistic until things are confirmed. He said this, but he felt confident in his heart. He believed in Tang Qing's judgment. I think it's a foregone conclusion, Lugan said with certainty. In the past, he often paid attention to the high-level changes of Mian AI. Like many people, he felt that Ling's situation was dangerous. When he asked Tang Qing about it, he didn't seem to be in a hurry, still comforting him and letting him think on the bright side. It turns out, there is definitely a reason for Tang Qing's mysterious self-confidence. He may know some secrets that he doesn't know, but Lugan doesn't dare to ask. Regarding the inside story of a country's upper echelons, he thinks it's better to be ignorant. Tang Qing smiled. In Lugan's opinion, this was even more unfathomable. He felt that the gap between him and Tang Qing was not only reflected in wealth, but also in terms of the level that others could access, which he simply could not imagine. It's great to have a plane. It's so convenient to travel. Lugan changed the subject. Yeah, do you want to buy one? I can't afford it. It's too expensive. It doesn't matter. I'll be able to afford it in a few years. I hope so. 2 hours later, Xi'an Airport. Gulfstream G550 lands slowly. Where to go now? Headquarters of Myanmar Bank Group. Then, Lugan followed him to the headquarters. Tang Qing made an appointment yesterday. Not everyone can come to see the president at any time. Tang Qing's arrival was warmly received by the staff. Such enthusiasm. It is impossible for Lugan to enjoy it. Wait for me for a while. I'll be out soon. Tang Qing said. Okay, you're busy. Lugan and Ho-Ho sat down on the chairs in the hall. Although the bank staff are not that enthusiastic, there's still a cup of hot tea. Since the head office is equivalent to the responsibilities of the central bank and does not handle banking business, it is still a bit deserted here. But Lugan didn't dare to underestimate him. I don't even dare to sit too boldly. Because here, it is the center of power of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Really, only 10 minutes. Tang Qing came back. An unstoppable smile appeared on his face. Yes, he just proposed this idea, and the president said on the spot that he could support it. Since he was the first to apply, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone would not issue a second access permit in a short period of time. He signed a contract. The access permit will be issued soon, and relevant technical support will follow up. The rest. It was he who found a place to build a factory and start operations. Due to the expansion of the special zone, the president suggested that he set up labor-intensive assembly and other work in the new zone to help create local jobs and improve the quality of the economy. To this, of course, Tang Qing would not object. Anyway, it is the same everywhere. Traffic in Xi'an District and North New District will soon speed up again. Economic integration and regional integration will hardly increase transportation and additional costs. Only, what surprised Tang Qing was, the group can provide all key technologies and components for electric vehicles and can also provide corresponding automation equipment. He's going to do it. Just simple matters such as design, assembly, transportation, and sales. It's totally a money-giving business. What Tang Qing said was indeed correct. Seeing Tang Qing come out with the words "so happy" written on his face, Lu Gan walked up quickly and asked with a smile, "Mr. Tang, what's the happy news?" "Telling it makes me happy too." Tang Qing chuckled. "I just got a new project, which is an expansion of electric vehicles. I'm going to build a pure electric vehicle factory. When it comes to overtaking in corners, only this new energy technology can achieve it. Before, the core components of an internal combustion vehicle are the engine and gearbox. As for the chassis, it is just a material limitation and is not an area that is difficult to overcome. However, pure electric vehicles do not have these two things. It only has a motor and control system. This also means latecomers can take a relatively cheap technical detour and skip the two most difficult aspects of developing a car, starting and changing gears. I directly use a motor wrapped with copper wire to drive, and the technical difficulty is reduced by countless levels. The control system is ready. The battery life is good. Ensure operational safety. It's just a civilian vehicle with good performance. It is impossible not to seize the share of all internal combustion vehicles, but for home use and short-distance use, it will have a greater clean advantage, and with policy support, the prospects are bright. The president also said it just now. Don't worry about charging stations. Since it supports new energy vehicles, we will spare no effort to support it. In terms of planning, the special zone will provide sufficient infrastructure support for future charging vehicles. In terms of promotion, there will also be corresponding subsidy policies. The thought of this, Tang Qing smiled from ear to ear. This supports the strength. Big enough. Return to the rented villa. Wang Sai has been waiting for a long time. Next to them were Tang Liang and several other people from Thailand's big families who came with them. These people heard that there was meat to eat here. Came over immediately. Even Wei Jun came to join in the fun and wanted to participate in more investments. The purpose was the same as Tang Liang's. It was not all for money, but for the status of the Myanmar Bank Group's important partner. Otherwise, always making money from fruit wine. If they do not invest, return, or support the construction of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, their good days will be over. It is better to follow Tang Qing's example, help everywhere, and actively participate in the construction of the special zone. See Tang Qing. The family members all greeted him politely. Tang Qing at this time. It has grown to a point where it is difficult for them to compare, especially since they have a nephew who is the richest man in mainland China, and his future is unlimited. When they first learned that the civilization company was controlled by Tang Qing's nephew, they were all deceived. A movie. It means they have struggled for generations. What a difference. Tang Qing did not have the slightest bit of pride and greeted them kindly. Thailand's industries now accounted for only a small part of his assets, but he was not prepared to move out. These people must be friends. The more friends you have, the road is wider. In addition to himself, he also has to pave the way for his descendants and his family. For example, Tang Qing's mobile phone. Want to go on the market for sale. It must be approved by the relevant departments of other countries, and the Thai families in front of them almost represent the relevant departments of Thailand. They are so overbearing. Afternoon. The Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce meeting begins. No surprises. The main purpose is to appease their excited hearts. After all, they cannot be allowed to do all the business. In that case, What will happen to the original businessmen in the two new districts? It is impossible to just take care of them. But in some projects, there's still some preferential treatment. Expansion area, such a large market and demand, as well as the possible orders from the Myanmar Bank Group, are in itself a huge benefit. They are also very satisfied, and they all know how much meat they will be able to eat in this feast. Exine in town. Street. Wang Sa and Tang Kai were wandering around. Although I'm already very familiar with this place, there have been few changes in the past few months, but looking at the increasingly prosperous and vibrant town and crowds, they don't feel tired of it. Shopping is all about their mood. Several people are in a good mood today. Everyone got what they wanted. Not much though, but enough is enough. Mr. Tang, please give me some advice on what good business can be done. You have quietly obtained the only new energy vehicle license currently. We must treat you tonight. Wang Sa also just learned the news. It's a treat for sure. As for the business, I made the mistake by mistake. Tang Kai didn't tell Tang Qing. He just said that he had a sudden idea and had the attitude of giving a try, and then it was done. Xiaojun, how about you call District Chief Su Yu up tonight and ask him? Tang Liang suggested. Hear this. Wei Jun looked embarrassed. He and Su Yu were not familiar with each other. This. Wei Jun looked at Wang Sa. As if his tail had been stepped on, Wang Sa quickly took a step back and kept waving his hands. Look at what I'm doing. I don't dare to make this call. Then, everyone else looked at Tang Kai. Tang Kai, you guys are such pig teammates. You don't dare, but I dare. Tang Kai said angrily. After all, Su Yu is also the current deputy chief of Myanmar, and will soon manage the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which accounts for 1/3 of Myanmar's territory. Not many people have the guts to make phone calls. You are more familiar with him, and you are closer to Ling. Now I don't dare to call Ling at all, Wang Sa said with a bitter smile. Even though he is the best in the family, he is not as good as Ling. He is now the leader of a country. He is just a petty official in Thailand. Okay, I'll give it a try, Tang Kai said helplessly, looking at several pairs of eyes. Take out the phone. He hesitated. He dialed Su Yu's number. Other side. Su Yu also just returned to the office. He was also present at the meeting just now. In this benefit distribution, not only the Myanmar Bank Group participated, but the Myanmar Special Economic Zone government also cooperated, so he must also attend and take notes. I saw a call from Tang Kai on my personal mobile phone. Get connected immediately. Mr. Tang. Su Yu said. Tang Kai did not dare to waste Su Yu's time and asked directly. District Chief Su Yu, are you free tonight? A few of us would like to treat you to a meal, Wang Sa and Wei Jun, and we want to ask some questions. Eating? Okay, you pick the place. Su Yu readily agreed. Tang Kai said happily. Thank you for the favor. How about it be in the villa where I live? I brought the chef. Okay, I'll go as soon as I get off work. I know the place, Su Yu said with a smile. The villa where Tang Kai lives is the highest-end community in Exine town. There are not many units in total. He knows exactly who lives there. Okay, excuse me. See you later. Okay. Hang up the phone. Su Yu smiled slightly. And in his hands at this time, what I got was the fax just sent by the group, which contained Tang Kai's application approval document for building an electric vehicle factory, because the SAR government is the nominal manager of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Therefore, all licenses, they printed and issued them, but they had no decision-making power, and Su Yu didn't care. Facts have proved that the Myanmar Bank Group has not issued any licenses randomly, and he has saved himself a lot of trouble. He won't be harassed every day by people asking him to do things. To know, back when Zero was the deputy chief, the big Myanmar families all wanted a piece of the pie, and Su Yu was just a small deputy district chief. At that time, it was the Myanmar Bank Group that withstood all the pressure for him. He just needs to do his own thing. No entertainment. You can go home every day. Spend time with my wife and kids. He can still go out for a walk from time to time. This is life. Ever since he joined Zero, he has had this realization, not to worry about things that are beyond his control and not to worry about things that are beyond his authority. For Tang Kai's new project, Su Yu naturally supported it very much. New energy strategy. It is an extremely important basic strategy put forward after the National People's Congress came to power and is an important part of the first three-year plan. The hundreds of newly established power generation units serve this strategy, although the transition in a short period of time was difficult. Because residents' electricity consumption has only just been met, and with the increase in household appliances and urban expansion, this demand is still growing significantly, but there is always an upper limit. Zero sees the future after the cap. Now, Myanmar's total installed electricity capacity is about 6 million kilowatts, including hydropower, thermal power, and natural gas power plants. But within the next 10 years, if the entire hydropower resources in Myanmar are fully utilized, more than 110 hydropower stations will be built, with a total installed capacity of more than 48 million kilowatts. And this is only hydropower, plus thermal power, natural gas power generation, solar power. There may even be nuclear power plants. Electricity is really not a big problem in the future. Now, Tang Kai's sense of smell was so sharp that he discovered business opportunities, took advantage of them early, and miraculously passed the head office check. It was so refreshing to give such a huge benefit. Even if Tang Kai and Ling had collaborated before, it can pass the review of the head office in minutes. It's really incredible. Therefore, Suyu is also willing to interact more with such a far-sighted businessman who has an excellent relationship with the Myanmar Bank Group. Besides, the two of them have known each other for a long time. Other side, I heard that I could ask Suyu out. Others were a little envious, especially Wei Jun and Tang Liang. Their relationship with Suyu was only at work, and they had never met each other a few times, let alone a personal relationship. Tang Liang asked in a low voice, "Mr. Tang, do you want to prepare some gifts for him?" "No, his family has plenty of money." Tang Kai waved his hand. "Yes. Let's go back quickly and get ready." Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Kai prepared to stroll back. There was still an hour and a half before Suyu got off work, which was enough time. Half an hour later, they strolled back to the villa, start preparing things. This time, Tang Kai also brought a chef over. The main reason was that the food here was not as delicious as the chef introduced by Tang Qing. He even flew some dishes over. Having a plane is convenient. Evening, Suyu arrived on time. When he saw a few people, he greeted them warmly. It could be said that the 4 major fruit wine dealers were gathered here, and they were also among his own people. There was no need to show off much. The only one he didn't recognize was Lu Qian. Lu Gong was a little reserved. No one dared to speak except to say hello. "It smells so good." Suyu twitched his nose. "It smells good. Familiar. Ripe." Familiar? Suyu was stunned, and his thoughts were spinning rapidly, wondering where he had eaten it before. Suddenly, Suyu's expression changed. "Zero there. So long. Ling only invited him to dinner once. No, it was probably once at home. The other times were when we worked together before. Ling had lunch with him in the cafeteria. This taste. Suyu's memory is still fresh. This is not the taste of the food, but the taste of the seasonings. Its unique aroma has never been encountered in other places. This is the second time here in Tang Kai. When I look at the presentation, it is completely the same style." Suyu asked carefully, "Mr. Tang, who made this dish?" "My chef," Tang Kai said frankly. "Where did you recruit your chef?" Suyu asked again. Not understanding what Suyu wanted to do, Tang Kai replied, "He was introduced by a friend and has been working at my house. If you like it, you can come here often. I welcome it." That's it. At this time, the way Suyu looked at Tang Kai was different. Through constant brainstorming, he has already made a preliminary judgment. "Tang Kai, there are 0 people. This way, many things can be explained. With this judgment, the rest of the dinner will be more harmonious. Of course, everyone in the same boat must live in harmony. And this cooking skill is really not just for bragging. Tasty." After meal, Suyu left with satisfaction. The food is delicious. From now on, I can come here for a meal, and I also learned a little secret. Certainly, Wang Sa and the others were equally satisfied. Faced their inquiries. Suyu is happy to share some of his own insights. As Deputy Chief Minister, he deals with policies and the Myanmar Bank Group every day. Naturally, he knows more about what Ling wants to do and what he cares about than they do. In the expansion of their industry, Many suggestions were made. The next few days, they're all going to go to the head office to see if they can occupy a position in some fields like Tang Qing. Even if they can't get as big a deal as Tang Qing, they can still make a lot of money if they're smaller. April 1st, April Fool's Day in the West. But at Qing Technology. But a bunch of people looked at what was in front of them in disbelief, like it was April Fool's Day. Just yesterday, 1,000 engineering prototypes were completed and filled the desktop of the testing laboratory. Look at the appearance of the phone. There was a trace of obsession in their eyes. Gold, white, black. Not many, 3 colors in total. The metal body feels smoother than skin when held in hand. The perfect texture and feel make them unable to put it down. Thinking back to Apple's first-generation phones, they keep shaking their heads. Can that thing be called a smartphone? Was it made to be funny? Who would use that thing? It's not embarrassing. Luo Chang watched everyone's reactions with satisfaction. When the product arrived, he laughed for several minutes. The packaging of the entire mobile phone also amazed him. Pure white cardboard casing. Beautiful, colorful icons. He considers the uniquely designed charging adapter and even the charging cable to be works of art, and the official phone case allows it to present a variety of aesthetics. In short, Luo Chang has become a huge fan of his own phone. After nearly a year of hard work, with the help of inexplicable forces from all sides, they became, ahem. Luo Chang coughed twice, calling everyone back to their senses. When they all looked at him, Luo Chang said, "Okay, don't just be stunned. These are engineering prototypes for testing. I just want to emphasize that confidentiality is the top priority. Tomorrow, we will submit information to the Ministry of Information Industry and apply for network access permission. In this way, we can just catch up with our sales plan. According to policy, in order to ensure that network access equipment will not affect the existing network, and it has stable enough running quality. To apply for a network access permit, telecommunications equipment must be tested on a designated simulated experimental network for at least 3 months. Therefore, Tang Qing said it would be listed on July 15th. It's time to hurry up. He knew that Tang Qing had connections, so he might be able to speed things up a bit. But as the president of the company, how could Luo Chang take the initiative to talk to Tang Qing about losing connections? What he had to do was make plans according to normal procedures. "Chairman, do you have anything else to give me?" Luo Chang said respectfully to Tang Qing, standing aside. Tang Qing nodded. "Do your job well. You will probably be very busy after the press conference on May 15th. However, I believe that this year's year-end bonus will give you more motivation. Come on, the future belongs to us." Tang Qing didn't say much. He just came for a walk today. Wow! Applause rang out. Whether there is a year-end bonus or not is no longer important to them. What they care about now is whether their product can be recognized by the market and become a product that changes the world. They became a benchmark, become a milestone. Qing Technology came out. Tang Qing dialed Chai Ren's phone number. "Tang Qing." Chai Ren's steady voice came. "It's me. Please do me a favor. My mobile phone is about to go through the listing process. I need to apply for a network access permit. I want to get it as soon as possible." Tang Qing didn't want to really wait 3 months. "Has your mobile phone been finalized?" Chai Ren's tone was curious. The last time he asked, Tang Qing didn't say anything at all. "Yes, we will submit documents to the Ministry of Information Industry tomorrow morning," Tang Qing said. Chai Ren laughed happily. "Uh-huh, I want to see what it looks like. Is it as good as you said? Don't worry, I will go there in person tomorrow. The executive deputy, there's a former secretary of my old man, who is in charge of this area. Tang Qing. There are really connections everywhere. But this is good. Just like Myanmar, his network access permit can be obtained in minutes, and he can list it there whenever he wants. This is a good idea." It was originally scheduled to be listed on July 15th. He also considered the difficulty of network access in various countries. Sometimes, a demonstration area. It's also very necessary. Let's do it. "Then please use your strength." Tang Qing said. "It's a joke. I'll take care of this matter. Let your people wait downstairs in the ministry tomorrow, and I'll take them in so that your people won't even be able to find the door. Chiron took the initiative to take over the task. Tang Qing helped him too much. He can repay a little bit, but the key is that he is also curious. Tang Qing said, "Okay, let me tell them that they will wear Qingyuan Technologies work clothes. The fonts are large and easy to recognize." I know, by the way, Tang Qing, over there in Myanmar, I heard that there has been a policy to start fully laying out 4G wireless networks. Taking advantage of the rise of the internet, if we do it, we will definitely grab a lot of market share. Chiron has been paying attention to the situation in Myanmar recently. The situation is simply full of twists and turns. Zero finally ascends to the throne. The impact it has brought is also unprecedented. He heard that the superiors have been studying the issue of Burma recently. You must know that Burma's geographical location is too important, especially for China. The United States has always been unwilling to get too close to Myanmar and China. The most direct reason is that Myanmar is connected to the Bay of Bengal. Once the China-Myanmar Railway is completed, the role of the Malacca Strait will be greatly reduced or even semi-abandoned, because Chinese cargo ships no longer go there. Plus its political stability. The strategic value is even higher than that of Pakistan. Now the tone has almost been set by the above, which is to strongly support the construction there. Even if an alliance cannot be reached, the United States cannot be fooled. Fortunately, Zero is now a strong person. So strong, the United States could only provide assistance loans obediently. The news from Sun Jiang and the news surprised them all. The United States loans actually had this operating mode. It could be seen from this. How strong is Zero? It is difficult to deceive such people only by giving them tangible benefits. Especially when he heard that the United States was selling weapons to Burma. They didn't want to buy a single bullet, but he was also amused. Someone is already doing it over there. Tang Qing said, "Who is so fast?" Chiron was stunned. "Local people." Tang Qing smiled. "Local people. Of course a warrior. Although this piece of cake is not big, it can still be handed over to others. The soldiers will quickly copy the several giants in China and seize the market with the support policies." Chiron said, "That's such a pity." Tang Qing explained, "What a pity. The domestic market is so large, with the natural advantage of population, and the potential is dozens of times that of Myanmar. This is our main battlefield, and our energy should be focused on the country. When the domestic network speed increases and the number of internet users increases, the access terminals will not only be computers, but also mobile terminals, such as mobile phones. It is important to maintain the current position first, and we will wait for other business advantages to be stabilized." Yeah, it seems I'm too greedy. Chiron nodded. The call with Chiron ended. Tang Qing did not go home. Instead, he turned around and came to the Comet Group headquarters. Just last Friday, all the subsidiaries of Comet Group have moved into the new headquarters. Each subsidiary has a building, which can be said to be quite luxurious. In a place like Shanghai where land is at a premium, it is so luxurious to buy land and build multiple buildings. Not much really, but it's also because there are few people in the building. So far, most of the area is empty. Walking on the tree-shaded road, there are white-collar workers in formal suits coming and going. It is the weekend, but there are still many people working overtime. In addition, the company has a dormitory building inside, making the place quite lively. Suddenly, there is a burst of cheers from the basketball court. Tang Qing knows. This is not a welcome to him. But there are competitions there, which is a way of weekend entertainment. For the health of employees, the company has a lot of fitness equipment and sports venues, and every building has an entire floor dedicated to a gym. All free to use. There's even a swimming pool, but if you want to swim, you still have to pay a little money. It's not that the group really cares about the money, but it is to prevent people from taking a bath or washing their feet in the swimming pool for nothing. There are many people. Things get complicated. Management also needs to pay attention to strategy. You can't just let things go and do whatever you want. Otherwise, over time, although your subordinates will treat the company as a home, if they treat the company too much as a home and just take things casually and don't see anything outside, then it will be over. Tang Qing was also helpless. Formerly an employee, They feel that the boss gives them too little, and they wish the company would give each person a house, free food and drink, official travel, and paid vacations. In short, they want everything that others have. But being a boss, just knew it was impossible. It's not entirely because I can't afford it. But if you give too much, people will want more. Once you get the hang of it, you can't stop. The arrival of Tang Qing. It also gradually caused a sensation. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Along the way, Tang Qing kept smiling and nodding. He is not here to hang out today. Unless there is something important, he rarely comes here throughout the year. He is here today to record promotional music for his mobile phone. After a month of hard work, he had already added a prelude and completed the lyrics to Wang Yan's song. After listening to it, Tang Qing liked it very well and decided to sing it himself. After the song was recorded, the rest was to shoot the MV. Then, Tang Qing is here today. We came to a unique building, which is the building of Comet Film and Television. All the film, TV series, music, agency, and other departments are here. There's an entire floor dedicated to recording. Come downstairs. Wang Yan was already waiting. When she saw Tang Qing, a smile appeared on her face. Next to her was her assistant Wei Yi. However, seeing that Wei Yi had a little swollen eyes, it seemed that she had been working overtime a lot. Next to it, he's the manager of the recording department. I knew Tang Qing was coming. Even on weekends, he has to show his face. He is just a small manager, and there are company leaders above him. There are also group leaders above the company. If he is slightly enterprising, he'll want to get close to Tang Qing. Chairman, here you go. Well, let's go in. Say hello to a few people. They came to the 6th floor. Even on weekends, there are many people recording here, and the production department of Comet Video will also use equipment here. As soon as he entered, Tang Qing saw 2 female anchors of the channel. Forehead. Tang Qing couldn't remember what he was broadcasting. Hello. Hello, Chairman. The chairman is so handsome. Hosik Sai and Xing Jingjing. Presenter on Pets and Food Channel. They have many fans, millions, and have great influence. However, those in this industry know that no matter how famous they are, they're only brought by the platform. Without the platform, they're just internet celebrities. Rely on this platform. They have realized their ideals, and the company does not restrict them from using other talents, and even encourages them. For example, this time, they want to record a single for website promotion for online dissemination. Even if Comet Video is the leader. But it has also continued to expand its influence. There were other websites that came to poach them before. Unfortunately, although the bids from other places were high, what they valued more than this amount of money was the future, the Comet Group, and Tang Qing's potential. Watching Tang Qing and the others go away. What is the chairman doing here today? Xing Jingjing whispered. It should be recording songs. I heard that Wang Yan is busy with a project recently. Hosamai said, you said they. Hosik Sai's face changed. Keep your voice down, don't gossip, or your salary will be deducted. Xing Jingjing stuck out her tongue. As a semi-entertainment company, the group is very strict in this aspect, especially when it comes to the chairman and its big boss. They were fine at first, but the 3 of them turned into tigers and made an own mistake. That is giving the leader eye drops. Come to the recording studio. Tang Qing read the score. Memorized it instantly. Let's begin. Okay. Wang Yan did not doubt Tang Qing's memory ability. Close the door. Tang Qing put on his headphones. A long prelude sounded. The long and long rumbling horn used many traditional Chinese instruments. He knew that this was the result of Wang Yan forgetting to sleep and eat for nearly a month. It also received praise from 2 well-known composers. Tang Qing took a deep breath. 3 minutes later, the singing is over. There were already many pairs of eyes shining with stars outside the glass. Tang Qing smiled slightly. It must have been over. His voice was deliberately controlled this time, a little hoarse and full of vicissitudes of life. With modifications by Wang Yan, the treble part is much higher than the previous glory. It feels great. Ow! Tang Qing asked with a smile. Perfect. Wang Yan gave a thumbs up. She originally thought that Tang Qing's voice would be very young and could not sing the feeling of breaking through the constraints and seeing the light again in the song. It seems that she underestimated Tang Qing. Tang Qing's control over his voice was too strong. "Chairman, this is amazing. It doesn't need to be repaired at all," a senior tuner praised. "To them, it's just about making the voice sound better, but the real voices of many celebrities are really not that good. It's common to record a song dozens of times. If Tang Qing is into music, he will definitely become a world superstar. Certainly, with Tang Qing's wealth, it is impossible to enter this industry in this life." "That's good. Thank you for the hard work. It's you who have worked hard. Now, is there anything else?" Tang Qing asked Wang Yin. "Yes. Who should we invite to shoot the MV? How about you do it yourself?" Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing expectantly. "The script has been released, but the actors have not yet been decided. She is the person in charge of this project and also works part-time in casting. In Tang Qing's favor, there is no need to consider whether it is a big brand or not, just whether it is suitable and not sure of money." Hearing Wang Yin's words, Tang Qing shook his head vigorously. "I am the keynote speaker at the press conference. It is not good to appear in the MV. It will cause confusion in the impression. As for who to invite, I think about it. I need a tough guy image. How about Liu Tianwang? I woke up and watched QQ out of boredom today. I saw Liu Tianwang saying that the filming of The Proposal was completed and the crew was disbanded last week. Liu Tianwang should still be taking a rest now. He doesn't know. Other tough guy stars. If he doesn't have time, just ask Brother Hu. No more. Think about other people." Tang Qing told Wang Yin this idea. Wang Yin thought so too. Immediately dialed Liu Tianwang's phone number. "Girl, what's the matter?" Wang Yin said quickly. "Brother Liu, we have an MV shooting here. The chairman said that you are suitable for it and asked you if you're interested. The filming will be completed before the end of this month." "Chairman?" Tang Qing. "Yes. What MV?" "A promotional MV for mobile phones will be released in the middle of next month. The MV will be played at the press conference." "Okay. Send me the script, and I will reply to you in an hour." "Okay." Wang Yin sent a script to the designated email address there. Seeing that Wang Yin was also busy, Tang Qing said goodbye and left. Other side, Liu Tianwang read the script once. "There was only one thought in my mind. Answered. Just finished shooting a movie. There isn't much planned this month." And Wang Yin just said that Tang Qing thought he was quite suitable. What is this? This is trust, and it is also the relationship established with Tang Qing during this period. When there is a project, Tang Qing thinks of him first. As long as it's not too bad, he's ready to agree. Besides, the script is pretty good. "Girl, I'll take it." "Great. Regarding the fees and contract, the company will contact your agent later." Wang Yin said happily. This part is not Wang Yan's thing to worry about. Liu Tianwang asked, "Okay, when will the filming start?" "Next Wednesday. The storyboard script will be completed. I will send you a copy, and the team and scene construction will follow up. Shooting will start on Monday, April 9th at the latest." Wang Yin said, "AMV of just a few minutes. Due to the large number of scenes involved, it is expected to take 2 weeks to complete." "No problem. I'll be there early." The next day, morning, Beijing, Ministry of Information Industry. Lai Rong, a vice president of Qingyuan Technology, led the team and stood at the door with the company's latest mobile phone. The solemn plaque at the door and the various auxiliary plaques next to it were scary to look at. Lai Rong held a black backpack, as if afraid of being snatched away. He was also accompanied by 4 hardware designers and a software designer, because he might have to explain some software and hardware parameters later. And by the way, if he was treating guests, he could also ward off the wine. They say there are 4 difficulties in a place like this. It's hard to get in, his face is ugly, things are hard to handle, and his words are hard to hear. Lai Rong originally thought that he would experience a cold shoulder and make things difficult for him, but his chairman was so helpful that he directly told him to wait here yesterday. Someone took him inside. How could he not understand the meaning? Tang Qing is looking for a relationship. He hadn't stood there for 5 minutes. A young man came up and asked, "Brother, do you want to do something inside?" "Yes." Lai Rong nodded and took 2 steps back. Although he didn't believe that someone would rob someone at the door of a department like this There were so many weird things in the world, so he couldn't be careless. I saw Lai Rong holding his backpack. The man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have something good. I know people there. If you want to do something, I can help you a little. The young man said enthusiastically and wanted to grab Lai Rong's shoulder, but he dodged him. Lai Rong knows. This is an encounter with a capable person. As for whether it is true or false, we don't know. Sorry, no need. Lai Rong shook his head. The characteristics of Chai Run mentioned by Tang Qing. Nothing like this guy. Seeing that Lai Rong was not getting enough, the young man became a little impatient. Do you know where this place is? For ordinary people, the process can kill you. Without an acquaintance to guide you, it will be difficult for you to find the door, especially for a company like yours, Qingyuan Technology, which has no reputation at all. What does it manufacture? Walkie-talkies. Lai Rong was speechless. Where does this guy's sense of superiority come from? Not famous? Wait. Soon. The world must remember these 4 words, Qingyuan Technology. Seeing that Lai Rong was unmoved, the young man was about to speak when a loud shout from beside him startled him. That boy! Get out of here. What are you yelling about here, so early in the morning? He was scolded like this. The young man turned around and was about to retort, but when he saw who was coming, he immediately shut up. He didn't know who the person who scolded him was, but he knew the license plate, which started with Beijing A80, at the boundary of the capital city. For people who don't know, looking at the license plate is the first criterion for identification. There are many talented people in Jing A8 brand. Behind these brands are dignitaries who walk in the study room, wealthy businessmen who dominate various industries, yamen with nostrils pointing to the sky, and gentle and elegant aristocratic gentlemen. Anyway, there is someone above me. Still a big shot. I'm sorry, brother, for disturbing you. The young man nodded and bowed. Chiron ignored this guy at all. Are you Lai Rong? Lai Rong nodded quickly. I am. Are you Mr. Chai? It's me. Come in with me. Chiron said with a smile. Okay. Lai Rong said. Chiron drove towards the ministry, with Lai Rong and his party following behind. The young talent smile didn't stop until the car was far away. Mr. Chai and the Chai family were soon connected. That's a behemoth. Have to. This business cannot be done today. Go back and eat something good to calm your nerves. Park the car. Have you brought everything? Yes. Lai Rong nodded quickly. Then let's go. I also want to see what the mobile phone made by Tang Qing looks like. Chiron said with a smile. After saying that, he walked directly into the building. To be honest, he didn't know the way. This was his first time here. Who is that? Which floor is your Deputy Zhao's office on? As soon as we entered the hall, Chiron caught a staff member holding documents and asked. The man was stunned. This young man was so arrogant, as if he was giving an order. What's the matter with you? Chiron said. It's useless to tell you. I forgot to ask him when I was on the phone with him before. 6th floor. The man said. Thanks, let's go. Chiron and Lai Rong came to the 6th floor and found the office. Dong dong dong. Please come in. Push the door open and walk in. Sa Xiao Shuahai. A smile appeared on Chiron's face. Uncle Xiao. Long time no see. Boy, haven't we met during the Chinese New Year? Sit down quickly. How are you doing, my daughter? I heard that you have been bullied by your daughter at home. Xiao Shuahai stood up and greeted Chiron happily. He also watched Chiron grow up. Time flies so fast. It's good. The girl is clingy. Chiron sat on the sofa and talked about his daughter with a happy face. The bullying Xiao Shuahai said was that his daughter liked to pull his beard. Chiron waved to Lai Rong and the others. Uncle Xiao, this is Mr. Lai from Qingyuan Technology. Their mobile phone is going to be launched. Please help me. Xiao Shuahai looked at Lai Rong. Lai Rong quickly said hello. Chiron continued. Uncle Xiao, Qingyuan Technology is a company started by my good star brother Tang Qing. This time it is said to be an epic-making mobile phone. I haven't seen it yet. It was mysterious and didn't show it to me before. Oh, then I want to see it. Xiao Shuahai became interested. Lai Rong quickly opened his backpack. Take out 10 boxes. One glance. Chiron saw the appearance of the mobile phone on the packaging. Is this a mobile phone? Chiron picked up the box in surprise. Open it quickly. Soon, there was a white smartphone in his hand. He immediately liked the feel of it. It was much larger than the original Apple phone. Mr. Lai, how do you turn it on? Tell me. Press and hold the small button in the upper right corner for 3 seconds. Lai Rong explained quickly. Chiron immediately took action. Xiao Shuahai also got a black mobile phone in his hand. Power on. After the dynamic boot, image flashes. The operation interface pops up. Next, under Lai Rong's explanation, they slowly learned to operate this smartphone. Lai Rong kept introducing the differences from the first-generation Apple phone and its innovations. Needless to say, Chai Run and Xiao Shuahai were both excited. This phone, smartphones redefined. Are there any other functions? Chai Run asked. Nowadays, all mobile phones are equipped with basic apps. Lai Rong nodded. The reason why a smartphone is called smart is that it can be equipped with a variety of apps, that is, applications to implement different functions just like Microsoft's operating system. It can run basic operations, install games and software, and implement various other functions. The meaning of a smartphone is compatibility, tolerance, and the possibility of unlimited expansion. This is what Tang Qing told them at the beginning. This is also Tang Qing's definition of smartphones. The possibilities are endless. Are the possibilities infinite? Xiao Shuahai's eyes shined. Looking at Lai Rong, do you have a mature app? I want to try it out. He has tried basic operations, such as making phone calls. Lai Rong said, there is a test version, but it requires sufficient internet speed. Internet speed? Xiao Shuahai asked doubtfully. Yes, a smartphone, which is said to be a mobile phone, has actually surpassed the category of a mobile phone. Its life is based on traffic, bandwidth, and high-speed internet. If you want to try this app, you need at least a 4G signal or WLAN. I know a place with 4G. Let's go and try it. After hearing this, Xiao Shuahai stood up. He is also extremely curious about how mobile terminal traffic is eaten by smartphones. Chiron also stood up. Let's go, I want to see it too. Lai Rong had no choice but to obey. Put things away. Follow the two men downstairs. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of Beijing. This is an equipment testing factory in the ministry. Huawei's 4G is currently being tested here. All 4G-related equipment is available and connected to the network. There is no better place than this. Quickly, get 2 4G test mobile phone cards and enable traffic for this account. Xiao Shuahai said to the person in charge. Don't dare to neglect. The person in charge hurried to the laboratory to get 2 mobile phone cards for testing. This account was activated and had no traffic or bandwidth restrictions. There were also several sets of 4G equipment in the factory that had been running for nearly a year. Lai Rong and another engineer skillfully changed cards. Power on. The mobile phone signal has changed to 4G. Connect the computer to the computer with a data cable and install an app store on the phone. There is no app store in the test machine. There is only one software in the app store, Comet Video Beta version. He clicked download. Only 5 seconds. The 45M software was downloaded. Subject to hardware limitations. The download speed of 100M is not yet reached, but it's enough to watch the video. Xiao Shuahai and Chai Ren were watching on the side. After the installation was completed, after clicking to open, the interface jumped to the Comet Video app interface. The colors were inherited from the web version, and they looked very familiar. The app is installed. The program has been connected to the Comet Video database. You can search and view all the videos of Comet Video. Lai Rong handed over the 2 mobile phones. The 2 took it quickly. Operate it. Open a video on the home page. The screen jumps to the play page. Press the triangle play button, and the sound comes out immediately. This is a home page recommendation. What is being recommended now is a funny program. Fast forward, rewind, and play in the middle. All very smooth. Horizontal screen, vertical screen, lock screen. The different modes also make them very novel. Is this a mobile phone? This is a mobile phone. At this time, they already have this understanding. Used before. It can only be said to be a thing for making phone calls. It is conceivable that in the future, smartphones will be the mainstream, and you can watch movies, news, and the latest videos anytime and anywhere. And this is just the beginning. Equipped with different apps. There are endless possibilities. Mr. Lai, the current wireless network, may not be able to withstand such a large bandwidth. Xiao Shuai said. We know that soon, however, major mobile phone manufacturers will launch similar smartphones. Under the leadership of the entire industry, network speed will reach a peak. 4G construction in various countries will be accelerated. Lai Rongxin said. Yes. Xiao Shuai nodded. Such a mobile phone. Needless to say, it must be epic-making. When users are not satisfied with the operator's network, speed increases become inevitable. It seems. Internet speed in China. You have to start speeding up too. Products that are innovative and created in our own country. You can't use it in your own country. That would be so ironic. Xiao Shuai tried it out. The person in charge next to him also looked at it in surprise. Mr. Xiao, is this a mobile phone? Xiao Shuai smiled slightly. Yes, a mobile phone, a new generation of smartphones, is also an item that you will test next, but the procedures at the ministry have not been completed yet, so I can't give it to you now. The process has not yet reached the testing factory. One listen. The person in charge couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that the wait would take a few more days. Si Chai Run playing with great enthusiasm. He really wanted to get started. After playing for a while, Xiao Shuai was ready to leave. Let's go back first. By the way, Director Su, you bring someone with you to install a wireless router for the department. I want to show it to other department leaders and get 8 unlimited test mobile phone cards. Yes. The person in charge named Su took the order and left. I took a router directly from the device being tested. There are 2 types of wireless routers. A kind of light cat, an electric cat. The FTTH optical network has not yet been set up in the ministry, so we can only use a power modem, which is a router connected with a network cable. The person in charge came back soon and brought a technician with him. I called the ministry's network management center again, asked them to contact Telecom's technical support, ensure smooth network connectivity, because it was close to noon when I came back. There's a bit of traffic on the road. It took them more than an hour to arrive at the department. The technicians pulled a network cable directly from the ONU and connected it to the high-speed router. After the upper layer equipment discovered the electric modem, it began to process data. Only 5 minutes. The data is ready. All 10 test phones were also connected to the wireless network. Sit on the couch. Chiron had a great time playing. The person in charge also took one and couldn't put it down and operated it. For quick processing, Xiao Shuai asked his secretary to accompany him personally. Mr. Lai, you follow him to go through the process first and complete the department's process as soon as possible. Xiao Zhu, keep an eye on it and let them speed up. Xiao Shuai is not only doing it for Chai Run, but also for himself. One can imagine, as soon as this thing comes out, Huaxia innovation will once again be heard around the world, and he also hopes to pass the test as quickly as possible. Yes, the secretary took Lai Rong and the accompanying technicians down. With Xiao Shuai's secretary leading the way, there was no obstruction, and Secretary Zhu was still watching. Their hands and feet were amazingly deft, and Lai Rong felt completely different from what he imagined. The face of my own boss. It's just big. After Lai Rong left, Xiao Shuai continued to play with his mobile phone. Became a head-bowing tribe, although there's only one app on it. But compared to the previous Bang Bang phones, this thing is simply too fun. It's a pity that it's just an app. If it can play games and install social software, it will definitely be something that people can't live without in the future. It would be nice if there were more applications. I also want to try Penguin. Xiao Shuai said. This app has to wait for Tencent to develop it itself. Chiron said. Yes. How about it, Uncle Xiao? I didn't disappoint you. Chiron said with a smile. Tang Qing was really brave, and he was not in vain for his dedicated help. Xiao Shuai smiled and nodded. Not bad, really good, but consumes too much data. He took a look and found that he had used up hundreds of MB of data so far. Such a consumption rate would make current mobile phone users sigh and dare not use it all. So, it is inevitable to increase network speed, and it is inevitable to reduce traffic rates. It is better to call operators together quickly and study the construction of 4G network. Otherwise, we will be embarrassed. Chira encouraged. I will contact the minister this afternoon, and the current 4G equipment testing is almost complete. Xiao Shuai said. The reason why they have not issued 4G for taking photos. It's because there is no demand. If it was before, let it go. Today's mobile phones simply cannot use such a large bandwidth, which is a complete waste of resources. The market follows demand. But when this mobile phone came out, Xiao Shuai shook his head. In a crowded place, one base station may not be enough. At this time, he thought he had found an opportunity to start the first year of 4G construction with this palm-sized thing in his hand. Chai Ren said the iron was hot. Uncle Xiao, you should know that Myanmar has already prepared to build a nationwide 4G network, issued 2 4G operator licenses, and the equipment order was taken by Huawei. I heard that Huawei has been fully producing 4G equipment from the beginning. This time alone, Myanmar has eaten 80% of Huawei's inventory for the past 6 months. We must hurry up. Xiao Shuai knew this. Awesome courage. He also saw it. To do. Directly covering the whole country. It is unambiguous and has a bit of Huaxia style. When Huaxia does things, it is always not short money. It is done as promised without thinking about money at all. But he knows that this is promoted by the Myanmar Bank Group, Zhihua Technology Company, and Myanmar Bank Group are the controlling shareholders. This time, they say they support Huawei, but they are actually supporting themselves. Chiron looked at the time. Tang Qing should be out of class. He called Tang Qing directly with the smartphone in his hand. Young Master Chai, how did you know it was me? Chiron was depressed. He originally wanted to tease Tang Qing. My mobile phone has caller ID. It seems that the mobile phone number in this range is not issued to the outside world. It is mainly used for communication testing. At this time, the only person who could use this number to make calls was Chiron. Okay, that was a mistake. But it's not interesting for you, kid, to hide such a good thing. Chiron scolded Tang Qing. You are also one of the first to have fun. Yes, I have to say that your smartphone has given us a lot of surprises. I will report it to the minister in the afternoon and may increase the domestic 4G network construction. Tell me, I have tried so hard, and you are not allowed to give me any bribes. Openly asking for bribes? I'm not a civil servant, and I am not guilty of asking for bribes. It's true, but if you want the benefits, you should think about it in your dreams. At most, I will send you 2 after the press conference. For the rest, let alone doors, there are no windows. Tang Qing curled his lips. Stingy guy. Chiron was depressed. Let's not talk anymore. I have to have dinner with my wife. By the way, I will treat the leaders to dinner at noon. I will only reimburse the wine money. Stingy. The wine money is the wine money. Hang up the phone. Thinking that at least there was something gained, Chiron also looked cheerful. Xiao Shuai was fascinated by it. Is this still the same young Master Chai? There's also the relationship between Tang Qing and Chiron, which is really good. Uncle Xiao, I found the wine for lunch. Chiron said with a smile. Xiao Shuai shook his head. You can't drink during working hours. If you can't drink, just pretend to go home. Later we will go to the fruit wine distribution point to move 10 boxes. If there are more, Tang Qing will not feel distressed, so we will treat them as fast-track fees paid by Tang Qing. Chiron gave a solution. This is cheap. I don't want to refuse. Ha! Xiao Shuai perked up when he heard it was fruit wine. That's right, you're welcome. Noon. Chiron and Xiao Shuai had a simple meal. Then he went to the dealership to move 10 boxes of fruit wine, half for each person. Xiao Shuai happily accepted it. He would not take other people's things casually, but after passing through Chiron's hands, it was still fruit wine. If you don't take it, you won't. Take it. Afternoon. Once at work, Xiao Shuai came to Yuan Quan's office with his mobile phone. Promote 4G construction. Not just him. Not even his boss can make the decision. The higher-ups can make the decision. What they have to do now is to use facts to promote this matter. Yuan Quan, Xiao Shuai's boss. Under Xiao Shuai's demonstration, he quickly learned how to operate a smartphone. Same as Xiao Shuai. He saw the future of smartphones and the opportunities for 4G network construction when mobile phones became entertainment tools, information relays, and information platforms. This is a completely new industry. Yuan Quan hasn't been so happy for a long time. Okay, great. Is this really something we developed ourselves? Yes, but the main core components are still manufactured by foreign giants, and we can't make them at all. Xiao Shuihai was pragmatic and didn't think it was a big deal. It was indeed impossible to make it domestically, but it doesn't mean that the value of this thing will be reduced. It is a new opportunity for the industry. It is a masterpiece of innovation, although a bit expensive. But considering that Apple's first-generation phones can't even install apps and cost 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, their phone is completely conscience-priced. He also asked Lai Rong and found that the price of this thing is more than 6,000 yuan. Expensive. It's really expensive. But after careful calculation, it is not that Qingyuan technology is crazy. The components inside are slightly more sophisticated and made in foreign countries. The chips use Qualcomm's new generation Xiaolong processor, which itself is very expensive. All kinds of research and development, taxes, patents, etc. are calculated comprehensively. It's really a good price. What do you think? Yuan Quan raised his head and asked. Xiao Shuihai organized the language. I think we could spend a few days conducting a preliminary test on this mobile phone. We are also preparing materials here. Once we get the preliminary test report, we will report it to our superiors. The emergence of this mobile phone, it already means that the technical barrier is gone. According to Moore's law, parts prices will soon drop. It doesn't matter even if Tang Qing's mobile phone tests have minor problems, because this means that this era has come. This phone, it is just a manifestation of the technology of the times. I agree. 5 days later, take the test report. Yuan Quan formally reported to his superiors. Attracted great attention. Changing from made in China to created in China has always been China's goal. In the past, it followed the world. This time, if such a good thing can be produced in China, it cannot be buried. Made, if you can't use it yourself. This is definitely a slap in the face. Then, under the leadership of the Ministry of Information Industry, major domestic communication equipment companies, operators, and relevant ministries and commissions organized a meeting to discuss the issue of network speed-up in coastal areas. Full construction will have to wait for some time. The content of the meeting has nothing to do with mobile phones. The main purpose is to improve the quality of network services, optimize the transmission of existing data networks, and serve the increasing demand for monitoring data. Because, just 2 days ago, that organization sent a message. It was decided to sell the distributed facial recognition computing system and some hacking technologies to the National Information Warfare Research Center, and the organization also formally proposed to end its cooperation with the center. The reasons given are, the Americans tracked them down, saw this message. No matter it's someone from the Information Warfare Research Center, it's still the big guys above. I became nervous all of a sudden. The involvement of the United States is never a trivial matter. Once the people of this organization are caught, the network technology strength of the United States will definitely increase a lot. Even if you don't get caught, if they lose their cooperative relationship with this organization, they will also lose a lot of help. To know, these 2 years, this organization has helped them so much. Through the internet, it helped them obtain a large amount of confidential information that they had no access to before. Cutting-edge military technology, many of which are core secrets of several major arms giants in the world. Something that has been developed with dozens or tens of billions of dollars. That's it, sold to them at cabbage price. It greatly enriched their military technology reserves. By tampering with the personnel information of major airlines, the evacuation of some important personnel was greatly facilitated. We even changed the customs information of Western countries and shipped back a lot of equipment. It can be said, they were used to having such a powerful ally. Now, suddenly he said that he wanted to terminate the cooperation. How could they bear it? But people have said it. Their whereabouts were discovered by the United States, and they had to flee for their lives. On the occasion of parting, I simply packaged and sent some technology away. At the same time, the family searching network was officially under system management. From now on, incidents such as lost children need to be completed by themselves. They are quite confident about this. After such a long time, thousands of people have been arrested, no matter how big or small, and they're all severely punished. There are really not many people who dare to be human traffickers now. Of course, this is based on the premise that they can continue to solve crimes so efficiently. Otherwise, the deterrent effect will be greatly reduced. In addition to the family searching network, the foundation is still operated independently. It is managed and supervised by agents selected by that organization. That organization has said that they will always pay attention to the development of the foundation. Therefore, no one will waste the money. Otherwise, see you in the future. Everyone feels bad, and even feels bad about them, and the gain outweighs the loss. This news, it's obviously fake, because the members of the organization are all in the command room. How could it be traced by the United States? Even if the address is found, it will be transferred to their internal organization. Yes, their internal organization. This move, it's called internal disintegration, to infiltrate U.S. intelligence services. The command room inevitably resorted to some underhanded tactics. For example, when technical data on General Dynamics nuclear submarines was leaked, it took more than 3 months to find out that it was an intrusion by FBI internal technicians through network vulnerabilities. The buyer was a polar bear intelligence officer. The thread ends here. Because the insider had escaped and was missing, and the polar bear intelligence officer was caught by the CIA. He was still confused at the time, so I bribed that person. But I didn't get anything. But no one has any proof. Of course, the matter did not end there. Within a few days, an FBI deputy director discovered that a gift given to him by the guy who escaped earlier contained the memory card containing that information. I was immediately frightened and stunned. If you get a little bit involved in this kind of thing, you'll have to peel off your skin. Will he suspect that he is an accomplice? Just like that, he destroyed the memory card, pretending that nothing happened, and destroyed the evidence. However, what he didn't expect was that someone came to the door the next day with a testimony and video. Then, a deputy director has become the next family. Cooperation for so long. Tang Qing felt it was time to end his mission. In the past 2 years of cooperation, the technical strength of the research center has also improved by leaps and bounds. The soldiers not only taught them many cutting-edge hacking techniques, but also helped them build a very solid defense system. These 2 years, being powerful will attract hatred. If you're powerful, some people will be afraid of you. Someone challenged it. Same as country. When the United States was the most powerful country in the world, all countries will try to bring him down, and they will be happy to see that he is not doing well. Wait until the future. We will still face this problem. When you become the focus of everyone, you will suffer more attacks and accusations because being strong is a sin in itself, and your strength is a security threat to others. Then, the research center became lively. For 2 years, training every day gives them almost no free time. Good thing. 2 years of training, tempered into a steel. There is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. It's time for them to get out, and the tens of billions of remuneration they received from helping them do some things in the past 2 years have all been given to the foundation. It will take at least 10 years to spend them all. April 10th, announced by the Ministry of Information Industry. In the next 3 years, we will accelerate the increase of internet bandwidth speed and build an information society. At the same time, in early May, 4G licenses will be issued to 3 operators. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This is after Myanmar, the second country to announce the comprehensive construction of 4G network. Other countries are waiting and watching. They felt that the 3G network speed was sufficient and there was no need to upgrade so quickly. However, they did not contact the mobile phone, but the Skynet plan announced by the government department. Project Skynet used cameras, sensors, chips, and other equipment to comprehensively enhance informatization and automation coverage in all walks of life. For example, in surveillance, within the next 3 years, all public surveillance will be connected to the public security network, as long as it's not installed in your own home. It does not involve company confidentiality and privacy, and will be monitored by public security. This consumes traffic, not just a little bit. If you are careful, you will find that the internet speed increase has been started a year ago and is being done on a large scale. However, it was not announced in such a solemn way. Once analyzed, problems will be discovered. The main purpose this time, it is a 4G license. The happiest person is, of course, Huawei. As local enterprises, they have natural advantages. After obtaining the license, major operators start preliminary preparations, such as calculating requirements, networking, large-scale test areas, cutover plans, etc. Very busy. Fortunately, Huawei has already provided a mature networking plan. They just need to complete their own requirements calculations. April 11th, Shenzhen Market. Zhihua Technology Headquarters Building. After such a long period of expansion, Zhihua Technology has become a comprehensive advanced communication equipment R&D, manufacturing, and solution provider, and has received strong support from the Shenzhen city. The walls are covered with bronze medals and trophies. As long as there's a prize. Invited. Zhihua Technology will bring one back. Since Zhihua Technology is only involved in 4G equipment, it does not conflict with Huawei's previous business, but is complementary. Therefore, the cooperation between the two parties has been very pleasant. Unfortunately, other people besides holding the controlling stake are also currently the largest customers. For G construction across Myanmar, it was almost gifted to them. Huawei's other equipment also almost monopolizes Myanmar's communication equipment market, and it is like running in its own backyard. This is a treatment that Huawei has never enjoyed before. 9:15 in the morning. Ren Zhengfei came here. As the company's second largest shareholder, he usually attends important meetings in person. After such a long time of understanding, to this company, he was filled with awe. That's right, just awe. Those who work in technology can only admire one kind of person, and that is someone whose technology is better than him. And the expert team of this company has opened his eyes. There are almost no problems that they cannot solve. He was convinced. The main difficulties in 4G technology have been overcome by others, and it is backed by a country. It cannot be said to be a state-owned enterprise, but its influence is so great that the owner can print money and spend it. Do you think it can be awesome? What is printed is money that gradually has regional settlement capabilities. The situation over there has developed to this point. Anyone who cares knows. Soon it will become history, but Ren Zhengfei still has a doubt buried in his heart. That is, whether he is seeking skin from a tiger. The strong strength of the partner is really a bit beyond the scope. On stage, Warrior is announcing its next corporate strategy. With this China 4G tender, there is no doubt that we will be the largest equipment provider. In the next 3 years, the company will develop rapidly. In addition to the Chinese market, other countries will soon follow. The content of the meeting was very ordinary. But what's unusual is that, why is it so certain that there will be a peak period of 4G construction? It also asked each hardware department to step up production, optimize services, and form teams to prepare to start tackling the markets in various countries. Ren Zhengfei doesn't know, but there was no question at the meeting. After the meeting, Ren Zhengfei found the soldier. You are so sure that the peak of 4G construction will come next. Huawei Strategy Department predicts that the 4G construction boom will appear in at least 2 years. Even China will not build 4G base stations on a large scale in the short term. Improve internet speed at most. This is very different from Huawei's analysis results. Mr. Ren, I don't know. How do you read your smartphone? The soldier said with a smile. Smartphone, Ren Zhengfei said. Yes. The soldier nodded. Ren Zhengfei. I think smartphones will be the next wireless internet future. With Qualcomm launching a new generation of high-performance Xiaolong processors, the performance of smartphones will see a substantial increase. Huawei established its mobile phone division in 2003. I have been making mobile phones all the time. It's just that it's not their main business. It's mainly about accumulating experience. Since Apple launched the first-generation phone, they immediately followed up and joined in the research and development of smartphones and have achieved some results. Is this the basis for judgment? You are right. In the future, smartphones will become a major source of traffic, and the requirements for communication quality will become higher and higher. However, unlike your estimate of 2 years, my estimate is 1 month. The soldier raised a finger. A month. Ren Zhengfei said in surprise. Yes, 1 month from now, the world will need 4G. The soldier said with a smile. Ren Zhengfei was puzzled. Why? Because of it, he said. The soldier handed Ren Zhengfei something, which was a mobile phone made by Tang Qing Company. In the future, Zhihua Technology will also make mobile phones, but Huawei's mobile phone department is not within Zhihua Technology. Instead of competing when the time comes, why not cooperate now? This time, Warrior does not intend to hold shares. It's very simple. Mobile phones don't make money. In the future, mobile phones will enter an era of low profit. Except for Apple, other mobile phones can have a profit of 2%, which is not low. Xiaomi's hardware has never made money. Whether it's Xiaomi, Huawei, or Samsung, they're just seizing the market. Make money from other services. What's the point of holding a business that doesn't make money? This is a smartphone? Ren Zhengfei blurted out as he watched the soldier turn on the phone and see the operating interface inside. Yes, he said. The soldier showed him other functions, such as surfing the internet, reading news, and watching videos. Since there's a 4G network here, the mobile phone runs extremely smoothly. Ren Zhengfei was stunned. Ren Zhengfei asked excitedly, which company produced this? Qingyuan Technology. The soldier said, Qingyuan Technology? Whose company is this? From China? Ren Zhengfei asked confused. The soldier nodded. Yes, I think you must be familiar with its owner, Tang Qing, chairman of Comic Group. This phone has been tested by the Ministry of Information Industry and will be officially released by the company on the 15th of next month. This. Ren Zhengfei took a deep breath. Will it be released next month? What a speed. He took it and experienced it for himself. He didn't know what to say. Once this thing comes out, mobile phones will usher in a revolutionary step forward. Mr. Ren, I'm showing you this because we're also preparing to get involved in the smartphone field, but it overlaps with Huawei's department. I don't want this kind of conflict of interest to occur. The soldier expressed his intention. You want to acquire our mobile phone department. Ren Zhengfei frowned. The soldier shook his head. No, we are not acquiring. We are cooperating. The new company will still be controlled and managed by Huawei. We will not interfere in the company's operations. You can make your own decisions. Ren Zhengfei lowered his head and pondered. This matter, it's not bad to think about. It's just that Tang Qing has developed such an excellent smartphone, which is really incredible. When this mobile phone is released, the market will change. You have to know that there are not many manufacturers in the world that can produce mobile phone chips. If we don't place an order soon, we will have to queue up. Let me think about this mobile phone. Ren Zhengfei really wants to take it back and play with it carefully. The soldier shook his head. I can't give it to you. Our boss has some contact with Tang Qing's second uncle. He gave us for testing, which is also a kind of trust. In the agreement, it's actually a violation of the rules for us to do this. Understood. Ren Zhengfei understood. Subsequently, Ren Zhengfei left. Back to the office. All I could think of was the appearance of the phone just now, its system, settings, and even though there were few functions, it was an app that could achieve smooth video playback. They were all still fresh in his memory. No wonder it's a month. The world will rush into the 4G era because Tang Qing creates demand for traffic. Thinking of a young face in his mind, he didn't know how to describe it other than admiration. The vision of the richest man in the country was different. He was betting on smartphones so early, and he was right. Now, it's harvest time. Just this phone. Tang Qing can once again become the richest man in the country, and even move to a higher mountain. Think about it all night. The next day, Ren Zhengfei made a decision. Agree. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. By the time everyone sees the cake, it will be too late. At that time, we will have to compete with the world's major giants and new entrants for the bit of production that cannot be expanded immediately. Expanding production capacity also takes time. Then, April 14th, Huawei announced. It took out its mobile phone department and accepted an investment of 500 million yuan from Zhihua Technology to establish a new company, with Huawei accounting for 60% of the shares and Zhihua Technology accounting for 40%. Just a few days before and after, Germany. A technology company announced that it will enter the field of smartphones. USA. Yarvi announced that the Mobile Terminal Equipment Research and Development Department will become independent and establish a new company. For a while, there's a strange atmosphere in the industry, and Jobs felt even worse. There were more enemies around him, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. April 16th, Xiamen City. Xiamen City is extremely lively today. It is not an exaggeration to say that there was a lot of traffic because Xiamen City was officially open today, and in the central square, in order to celebrate, a large-scale performance was held and a number of Burmese stars were invited. It is free for everyone to watch, attracting quite a few tourists and making the streets of Xiamen town almost empty. Zero finished his speech. After a round of applause, the show begins. In the audience, Tang Qing was on the list. He was invited by the government of Xiamen City because during the construction of Xiamen City, the construction company he cooperated with Wang Sao won a large number of projects and was considered an important participant. Only, no medals. However, Tang Qing was already very satisfied that he was on the list of thanks in Ling's speech just now. It was rare for Ling to read his name on such an important occasion, broadcast live on national television. Besides, it was Wang Sa and other invited guests. Since Ling was watching the show not far in front, Su Yu and several deputy chiefs were also sitting next to Ling. They didn't dare to say anything and could only watch the performance on the stage. And not far from Zero, they also saw Ainsley in the United States. Ainsley watched the performance expressionlessly, but absent-minded. It's not that they, the United States, sent people to harm Zero. They're not crazy yet, and they're basically unable to operate because the entire Xiamen City is under martial law today, surrounded by densely packed soldiers. The security teams can only be on the periphery. Presidential Guard. After Zero went up, all replaced, and the number has increased by more than 5 times. Of course, this is not public, but private. Others don't know, but Ainsley knows that now there must be someone watching from every commanding height. Something is wrong. It will definitely blow your mind. What he is worried about now is how to persuade Zero to buy some of their weapons and equipment. You know, Zero will not buy a single bullet from them, which makes some domestic arms giants very dissatisfied. Say they are incompetent. It would be fine if Zero did nothing. Zero will not buy their equipment. On one side, they actually began to install equipment produced in their own country on a large scale, including individual combat weapons, small firearms, and transportation vehicles. Although they did not involve large weapons at all, in the eyes of outsiders, they were almost replaced. Therefore, their logic is, the transportation vehicles and equipment have been changed. Why can't weapons be changed? As an envoy, isn't it your duty to promote the weapons and equipment of the United States and create tax revenue and jobs for the United States? In response, Ainsley really wanted to strangle them to death. Damn it! What creates? Tax revenue. It's not just for your own pocket. But he could only think about it in his mind and did not dare to refute, let alone pretend that he had not heard. Otherwise, someone would soon replace him, and the next time he went to an African country. It's approaching noon. The show is over. Zero is gone. The crowd began to disperse. Whether they were locals or tourists, most of them were here for the first time. Holding the map they were given when entering the city, they began to appreciate the charm of the city. Where to go now? Wang Sa asked. Eat and walk around in the afternoon. I have never visited Xiamen City with so many people. Tang Qing has been here dozens of times before, but they were all under construction. He had never seen a scene of hospitality with so many people. To this city, he also has some feelings. Watching it grow into its current size day by day, he could recall how it used to be fields in many places. Looking at today's high-rise buildings, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Anyway, I'm fine. Let's go together in the afternoon. How about you? Wang Sa said to Wei Jun and others. Where you go, we go. Wei Jun didn't dare to have any objection. 10 minutes. Arrive at destination. They came to Yu Tao's hotel. There was a row of flower baskets at the door, and the restaurant was almost full. However, Tang Qing had already reserved a private room, so he didn't have to worry about not having a seat. Mr. Tang, here you come. Please come in. As soon as he entered the door, A figure quickly walked out from the front desk. It was Yu Tao. Everyone came to the box on the second floor. Boss Yu, it's time to serve, Tang Kai said with a smile. The two got to know each other not because of food. They met on the plane. In the past, there was no direct connection from Qingyan City. Every time I had a transfer from Kunming City, Yu Tao also flew in first class, and the two of them got to know each other. Okay, I'll give the order right away. Yu Tao went out happily. He has met these people several times, but he is not familiar with them, but they must be big bosses. I thought it was somewhere, but I didn't expect it was owned by this person. Don't tell me, his food is really good. Wang Sa has also been to Yu Tao's restaurant in Xinan Town and ate twice, and he has some impressions. Tang Kai smiled slightly. Yes, when it comes to Chinese food, there are really few authentic Chinese food here. Boss, you also spent a lot of money to build such a big store this time. With this income, the future business will definitely be good. Wei Ju nodded. Through the window, you can still see the streets and people outside. Tang Liang praised. The number of tourists here is not increasing, and the consumption is reasonable. The environment is beautiful, and the tourism routes and resources will be enriched in the future. I think it is more attractive than Thailand. It should be said that it is evenly divided. Tang Kai said pertinently. The two sides have different positioning. Thailand has monster shows and various industries suitable for men's consumption, but there is no such thing here. The main focus is nature and exotic customs. Uncle Tang's analysis is in place. The characteristics here are exotic and clean, and there is no tourist chaos. At the same time, some flexibility has been sacrificed. For example, there is no red light district and no flesh and blood business, which is different from Thailand. Wei Jun said, in addition to the strict system, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has strict regulations. The execution is even more demanding. If you say it's forbidden, it's forbidden. No one dares to commit crimes against the wind. Thailand is more suitable for tourists seeking novelties, but here, it is suitable for family travel. Whether it is security, consumption, or other aspects, it is very attractive. Wang Sa also joined the discussion. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, or rather Myanmar and Thailand. They are not following the same path and will not form too fierce a competitive relationship. After dinner, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Kai and his group were walking around Xinan City. Xinan City. It can be said to be the most modern city in Myanmar. After daily news reports in the past few days, there are many tourists. No matter how poor it is, Myanmar is still a country with a population of tens of millions. There are still many in the middle class, although there are still few private cars. But public transportation, such as railways, highways, and airplanes, are already very developed. Even some streets were a little crowded. Tang Kai and Wang Sa also went to experience the light rail. However, looking at the crowded light rail, they did not have the courage to go on it, so they just watched it on a platform for a while. Let's come next time, Tang Kai said helplessly. I think so too. Wang Sa nodded. This time, there was a small quarrel nearby. I heard that they were a Chinese couple who were traveling. It looked like they had just come out of the security booth next to the platform. It's all your fault for causing us to be punished, the wife complained. I've lost it very secretly. Who knew they could find out? The husband was extremely depressed. He just ate a candy and threw the candy wrapper on the ground. Within 5 minutes, he received a message. A debit message. This is a service that is activated on their mobile phones when they enter the country. The deposit of 100 per person, if it is deducted, will be required to pay back when leaving the country. He needed the candy wrappers into balls, which were similar to corn kernels, but he did not expect to be discovered. Just went to the security booth. I just want to see if they have any evidence and whether they are deducting money randomly. Apparently, the evidence is overwhelming. It's the same as what's said in the travel guide. The wife muttered, 10 yuan is gone. This money is so profitable. No wonder the ground here is so clean. I wonder if Xinan City will make a fortune today. Definitely. Fortunately, there is no such rule in China. Otherwise, I wouldn't be used to it. Littering is not a bad habit. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Tang Kai and Wang Sa smiled at each other. Make money? Nonsense. So far, the money from such fines is really not much. Those who break the rules knowing that they will be fined are the only ones who want to experience it. Even wealthy people cannot withstand such fines. Because, amount of fine, it increases in steps. The first 3 times, 10 yuan each time, then double it, and so on. The 7th time is 40, the 10th time is 80. Even if you're a wealthy person, if you crack melon seeds all the way, you will probably be sore for a while. You will understand deeply. In the world, accept compound interest. There's another thing that is scary, and that is geometric growth. The next day, Neibidu, Presidential Palace. Ainsley came to Zero again. This time, he prepared a long list of excuses, but Zero remained unmoved. He wanted Zero to buy weapons. He had no money, no budget, and most importantly, there was no need. Zero asked repeatedly, "What do I need weapons for?" At last, Ainsley couldn't help but ask, "Then why did you start changing your clothes?" "Oh, Mr. Ainsley knows a lot." Zero looked at him with a half-smile. "Well, I just saw that their guns are different from before, and their cars are also different. You said you love peace, but why are you making weapons privately? Although they are light weapons, it goes against your original intention." Ainsley was also confused. There was a bit of questioning in his tone. Zero shook his head. "You may have misunderstood. You have seen the weapons they used before. They are a mess. They come from all countries and have different calibers. Most of them are old things. The maintenance cost is too high, which is higher than buying new ones. Of course, in order to unify the military appearance and unify the weapon calibers, the maintenance cost can be greatly reduced. As for the vehicles, I just think that the ones you sell are too expensive. Each one easily costs millions of dollars. And your ships and planes cost tens of millions of dollars. How can we have the money? If we borrow your money to buy them, how long will it take for us to pay off this case? In short, I have no money, no big equipment required. If you want a loan, we don't want it. What the hell? Whoever likes to do this job can do it." Ainsley was already cursing in his heart. "The oil and salt are not allowed to enter. We are different from your big country. We don't have so many ambitions. We just want to develop the economy and create a future for the people. As for maintaining world peace, I'll leave it to you." LinkedIn opened his hands. Ainsley felt like he was being entrusted with a heavy responsibility. "Mr. Ainsley, please don't mention the weapons issue again in the future. I know you are also under tremendous pressure. If you fail to complete the task, you will most likely be transferred back." Hearing this, Ainsley's expression changed. These words, why does it sound like a stock is about to be traded? However, he was going to be disappointed, no matter how stupid. It is impossible for the command room to think that a figure like Ainsley is easy to form an alliance with. A person who can hold such a position is almost impossible to be bribed. Even if he is dissatisfied with his superiors, he does not dare to betray him, because only the United States can protect them. "I'm deeply sorry for that," Zero said slowly. Ainsley looked confused. Deeply sorry. Deeply sorry. If there was a private transaction, he would go back and report it, and it would be a bonus for him to show his loyalty. The words "deeply sorry" really hit Ainsley. "No, I have to go back and drink some wine to calm down the shock." These words, so infuriating, and he didn't dare to rebel yet, so he could only accept it carefully. Isn't that what his position is for? There are needs and tasks at home, and if the people here are not willing, they must be careful to balance both ends. "This is a technical job," Ainsley said. "In that case, I will take my leave. I hope President Zero will consider it carefully. There is a saying that goes well. The significance of weapons does not lie in their use, but in deterrence when others know you have them. Thank you for the reminder." Zero smiled. Ainsley stood up and nodded slightly. "Turn around and leave. This matter, it seems that I have to find another way." After returning, Ainsley reports to his superiors. His boss was silent for a long time. It seems so. Only extraordinary measures can be used. Didn't Zero say there is no external threat? Then find some threats for him, and they are close at hand. This is not too difficult to operate, but it was just not useful in the past. The United States has many chess pieces around the world. It's just rarely used. I understand. We will find a solution on this matter. Yes. In the communication. Other side. Ainsley's boss walked up to a map and looked at the countries around Myanmar. China, Bangladesh, India, Thailand, Laos, and Sri Lanka and Indonesia across the sea. Finger slides gently. Fix on a point. He has chosen his target. India. This is a country with deep ties to the United States. I used to hug the British thigh. Later, Britain was in decline. They can only cling to the lap of the United States and purchase numerous weapons from the United States every year. They have no choice but to consume weapons at an alarming rate. Crashing airplanes has become a daily routine and a common occurrence. But that's fine. This way, arms dealers have made money and never worry about losing business in India. It is the solvency that gives the United States a headache. Perennial trade deficits have left India heavily in debt. India's current foreign debt exceeds $1 trillion. The annual interest payments are a huge figure, and debt is often deferred or defaulted. But it can still borrow money. On the one hand, India has a large population and huge economic potential, so it will not go bankrupt just for this little money. What's more, this money is still in the pockets of the giants, such as weapons. India needs money. Once the arms giants operate, they can quickly help operate it, and then the giants will be safe. As for debt, of course India owes it to the U.S. government. Capital game. This is also one of the ways to play. The final loss of cash out, a large amount of assets, is, of course, that the United States has an extra loan that is difficult to recover, but the United States does not care. Anyway, you pay it back slowly, and if the principal is not repaid, you'll pay back the interest. There is ample time. Not afraid of India defaulting on its debt. Of course, he is not instigating India to cause chaos. Even if he wanted to, India would not do it. However, India is not a stable country, and there are many separatist forces like David. 30 states of India. There are nearly 24 states with large and small opposition forces. These forces, the largest ones, are mainly concentrated in the enclaves on the right side of India, bordering Myanmar. There are some frictions between the two sides from time to time, but they were all small-scale disturbances. For example, sometimes India moved the boundary marker a few hundred meters toward Myanmar. The two sides would go back and forth, but they were restrained. Since Zero is so ignorant, then I can only find something for you. But now is not the time. Just after the negotiation, if you cause trouble for me, Zero will definitely doubt them. The United States is not a completely hostile country after all. It is just that contrary to ideas. There is no need to be so obvious. Ainsley's boss smiled coldly. Next month. It's probably time to stop urgently. April 18th, USA. San Francisco. In a luxurious villa. Humphrey. He is 25 years old this year. His father is a real estate tycoon in California. At the age of 25, his biggest hobby is playing games because he feels that there are always many unsatisfactory aspects in the designs of major game companies. I also invested in a game company. Pity. It was established less than 3 months ago. The company was dissolved. The reason is that ERV's Force of War provides him with almost all his entertainment needs, with a dazzling number of maps and tricks that he will never get tired of playing. Every time he plays, there are new surprises. This is unmatched by other games. That's all. In just 1 year, he spent no less than $2 million, and he was not the one who spent the most money. It should be said that he could not even enter the top 10. After all, not all wealthy people like beauties, and games can sometimes bring more excitement. At this time, he is playing ERV's new game World. As soon as this game came out, countless game companies are wailing because the content of this game is too wide, covering almost most areas of the game, and it is very close to life. There is always one suitable for you. No, he is running on a desert island. Desert Island Survival. This is a map that he never gets tired of playing. Players drift to an isolated island and look for various things to create survival conditions. Every island is different, whether it is big or small, natural resources, materials, creatures, or the level of danger. Anyway, players need to adapt to various environments. Learn survival knowledge. To survive under limited conditions. In order to survive, players must learn many skills. This learning is really learned. For example, if a poisonous crab is poisonous, the computer will not prompt you whether it is poisonous or not. But as long as it's poisonous, have eaten, just finish playing. This makes countless players look up information first whenever they encounter something that can satisfy their hunger. Gradually, they find that they have learned a lot, which is different from reading a book. It's easy to forget when reading. However, the visual memory of playing games is thousands of times greater than the text memory. Those who play a lot have almost become experts in survival. There are even rich people who have gone to an isolated island to try it out. Found extremely useful. Watch the scene in front of you turn gray. Fuck. Humphrey cursed, but his face was very happy. The fun of the game is the process, not the result. In this kind of game, the gray screen represents lack of academic skills. Nothing to complain about. You will gain wisdom by taking a hard step, and you will learn a wisdom. Why should you still curse others? Finished playing this. Humphrey made a phone call to his companion. Billy, are you done? Let's have a game. Okay, $1,000. No big deal. Billy, Humphrey's college classmate, a guy with an extremely high IQ. But Humphrey has always been dissatisfied. My memory is not as good as yours, and my observation skills are not as good as yours. So, after the world launched the detective series, I often consulted with each other. See who can solve the case the fastest. There is a challenger mode, where 2 or more players can compete. There is no money for winning or losing, but many people regard it as a bet in private. Every time Humphrey and the 2 challenge, they will get a little bit of luck. After continuous learning, complete defeat from the beginning. In the end, we lose more and win less. Then, always lose more and win less. But even so, Humphrey is still enjoying it. He feels that with his current knowledge, he can become a policeman and solve crimes. In fact, this game has become a daily training material for the American Police Department. Quite prosperous. As long as you feel that your IQ is online, they can't help but play for a while, and then they get out of hand. Just started. Most people knelt down. Played 10 cases. The crack rate is 0. At last, I can only read the strategies of my seniors obediently. Because the average difficulty is too high, the more advanced players are, the more difficult the cases they encounter will continue to increase, and they will have to look for clues from the confessions of dozens of people. Distinguish between true and false. This is really a test of IQ. The most disgusting thing is that sometimes half of the confessions are false. Players have to find ways to verify and reason, and even conduct on-site inspections and check surveillance videos. In the end, most of the inferences are wrong. Let more than a few people scold you. Then he entered the trap again without hesitation. After countless game manufacturers played ERV's world, they had only one thought. As long as ERV still exists, they should close the door early. Otherwise, if they continue, they will not be able to open the door. After one game, Humphrey lost. ERV is on the market tomorrow. How much are you going to buy? Billy asked. Humphrey smiled. $10 million. All my pocket money. Tomorrow. ERV Nasdaq rings the bell. I don't know how many people are looking forward to it. Other companies have road shows to beg for purchase, but ERV, even without road shows, is still favored by countless investors and capital. Humphrey also wants to witness the birth of an empire. Humphrey is a big fan of ERV, very optimistic about its future. But the stock issuance in the United States is different from that of China AMC. New shares are divided, and the underwriters contact each customer in advance to sell the new shares to them, instead of being able to subscribe for them like China AMC. But the chance of a break is not small. This was the case with Facebook back then. It fell below the issue price on the day it went public. Therefore, the enthusiasm for subscribing for new shares in the United States was not high, unlike in China, where you basically make money if you buy new shares. On average, there are more than 100 IPOs of listed companies every year. 200 to 300 companies were delisted. Such a large risk of delisting makes investment here more rational. This is where the road shows come into play. It is to give investors confidence. If it is a general stock, sales is a problem. But ERV, it was fully subscribed in just 3 days. Ordinary customers are not able to grab it at all. New stock subscription in the United States is not a game for retail investors. Retail investors can only buy and sell in the secondary market. The most delicious cake is, of course, given to large customers who have always cooperated with each other. Humphrey didn't trade in stocks before. Not a big investor in brokerages and investment companies. Nature, even though he has tens of millions of dollars in the bank. I didn't get any new shares of ERV. In fact, I could still get them if I wanted to, but it would be very troublesome. Humphrey is a person who is afraid of trouble. Since I couldn't buy new shares, I went to the stock market to buy them. Anyway, he didn't think he would lose money. If you lose money if you buy a company like ERV, then few companies are trustworthy. Billy, what about you? Humphrey asked. Subsequently, Billy's treacherous voice came. Hey, I got new shares of ERV, worth $2 million. At what price are you going to sell it? Sell? I don't have that idea for the time being. I'm optimistic about ERV's future. As a person with a high IQ, playing games used to feel like an insult to his IQ, but now that he plays games, he feels that his IQ is seriously insufficient. His kind of person. I admire people who are better than myself. Be prepared to invest for the long term. It's just like what I thought. After spending $10 million, I won't care. Humphrey laughed. Perhaps this will be the investment with the highest return rate in his life. Then let's wait for the listing to be opened tomorrow. Okay, such a big deal. There must be live media coverage of. It has become an annual feast for the capital market. Goldman Sachs. Headquarters. The meeting on ERV listing has been held for more than an hour. However, no one at the scene felt tired. Instead, they were in high spirits because they were about to witness the rise of a great company. Analysts gave an extremely positive answer to this point, and the market reacts. It made them even more confident. ERV's IPO is worth $40 billion. Goldman Sachs is underwriting 40% of the IPO, which is the highest among all brokers. Now, it has all been underwritten and has won unanimous praise from major clients. When I first started going through the listing process, they all think ERV is really crazy. $40 billion, 20%. That means the ERV valuation is $200 billion. Such numbers. This has never happened in history. Due to the frantic rush of customers, major securities firms almost couldn't help but use the over-allotment option. That is, if a securities firm underwrites and sells well, it can underwrite 15% of the shares to customers. Only 100 shares were originally issued. Many people buy. Brokers can increase the number of shares to 115, and the total IPO size will increase to $46 billion. But, considering that the increase in circulating shares is an unstable factor after all, the pursuit of capital brought about by scarcity is more beneficial than satisfying them. So, their over-allotment rights were not used. Less meat can better highlight its significance. If it is a company with little potential, they will use this. It is always better to have more selling points. But ERV is different. The future is bright. There is a lot of room for maneuver in the future, so don't worry about this little bit of petty profit. After ERV is listed, we will clear the orders in your hands. This time, we must fight a battle that history will remember. Finally, before the meeting ended, the investment manager looked at the traders in front of him with a red face. As an investment company, also a broker, the capital managed is unimaginable to outsiders. Target ERV. When customers of all sizes call, there's only one answer: buy. Of course, this is not an irrational purchase, but a reasonable allocation, with 10 to 20% of the funds purchased to purchase ERV shares. This is what most people do. Goldman Sachs also has a large stake. Some will also be thrown out at that time. Otherwise, no one sells it. How long does the stock price last? To know, the stock market is a zero-sum game. No money will be created out of thin air, and no money will disappear out of thin air. Suppose a share costs $10, and if you want the price to increase to $11, someone must pay $11, and both parties must reach a deal. Otherwise, original price, $10. Even if someone pays $100, if there is no transaction, the stock price will still be $10. Therefore, only when the stock becomes liquid can the value be fully realized. Individuals prefer long-term holding. Investment firms prefer to trade constantly. Apple. Headquarters. Looking at ERV, which has been hotly hyped for several months. Jobs felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that once the first-generation Apple machine was released, Apple would be the subject of media attention for a long time. However, everything was just wishful thinking on his part. It had just been released not long ago. ERV is crazy. Announced. At first, the board of directors talked about a $15 billion IPO, but later it was increased to $40 billion. It's almost here, and you can't help but sell out so quickly, and there are still a lot of people queuing up. Start with the world. These few months, ERV has launched a large number of projects. Each project more or less solidifies ERV's position and allows it to enjoy capital favors that Apple has not enjoyed, and its first-generation Apple phone can only be reduced to minor news. Forget it. The house leaked, and it rained all night. The weak performance of Apple's first-generation machine made Steve Jobs very uneasy. Qualcomm's new generation processor is much better than the one jointly developed by both parties, and many giants are ready to adopt it directly. Apple is riding a tightrope. The gap in chip performance is really quite big. The first-generation machines have even been rated as backward in performance by many media and experts. That is, the hardware is improving too fast, and their products have not kept up with the trend before they are launched. This hurt him and his team. Intensify the development of the next generation of Apple machines, abandon the original chip, and use Qualcomm's existing Xiaolong processor. This matter cannot be delayed. I always feel very uneasy, Jobs told his subordinates. Yes, they also feel that at this moment, Apple should not be too insistent. If they wait for the next generation of chips to be put into production, they will have to wait at least 8 months. It is difficult to predict what changes will occur by then. They can't wait any longer. Just that night. Morning in China. Tang Qing suddenly received a call from Gufeng. Tang Qing, are you interested in making a quick buck? Gufeng asked directly. Quick money. Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Yes, it can be used as an investment, and you can also get higher returns in the short term, and it's not a trivial matter. Gufeng confirmed. What business? Tang Qing asked. Buy stocks, ERV. You know this company. It is the internet company with the greatest potential at present. I seem to remember that you and Chiron often play its games. It will be listed soon. Gufeng strongly recommended. Tang Qing immediately realized that Gufeng was also planning to invest in ERV. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not the first time he called to promote ERV. Chiron had tried to give him a try a week ago. Except Chiron. The second Uncle Tang kinda know where he heard it, so he also asked him how it would be to invest in this. He responded in the affirmative at the time. You can vote. Then, Tang Kai's investment company is also preparing to get involved. It can be seen from this. How popular is ERV now? What is the most important thing about the capital market? It's confidence. After gaining the confidence of capital, ERV had a crazy attraction. However, Tang Qing really had no interest in getting involved in this matter. Forget it, I'll just make money honestly. Gufeng was stunned. Don't you do anything about picking up money? I'll leave it to you to pick up the money. I'm not familiar with stocks. Tang Qing lied. Hearing this, Gufeng smiled bitterly. That's right. On the other end of the phone was a billionaire. Okay, you are a rich man and you don't like this little money. By the way, I'm getting married next month. Do you have time to attend? Marriage. But there is no such thing as a love marathon. If you feel it suits you, just end it. Island country? Tang Qing asked. The main thing is that here in the United States, the wedding will only be held once, but in the island country, I will also have a meal with the woman's relatives and friends, which is not as grand as here. Gufeng explained. What's the date? Tang Qing asked. The 26th of next month. Gufeng said. Let me see, okay, I will definitely go there then. Tang Qing looked at the time, and he didn't seem to have any plans. He also wanted to have more contact with the Gu family. Got a positive answer. Gufeng said happily. Haha. Okay, I'll wait for you. My father and the others also want to meet you. That's what I meant. After ending the call, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue went to school. Other side, Gufeng reported it to his father, Gu Tian, who was drinking tea next to him. Don't pick it up? He's really an interesting young man. Gu Tian chuckled. In his understanding, Tang Qing likes to make money down to earth and doesn't like to play with such frivolous things. Such a high-spirited and not greedy for cheap really impressed him. So Tang Qing inexplicably gained an extra label. Father, why are you so anxious to see Tang Qing? Gu Feng suddenly asked. Are you anxious? My wedding has been brought forward, and you insist on inviting Tang Qing. I still don't see the problem. You are a fool. Gu Feng thought it was a normal advance, but he was born in this kind of family. It's hard to be stupid. Gu Tian was very satisfied with his son's insight and said, You are right. This advance is indeed related to Tang Qing, because what Tang Qing is doing now is a bit dangerous. Gu Feng became anxious. What danger is Tang Qing in? At this point, Gu Tian's face darkened. His steel plant in Africa, as well as the power grid company jointly owned by some forces in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the United States suspects that he is a pawn of China. The actual controller of the steel plant is China. Tang Qing made such a big noise in Africa. How can you hide it from someone who is interested? Forget about steel plants. Later, you helped others generate electricity at your own expense. The two factories made no money at all in a short period of time. Only countries are willing to do this kind of business. With Tang Qing's age, how could such a situation be arranged? The crossover is too big. Africa, it is not considered a strategic location in the United States because there is really nothing to gain. Unlike China, the infrastructure of the United States has been almost stagnant for decades. The demand is really not large, and its own mineral deposits are also very rich. Lack of interest in Africa's resources. China is different. China has a large population and a large area, and its per capita resources are really poor. It needs to import a large amount of resources. Moreover, China has a huge scale of mid to low-end manufacturing industry that needs to be consumed by Africa. The United States does not have this concern. But even so, the United States does not want China to stretch its hand too far. After all, Africa is really not far from the United States. There is only one Atlantic Ocean. Tang Qing has made plans in Africa again and again. It feels a bit like trying to fish out of a bowl, so it naturally attracts attention. After listening to my father's explanation, Gu Feng was silent. It seems, this time the family is eager to invite Tang Qing, just to see how to solve this problem. It is difficult for those who are targeted by the U.S. government to have a good outcome, because it involves a game between big powers, which cannot be stopped by a businessman. What is the family going to do? Gu Feng asked hurriedly. The family hasn't come up with a specific plan yet. Gu Tian shook his head. Will Tang Qing be okay? Not in the short term, but if he challenges some people's nerves, I can't tell. But I always feel that he doesn't seem to be afraid of anything. Gu Tian shook his head gently. Really? Why didn't I feel it? Gu Feng wondered. Gu Tian thought to himself, if you knew the current scale of Zhongyu's special guard, you wouldn't have such an idea. How many people in China dare to blatantly build a security company to this extent? Dare to do this? Except for being audacious. Just crazy. Apparently, Tang Qing is not a madman. Then, he's the kind of bold person who is not afraid of the boat capsizing one day. I really don't know how big the boat under Tang Qing's feet is. However, although Tang Qing like this was worrying, it also made him admire him with admiration. The next day, New York, Manhattan, NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is particularly lively today. When the soldiers rang the bell, ERV completely entered the world stage. ERV stock price was priced at $53 per share. Unlike China, the lowest price in China was to buy by hand. That is, the minimum selling price is 100 shares. In the United States, it could be traded one share for one share. Otherwise, ordinary investors would not be able to afford tens of thousands of dollars in one hand. Even after the bell rang, the soldier did not leave. While waiting for the price to rise, he accepted interviews with reporters. What do you expect the closing price of ERV to be today? More than $100. Did the completion of this financing exceed your expectations? No, ERV is worth this price. Faced with the reporter's questions, the soldier answered the questions in a leisurely manner. There is absolutely none of the excitement of the other bell ringers. And the market did not disappoint everyone. Just 10 minutes. The stock price rose from $53 to $62 and continued to rise. By orders of daily volume appeared frequently, and then were squeezed out by even larger buy orders. Crazy. It's just the beginning. Capital is profit-seeking. And, love the icing on the cake, I don't like giving help when it's time. In the capital market, the popular explanation is chasing the rise and killing the fall. When they're crazy, they go crazy together and want to get more and more crazy. When the prosperity dissipates, they are also the fastest running. Then, ERV is at the forefront, under the pursuit of capital. Broke out. The real-time stock price of ERV is displayed on the big screen outside NASDAQ. Every time it rises by a cent, there will be cheers outside. This is a grand event that has not happened for many years. On TV, the stock price of ERV is also live broadcast. Compared to this screen, the content is much richer. The host was like taking stimulants. We contacted various financial commentators and analysts. They all praised ERV and were full of confidence in ERV's future. One thing they talked about the most was one thing. The world's richest man will be replaced. ERV excludes shares sold to major giants. Then subtract the shares raised through listing financing. Still more than 50% is in the hands of its chairman. Achieved absolute control. This is unimaginable for other companies. What does this mean? You know, ERV's market value is heading towards $300 billion, and its largest shareholder is worth at least $150 billion, nearly 3 times that of Bill Gates, because the stock price is still climbing. This distance is still widening. You must know that the peak of Bill Gates' net worth was 8 years ago in 1999. At that time, before the internet bubble burst, Microsoft's market value exceeded $600 billion. Bill Gates' net worth also exceeded $100 billion for the first time. But now, Microsoft's market value is only over $200 billion, and Gates' net worth has naturally shrunk significantly. And ERV, breaking history, within a short period of time, there are basically no signs of ERV's decline. War still firmly occupies the pinnacle of world design games. World is expanding through diversification, establishing its dominance in the ERV industry. Most of its assets are high-quality assets, with its unfathomable technical prowess. Experts predict that the life cycle of ERV will be very long. Maybe Microsoft can no longer surpass ERV. Miracle, dream, American dream, economic vitality appeared in the mouths of the commentators one after another. Today, we will witness the birth of an empire. From now on, the world's internet companies will usher in a new overlord, ERV. As of now, its market value has surpassed Microsoft. Let us listen to the reporter's interview with the chairman of ERV. At this time, half an hour has passed since the ERV was listed. The soldier did not leave, because reporters are so enthusiastic. How do you feel now that your net worth has surpassed that of Bill Gates, and you've become the new richest man in the world? It doesn't feel like much. The amount of wealth has become a number. Behind it lies the confidence of investors in ERV. I hope you will continue to believe in ERV and believe in miracles. What do you want to say to those entrepreneurs about the American dream? ERV is not the end of the American dream. It is just one of its manifestations. This era has created ERV. In the future, there may be new companies to replace us and surpass us. The next one may be you in front of the TV, and you. Believe in the dream. When the dream blooms, everything is possible. You are very good. In the future, ERV will become competitors with Apple, Google, and other companies. Survival is a human instinct and a company's instinct. We cannot be said to be competitors. We can only be said to have tried the same or similar path on the road to survival. We just want to survive. Competition can spark the spark of dreams. The market will prove who is on the right path and who walks fast. We are not competitors, but just lost lambs with a common purpose. The words of the warrior. Every sentence satisfied the reporter. Listen, what a philosophical statement. The lost sheep who are struggling to survive describe their competitors as unworldly. This is also a state of mind, completely avoiding positive comments from major companies. Although a little cold, but such a person. It happens to be topical. When the scene switches back to the studio, the host began to deeply interpret and analyze every word of the warrior so that he could continue with the boring live broadcast content. The water lasted for several minutes. About 10 minutes later, the host finished. Start connecting to the scene again. This time it's someone outside the NASDAQ exchange. The reporter walked up to a man holding a child. "Sir, do you also invest in stocks?" The man was also stunned, then smiled and said calmly, "I didn't do it before. I prefer to purchase fixed assets." This time ERV went public. I opened an account specifically to invest in ERV. "I wonder how many shares you bought?" the reporter asked curiously. The man shook his head. "I don't know, but my stockbroker just told me that all my $20 million were spent. I really don't know how much I bought." I met a rich man. Hearing this, the reporter was also excited, because the audience likes to watch it the most. "Why are you so confident in ERV?" the reporter asked hurriedly. The man smiled slightly. He looked at the 6-year-old child in his arms. "Because of him, my son had severe autism in the past. Not only did he have no friends, he rarely talked to us. He tried many institutions and psychiatrists, but to no avail. However, ERV's world changed my family. One of the games in it innovatively proposed a set of methods to help children get out of autism. From that time on, my children's lives changed." Following the man's interpretation, the reporter listened to the cliché news. Because, such an example, thousands of cases have appeared in the past few months and have been unanimously recognized by society and experts. The number is still increasing. In addition to the United States, it has also helped tens of thousands of families around the world. This number is still growing. That's why, started with games. ERV made its fortune in gaming. In order to enjoy such capital favor, in addition to its strong scientific and technological strength, it also has a very good public reputation. Everyone knows that this is a company with a strong sense of social responsibility. So, I decided to do my best to support ERV, and I believe it will not let me down. The man finally gave the camera a big smile, which also gave more people confidence. The balance in many people's minds. Falling back to ERV again. Then, 1 hour after opening, NASDAQ, ERV stock continues to rise. It has risen to $77, and other stocks have experienced obvious fluctuations. The reason is simple. Many individuals have asked traders to sell other stocks to buy ERV stocks. Not everyone is rich. Additional funds can be added at will. The following of individual retail investors has a blood-sucking worm effect. ERV is slowly absorbing funds from other stocks. However, blood-sucking worms are different from the black hole effect. There are limits to blood-sucking worms. Sucked full will stop, because the risk of chasing higher is extremely high. When the stock price reaches a certain level, the market's confidence will be exhausted. At that time, there will definitely be a wave of decline because some arbitrage funds are ready to leave. It's like a shock shuffle. Will automatically wash away investors who are not determined. Therefore, it won't have much impact on other stocks. It can only be described as labor pain, because the plate is too big. The increase is not too fast but steady. 12 noon, $83. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, $91. The U.S. stock market is different from China's in trading hours. China's stock market is divided into morning and afternoon, while the U.S. stock market is continuous from 9:30 in the morning to 1600 hours in the afternoon. No break at noon. Afternoon, 16 o'clock sharp. After a crazy day, NASDAQ closes. ERV share price has also froze. Close, $109. Compared with the opening price, it has increased by $56, which means that the market value of ERV has directly exceeded $400 billion. Become the internet company with the highest market value in the world. If we talk about market value, just behind ExxonMobil, such data mean the new giant was born. ExxonMobil. The current market value is more than $460 billion. It is only $50 billion more than ERV. This gap can be said to be very small. If ERV's stock price rises another 12%, it will surpass Mobil Oil and become the world's largest. See this closing price. Many people laughed. Such an increase. It really exceeded their expectations. Of course, this many people did not include major investment companies. This was something they had already prepared for because they controlled the market and trading information. Cheers for ERV for dollars. In a luxury hotel, ERV held a banquet as usual. There are banquets for some important investors and company shareholders, as well as some well-known figures and underwriters, dignitaries, beautifully dressed, and beautiful celebrities, all here to show their human side. Banquet. It's where relationships are run. The warrior moved through the crowd with ease. These people, strictly speaking, it is the relationship between warrior management. In the United States, social classes are very clear and capital determines everything. The chairman of ERV is now qualified to stand at the top of the American wealthy class. But this is still not the core circle of the United States. America's inner circle. It's a consortium. Now, the warrior only touched the edge. Even at this stage, it is basically impossible for soldiers to challenge the large conglomerates in the United States. In the eyes of large consortiums, soldiers are just wealthy businessmen. What the consortium holds is the power to formulate the rules of the game. It stands to reason. The safest method. Even the soldiers joined one of the consortiums in order to obtain greater rights. And the major consortiums also extended an olive branch before ERV was listed. The condition was a partial stake in ERV. Not mandatory. If you don't join me, we will unite to destroy you. Although those financial groups are overbearing. However, they are quite tolerant towards internet companies. The real core of major consortiums are in core fields such as military industry, energy, medicine, and finance. Once these fields are touched, they will definitely take action. But internet companies are different. This is an emerging industry. In their words, too much moisture. Moreover, the generation is too fast and the ups and downs are ups and downs. It is far less stable than the military industry, energy, medicine, and other industries to make money. Therefore, for internet companies, the penetration of consortia has not been strong. If you are willing to join, welcome. Neither willing nor forced. Only, if there is no consortium behind it, there will be a lot less support, and the choice of the warrior is not to join. What this means is to set up a consortium by yourself. In Tang Qing's plan, I never thought about getting too close to these financial groups. What does ERV do? Shit stir. In the future, the major high-tech companies in the United States will be ERV's main competitors. To put it bluntly, they're just doing it. There is no so-called peaceful coexistence, only life and death competition and annexation. ERV is also tasked with forming a consortium. The purpose, of course, it is to check and balance other consortiums in the United States, or even surpass them, to become a super consortium that truly controls the most powerful country on the planet. This is the ultimate purpose of ERV's existence. Certainly, ERV is just one of the core members of the consortium. Fighting alone is a taboo for military strategists. Future. With the secret support of the soldiers, many companies with disruptive technologies will emerge. When they begin to penetrate all walks of life in the United States, this is when this consortium will take shape. Tang Qing named this plan Covering the Sky. Covering the sky with one hand. The Global Umbrella Plan, PISHO Plan, Global Industry Alliance Plan, and Japan and South Korea Emerging Consortium Support Plan all directly or indirectly serve this overall goal. That's when the banquet was held. China, wake up. All major media outlets have been dominated by ERV. A new richest man in the world is born, worth more than $200 billion. The birth of a legend. How the billionaire chairman of ERV was made. ERV is expected to reach the top this week and become the company with the highest market value in the world. Beyond Microsoft, ERV has proved with facts that the internet industry is the most disruptive industry. Its next target, ExxonMobil, a miracle, is about to appear. In comparison, the second one is more attractive. It looks good in US dollars, but for Chinese people, is even more shocking when converted into RMB. The warrior is worth nearly 2 trillion RMB. Show it before the eyes of the people. Oh my God, I don't know how many people were stunned. People, how is it possible to have so much money? Is the world crazy? Apparently, it's capital that's gone crazy. Tang Qing didn't sleep all night, mainly because I couldn't sleep, holding the person in your arms. He used projection glasses to watch the data coming from the command room. It was filled with huge data collected from everywhere like streams flowing into the sea, and then analyzed and sorted out before being displayed in front of him. Current stock price. In fact, this is not the end of ERV. At this price, a lot of capital still retains confidence. Coupled with media reports and publicity, the new world's richest man, the new world's largest company by market capitalization, the blood-sucking effect has not yet reached fullness. There is still a lot of capital ready to jump in. See the situation. Tang Qing knows. Tomorrow, ERV will completely reach the top. Think about it. It's useless to have some money anyway, so why not give ERV a little help? Tang E, in the next 2 weeks, transfer $20 billion from the US dollar capital pool to help ERV increase its stock price. Tang Qing ordered that Pishio and other plans had accumulated a large amount of capital. Gotta spend some. ERV's current stock market value is $82.2 billion. These 2 tens of billions of dollars. It is enough to increase its stock price by 20%, and its market value exceeds 100 billion US dollars. In fact, not a penny of this money has flowed into ERV's account, but the high valuation can increase its loan limit from banks. The previous ERV valuation was 400 billion US dollars. It spent 20 billion, and now it has reached 500 billion US dollars. So, if ERV relies on this performance valuation growth, if it goes to a bank for a loan, it can get a loan of 20 billion US dollars. This is an extremely conservative estimate. No contact required. Can deliver benefits to ERV. In addition to business transfer, this method of transfer through the stock market is the most convenient and most covert, because business transfer will arouse suspicion if it is too obvious, and the stock market is investment. Yes, Commander. After getting up, Tang Qing is having breakfast. My second uncle called. Second uncle. Tang, I made a lot of money yesterday, huh? Congratulations. Tang Qing took a sip of porridge and smiled. Why don't you ask me how much money I made? Tang Kai was very happy. New stocks in the United States may not necessarily make money, but this time, after listening to the advice of experts and Tang Qing's words, he made a big bet. How much? Tang Qing asked cooperatively. If we sell it now, we can earn more than 600 million yuan. Tang Kale said. That's not bad. What else could Tang Qing say? Tang, do you want to buy it too? I think the ERV will rise in the future. No, I forgot. You are better informed than me. Do you have any suggestions? Tang Kai's excited mind gradually sobered up. Hold it for another week. After that, the possibility of skyrocketing is very low. Don't make additional investments. Just stop when it's good. Tang Qing said. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll sell it no matter how much it is after a week. Are you really not going to let your company invest a little bit? Tang Kai wondered. Tang Qing is really willful if he doesn't make money. Forget it, I don't know much about the stock market. Tang Qing said casually. Tang Kai, does this mean you don't understand? All right. Although he didn't know why Tang Qing didn't want to make this money, Tang Kai didn't go into details. After hanging up the phone, he happily called his company in the United States and asked them to sell 50% of the money in a week. The rest. Consider it a long-term investment. If you have a cold or a headache, take medicine and sleep. The next day, Nasdaq opens. Due to the timid withdrawal of some funds, ERV's share price retreated slightly to less than 1%. A new round of rise has begun. The funds allocated by Tang Qing were not so eager to enter the market, but entered separately and slowly. Good steel is used on the blade, and it is impossible to directly place a large amount of payment there. No rush. Afternoon. After 6 hours of trading, the market is buzzing with excitement because, at this time, ERV stock price had risen to $125. This means The total market capitalization of ERV, reaching 471.6 billion US dollars, surpassing Mobil Oil Company and reaching the top of the world. There was a lot of noise inside and outside the exchange because it was them who set this record. San Francisco. Humphrey's home. Bang to share the joy. Humphrey called his friends to the house. He opened the champagne to celebrate. His average purchase price was $76. Now, it was not far from doubling. This should be the project with the highest return on investment in his life. Billy, haha, I made back all the money I spent playing games. Humphrey put his arm around Billy's shoulders and said excitedly. Billy rolled his eyes. Just some numbers. What are you excited about? You can only make your money back by cashing it out, Billy reminded. Humphrey was unimpressed. It's not the same yet. I won't cash out. I believe it will still rise. As for how much it will rise, I don't know. However, even if it falls, it won't fall to the point where I lose money. Humphrey smiled. Billy pushed up his glasses. The analysis said, after the rise, capital pursuing short-term profits will choose to flee and the price will fluctuate. Whether it will go up or down after the shock depends on the confidence of the market. I have confidence in ERV. Humphrey looked like a brain-dead fan. Billy was helpless. And this kind of person, one should not say things that are beyond their IQ. Do as you like, said Billy. Humphrey laughed. I know you have a good mind, but if you think too much, you will lose a lot of fun. I don't care how it shakes. I only know that I like this company very much, and that's enough. The following week, same as the next day, after a slight shock at the opening, ERV's stock price has been rising, which makes ERV's K-line chart look very beautiful. On the evening of April 25th, ERV stock reached a new high, breaking through the $160 mark. This price, the limit of market confidence, has been reached, because, at this time, ERV's market value has exceeded $600 billion US dollars. Such a huge market value was only achieved by Microsoft back then. After the internet bubble, no other company could reach it. Now, 8 years later, ERV has succeeded. No matter how optimistic it is, capital will not continue to take risks. Then, speculation and investment. We follow the same path, cashing out. This is inevitable. At the high point, speculators want to liquidate and leave the market, and investors also want to liquidate part of the market. When the market fluctuates, they find a low point to buy. The trading behavior of both parties is surprisingly consistent. Tang, I sold 50%. I didn't expect the stock to actually make money. As soon as the U.S. stock market closed, Tang called Tang Qing again, sharing his joy. Second uncle, we still have to focus on industry. Tang Qing said rationally. You're right, this is just for fun. To say it's stable, it's better to be a stable industry. Tang said with a smile. How could he be dazzled by this little money, and at the same time sighed his heart? His nephew has grown up. Tang Qing's calmness made Tang a little ashamed. Industry is the main business. Tang Qing persisted. However, he would be greedy for this kind of windfall. It was because he was not high-level enough. He decided that from now on, he would never participate in any high-risk capital games. He would occasionally buy stocks and only make steady investments, thinking that Tang Qing's mobile phone will be released next month. Tang was still a little excited in his heart. Tang, how are the procedures for the mobile phone going? I heard that Liu Tianwang came to our film and television base to shoot a promotional MV a few days ago, and your sister Nienner even went to see it. The test of the Ministry of Information Industry is coming to an end. I asked Mr. Chai. I should be able to get the network access permit by the end of this month. Tang Qing said, with the above attention. The access permit thing is moving very quickly. Wait until it comes down. Send it directly to the Foxconn foundry so that the mobile phone can complete the final packaging. Otherwise, if it is manufactured without a network access permit, it is theoretically not allowed to be boxed and put on the market. That's good. I heard that ERV is also involved in smartphones. Will this pose a threat to your products? Tang thought of another thing, although his mobile phone company had just been established not long ago. But no one dares to underestimate the efficiency of ERV. Not for the time being. We have taken the lead. It will take a lot of time for others to catch up. Concerned about the second uncle, Tang Qing smiled in his heart. When will ERV's mobile phone come out? It depends on when the smartphones that can threaten other giants will be launched. When there is no strong enemy for the time being, ERV will certainly not directly compete with Qingyuan Technologies' mobile phones. Instead, we wait for other manufacturers to release products that pose a certain threat. ERV will just go up and beat him up. That's how rough it is. It's just so unreasonable. Shenzhen Market. Foxconn, China headquarters. A group of executives were looking at what was in front of them silently. Qingyuan Technologies' mobile phone. As an OEM company, it is inevitable to come into contact with some technical secrets of major companies. Therefore, confidentiality has become the destiny of such companies. Looking at the mobile phones in front of them, they are also a little fascinated. The president was lecturing from above. This is our focus in the next few months, Qingyuan Technologies' mobile phone project. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that a company could make a smartphone like this so quickly. Qingyuan Technology has given us an order for 3 million units and promised that subsequent orders will be handed over to us. As of yesterday, all accessories have been delivered. Therefore, I don't want anything to go wrong, and it must be completed with quality and quantity. It was actually a pep rally. Yesterday, the chairman of Foxconn's parent company came to inspect. After looking at his mobile phone, he called Tang Qing himself. The two parties chatted for a long time. Then, Chairman Guo Taiming held a confidential meeting for them. The president knows. Many communication giants are inquiring about Qingyuan Technologies' mobile phones. But they didn't compromise. If your credit is lost. Commercially, what will they have left? Half an hour later, the meeting is over. 3 million mobile phones is also a big challenge for them. It is also the largest mobile phone OEM order they have received since its establishment. Due to confidentiality, it is impossible to outsource it to a small factory. One can imagine, the next few months, they have their hands full. May 1st, 7 days holiday. Tang Qing did not go to Sonia's Seaview Villa. Instead, he returned to Qingyan City, invited by Qingyan Municipal Government. Participate in the opening ceremony of the Cultural Amusement Park. This is the last large-scale public project invested by Tang Qing in Qingyan City to be put into operation. The Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area opened for trial operation on the 20th of last month. Qingyan Film and Television City. It was fully open to the public on the 5th of last month. In order to catch up with the May Day Golden Week, the Cultural Amusement Park was specially chosen to open on this day. Morning, 8:30. Dong dong chong bang. There were loud gongs and drums in front of the amusement park, but there were no firecrackers because this was the main entrance, so as to avoid the trouble of cleaning up. In order to celebrate the official opening, all the leaders of Qingyan City came. On stage, one speech after another. Tang Qing and Tang Qing sat below. Now, the sun is rising. The sun is so warm that the temperature in Qingyan City rises sharply in April. In order not to affect the entry of tourists and to expose everyone later, the entire opening session is limited to 1 hour. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Tang Qing, an investor in the amusement park, to speak on stage. The mayor finished. It was Tang Qing's turn. After straightening his suit, Tang Qing walked onto the stage with a smile, and there was a round of applause. They all knew that Tang Qing was Tang Qing's second uncle, the second uncle of the richest man in the country, and himself a super rich man with assets worth tens of billions. Such a character. You can still be cold, but you can't be cold even if you want to be cold. Good morning, everyone. I am Tang Qing, and welcome everyone to the opening of the amusement park. You may not know that this cultural amusement park is creative, but it was proposed by my nephew Tang Qing at the time. He said at the time that the real purpose of this amusement park is a platform that provides opportunities, a platform for all kinds of art workers to showcase themselves, and a platform that promotes mainstream Chinese culture. This is also the purpose of the future operation of the amusement park. To this end, in our next operations, we will focus on promoting Chinese culture, and at the same time, we will also give all kinds of people who have dreams and strength but lack a platform a chance to realize their dreams. With this dream, I can't guarantee that you will become famous overnight. I don't guarantee that you will make money, and I don't guarantee that you will get any benefits. However, here can give you a stage. In the past, you may have been a bar singer and could never be on stage with thousands of people. Here, yes, you will still be a bar singer afterwards, but you once sang to your heart's content in front of thousands of people. This stage is not a shortcut for anyone to become famous. Big dreams cannot be fulfilled by us. We can only fulfill some small but great regrets. At the end of the sentence, the audience was confused, but Tang Qing was very sober. At last, the opening ceremony was greeted with applause. It's over. The leaders did not leave, but followed the crowd into the park because there were programs inside. The Performing Arts Center of the Cultural Amusement Park had performances all day today, and even celebrities were invited to support them. Come to the VIP room on the second floor. Sit down one after another. Of course, there are tickets for this kind of performance because it is the first day of the opening ceremony. Most of the tickets are distributed to major units and enterprises in the city, and only a small number are sold to the outside world. This Performing Arts Center, Tang Qing never thought about making money. It is enough to operate with a guaranteed capital. Noon. After watching the show, the city enthusiastically invited Tang Qing and the others to dinner. Mr. Xiaotang, it was you who suggested the amusement park. I really have to thank you for this. The top leader in the city raised his glass and saluted Tang Qing. Mr. Tang was different from Tang Qing. No, I didn't spend a penny. Tang Qing smiled and clinked glasses. Creativity is valuable, especially creativity of great significance. Tang Qing said helplessly, yes, if you were a tall hat, I'm afraid this house is not high enough. Aha. Okay. Now Qingyan City is preparing to build a cultural tourism city. You have made great efforts in this regard. I wonder if you have any good suggestions. He asked casually, but Tang Qing really had something to say. I think that in addition to culture, health should also be taken seriously. Health. There are many types of health, including food safety, ecological agriculture, medicine and healthcare, and physical health. These are not new concepts, but the specific implementation and methods may not be so perfect. The first two are very troublesome. I also know that people want to eat vegetables that look good and are free of pesticides. At this stage, it is indeed a bit contradictory. People are visual animals. However, this does not mean that people will endure this situation forever. It is just that we have no way to solve it in a short period of time, so we can only focus on physical health. For example, a large number of parks and sports venues are built. Modern people don't like sports. If things go on like this, it will be strange if there are no physical problems. I suggest that we can think of ways in this regard. Tang Qing's views are really old. National fitness, a concept that is about to lose its teeth. But it is something that he feels must be taken seriously. Some people are disgusted with ants dancing in the square, but judging from some data, regular dancing does have obvious benefits for the body. Of course, the premise is not to disturb the people. That's why Tang Qing said to build more parks. Eat unhealthy, live unhealthy, then it is really difficult to be healthy. People live better and like to eat high-fat foods. Sometimes the world is so ironic. Now, the rich eat vegetables and salads. What should this be called? Not necessarily. Health is a concept that needs to be taken seriously. It is not just a short-term sports meeting that can improve your physical fitness, but cultivating it into an attitude and habit. This is a long-term matter. Marathon is meaningless, and it is not scientific for ordinary people. As for how to do it, it depends on the leaders. Being a substitute, Tang Qing is not interested. Just stop there. After all, he is a businessman and he is an official. If he talks too much, he still has to question whether it is of any use. He goes in with one ear and out with the other. If he listens to his own words for fun, it will be troublesome. That makes sense, Mayor Zheng. You go back and study it. I also think there's a lot to be done in this regard. Listening to what the two people said, Tang Qing didn't care. It's true. After dinner, the city leaders went to work. Tang Qing followed his second uncle to the Qingyan film and television base. Once completed, it became the third largest film and television base in China. However, the opening time was too short and not many crews came here. It needs an acceptance time. But even so, it does not affect its ability to receive tourists. Starting from the beginning of the year, the Qingyan municipal government is actively contacting travel agencies across the country, hoping to open this tourism branch in Qingyan City. Therefore, since the opening of the film and television base, the number of tourists has continued to grow. Because the place is new, unique, well-managed, and has a very good reputation. It is even more lively today. My head still hurts. I will take a day off tomorrow to sort out the follow-up plot. Huge antique city gate. It is the entrance to Qingyan Film and Television City. There's nothing special about it. But the city walls have been thickened and heightened. They are said to be city walls, but inside is where the management committee of the Film and Television City is located. Inside and outside the city gate, many people wearing TV character costumes are taking photos with tourists. Free photo session. These are the staff of the Film and Television City. Otherwise, charges started at the gate, which gave people a bad impression. In addition to these strangely dressed staff, there were some fixed stalls on both sides selling some toys and snacks. The entire movie city just want to make money in it. All must be approved by the management committee. Avoid vendors setting up stalls indiscriminately, which will affect the image of the Film and Television City and lead to a decline in service quality. Otherwise, anyone can come. If there's an incident of customer ripoff, the blame will have to be shouldered by the Film and Television City. Poor management. This hat is not easy to take off. Everyone line up in order. Don't be crowded. Follow the queue later. Don't fall behind. Qingyan Film and Television City is a tourist project in 1 hour. Let's seize the time. At the door, a tour guide is guiding tourists to get off in front of a bus. Tourists line up in order. To be honest, if it weren't for the company's itinerary, she really wouldn't want to bring people here. The reason is, of course, that there are no scenic spots where you can get rebates. This is the case in Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area and Qingyan Film and Television City. Clearly marked price. Resist forced shopping. It is written on the management regulations at the entrance of the scenic spot. There is also a reporting hotline. For merchants in the scenic area, if they engage in forced shopping, price gouging, etc., their business licenses will be revoked, which can cut off many people's financial opportunities. I think Tang Qing is meddling in other people's business. Pity. There is nothing they could do against Tang Qing. Would love to do it here. Welcome. Not willing. Please go somewhere else. Look, Tang Qing. Where is it? Wow, it's really... The queue has just been formed. As a girl exclaimed, a commotion immediately broke out. Everyone looked at where the girl was pointing. Sure enough, not far away, Tang Qing's uncle and nephew were walking to the Film and Television City, and many people around were taking pictures. Someone who wants to be close. They were all stopped by more than 20 bodyguards around them. I want to take pictures too. A girl with a camera left the team excitedly and rushed towards Tang Qing. The richest man in the country was not only a rare sight, but he couldn't miss it. Someone takes the lead. Many people followed, and the formation suddenly became chaotic. The tour guide had no choice, as his feet were on people's bodies, so he could only try his best to watch and prevent others from getting lost. They had to leave this place quickly. Click, click. They kept taking photos with the cameras in their hands, but no one was bored and turned on the flash. A girl turned her back to Tang Qing. His companion took a few photos of him, and then she took the photos of his companion. See this situation. Tang Qing was also helpless. But it's a rare occasion. There is no need to be secretive, and I am not ashamed of myself. Speaking of which, I have not been active in the media for a long time. Since the Chinese New Year, I have almost disappeared from the media. Tang Qing, can you sign your name for me? Tang Qing, can you take a photo with me? Tang Qing, feeling the enthusiasm of the tourists. Everyone is here to travel, not to see me. I hope the Film and Television City can leave you with unforgettable memories. The Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area not far away is also worth seeing. If you have time, I hope you can support it. Tang Qing's voice was not loud, but they heard it clearly. See this situation. They can only give up. Next, Tang Qing and his second uncle were photographed along the way, and people traveling along the way also joined the team. If they were ordinary celebrities, not everyone would like them, but Tang Qing was different. Who doesn't like money? the richest man in the country. Assets of 100 billion renminbi are rising. Can see Tang Qing. It's enough to make many people go back and brag for a while. Lin Jiaxue and the others did not come because there were many facilities in the amusement park and Qin Shiqi had not had enough fun. Tang Qing was not a child and was naturally not interested in those projects, so her aunt and the others had to accompany them. Manager Chun, is there a crew filming now? Tang Qing asked. Around. It is Chun Xing, the manager of the management committee. Yes, there are 2 crews filming on location today. Do you want to go take a look? Chun Xing replied quickly. Tang Qing shook his head. No, just asking. Filming? Everyone who has seen it says it's a trap. What you see on TV is the final product, but when filming, the most common thing is stuck, and you often laugh out loud. Action scenes are not coherent, and shooting one shot after another can be said to be very boring. It can endure such boredom and embarrassment. Tang Qing actually admired those actors. After all, lots of scenes. It was really shot on a street with a lot of people. Most people can't compare to this courage. Facing a lot of people, you have to say your lines while talking and laughing, and sometimes you have to cry. It really exercises a person. Speaking of actors, Tang Qing thought of group performances. Manager Chun, how are the extras managed here? As you know, this place is located in the suburbs. The crew found the extras in the city and then drove them over. There is no actors union for the time being, and the extras are managed by the crew themselves. Chun Xing said carefully. It seems pretty good. Tang Qing nodded. Save a lot of trouble. Certainly. It also adds to the burden on the crew, because there are no professional extras gathered here, and it is easy to have insufficient recruitment. This is also a trouble for the crew and affects the filming progress. Gotta fix it. Will the crew find it troublesome? Tang Qing didn't believe that the management committee didn't notice this. Some crews find it troublesome, but if a trade union is set up, an office will need to be set up in the city. The dilemma for us now is whether to set up an office in the city or build some houses nearby for the extras to live in. That's a problem. Tang Qing nodded thoughtfully. Compare to cost. Of course the latter is higher, but it's convenient for the crew. Tang Qing thought for a while, then turned around and said, Second uncle, I think we should set up an actors union and put it in the city. However, we can use another form, professionalization and professionalization of group performances. Professionalization? Professionalization? Tang Kai asked doubtfully. Yes, in so many film and television cities in China, the extras are almost all free agents, and we can make this a special feature. We're the only film and television city with professional extras. Tang Qing suggested. After professionalization, we can provide a minimum subsidy, but we must set an upper limit on the number of places. Although they may not be able to succeed, I hope that people can take any job seriously. In this way, it also saves a lot of things for the crew. As long as you tell us the requirements, we can send people to the place to complete the filming tasks with quality and quantity. Being a person, the cost will be higher, but not too high. Tang Qing watched TV series. Favorite. Just watch the extras. No matter how famous the actor is, you will get bored if you keep watching it. You will often see that the extras are perfunctory, the protagonist's acting is amazing, and the background is like playing house, which is quite uncomfortable. Good idea, let's do it like this. Tang Kai agreed. Before, it took so long because I didn't know where the union was, and the professionalization of group performances. This problem was solved in one go. Tang, do you have any other good suggestions? Tang Kai really admired his nephew's brain. Tang Qing shook his head. No, that's my opinion. In short, we will raise the threshold for group performers and provide free skills training. They can be special agents in the future. If they are favored, they can also join the group. However, we do not guarantee that they will become famous. We only provide an opportunity and a basic guarantee. The group performers will be professional and easy to manage. Since we are providing services, we must also provide professional services. Tang, you said it well. Mr. Tang said it very well. I will let the company implement this matter when I get back. After professionalization, group performances are guaranteed. It's not like you've had your last meal, but not your next one. In the long run, it is also the prerequisite for the healthy development of this industry. Behind the solid film and television city and the smooth group performances, there is the bitterness of many people. In this case, the threshold is raised here, lest anyone come here to realize their dreams. Just play and run. There is nothing wrong with this. Everyone has the right to experience life. I will come and experience it for 2 or 3 days and then go back to work and gain some life experience. There is nothing wrong with it. However, for many people, livelihood is a serious issue. Soon, they came to a circular single-story building, like a piano lid, with circle shapes on top. The visual effect is very good. I heard that it looks particularly beautiful when the lights are on at night. This is a film and television experience hall. Put it simply, it is a cinema with several 3D and 4D experience halls, as well as a giant screen hall. It is usually open to the public. At this time, there are very few tourists here because most people come here for tourism, and Tang Qing is not prepared to make money from this. Purely, come and play, a semi-public welfare project. For a rich man like Tang Qing, what he chooses to cultivate depends entirely on his mood. It's only a few million yuan, which is less than half a day's profit from his company. Sometimes, just by having afternoon tea and going fishing, a few million yuan will be recorded in his account. In front of the Experience Center is a huge artificial lake. It is a lake rather than a fountain. The water is no deeper than the knees. The sign says that it is forbidden to go into the water to wash your feet. However, you can still see people going in. There's also a tendency to form groups. Manager Chun, no one cares about these? Tang Qing frowned. I tried to control it before, but I couldn't control it. Many of them refused to listen. Later, I just sent people to watch and avoid accidents. The main thing was to prevent children from playing and playing inside. Chen Xing said with a wry smile, "Pay attention to safety." Tang Qing also knew that it was inevitable. This reminded him of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Violated. Okay, fine. It's that simple, and after a few times, almost no one messes with it. But here, they have no power to fine, even if it's a penalty. If they don't recognize you, don't give me anything, cheat on me, or make trouble, what else can you do to them? At this time, a sentence came to Tang Qing's mind. Only strict laws can control people. Morality cannot control people. It can only control itself. Second uncle, how about getting a rental bicycle here? Tang Qing had a sudden thought when he saw the wide road full of people. Tang Qing asked doubtfully, "Rent a bicycle?" Yes, the film and television city is so big. Walking alone is very tiring. Let's buy some bicycles with good quality and simple structure and rent them to people. Tang Qing thought of sharing bicycles, but had no intention of doing it. Certainly, it's not that I feel bad. Actually, speaking from the heart, the sharing economy is a very good business model. Only, it depends on the environment. Think about it. A ride costs 1 yuan, just like a bus. If you earn 1 yuan a day for a car, you can pay it back in a year. Even with various monthly cards and discounts, you can still achieve considerable profits. Even if the sharing economy in future generations is a piece of cake. But it cannot hide the fact that this is an excellent business model, such as sharing umbrellas. He heard a very interesting story. The cost of an umbrella is 18 yuan, and the deposit is 20 yuan. The person who took it away didn't pay it back, and the company still made a net profit of 2 yuan. Certainly, obviously the accounts cannot be calculated like this. It is just a joke. After all, even if a shared umbrella company makes 2 yuan, it is very likely to lose some money in terms of operating costs and tax issues. But it's still an interesting exploration. If it were in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, would the sharing economy still suffer such losses? How is it possible? Try breaking things randomly. Let's take it home and use it as a private car. At the same time, one thing cannot be denied, and that is the social value it brings. The emergence of shared bicycles. It has greatly facilitated people's lives. Also exercised. After get off work, some people saw that the weather was nice today and thought it would be good to ride home. This phenomenon, it has social value. Among the cheap, convenient, green, and healthy means of transportation, shared bicycles are definitely the well-deserved leader. Unfortunately, many people's good cards have been ruined. Tang Qing also considered whether to do this. Think about it carefully. If this is done for social value, it is better to distribute one car per person. But if it is distributed per person, who to send it to is a big problem. If it is only distributed to the Qingyan city area, then this matter. It should be done by the Qingyan city government. Otherwise, it's easy to make people talk sarcastically. The uncle and nephew continue to wander. The area of the film and television city is really large. There are so many scenes that they would have to walk for a whole day on 2 legs. Therefore, they only watch some of the larger scenes. The smaller scenes will be visited again when they have the opportunity. Anyway, it's not far from the manor. The next day, Tang Qing came to another project of Tianyan, Dream Foundation. This is located opposite Jinghua Plaza. The entire building has been renamed Dream Building and is managed by the Dream Foundation. At this time, less than half of the floors are occupied. They are all beneficiaries of the Dream Fund. Here, they are all relatively worthless dreams, because it really cannot be converted into economic benefits on a large scale. Angel investors will turn around and throw it into the trash can after reading the introduction of this kind of project. They only value returns and investment income. Here we only value the value of dreams. For example, someone wants to make a website to gather some volunteers for environmental protection and regularly organize volunteers in various places to clean up some garbage that is not within the scope of sanitation workers. For example, someone wants to make a product that can be combined with a gym treadmill. Every time people walk or run a kilometer, they will be given a certain amount of points. When a certain amount is reached, a tree will be planted in the desert. Here, it is the incubation place of these boring but cute dreams. To help them who have nothing, the foundation solves their worries. They save the cost of office space, save the cost of server rental, and even help them solve the salary problem. In this way, the only cost is themselves. The most valuable thing is themselves. And it doesn't cost much traffic at all. Unlike live streaming and video websites, that's really burning money. Most people think they are not paying for it when watching videos, but video providers pay high traffic fees to operators. This traffic fee is really high, even if it drops again and again. In the next 1 to 7 years, 4G will be almost fully covered. 1G live streaming traffic is around 20 cents. 1G on-demand traffic is about 10 cents. Compared to surfing the internet on mobile phones and computers, the cost is certainly not high. However, when placed on a website viewed by hundreds of thousands or millions of people, this price is very expensive, which can be said to be a waste of money. For example, a live broadcast platform. There are 50,000 people online at the same time every day. So, how much data is consumed in a month? Almost more than 8 million gigabytes and more than 1.6 million yuan. This is only 50,000 people online at the same time. If the number is higher, the cost will be even more astonishing. Now, build a data center. It just saves money on data storage, and the traffic fee is a penny. Therefore, Comet Video, because it occupies half of China's online video market. At present, the monthly traffic fees paid to the 3 major operators exceed 35 million yuan. In addition to the large number of film and television copyrights it purchased, Comet Video has always maintained a slim profit. It can be said, video websites are the entrepreneurial projects with the highest threshold. It's really burning money every moment. Regardless of whether it is a live broadcast or a video website, there is no capital in units of hundreds of millions behind it, so it cannot afford to burn it. It's also because it costs too much money. There are no video website projects among the projects supported by the foundation. Otherwise, free of storage and traffic fees promised by the foundation. The money Tang Qing gave won't last long. Comet Video. I guess I won't be able to make much money in a few years. Because of the increase in internet speed and the popularization of computers and mobile terminal devices, it seems that the number of users is increasing, but free users will also increase proportionally, and they will not be willing to recharge their membership. The next 10 years. For the financial status of Comet Video. Tang Qing is not very optimistic, especially when Comet Video has been occupying the leading position. It will be a large data consumer. In another 2 years, Comet Video will pay more than 100 million yuan in traffic fees to the 3 major operators every month, which is not surprising at all. Even if it is doubled again, Tang Qing wouldn't be surprised. Before he was reborn, Youku, iQIYI, and Tencent Video have never made any money and have been losing money. Occasionally, they can achieve balance or a small profit in a quarter, but most of the time their financial statements show losses. But this kind of project, the point is not to make money, but the user. With a user base, there is commercial value. Yu Xian, administrator of the Dream Foundation, former deputy manager of Tianyin Enterprise Service Division. This opportunity, Yu Xian cherishes it very much. I also like this job very much. In a conference room on the top floor, Yu Xian is reporting to Tang Qing. So far, the Tianyin Dream Foundation has provided financing to a total of 49 entrepreneurial teams to help them solve problems in management, research and development, office, business, and other aspects. Among them, 19 website projects and the rest are product projects. Currently, there are 103 entrepreneurial projects to be reviewed. Considering the office building and our funding problems, we will be short of funds by the end of this year. Finally, Yu Xian's suggestion is to raise the review threshold. Otherwise, there will be problems in subsequent operations unless Tang Qing injects capital again. But as Tang Qing's subordinate, she can't let Tang Qing spend unlimited money on such an almost public welfare project. If the meeting minutes are submitted, it's time for Dou Jiao to call herself. Her chairman has never been stingy in charity. As far as she knows, several major group companies now use more than 500 million for charity every year. If she wants more, Dou Jiao will have objections. No one's money falls from the sky. But there's another way. Accept outside donations. Tang Qing thought about it. Mr. Yu, let's put this issue aside for now. No matter what, I will not let the foundation fail to operate. However, more money is not necessarily a good thing. We can't give the outside world the impression that people are stupid and pay too much. As for social donations, you can make a plan first. If you accept donations, you must make information public and let the donors know where every penny is used. However, for the convenience of management, we cannot accept unlimited donations. We should start from large enterprises and units. After all, they are relatively generous, and there is no need to cause trouble to the public. Mainly, Tang Qing was still afraid of trouble. Yes, Chairman. Yu Xian thought the same. Tang Qing put down a report in his hand. I have looked at the catalog of companies here, and they have indeed been strictly checked. Each one has a relatively good reason. However, these companies cannot always maintain the enthusiasm for dreams. When they develop, they may start to chase capital and interests. This is not a big sign in the early stages of entrepreneurship. However, the team is a ship, and they cannot be willing to keep receiving basic wages. Also, dreams should not be cheap. Therefore, my opinion is that the meaning of the Dream Foundation is to let the dreams sprout. If they grow, they can find other investors. Dream, reality. When the enthusiasm fades, there are only a few who can stick to it. Tang Qing's original intention of setting up the foundation never thought that the people being helped would not change. In this case, there is no need to block other people's financial paths. The child cannot help his mother. Forehead, that's what it means. Raised. Future, they need to create it themselves. Yes, Chairman. Yu Xian was a little surprised. She didn't expect Tang Qing to be so aware. Qingyan Film and Television City. A group of 3 people were wandering around inside. The leader, it was Takara Murayama, who just arrived in Qingyan City today, and the other 2 were bodyguards. He had decided to come to visit Tang Qing before. He felt that he had to pick a good day, so he took the May Day and came to Qingyan City first. At least take a look around. There will be something to talk about when we meet. Take a trip. Look at the architectural style and characters with strong Chinese characteristics. Maruyama Ken is very novel. After living in the island country for so many years, although he has integrated into that culture, Under his mother's education, he likes Chinese history and humanities even more. Buzzing, the mobile phone in Murayama Kin's pocket began to vibrate. Take it out and take a look. Unknown number. Mashi Mashi. He instinctively thought it was a call from the island country. Mr. Murayama Kin, how are you doing? I heard this voice. Murayama Kin was excited. With this voice, how could he forget that on the desert island? Tang Qing turned his back to him and asked him in exactly the same tone as now. Hello, Mr. Tang. How did you know that I was here? Murayama Kin stood up straight and said respectfully. The bodyguard next to him naturally took 2 steps back. At first glance, it seemed that they were calling from someone special, and some of the calls were not something they could listen to. Haha, there's nothing I don't know. Tang Qing smiled. This sentence, quite crazy. But Murayama Kin didn't think Tang Qing was talking nonsense. Because, when I think of that flash of fire and the fact that ballistic missiles were used to deal with a group of hired killers on the Atlantic Ocean, all doubts are suppressed. People, there are powerful energies that he doesn't understand. Yes, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of visiting this time. I originally wanted to take a look at this beautiful city and then express my gratitude to you in person, but I didn't expect you to call first. Murayama Kin said hurriedly. Okay, you go shopping first. Tomorrow morning, you come directly to my second uncle's manor. Understood. Tang Qing did not say the address of the manor. Murayama Kin didn't ask either. A piece of basic information about Tang Kai is only worth $100,000 internationally. Hang up the phone. Murayama Kin continued to wander, thinking about Tang Qing's intention to go to Tang Kai's manor, instead of finding a place to sit down and chat. Obviously, Tang Qing was going to introduce his family to him. But why is Tang Qing so relieved about him and not afraid that he is bad? Well, okay, if he can buy Tang Kai's information, Tang Qing can naturally get his. Tang Qing may even know more. There's nothing I don't know, Murayama Kin murmured. Then he smiled bitterly. It seems, to Tang Qing, he was really a transparent person. He knew about the relationship between Tang Qing and the Gu family. They were now important allies, and Murayama Kin and the Gu family also had a very good relationship. Gu Feng's soon-to-be married wife was also arranged by the Murayama family. This way, he and Tang Qing really have important allies in common. One of our own? Other side, Tang Qing hung up the phone. The fact is just as Murayama Kin guessed. Both sides. It can indeed be said that he is one of his own. On the one hand, it is the relationship between the Gu family in the United States, and, on the other hand, in the Tang Qing consortium plan, the Murayama family is one of the targets that could be won over. Plus the identity of Murayama Kin's mother. Triple relationship. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are our own people. At present, the soldiers there have not been in contact with Murayama Kin, but sooner or later, by the end of this year, the island countries consortium will be formally established. Now is the preparation and development stage. And South Korea will be even later than this, because the consortia of the 2 countries are really deeply entrenched. It is an art to try to stir up a good situation in such a solid situation. It cannot happen overnight. Riding on the financial crisis of the past 2 years, he had to dig a big hole, put some people in. South Korea and the island country are 2 countries with very stable social classes. To put it bluntly, they have serious class solidification. If you want to break the old rules, you have to take strong medicine. What is a strong drug? Strong medicine is. This year, until the end of the year, maybe the financial groups in both countries will not be too calm. For example, just 5 days ago, a professor at Seoul National University gave a public speech in the media on the role of the Samsung consortium on the Korean economy, and finally concluded that its monopoly position created and deepened class solidification and hindered fair market competition. Should be split. Sometime in the future, he will continue to wave the flag. Just a professor. A person speaks softly. But this is not even an appetizer. It just promotes a concept first, and the rest needs to be broken from the inside. This speech is just to instill a solution in everyone. Wait until something happens. Some people who see the meat will vote with their feet. The next day, morning, Takara Murayama arrived as promised. Also brought a lot of carefully prepared gifts. Although I have paid with a shipping company before, this is my first time, and I cannot come empty-handed. At this time, Tang Qing was the only one in the manor, and everyone else went to watch the performance at a scenic spot not far away. Came back at noon. Tang Qing is here. Murayama Kenya didn't feel slighted. Pavilion in the middle of the lake. There were several plates of pastries on the table. Come on, have a taste. Tang Qing made a cup of tea for Murayama Ken. Thank you. Murayama Ken took it with both hands, took a small sip, and couldn't help himself. He finished the drink in a few sips and smiled awkwardly at Tang Qing. Sorry, it tastes so good. Pour it yourself if you like. Tang Qing said with a smile. Thank you. Murayama Ken couldn't help but pour himself another drink. This time he didn't drink it so quickly. He saw no one around, and the bodyguards were far away. Mr. Tang, thank you for the incident on the Atlantic Ocean. It's a small effort. Tang Qing waved and smiled. No matter what, you were kind to me. I really didn't expect that you would appear in front of me in this capacity. I was still guessing that I might never see you in this life. Murayama Ken sighed. We will meet if we are destined. Thank you for being kind to the employees of Meichu Shipping. I heard that they are living well and their wages have been increased. Murayama Kenko heard that after that person took over Meichu Shipping, his basic salary remained unchanged, but his overseas subsidy was increased. That company has nothing to do with me. Tang Qing teased with a smile. Murayama Ken understood and said hurriedly, Yes, it doesn't matter. Then please tell your friend that I thank him. I will. The two of them were blowing the warm wind, chatting. Time passed quickly. The relationship between the two parties has become much closer. Murayama Ken will also attend Gufeng's wedding at the end of the month. He is very happy to hear that Tang Qing will also go. This means that the foundation of the alliance between the two parties is solid. Noon. Second uncle and the others are back. Tang Qing introduced Murayama Ken. Tang Kai was very strange. How could Tang Qing have friend from the island country? So he called him aside, and Tang Qing said that he was colluding with Murayama Ken. Her mother is Chinese, and the Murayama family are also good friends of the Gu family. After listening to the explanation, Tang Kai nodded. It's not just an abnormal friendship. A friend of the Gu family shouldn't be someone with ulterior motives. And Tang Qing also said that they have more assets than him. So Tang Kai immediately gave up his doubts. As for the gift, that doesn't look cheap at all. He didn't think much about it. Who calls people rich? And Murayama Ken's courtesy. He also won the unanimous favor of the Tang family. Night. Takara Murayama is gone. After. But two plainclothes men came. Take out a small notebook with the national emblem on it. Mr. Tang, can we ask Mr. Murayama Ken the purpose of coming to you? They are from the National Security Bureau. After Murayama Ken enters the country, they are responsible for following him, mainly for protection. After all, Murayama Ken's mother is Chinese. Later, the Murayama family was almost discovered, and a mysterious person appeared to cause trouble again. There were many doubts. So far, the intelligence station there has not found anything abnormal. Such a big incident has been inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Extremely weird. No clues can be found in the investigation of Murayama Ken's relationship. They were very curious about Murayama Ken's purpose of coming to China, but they did not expect to see Tang Qing. The two had not had any contact before, so, at noon, the superiors issued an order to question Tang Qing. Make a friend. Tang Qing said easily. Making friends. Yes, let me tell you, what age is it now? I just meet a friend from an island country, and his mother is Chinese, and you want to question me? This shouldn't be within the scope of your work, right? After that, Tang Qing pretended to be surprised again and said, Or is there something wrong with Murayama Ken? The two looked at each other. No. There's no problem with Takara Murayama. He is a well-known rich man in the island country. If he suddenly enters the country, he should come directly to Qingyan City. We have to be responsible for the safety of the citizens. One person quickly explained. That's it. Tang Qing seemed to believe it. He began to explain. A friend is getting married. He is the introducer. He knows about my relationship with the groom's family, so he wants to come and visit. After all, I have some capital. His future business wants to enter the Chinese market, so he comes to explore the way in advance. This explanation, the two of them can still accept it. Otherwise, you can't force Tang Qing to ask, what is Tang Qing's identity? He is the richest man in mainland China and has a deep network of connections. Without the nod from the boss, their superiors don't have the right to ask others to go back and investigate. It seems now, there seems to be no problem. Is this friend Gu Feng from the United States? It seems you know a lot. Tang Qing nodded. The leader smiled and said, it's just a routine matter. Thank you for your cooperation. Excuse me. I hope you can keep our conversation a secret today and don't mention it to outsiders. Good night. Walk slowly. The two quickly left the manor. It's over like this? Why didn't you ask more questions? What else are you asking? Our purpose is to find out the purpose of Maruyama-ken's coming to China. Now that we know it, what else is there to ask? Seeing that his subordinates wanted to speak, he said first, don't forget what we do. We just ask questions about everything. We look so incompetent. Yes. It's the end of the month. Please vote. Only 5 minutes. The news was sent back to the capital. Relevant departments. In a small office. Haboo. Are Tang Qing's words credible? Woo. With Maruyama-ken's character, there's no need to rush to get to know Tang Qing. Aren't they going to the United States to attend Gu Feng's wedding at the end of the month? Wouldn't it be much more convenient to be introduced by the Gu family? Then what is Tang Qing hiding? I'm not a god. How do I know? But no matter what it is, we can't press Tang Qing. The relationship behind him is too extensive, too complex, and very troublesome. Thinking of Tang Qing, both of them were dizzy. Tang Qing's domestic network of connections is complicated, and he has interests in many families. He is also a person registered with the above and has huge social influence. Without the nod from above, no one dares to touch Tang Qing. What troubles him most is its foreign involvement. Tang Kai, due to his underwriting, it can be said to be the first source of funds for Lingfagia. It is said that the relationship between the two parties has always been very good. Now, as the ruler of a country, he has suppressed the demons in the territory. It can be said that he has completed an initiative that made the original strategic analysts dumbfounded. Now, no one in Myanmar can compete with its existence, and Myanmar is now the target of China's efforts to win over. Zero has also shown that it is very close to China, and trade between the two sides is growing day by day. There may also be a reason for Tang Kai. In Africa, Tang Qing still has a strong connection with the local area. His cargo actually passed directly and safely through Tanzania and Rwanda, with people escorting him all the way. Behind it was the Black Prison, a powerful force that is extremely active in Africa. Now, steel plants and power plants are being built in Africa to achieve scale. There, China's African strategy, which has been making slow progress for so many years, will be completed, which will be beneficial to the country. Such people, they were actually a little impressed. What toss up? 2 days later, Takara Murayama left China. Before leaving, 2 items are left. First, a park was invested in the county where Qin Yugong was in power. Second, he invested in a hotel in Qingyan City. This way, next time I come to Qingyan City, there's a good reason. The day after Takara Murayama left, Tang Qing returned to Shanghai. The long holiday was about to end, and he had to go to class the day after tomorrow. He had to go to the company because the mobile phone was about to be released next Saturday. After screening, Tang Qing finally determined the brand name of the mobile phone. Nothing fancy. There is no word foreign or English in it, but just 2 simple words. Era. At first, the theme of Tang Qing's brand name for Qingyuan technology was Break of Dawn, which meant breaking through the darkness and finding the light. Later, he found that it was not ideal, and anything with light was not considered. I struggled for a while. Tang Qing made the decision. It's called Era. No brand has a name that people will accept sincerely. When the publicity follows up and people pay attention to it for a long time, there will be no obstacles for people to accept Era. There's a brand. You also need to have an agent. Then, Tang Qing flipped through the Penguin address book at that time. Point troops and generals. It's her. One was not enough, so Tang Qing chose another male partner. After all, women like handsome guys, and men like beautiful women, and this is just an Asian endorsement. In Europe and the United States, the aesthetics are different, so you have to find a new spokesperson. Tang Qing didn't come up with the "I speak for myself" joke. It would be better for him to quietly become the richest man. May 15th, Qingyuan Technology Headquarters. Today, it is an important day for Qingyuan Technology. 9 o'clock in the morning, journalists arrived at the press conference. One after another, Qingyuan Technology has its own exhibition center, which is quite large and can be used with a little modification. Moreover, the parking lot here is large enough to handle it. There is no need to rent it outside. This time, Qingyuan Technology invited almost all mainstream media in China, as well as some international media with reporters in China. In short, not a single publicity channel was left behind, except for media reporters. Some friends will also come to support the event, and Comet Video will broadcast the entire event live. When the time is up, the press conference will be pinned to the top of Comet Video's homepage, and everyone who watches the video will receive a jump link. Very humane. Such treatment. Only Tang Qing can enjoy it. The media has been building momentum for this conference for a week. Today, it's time for the mystery to be revealed. The entrance of Qingyuan Technology. Rong is carrying a small bag. Follow the road signs and walk towards the scene. There was only a digital camera in the bag, because Qingyuan Technology said that it would record a high-definition version of the live video for them afterwards, and it would be from multiple angles, so most of these reporters brought a camera and a notebook. Travel Light, Editor-in-Chief. I feel like there will be big news today, a woman's intuition. Rong said to Lung Mu next to her. Lung Mu didn't take it seriously. Maybe you can't have too much fantasy about domestic smartphones. I believe Tang Qing will create miracles. And if you don't believe it, what are you doing here? Rong rolled her eyes. She could just come to this kind of press conference alone. Lung Mu was just here to join in the fun. Show your face, Lung Mu said with a smile. Rong walking into the venue, under the guidance of staff. They sat down in their seats, surrounded by many familiar colleagues. Everyone they knew would say hello. After looking around, Rong didn't see any promotional posters, and she was very curious. Tang Qing's smartphone. What does it look like? If it's good, I'll support it myself. I hope it's not too expensive. You must know that the price of Apple's first-generation smartphone is $499, and the top version is $599. What concept? Even if you go to the United States to buy it, the minimum is 4,000 renminbi. If you buy it domestically, plus tariffs, it will cost you 5,000 yuan. The top price is more than 6,000, which is really difficult for ordinary people to afford. Rong decided that as long as the price of Tang Qing's mobile phone is not too outrageous and it is worth the price, she will support one. It's almost time to start. It was already full of people. Time's up. When reporters saw Tang Qing and his group walking in from the side door, they started snapping photos wildly. Tang Qing rarely appeared in the media and was considered the most low-key rich man. Almost all interview requests were rejected. Brother Hu is here too. Is he the spokesperson for mobile phones? Look, Liu Yifei. They won't be the spokesperson together. Liu Tianwang is here too. He looked at some celebrities who followed him out. The reporters were excited. This time, Luo Chang walked up. Hello everyone. The ERA press conference is about to begin. During the press conference, all journalists, please keep quiet. Set your mobile phones to vibrate mode. Raise your hands if you have any questions. Don't speak randomly. And maintain discipline. Thank you. ERA? Journalists present noticed the word. Is this the name of the phone? Don't tell me yet. Quite domineering. Listening to this, there's an urge to find out. It is also strange that Qingyuan Technology has done a good job of keeping secrets. It has been building momentum for a week, but it didn't even announce the name of the mobile phone brand. At this time, Comet Video has started live streaming, because the homepage is at the top, coupled with the pop-up link and Tang Qing's personal talk in the title. Many people clicked on it directly and jumped to the live broadcast page. The screen kept jumping between Tang Qing and several celebrities. It immediately caught the audience's attention. The barrage flew up. Finished. Luo Chang glanced at Tang Qing, saw Tang Qing nodding, and said into the microphone, "Welcome to all media reporters, friends, and leaders. I am Luo Chang, the president of Qingyuan Technology. The launch of Qingyuan Technology's first mobile phone era product launch begins now." After finishing speaking, Luo Chang stepped off the stage, just when they thought Tang Qing would come to power. Suddenly, the press conference went dark. Long music sounded, and a video began to play on the projection in front. They knew that this should be the product promotional video shot by Lu Tianwang that had been circulated before, and they all stared at it with interest. Even Lu Tianwang watched intently. To be honest, he shot the promotional video, but the final cut is the finished product. But he has never seen it, because many parts involve special effects, and he doesn't know what the effect will be, because he didn't say a word in the entire promotional video. Just follow the script. Make some expressions and movements. Also curious are Brotherhood. They're the spokespersons of Era. However, what is more confusing is that they have never seen what the mobile phone looks like. They are also filming actions and reading advertising slogans. This is embarrassing. Just backstage, Tang Qing is mysterious. To call it suspense is to say it was unexpected. It would be boring to know it in advance, and it would be as unforgivable as a spoiler. Therefore, they did not ask any more questions and just prayed that Era would not disappoint them. In the screen, this is a land shrouded in darkness. In the city, people can only rely on torches for lighting. People live expressionlessly like walking zombies. The air is filled with helplessness and despair. Soon, Lu Tianwang appears in the picture. He is not as numb as others, and his face often shows an unexpected curiosity and yearning. In a dream, he was guided by a group of light, allowing him to go to the distant mountaintop that entered the clouds. There, light says it has the key to save the world. He set off without hesitation. After many dangers and a narrow escape from death, he finally climbed up to the top of the mountain in ragged clothes and looked back at the dimly glowing small town and the dark world in the distance. He turned around. Move on. The intro music starts, when he almost exhausted his energy and passed through the thick clouds. His eyes, covered in light. Moment. As if a mechanism had been triggered, the darkness that had shrouded the sky for countless years was being melted away by the diffused light. Within a few breaths, the entire world was filled with warm sunshine. World with color. Right now, the main theme of the music sounded. The night gave me black eyes. I used them to find light. This MV, whether it was on site or watching the live broadcast, the audience gave it full marks. The special effects were definitely movie level. If it had been shot longer, it would have been a good movie. Lu Tianwang is very satisfied with this MV. The editing is perfect. The last line of lyrics falls. King Lu Tian is standing on the top of the mountain, embracing the endless glory. This time, the shape of Tang Qing's mobile phone appeared on the screen, followed by two Chinese characters, Era, and the following advertisement. Era, the world can be more beautiful. See what the Era looks like. The scene was boiling. This is their mobile phone. It's so beautiful. The screen is so big. The audience before the live broadcast was also excited. Great, it's not an extended bang-bang machine with half buttons. If so, I will definitely scold the designer to death. Where are the buttons? Why are there no buttons? Full touchscreen phone? I feel like my wallet will lose weight. My dear, this is terrible. Tang Qing is going to be a monster. At this time, the lights in the arena come on. Tang Qing stood up. Go on stage. Later, the screen has also become a multifaceted display of the Era, and it is a dynamic display with 3 colors and 360-degree rotation. At the same time, the mobile phone screen inside is bright. Each one is a different theme. One background is stars. One background is a group photo of the spokesperson. The last one is an animated picture with a strong holiday color. Each theme has a different button appearance. Look at the pairs of surprised eyes below. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Welcome everyone. As you just saw on the screen, this is the smartphone era that we Qingyuan Technology will soon launch, and it is also the crystallization of the most cutting-edge modern technology. Just like the advertising slogan of Era, the world can be more beautiful. This year is the first year of the birth of smartphones. Era is named after this, and it represents the coming of a new era. This is the smartphone. Hear this. The reporters below were so excited that their faces were rosy. Big news. Not to mention the performance of this phone. The appearance alone is very attractive, with a streamlined body, different theme wallpapers on the phone, and buttons of different styles. It satisfied the hearts of the men and women in the audience. Those watching the live broadcast also had bright eyes. Tang Qing continued. Okay, let's get to the point. I'm going to say more here than do more. First of all, please allow me to show you the basic functions of this phone. The first one is the buttons. With a 6.3-inch touchscreen, we abandoned all physical subtitle buttons and kept only 3, 1 function button, 2 volume buttons, and the screen uses virtual buttons. 3 virtual buttons are enough. Then, Tang Qing demonstrated general typing, accidental touch prevention, unlocking, wallpaper changing, ringtone changing, and other functions. Everyone found out. Just these. It's not even the slightest bit better than Apple's first-generation phone. Of course, these operations are only the most basic. If this were the case, there would be no need for my phone to exist. Next, what I want to show is the reason why it is called a smartphone. After that, the mobile phone in Tang Qing's hand has been displayed on the back screen. Everyone can clearly see what Tang Qing is doing. Connect. WLAN. Everyone held their breath. Wanted to see what Tang Qing was going to do. He entered 8 8s and clicked connect. After a few seconds, a successful connection screen appeared, and an arc signal icon appeared in the upper left corner of the phone. This is a 4G mobile phone. Since there is no 4G signal, I can only connect to the wireless network. Tang Qing explained. Subsequently, Tang Qing opened the one he just introduced. The icon of the Era store that is not taken seriously by them. The screen jumps. I saw that there were many categories in it. All are shown by default. In the store, there are only 5 apps. Comet Video, Comet Music, Qijian Literature, Xiao Xiao, Penguin. The first thing Tang Qing downloaded was Comet Video. In order to speed up the process, he clicked on the downloads of all other applications. Although it was a bit slow, he could intuitively feel the progress bar beating rapidly. And in the upper right corner, the download speed is displayed beating around 6 M per second. Only one of them is a third-party software. I contacted Tencent before and gave them a serious system simulator and asked them to make a suitable version based on the original one. It's very efficient there. The finished product was produced within a week. Now, its product manager is sitting below. Seeing the demonstration on stage, he couldn't sit still. The emergence of such mobile phones and apps with multiple functions will be an extension of the internet industry, and what they represent will be opportunities in a new era. If Penguin Empire gets it right, still brilliant. If you fall behind, maybe replaced. Looking at Tang Qing on the stage, his eyes showed a trace of fear. If a man with such an outstanding vision and such technical integration strength had the intention to get involved in communication software, it would be a catastrophe for Tang Qing. And there are already signs. Tiny. The communication function itself has already appeared. Although only some office workers download Xiao Xiao now, it is undeniable that Xiao Xiao has begun to enter the field of communication software. If combined with Era, his back suddenly felt a little cold. At this time, Comet Video has been installed. Open. Play. Seeing that Tang Qing can watch the video smoothly. Even watching the live broadcast of the press conference was so smooth. No one doubted the future of this mobile phone. When data can move on such a terminal, what else can restrain the crazy self-reproduction of data? Then, Tang Qing began to demonstrate other software. Tiny. A software that cannot be ignored in the office field. In the past, it could only be run on computers. Now, when people can use it to send and receive emails and work, it is estimated that many office workers will cry again. 20 minutes later, when Tang Qing finished demonstrating all the functions of Era, no matter the scene, anyone who watched the live broadcast understood a fact. Era It will truly open a new era, an era that belongs to the smartphone. 1. It belongs to the era of the man on the stage. Many years later, when people think of smartphones, they will not think of Apple's first-generation phones, but Qing technology and Tang Qing. Offstage, parts dealers from various epochs are also excited. The Parts 4 era are provided by them, but they have no idea what the epoch will eventually look like or what its final functions will be. Each part is relatively confidential. After the hardware is integrated, they can only roughly guess its performance and functions. And now, the function of epoch is now displayed. They were also quite shocked. I didn't expect that Tang Qing would suddenly raise the standard of smartphones to such a level. It's not that I didn't expect that smartphones would be so powerful. It would be too insulting to the word professional. They're in this business, and they also have predictions about the future of smartphones. It's like the alien library of automobiles of major automobile companies. Those extremely handsome concept cars can't be designed by other countries. What a liar. For this thing, there is no threshold for design. The threshold is production capacity. Even a car company that has been established for 1 or 2 years has at least hundreds of eye-catching exterior designs. Many are no worse than those of foreign giants. Only, they just can't produce it. Now, era is a shock to ordinary people. But for the industry, it's just that everyone has been solving it, but it's not as fast as Qing technology for the time being. What they are excited about is that someone is walking in front, which means that they can catch up soon. At the same time, driven by it, part sales will get better and better. They can make a fortune. Era is also a new era of making money for them. Now, they all have a common heart. Jobs is going to be tragic. Apple generation. It will only be launched next month. Will it die in infancy? No. Remove that kind of stuff. There's almost no need to go public. Jobs doesn't want to ruin Apple's brand, so he will definitely throw it into the trash can and quickly launch its second-generation machine. Moreover, given Apple's ability, it may be released by the end of the year at the latest. But not before that. No one can shake the position of era. On stage, Tang Qing continued to introduce. Thank you to everyone who was present and watching the live broadcast. After introducing the performance, I see that everyone is very excited. However, next, I may have to announce something that is not so happy. After a pause, that's right, it's the price. Everyone looked like I knew it. They are already mentally prepared. Such awesome stuff. Extremely cheap. There's a ghost. At this time, with the spread of major websites and communication tools, the number of people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 6 million, and the number is still rising rapidly. However, with the powerful technology of Comet Video, they did not feel the server lag. The text on the barrage can no longer be read clearly. Heard prices were to be announced. Most of the people watching were nervous. Rong Ying in the audience had already decided to buy one no matter what. She couldn't own such a phone right away. How could she post a review? Look at the eyes in the audience. The button on Tang Qing's hand moved. The price is displayed on the back screen. Era full Netcom 8G version. Domestic retail price is $5,100. The Era full Netcom 16G version has a domestic retail price of $6,200. Wow. As soon as the price came out, the whole audience burst into applause. This made Tang Qing a little confused. Your reaction is wrong, but when you think about it, it's true. Basically, the people present have the spending power. This price, compared with the performance of Apple's first-generation machine, is definitely a reasonable price. And people watching the live broadcast, most of the faces had a look of disappointment because it was too expensive. The price was equivalent to 2 months' salary. However, they thought the price was very reasonable. Now, the high-end non-smartphone models on the market all cost $7,000 to $8,000. But performance? None can compare to this awesome one. They're lost. It's just a bit different from a few hundred yuan. After all, in people's minds, as long as it exceeds their normal consumption capacity, they will feel it is expensive, regardless of whether it is worth the price. It seems that this price exceeds everyone's expectations. Haha. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Then he said, "This is the domestic version, and it is at a preferential price. Starting from the end of the press conference, the Era will begin pre-sale. You can log on to this website to make a reservation. If everything goes well, it will be officially launched in the middle of next month. He said. The official website of Qing Technology appeared behind him. It only takes a few seconds. The number of visits to the website exceeded 1 million. Seeing that the pre-sale sign was dim, everyone who entered was disappointed. Tang Qing had previously fixed July 15th. This is the final launch date for most domestic and international countries that have applied for sales. If some countries are progressing quickly, they can be sold in advance. If the network access permit is issued quickly this time, then it will be launched as soon as possible. Before, Tang Qing once thought about getting a mid-range phone priced at around 2,000 yuan. But then I thought about the 4-point world in the future, so I gave up on low-end phones and handed over all the technology to several other companies for disassembly use. I only operate high-end phones like the Epic. The division of labor is clear. This time, enter the reporter's questionees. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Bai Hongshan, a reporter from People's Daily. This time, the price of Era is so high. Does it mean that its cost is high? After all, it almost exceeds the consumption capacity of ordinary families. People's Daily. Mouthpiece. The questions asked were very sharp. Of course, it's also an assist. Tang Qing nodded to Bai Hongshan. Behind the price is value. Epic uses the best integrated products from major companies in the world. Naturally, the price is so high. You get what you pay for. And because it is domestically assembled, there is no tariff on the whole machine. Therefore, relatively speaking, its price will be the lowest in the world. Of course, this price will definitely make ordinary people very painful. But this is only now. Moore's law tells us that with the integration of technology and mass production, the price of smartphones will definitely be on a downward trend in the future. Even within a few years, a $1,000 smartphone may appear. Face Tang Qing explained. Bai Hongshan sat down very satisfied. He got what he wanted. He came here for positive reports, not to find trouble. Now he has obtained 2 key pieces of information. First, domestic is the cheapest, and the people of China will enjoy the greatest benefits. Second, smartphones are likely to quickly enter the ranks of thousands of yuan. People watching the live broadcast heard this. It suddenly seemed less painful. Before, when buying mobile phones, especially high-end phones, they are all imported, and they have to pay taxes on imported ones. They buy mobile phones with a markup, and now, Era allows them to enjoy the lowest price in the world. Moment. A feeling of privilege came to mind, and looking at the price of several thousand, it didn't seem so dazzling. After, a female reporter stood up. Mr. Tang, I'm American ABC reporter Beverly. Please tell me, when will the Era be launched in the United States, and how much will it cost? I can't wait to own it. Really, it is so beautiful. Beverly praised the Era without hesitation. She really wants to support domestic production. But, in comparison, the performance of Apple's first-generation machine really shocked her. Instantly turned passers-by into fans. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Thank you. The listing process in the United States has not been completed yet, but I believe I won't keep you waiting too long. As for the Era, it should be available in the American market soon. As for the price, considering the tariff, it will be higher than that in China. We will not reply to you until we obtain the sales license. We will update relevant news on Qing Technology's official website in real time. Thank you. Mr. Tang, I'm a reporter from South Korea's MBC. Era uses part of our Samsung technology. I would like to ask you what you think of our country's Samsung. A Korean reporter stood up. This is a question that is more likely to provoke trouble. Not boastful. Say you don't know how to be grateful. Praise. When I get back, there will probably be news that China's youngest and richest man worships South Korea's Samsung Group. Tang Qing has been prepared for this. As for the media, they rely on headlines to survive. No explosive headlines. How come there are clicks and reads? This is a very big company. Among the components of Era, Samsung OEMs a considerable part of the Snapdragon processors and screens. I have to say that the craftsmanship is very good. I hope you will continue to maintain it. Tang Qing smiled. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Samsung, it took me so long to build a tall building. I'm waiting to see your building collapse. No, the new building replaced the old building. Qualcomm and ARM are similar. ARM mainly researches chip infrastructure, and Qualcomm also mainly develops microprocessors, but production is generally left to third parties, such as TSMC and Samsung. This time, Samsung also received a large order. Hearing Tang Qing's words, how could a Korean reporter who has been in China for such a long time not realize that the last sentence was a bit like a superior versus a subordinate, but they couldn't fault you? They wanted you to continue to maintain high quality, and they didn't ridicule you. After the Korean reporter sat down, one reporter after another kept asking questions. Tang Qing answered one by one. His level of tact allowed reporters to appreciate the eloquence of this billionaire, who is so rich and capable of speaking without stumbling. It's almost 11 o'clock. The press conference is over. The reporters left with satisfaction. At this time, because it was a live broadcast, the outside world had real-time understanding of the era. Many reporters finished their stories on the spot and sent them back to their headquarters. Then, the press conference is not over yet. Media outlets from various countries have been dominated by news about the era one after another. The era of smartphones leads a new era of innovation for Chinese enterprises. People's Daily, on the morning of May 15, 2007, Qingyuan Technology released the revolutionary smartphone product Era, which became an industry milestone. It once again proved that the innovation ability of Chinese people is no weaker than that of any other country, and it is expected that smartphones will enter the $1,000 era in a few years. From now on, the world will remember one name, Era, the magic of the East. Era has proved with facts that Samsung's technology is the best in the world. South Korea's MBC TV station. On the news, Tang Qing's young face. Many people couldn't accept it for a while, but it felt inexplicably natural. It seemed that it was not so difficult to accept that this young billionaire came up with the era. Because of the wealth he possesses. It's a miracle in itself. At last, the focus of Western media is directly on Tang Qing. Why? People in a developing country have raised the standards of smartphones a lot, but as a manufacturing country, they have been left behind by Qingyuan technology, especially Apple. The first-generation phone has almost become a joke before it is even born. USA. Apple headquarters. Jobs stared blankly at Tang Qing's high-spirited appearance on the stage. He was watching the live broadcast. There was a translator constantly translating for him, so he watched Tang Qing's era press conference throughout. At this time, his mood could no longer be described as terrible. Before, he believes that Apple's first-generation machine will be a milestone in smartphones. With a full screen, a home button, Apple's independently developed iOS operating system, and a perfect operating experience. Although I later learned that Tang Qing used Qualcomm's latest generation Snapdragon processor. A little shaken, but I still don't think it will be much better than Apple's first-generation machine. Powerful processor. It doesn't mean it's strong in other aspects. Unexpectedly, using its processing power, Qingyuan Technology was able to get ahead of them, and even created an app store that only existed in imagination for the time being, and it was more user-friendly than Apple. In comparison, the thing they released in January has no meaning in existence anymore. An era. Just like its name. A new era has been ushered in. After today, the world will remember this name. Phew. Jobs took a deep breath. Looking at Tang Qing's young face, there's a feeling of facing a formidable enemy. He is old, but Tang Qing is still very young, too young. Does the future really belong to young people? Jobs couldn't help but wonder. He was indeed shocked. Such an opponent, such vision, and its strong financial resources can make Tang Qing almost invincible. After Qingyuan Technology has established a firm foothold, it will be difficult for Apple mobile phones to leave an impression in people's hearts. Jobs here? The vice president watching the live broadcast with him said with a wry smile. This opponent, he had absolutely no confidence. Continuing with the progress of the second-generation mobile phone, Apple can be defeated, but it cannot be knocked down. It's just one mistake. After catching up, I'm looking forward to fighting that young man in the future. Jobs was filled with pride for a moment. Think of your own body. Think of your own experience. What is failure? What is loss? Opponents are meant to be defeated, not feared. He firmly believes in this. Having Tang Qing as an opponent is also a spur to Apple. He firmly believes that the future belongs to Apple. Watching Steve Jobs regain his fighting spirit, the vice president was relieved. Steve Jobs is the soul of Apple. If they fail to recover, they will be in even greater danger. This day, for many communications giants, it is a huge stimulus. After a moment of silence, they all issued almost the same order: to go all out to enter the field of full-screen smartphones. Carefully study the functions and features of study hard, and strive to come up with better products. Although, they had little hope either, because era is so perfect, but you have to set a goal. Failure to achieve it is another matter. The conference site. The reporters left. Mr. Tang, your confidentiality work is also very good. As spokespersons, we have never seen a prototype before. Look, give us one and give it to you for publicity. Brother Who said with a wry smile. That's right. You're a bit uninteresting this time. I want 16G black. Lu Tianwang nodded. Mr. Tang, let's talk first. I want a white one. Get off the stage. Tang Qing was blocked and asked for his cell phone. There's still 1 month left before it goes on sale, and they're really feeling itchy. Okay, 1 person per person to help with publicity. Currently, 4G does not cover many places. In 2G state, the app cannot view videos. If you want to use it smoothly, you need to install a wireless router. Tang Qing reminded. Smartphone. There is no internet. Many functions are not reflected. However, 4G networks in major cities are under intensive construction. Now, the 3 major domestic operators have launched larger broadband packages, which can be used at home and work without any hindrance. Now Epic has been released. Pre-sale is also open. It doesn't hurt to let them try it out. Soon, each of them had an Epic in hand and couldn't put it down. There was a wireless network at the press conference, so they connected directly to it and installed the few apps available in the App Store. No games though, but still had a great time. Tang Qing, congratulations, you're going to be famous now. Chiron walked up. Have I always been famous? Haha, yes. Yesterday, Chiron arrived in Shanghai. He had already tried Era. Last night, he also got several mobile phones given to him by Tang Qing, and he played until 2 in the morning before going to bed. Because the last time a phone was sent for testing, it only had basic programs. There isn't even a theme. Subsequently, Tang Qing said goodbye to some important partners one by one. For example, the 3 major domestic operators have contract opportunities with Qingyuan Technology and will start purchasing in their business halls 1 week after the official launch. There are also representatives from major spare part suppliers. Tang Qing is very humble. These people will become important suppliers of Qingyuan Technology in a short time. They still need to have the proper attitude. Otherwise, do you have to wait for others to do some disgusting things and then deal with it yourself? All boring. P.S. On the last day of the month, if you have a monthly pass, please come over. Next, Tang Qing's phone calls never stopped. Known. Don't know. Want to know. Don't want to know. Everyone called to congratulate them. In the evening, they finally stopped. Tang Qing did not turn off his phone. Since he wanted to do business with the whole world, he couldn't just rest at home and walk his dog all day. Luo Chong was not qualified to decide some matters. He must come forward. I can get his phone number. Those who still feel qualified to call at this time are not simple people. Since they want to chat with him, it doesn't hurt to get to know him as long as they don't come to disturb him at home. Just when Tang Qing was busy answering the phone. Tencent. Headquarters. The product manager came back with an Era, which attracted a lot of company executives to watch. After taking turns to try it out, people from the vice president level and above were soon called to a meeting, and they all looked nervous. Any technological change, it could be the end of a company. This is especially obvious in the internet industry. Technology has not changed, but the market has changed. If they do not pay attention to it, they may be left behind and never recover. This sense of crisis, it has been pervasive in all internet companies, whether it is Alibaba or Tencent. High places, too cold, because the information provided by Qing technology at that time was not sufficient. We did not pay attention to it. After trial, we found that the current Penguin app is not very good, and the functions and operations cannot be completely copied from the computer version. You should have seen Comet Video and Xiao Xiao. The interface is so simple and beautiful. The technical department should seize the time to come up with a better version as soon as possible, add or remove some functions, and Tencent Video should also develop an app as soon as possible. What suggestions do you have about Era? A vice president said, Era, or future smartphones, can run programs with complex functions, so we can take advantage of it and develop mobile games. Yes, computers can play games, and so can mobile phones. But there are still too few. In the future, just like the Era App Store, there may be a variety of applications, and we don't know what software will be popular, so investment in entrepreneurial projects in this area must also be paid attention to. You are right. The internet ecosystem has now reached the mobile side, and our previous protective barriers will undergo great changes. We must establish higher boundaries and a larger ecosystem. We also need to increase talent reserves and build data centers. Otherwise, we will not be able to cope with the increasing traffic demand in the future. I predict that the traffic consumption of mobile terminals will be more than 10 times that of PCs. Ali, same as Tencent. The goal of developing mobile app was determined. It is now more than a month before the launch of Era. With their technical reserves, it is not difficult to develop a first-generation Taobao app. It has a modular design and is finally assembled. Ali has this ability. At the same time, Mayan also put forward a goal. Since the mobile internet will be a mobile phone terminal, our payment must also be dependent on each terminal. Mr. Liu, your payment department will immediately set up a mobile payment development project to provide a plan for convenient, fast, and safe payment. Yes, Mr. Ma. This Tang Qing has really done something big. Ma Yin smiled bitterly. The Era was created quietly. Catch them off guard. But I feel a sense of pride in my heart, because it was made by Chinese people. Although it is not as good as the Western giants in the field of basic research and development, it is ahead of everyone in the field of application. Baidu, Sina, Sohu, not just domestically. Major foreign internet giants have also joined the wave of mobile internet and launched app projects based on our company's products, because Epic uses ERV's Sirius system. There is no technical barrier. At the same time, the major communications giants are also anxious, because last month Zhihua Technology started frantically sending representatives to various countries to introduce their 4G products and solutions. Before, I was a little confused as to why they were so active. Now, people know something about it. No, after the roadshow, many infrastructure projects have been won. Now the difficulty of further promoting equipment has been reduced too much, which means that they are lagging behind and dare not hesitate. With the emergence of traffic demand, the 4G era is a foregone conclusion, and they no longer have any reason to say that 4G is temporarily useless. Then, a new round of competition for the 4G equipment market has begun. Night. Inside the villa. Tang Qing. How are the pre-sale data? Chiron asked as he stuffed something into his mouth. His daughter watched her father eat and also made babbling sounds to try, but her mother had to fool her with a bottle. Tang Qing smiled. It's not bad. As of 7 o'clock in the afternoon, domestic pre-sales have exceeded 600,000. Is this a high number? Of course there are more. You know, this is only less than a day. As the news continues to ferment, the number will definitely increase again. Moreover, after all, only a very small number of people have watched the live video. Most people learn about it through the news. This group of people is countless times more than the number of people watching videos. They're still waiting and watching. 4G has not yet been launched. So many people are not in a hurry to buy, and even more people do not know how to shop online at all. These people do not lack purchasing power and just want to buy in physical stores. Therefore, this data can't explain too much. As long as it exceeds 1 million within a week, Tang Qing will be satisfied. 2 million by the end of the month is already unexpected. When the operator's contract phone comes on the market and the era starts to become a fashion, there will be a surge in sales. Offline is the mainstream market. Hear this number. Chiron looked envious. How are the permits from other countries going? It's difficult and easy. Thailand, Myanmar, and the Gulf region of China will be able to get it done this month. Southeast and South Asian countries will be slower. The slowest ones are undoubtedly Western countries. Their processes are the most complicated. Tang Qing shook his head. Western countries don't have that many fast lanes. It doesn't matter. There won't be any competitors in the short term. However, we are still afraid that those communication giants will stumble and say that your mobile phone may endanger citizens' privacy rights. This is the most troublesome. Chiron is clearly aware of the usual tricks of Western countries. I know this is their last resort, but if you think about it from another angle, it would be a sense of accomplishment to force them to do this. Tang Qing chuckled. Ha, yes. Chiron laughed. Western countries can be forced to do this. It is also rare. If they dare to do this, then we are not vegetarians. We also say that their mobile phones endanger the information security of our citizens. I don't believe it, Chiron said harshly. Tang Qing smiled and said, now is not the time to act on impulse. Technically, we do still need to rely on foreign technology. However, if they do this, they will only be the ones who suffer in the end. Okay, in short, be careful when you go to the United States this time. These guys are capable of all kinds of tricks. Chiron said, I know. Tang Qing nodded. Insidious move. This is the thing he is least afraid of. On the underhanded tactics. Who have warriors professionally. 2019 is coming. I hope everyone is doing well. The next 2 days. The popularity of ERA continues. Especially Western countries. There has been a huge discussion. Just when Apple announced that it would suspend the sales of its first-generation phones and speed up the development of its second-generation phones, ERV decided to release their smartphones in 3 months. When reporters mention progress, ERV gives 50%. This news makes Apple feel a little uncomfortable. If this powerful and mysterious opponent takes action, who knows what it will come up with? Now the second-generation Apple machine cannot be any better than the ERA, and if ERV also targets the ERA, Apple will face brutal market competition. How cruel. Jobs can't give an answer yet, but it is definitely a very uncomfortable thing. And the release of ERA, it represents more than just the era of smartphones. It also represents the launch of mobile internet. After experiencing the App Store, a new wave of entrepreneurship has arrived. Starting a business, such as building a website, has become increasingly difficult. Suddenly, they seem to have discovered a new world. Because Tang Qing said it at the press conference. Third-party applications are welcome. The entrepreneurial wave of mobile internet. Here we go. May 17th, on Monday, Tang Qing came to school. Once again, he became the focus of attention from his classmates. Envious? The gap is too big. I can't envy you at all. ERA is a real technology and integration capability, a product of innovation. They are still self-aware. Even if they have this capital, they probably don't have such a strong monster ability. What a pity. They're all students. Not many people can afford this stuff. Tang Qing, your mobile phone is too expensive. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the classroom, Tang Qing was faced with this problem. It was not raised by the students, but by the counselor Jing Xiang. Tang Qing said helplessly, Teacher, I can't help it. The company wants to make money, and the cost of hardware cannot be reduced for the time being. Ordinary people can't afford it. Jing Xiang likes ERA very much. This is an innovative product. As long as it is within a reasonable price, we have to ignore the purchasing power of some people. Just like a private jet, we can't stop building it just because it is expensive. Teacher, how about I give you a discount? Really? However, soon, Jing Xiang's eyes dimmed again. It would be great to have this money to send home. Then she shook her head. Forget it. I'll wait until the $1,000 smartphone you mentioned comes, and then I'll buy it. And she doesn't like taking advantage of students. I was just passing by today and wanted to express my feelings about ordinary people. Don't you want to hear how big the discount is? Tang Qing knew that Xiang's family was really not willing to buy such a luxury product. Things worth 5 or 6,000, no matter how advanced they were, had a threshold. Otherwise, no one would be selling kidney apples. How big? Xiang asked doubtfully. Let's keep this a secret for now. I won't embarrass you. When it goes on the market, we will reveal the answer. Tang Qing said with a smile. This was also heard by the classmates in the class. What a pity. Okay, I'll thank you first. You're welcome. Seeing that class was about to begin, Xiang turned around and left. Looking at the hopeful expressions of the students, Tang Qing also said, Don't worry, you also have discounts, but it is by no means free. No matter how little it is, it will not be less than 1,000 yuan. Each person can only buy one with a discount. Giveaway? Impossible. It's not that I don't have money, but this wind cannot rise. I heard it costs more than 1,000. Many students' eyes darkened. The price of more than 1,000 yuan was definitely a pain in the ass, because many students' monthly living expenses were less than 1,000 yuan. How could they get it? Look at these looks. Tang Qing smiled. This price. There is something fishy behind it. Some classmates were from poor families and got it at a low price. They could sell it at a profit. Although it was not given away for free, this time Tang Qing actually gave some people money. It depends on whether they can understand it. Not much though, but it is enough for them to improve their lives. At this time, domestic advertisements for ERA have been launched online. CCTV primetime, satellite TV primetime. There are also major offline media, including airports, shopping malls, and stations, all of which are advertising for the ERA. The cost of publicity is quite high, but compared to future profits, this is just a drop in the bucket. Propaganda in various countries is also advancing in an orderly manner. Because pre-sale is only open in China, it even led to the emergence of purchasing agents. People in many countries wanted to get the ERA as soon as possible. Coupled with the local consumption power, the number of pre-sales exceeded 1.5 million in just 1 week. At this time, because of Foxconn's overtime work, the inventory of ERA has exceeded 2.1 million units. Qingyuan Technology's first batch of parts was ordered at 10 million units, and the second batch was also ordered at 10 million units. Because the order was placed early. In the short term, ERA has no production worries at all. 20 million units. In fact, it is already a bit high, because major mobile phone companies will launch corresponding smartphones by the end of the year at the latest. Under such an impact, and it will take time to popularize 4G, the ERA can sell 20 million units. This is already a very good result. Although Apple 4 has sold more than 90 million units worldwide, realistic situations can be taken into account. ERA appeared 3 years early. As a premature baby, it had to bear corresponding risks and consequences. Apple 4 appeared after more than a year of recovery after the global financial crisis. And now, the world financial crisis is about to break out. The timing is inconsistent. It's impossible to expect too much. Therefore, ERA generation machine. Tang Qing only plans to produce 20 million units for the time being. If there is demand in the future, the ERA first-generation phone can be continued to be produced as a low-end model. Everything depends on a market decision. Next, the main task of Qingyuan Technology is to develop the second generation of ERA. Since the starting point of the first generation is too high, the second generation of ERA must have advantages and features that other companies cannot match. Artificial intelligence will be one of them, but it's not that big of a deal. Xiao Air can come up with such a low-level program in minutes, and it's guaranteed to be even more powerful than Siri before he was reborn. Others, most of them are user experience improvements, and the main task of the soldiers. It is to accelerate the penetration of the upstream and downstream of the entire industry chain. Increase the proportion of controllable technology, especially chips and systems. Now that ERV has mastered ARM, it has proposed a more perfect architecture, and it has also mastered the Siri system. Qualcomm's chess pieces have basically been deployed, and the research and development of the next generation processor has been basically completed. Even the scientists in the command room have completed the research and development of the third-generation processor. Just didn't take it out. This is the technology used to disrupt Qualcomm. This behemoth, or patent troll, has too many patents and big sticks in his hands. Just like Samsung in South Korea, he does not allow such an awesome company to exist. It has to be mine too. May 24th, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Chiron took the earliest flight and arrived at Pudong Airport. Today, it was the day Tang Qing was leaving for the United States. Chiron also received Gu Feng's wedding invitation and was planning to take a SF flight. Since Zhanshi had to take care of his daughter and could not come with him, Tang Qing also asked for a few days off from school. Morning, 9 o'clock. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue arrived at the airport. Here. Thank you. Chiron took the box with a smile. Since there was no time, Chiron could only wait for Tang Qing to deliver the food. In his words, when he came to Shanghai, how could he eat ordinary food? Subsequently, Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue. Chiron happily walked behind with the box in hand. Eating the food cooked by Tang Qing's chef was a complete pleasure. 20 minutes later, the plane flies into the sky. The modified Gulfstream G550 has a large fuel tank. It is enough to guarantee a direct flight from Shanghai to New York. This time the destination is not New York, but a private airport in the Gu Feng family estate. After so many years of operation, the Gu Feng family is a big landowner. He controls more than 3 million acres of farmland. Not all are located in the United States. Most of them are actually scattered around the world. One of the purposes is to reduce risks. As Chinese, the Gu family has been living on thin ice in the United States, and they are also afraid that the capitalists will eat the Gu family alive. There's still a lot of backup options. But this point field, it's worse than what the soldiers have mastered. Even excluding Myanmar's huge land, the land acquired by other countries for the Industrial Alliance Plan is more than 3 times that of the Gu family, reaching nearly 10 million acres. And the number is growing. These are truly fertile fields. Towards the end, the growth rate is slower. The soldier strategy also gradually changed from purchasing finished farmland to opening up wasteland. Especially in Africa and Australia, where the land utilization rate is low and the other is vast and sparsely populated. They are both good places to open up wasteland. The relative price of land in North America is too expensive, and most farmers are not sure of money. You want to buy it, but others don't want to sell it yet. In the end, only some unowned land is easier. On the plane, Chiron ate breakfast happily. Tang Qing, tell me, is there something wrong with the cell phone? Chiron suddenly asked. Tang Qing looked at him. Do you want to make a mobile phone? I have this idea. High-end phones are difficult to sell, but low-end phones should be better. Are you saying that it won't be long before a $1,000 smartphone will appear, and then the market will be broad? Chiron analyzed. This is not a business grab. Tang Qing made it clear. He only deals with high-end machines. Hearing Chiron's thoughts, Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Master Chai, mobile phones are not that easy to make. When we enter the era of 1,000 yuan phones, mobile phones will face huge price competition. Even if you look at the current mobile phone companies, they all make a lot of profits. But soon, a large number of companies will make mobile phones into a low-profit industry, with profit margins not exceeding 5%. Many companies may even sell mobile phones at cost. That is the most cruel price battlefield. What? Not making money? Chiron was startled. Then how do they survive? Financing, continuous financing, and then using software to make money, such as developing other paid software projects, games, etc., or selling peripherals. There are many ways to survive. Tang Qing explained. From now on, the overall profit of the mobile phone industry is small. Only Apple can make considerable profits, so not many entrants in this industry can survive. The wave of bankruptcies one by one will make many entrepreneurs become typical cases. What is a smartphone? A mobile phone is just a carrier. Intelligence is the core, and the countless applications it brings are the core. Therefore, there's only one way to start a smartphone business and make money with software and peripherals. Tang Qing explained. Isn't it enough to just sell mobile phones? Chiron asked disappointedly. He didn't understand software at all. Hardware and software are different. Hardware can be differentiated from epoch without conflict. But software, all mobile phones can be installed. He didn't want to compete with Tang Qing. It's almost a dead end in the country. Tang Qing nodded. Forget it, I'll just ask. Chiron grimaced. This basin of cold water was really a bit cold, but it also showed that Tang Qing was extraordinary. Era was definitely one that could make money. Tang Qing smiled and said, Young Master Chai, your career is very promising now. Unlike me, I have no resources and can only work around. You have family protection, but I can only create on my own. In fact, I envy you. Chiron was speechless. You don't have any resources. You're calling this a fool's errand. But think about it too. Chiron, with a strong background, whatever business he wants to do, he will get advantages that others can't imagine. But Tang Qing has to rely on himself for everything. Even friends like them don't help much. Think about it this way. Chiron's heart instantly became balanced. But life is not as exciting as yours. Tang Qing shook his head. What is exciting? What is ordinary? They are all the same. Exciting means that I have to bear more attention and responsibility, and I will encounter a lot of messy things, such as the era. How many people will be slapped in the face, and they'll make it easier for me? Chiron was anxious. Have you heard any rumors? Don't listen. Market competition has always been like this. I belong to a tree in the forest. Soon, when the wind reaches a certain level, they will want to shake the existence of my tree and compete with me for the limited sunshine. Chiron understood. Yes, how could the major mobile phone manufacturers not be interested in this piece of cake? Do you have confidence? No, I don't believe it. Confidence, source, and strength. I can only try my luck. Tang Qing smiled. This smile let Chiron firmly believe that Tang Qing is full of confidence. Listen to what your man says. Lin Jiaxue only noticed that there would be countless competitors to deal with her man's company in the future, and held Tang Qing's hand tightly. The only thing she could do was to silently support him from behind. Tang Qing rubbed Lin Jiaxue's hand. He cast an extremely confident look. 16 hours later, the Gulfstream G550 landed at the airport of the Gufeng family. The airport is located in the middle of two farmlands and occupies a very large area. Most private airports only have a single runway, but this airport has 3 runways and can even take off and land large passenger planes, which is very arrogant. At this time, through the window, Tang Qing could see a row of private jets parked on the parking platform. There were even 2 large Boeing passenger planes. Tang Qing asked the soldiers to check. One of them belonged to the Gu family. This time it was used to pick up the woman's relatives in the island country, and the other one belonged to an Australian tycoon. That's just long-distance running. The others were mostly small and medium-sized private jets, so densely packed together that Tang Qing's Gulfstream G550 was just a medium-sized jet, not conspicuous. These days, the Gu family is very lively. Wedding. For this kind of family, it is never a personal matter. Use a vivid metaphor. It is to reorganize the family's relationship network and show it to the outside world. Therefore, for the marriage of a direct family member, the Gu family usually holds a banquet with guests and invites all the guests they can. Deepen old relationships and maintain new ones. Then, Gufeng was very busy. As the groom's official, his grandfather dragged him to meet everyone he knew and didn't know. He felt like his face was frozen with laughter. In his life, he felt that he had never said so many polite words. Fortunately, his wife, who was about to marry him, was also by his side. At this time, Gu Feng and his father were accompanying a distinguished guest from Germany. Xiao Feng, Tang Qing is here. You two go pick him up. After the housekeeper whispered, Gu Feng's father said to him, Hear the words. Gu Feng felt happy that he could finally leave. Yes, father. He finished. After bidding farewell to the distinguished guest, Gu Feng pulled his fiancée and turned to leave. The wedding hasn't started yet, and those who can come in advance are almost all people who have a very good relationship with the Gu family. Those ordinary or busy big shots will only come over on the wedding day to participate. Tang Qing came one day early upon invitation. Leave the villa. The sun is shining brightly. Gufeng wiped his sweat. He smiled at his fiancée Lingya beside him and said, "Let's go meet a good friend of mine. You must have heard his name." Lingya is his Chinese name. He's been in the island country for so long, and he also has an island country name, but he doesn't use it in the Guf family. Who is it? Lingya asked curiously. You'll find out later. Gufeng smiled mysteriously. Just after Tang Qing's plane stopped, Gufeng's car drove up. Tang Qing, you're finally here. Hello, brothers and sisters. Young Master Chai, long time no see. Gufeng greeted each one. Officer groom, this is the bride. Tang Qing looked at Lingya. Lingya, as her name suggests, has the temperament of a classical beauty and has a quiet personality. She can be regarded as a real lady. This is my fiancée Lingya. This is Tang Qing, the richest man in China, and his fiancée Lin Jiaxue. But Lin is not your Ling, but Lin from the woods. As for this one, Chai Run, a descendant of a big family in China, just call him Mr. Chai. Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello, Sister Lin. Hello, Mr. Chai. Lingya said hello one by one. Tang Qing waved and smiled. Just call me by my name, Mr. Tang. Okay. Lingya thought as expected. None of them are simple characters. Tang Qing. Now its reputation is at its peak, and the era has silenced all the world's major mobile phone giants. Although Forbes was not the richest man in China last time, he will definitely not run away next time. Just rely on era. No one can underestimate the value of Qingyuan technology. As for Chirin, it's extraordinary when you think about it. I'll take you to meet my father first. If you have time, I'll take you to the farm to look around. As you can see, if there weren't so many people in my family, I really wouldn't be able to cope with it. Gufeng said with a bitter smile. We can do whatever we want. Where's Brother Mu? Tang Qing followed. He said he would be here today, so he would be here soon. Oh, then, they took a car to the main hall, where distinguished guests were received. Once inside, then he saw Gu Tian coming up to him. After chatting for a while, Xiaofeng, please take Mr. Tang to the guest room first. Please forgive me for neglecting me. Gu Tian said. The Gu family wanted to see Tang Qing for something, but they were not in a hurry. There were so many guests now that he really didn't have much time to spend with them. Understood. Tang Qing waved. After following Gufeng out of the side door and taking a sightseeing car for a few minutes, they came to a neatly built villa area. Rows of single-family villas were specially built to entertain distinguished guests. Such a big family. Only dozens of villas need to be built as guest rooms. Not far away, Tang Qing also saw a multi-story hotel-style building. After introduction, said it was a spare guest room. This is just a small town. Looking at the large number of buildings not far away, Chirin sighed. There must be too many people in the Gu family, so they need to build such a large building. It's almost the same. We have what the small town has, and we have what the small town doesn't have. If we hadn't considered some management issues, we would have applied to build a town long ago. Gufeng said proudly. Family. There's still safety in numbers. Although there's a high chance of a scoundrel being born, the Gu family has a strong ability to withstand risks. The Gu family has no family planning. For so long, each generation has had many children, including direct line bookcases, bodyguards, and servants. The permanent population here exceeds 1,500. Came to a villa marked 36. Tang Qing. This is the place specially arranged for you. Mr. Chai is next door at number 37, and the Mu family will be at number 38. You can visit us if you have nothing to do. However, Mr. Chai, you may have to stay alone in the empty room. Gufeng said with a smile. The room will be available if it's available. Kinto and I will squeeze in. Chiron had no choice. His daughter was too young, less than half a year old, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to adapt to the climate here, so she could take her around the world with her when she was older. In fact, it doesn't matter if the room is vacant. His two bodyguards came over, and at least they could have a table to fight the landlord. Enter the villa, a very nice little courtyard. There is everything inside. If you're hungry, you can call to order a meal. There are dishes from all over the world. As long as they are not too popular, they can be cooked for you. Gufeng led Tang Qing around the room. If you're bored, you can ask someone to take you around. I'm really busy these 2 days. Okay, don't be ink. It's not that we don't understand. Okay, you guys could do your own thing first. I know, go ahead and do your thing. After that, Gufeng took Lingyu away. This kind of welcome from a big family. Even Tang Qing was tired looking at it. If he held a wedding and so many people came, reception arrangements would be a big problem. When it came to where to get married, Tang Qing really felt it was a big problem at this time. Do you want to build a manor too? I'd better use Uncle Ayers. It needs to be considered carefully. Put your luggage away. Lin Jiaxue cleaned up the house, and the soldiers also checked all the rooms and found nothing unfriendly. It seemed that the Guf family had a bottom line and did not do anything unpleasant. Noon, in Chai Ren's thoughts. Make do with the meal. Afternoon, when Mu Jian's family arrived, the villa became much livelier. Tang Qing also saw other members of the Mu family for the first time. Not to mention, it was another big family with more than a dozen people coming. As soon as we met, Mu Jian's daughter broke away from her mother's arms. Tang Qing must hug him. After settling in, the elders of the Mu family went to find acquaintances of the Gu family. Tang Qing and Mu Jian were drinking tea and chatting. It was really interesting to listen to Chai Run and Mu Jian, who had not seen each other for a long time, arguing with each other. Several women were discussing the sutra of parenting and had a lot of fun. Evening, they didn't order food. Instead, we came to the restaurant in the Gu family's village. The huge restaurant was crowded with people, not just guests, but also a large number of Gu family members dining here. If it weren't for the large place and sufficient preparations, they would definitely queue up in a restaurant like this. Welcome, distinguished guests, at the door. An old man wearing a green robe smiled and greeted. The Gu family is a well-established family. There was no reception with beautiful women. Seeing that the old man's temperament was not ordinary, Tang Qing squinted his eyes in the crowd. The Gu family really knew how to make a show. This old man was actually an important member of the Gu family. Gu Feng's third master, mainly responsible for the management of internal affairs of the family. Master Gu-san, is there still room? Mu Jian obviously didn't come here for the first time and recognized him. Master Mu, yes, please come in. Then, the old man asked a male waiter to take them inside. After turning a few corners, we came to a small hall, surrounded by Chinese faces, talking loudly, and some even holding hands. Obviously, they took care of the enthusiastic dining habits of the Chinese people. Tang Qing and the others came in. It attracted a lot of attention. This is the case for everyone who comes in, because the high-level Chinese circles in the world are so large, and they are often connected. Especially if you can attend this kind of wedding banquet, the chance of knowing each other is very high. Old Mu, here we come. A young man waved to Mu Jian. Second Qing, you're still so fat. Hello, Uncle Qing. Hello, Andy. Mu Jian finished greeting his friend and politely greeted his parents, who also smiled and showed courtesy. The man named Qin Laowa looked at Tang Qing and others curiously. These new friends are? You kid, you should read more news, Mr. Tang, hello. His father immediately recognized Tang Qing's identity, but he didn't hesitate to hand over his business card. There was a reception after the wedding, so there was plenty of time to get to know each other. Hello. Many people recognized Tang Qing. Tang Qing? That Tang Qing. He is Tang Qing, so young. So awesome. Qin Laowa was confused. He had been serving on a destroyer of the U.S. Navy. He had taken time out these days and came back. He really didn't understand Tang Qing. Soon, after his father's explanation, he looked at Tang Qing with a little more appreciation. Every Chinese who could be remembered by the world. They're the pride of Chinese people all over the world. Apparently, Tang Qing counts as one. Tang Qing's glasses constantly displayed information about the people present, and found that these were all Chinese with high social status in the United States, including scientists, government officials, soldiers, and police. He knows, in order to integrate into the local area, Chinese families have been constantly climbing up. Power is something that cannot be ignored in any country. In order to find a sense of security and join some circles, this is what they must do. Everyone sat down. The man just now was Gufeng's third master, a very capable old man. He was just called Habitual Gu Third Master. I don't know his real name. Mu Jian introduced in a low voice. It's really fastidious. Chiron praised. After meal, they walked around for a while. Far away, tomorrow's wedding is being prepared and inspected all night long to ensure everything goes smoothly. Night. It's past 9 o'clock. Tang Qing, who was drinking tea with Mu Jian and the others, received a call from Gufeng, saying that his father and grandfather wanted to see him. Of course, Tang Qing knew why, and followed the car that picked him up to a Chinese-style house deep in the farm. Door. Tang Qing saw Gusang. Mr. Tang, please. Okay. There were no unnecessary words. Tang Qing walked into the hall. Hello, Mr. Gu. Looking at the old man inside, Tang Qing greeted him quickly. Next to the old man was Gu Feng's father. After Mr. Gu took him in, he retreated and closed the door. Tang Qing is indeed extraordinary. Gu Feng's grandfather Guzhong looked at Tang Qing and praised him. With his years of seeing people. But I can't see through the person in front of me. He was obviously a businessman and a student, but he still had a self-confidence that he couldn't understand. It was an aura of looking down on the world. It was strange, so strange. This should not appear in a student. I think so too. Ah, that's interesting. Please sit down. Guzhong laughed. Okay. Tang Qing sat down. Gu Tian made him a cup of tea. Mr. Tang has a lot of good things. Xiaofeng brought them back from you last time. I kept them here to entertain distinguished guests. Guzhong took a sip of hot tea, his mouth full of aftertaste. Even if you soak it 10 times. This tea also has more flavor than regular tea. If not tested. He even doubted whether something had been added to the facade. If you like it, I still have some on the plane. I'll have some delivered tomorrow. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay. Then I'll be disrespectful. Mr. Gu, what's the matter with calling me here today? Tang Qing asked, pretending to be confused. Guzhong took a deep look at Tang Qing. He always feels. What does Tang Qing know? It's about your Wanqing mining industry, Guzhong said. Oh, Guzhong explained. Your Wanqing mining has established such a large presence in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which has attracted the attention of many interested people. Later, it built a power plant, and with the personnel of the Central Guards, what you're doing now is very dangerous. Danger? Where does it come from? The U.S. government. Some people think that the Chinese government is behind Wanqing mining. Tang Qing chuckled and said, there are no regulations prohibiting Chinese government enterprises from doing business in Africa. With so many Chinese state-owned enterprises doing business in Africa, and China also sending huge loans to local countries, it is not necessarily the United States that has done anything. Guzhong nodded. Tang Qing's reason is also correct. With so many Chinese state-owned enterprises doing business in Africa, buying mines and mining, and participating in infrastructure construction, the United States did not pay much attention to them. Tang Qing's reason for being not afraid of normal business transactions is also valid. Yes, but it is a state-owned enterprise, and behind it is the state. But you're different. On the surface, you're an ordinary businessman. If the United States wants to cause trouble, the first thing that comes to mind is your Wanqing mining. Guzhong said, you mean, I'm weak and can only be used as a chip at any time? Tang Qing smiled. Guzhong nodded. It can be understood that China and the United States must have a war on trade. This is determined by China's development model, which challenges the arrangement of the global industrial division of labor in the United States. Friction is inevitable, and friction sometimes produces some victims. Interesting, it seems that I am really doing something dangerous. Tang Qing nodded. Then he said, then what should I do? You are just on the list. Nothing will happen for the time being, and your era has successfully attracted many people's interest, so you don't need to worry about anything in a short period of time. When talking to smart people, be realistic. However, political risk aversion, at your level, also needs to be carefully considered. For example, Guzhong looked at Tang Qing seriously. Join our Gu family's camp and form a deep alliance. I'm a Chinese businessman. Tang Qing emphasized. Guzhong shook his head. I mean, in the world market, you need the necessary cover. In this way, while helping each other, we can solve some political risks for you Zhou Xian in the United States. He glanced at Guzhong, who was serious. What I need to pay? Tang Qing asked directly. Hear the words. Guzhong couldn't help laughing. Haha, you don't need to pay anything. What do you think our good family is? Don't we still charge membership fees and entry fees? The meaning of alliance has always been to form a group, not to control who or take advantage of others. Is the good family short of money? How is it possible? The assets controlled by the good family are twice as much as those of Bill Gates, and they're basically real assets. The prices of assets are very stable, unlike the stock prices of listed companies, which may plunge significantly when encountering the economy and finance. And, to their level, to money, there's also a general view of sublimation. Money, power, and influence are the three major cohesive forces in the world. For the good family, expanding the family's territory of power is much better than making money. Money? Just paper. The more allies you have, the stronger you become. To protect everything created. This is a bit beyond Tang Qing's expectation. There are no conditions at all. Guzhong looked at Tang Qing. It's like watching an outstanding junior. Tang Qing, for us, seeing the rise of Chinese with world-class influence is more meaningful than money. Just like your microcrystalline technology, we don't ask for anything in return, but we'll give some help. Although we have lived overseas for a long time, we firmly believe that the Chinese are no worse than anyone else. How can we make the Chinese respected by the world? It is not meaningful to be a rich man, but your Comet film and television, the Civilization series, have achieved it and have a far-reaching impact. And now, Era has once again created a new era of smartphones, and this is the pride of the entire Chinese community. So, don't look at us with ordinary eyes. We also have a proud heart as Chinese. These words, Tang Qing was quite emotional when he heard this. That's what they said. It was similar to what the soldiers investigated, and there was no correction for him. It seems that I am stingy if I don't agree. Tang Qing raised his head and smiled at the two of them. Anyway, there's no loss. And to the Gu family. He also liked it very much. Guzhong was also happy when he heard Tang Qing agreed. Don't worry, our Gu family will help with political issues in the United States to reduce the possibility of being targeted as much as possible. However, you must also be prepared. After all, this is the world of Westerners. We can only say that we are trying our best. There is a high probability that nothing will happen to you. I understand that there are no absolutes in the world. Don't worry, I'm not a vegetarian. Not everyone can touch me. At this point, Tang Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. What does the United States mean? Labor and management are cheaters. I'm afraid you won't make it. These words, the two of them were stunned. This confidence appears again. Does Tang Qing really have any trump cards? Just have confidence, do your best, and maintain the highest vigilance. Americans' methods have always been rather arrogant and unreasonable. The words American interests can promote all unreasonable events. Good Tian reminded. I understand that. How could Tang Qing not know how rogue the United States is? With just for the benefit of the United States, he can station troops around the world and violate so-called fairness and morality as long as he wants. Wage war, raise tariffs, restricted sales. This, in fact, it is also the front-end manifestation of the currency war. Future. The Asian dollar will also face it head-on, because the expansion of any sovereign currency is an expansion of trade. Everyone feels that this thing can only be widely accepted if it is supported by physical objects and products. No currency can increase its international influence through gimmicks and financial tricks. This is the way to go. There are no shortcuts. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing left the courtyard. Although he doesn't care much about the identity of his so-called allies. But, overall, there are still gains to be made. Uniting more people will also strengthen one's own strength. Behind the Gu family is a network of relationships all over the world. In many cases, this kind of family business has turned into relationships. After Tang Qing left, Guzhong returned to the hall. Add water again and enjoy the tea slowly. Father, I don't think Tang Qing is afraid of the so-called targeting at all. Of course I can see that. Then, as an ally, helping is an attitude, and it also allows others to see sincerity. Therefore, no matter what the cards and confidence behind him are, We must do our best to do what we should do. Yes, father. Once back, Chiron asked quickly. Tang Qing, what are they looking for you for? Want to buy shares? Tang Qing shook his head. Of course not. The Gu family has a big business, so why would they care about my petty profit? You still call this petty profit? Chiron muttered. Otherwise. Master Chai, let me tell you, the Gu family are not greedy people. They have always had a good reputation here and are very principled. They would not do such a thing. Hurry, $100. Mu Jian on the side stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Chiron could only reluctantly take out a ticket from his pocket. Mu Jian happily put it into his wallet. The money won from this kind of bet, even if it is only $1, is of great significance. What it represents is not money, but a happy memory. For Chiron, it is not so happy. Gambling is not encouraged, Tang Qing said. That's right, give me back 100 yuan. If you don't give it, there's no way to default on the debt. I'll win it back one day. Then I'll wait. By the way, after the wedding, should we go to Las Vegas to have fun? Chiron suddenly suggested. There's actually nothing interesting there. There are just a lot of people. Mu Jian shook his head. Chiron looked at Tang Qing. I don't like that kind of place. It's too impetuous. Tang Qing also shook his head. What's fun in Las Vegas? Some people say it is a man's paradise, but he doesn't gamble and doesn't vote for women, so he really doesn't like that place. Through the eyes of the warriors, he has already had some fun, lively and extravagant. A mess. A boring place. Okay, I won't go if I don't go. That's what Chiron said. The main thing is to find a place for everyone to play together. Speaking of Las Vegas, Chiron remembered another fun thing. Let me tell you something fun. A friend of mine who runs an entertainment city in Macau said that last year, none of the casinos there made more than 100 million yuan. I don't know why, but it has been like this for the past 2 years. It makes me laugh. Gambling. It has become a low-profit industry. He heard from his friends that the faces of the bosses were all dark. If they hadn't still made money, they might not be able to help but close down collectively. What are they doing now? They can't make 100 million a year, and they are still exhausted. Then, Chiron smiled from ear to ear. It was so cute. I don't believe it. Mu Jian looked at Chiron suspiciously. It's true. Chiron was anxious. Mu Jian was about to question. Tang Qing raised his hand and said, I bear witness. Tang Qing finished. Both of them looked at him. I also heard from my friends. Tang Qing explained with a smile. Chiron was happy. Listen, let me tell you, if this continues, I feel that a large number of casinos over there will have to close down, not just in Macau. I heard that casinos in many places have not made much money in the past 2 years. Mu Jian was thoughtful. Listening to what you said, I think a friend who runs a casino mentioned recently that he just save his capital. It's strange. I didn't expect the impact to be so wide. Could it be a new tax evasion method? It's possible. These people are very evil-minded. Regarding gambling, Chiron was also very unhappy. This thing, it caused so many homes to be broken up and people were killed. When people came in, the villa was turned into a single room, and the car was turned into a motorcycle. It really played a disgraceful role. He thought it would be better if they all closed down, but it was impossible to think about it. There are so many industries. It may exist from the beginning to the end of human civilization. Gambling is one of them. This is determined by human nature and has nothing to do with the advancement of social development. Therefore, Tang Qing has never thought about letting this industry disappear, nor can he let it disappear, just use it as a cash machine. Except for the casino. Something similar happened this year in the global gaming industry. For example, the boxing fighters originally sent to Europe have now contributed more than $7 billion to the Pichio project, which was earned through boxing matches. And the harvest continues, coupled with the efforts of the fighters who entered the team. Let Tang Qing directly let go of the restrictions on competitive betting in the Pichio project, because at this time, after a long series of operations, the Warriors had already controlled 3 of the top 10 competitive betting companies in the world. The first 100, the Warriors took control of 27 families, and this number is still growing. Depending on the prediction of competitive results, more and more companies will be shuffled out and become history. Therefore, Tang Qing feels that he is playing Dafa. At the same time, I also feel that the money in this industry is too good. This kind of money is on the edge of morality. Tang Qing has always been in awe. After a series of laundering, 70% of the money will be used as development funds for the soldiers, and the rest will be used for public welfare. It's not just the gambling industry. To protect these industries, the soldiers had to get involved in the local black and white. Every time I see reports on the soldiers' sphere of influence, Tang Qing always feels that he is about to become the biggest villain in the world, and this is a path that can only lead to darkness. Fortunately, his heart is white. Tang Qing, how about you go to my farm for a few days after the wedding? Mu Jin invited. Okay. Tang Qing nodded. A rare visit. There is no rush to go back immediately. Chiron also became interested. Let's go hunting. We haven't played robbing for a long time. Okay. The next day, morning, the guests wore formal attire and came to the wedding venue. This was a place specially used for the Gu family to prepare weddings. It was a cathedral. The Gu family used a Western-style wedding in order to balance Chinese and Western cultures. Consider the reception of guests. The Gu family usually holds 2 public and private weddings. On the 3rd day after the Western-style wedding, a Chinese-style wedding will be held with only relatives from both sides participating, which is not a violation of tradition. How many times have you been to this place? Chiron asked curiously, seeing that Mu Jin seemed to be very familiar with this place. 7 times. Mu Jin said, so many. The Gu family and my family are family friends. For almost every important family member's wedding, our family will send someone to come. I came 7 times alone. Mu Jin said casually. In such a big family, weddings are held almost every year. I see. Next, the wedding was nothing special or surprising. It's quite regular and can be said to be a bit rigid. It's completely different from the lively wedding scene seen in American TV series. However, I understand that there are too many elders in the family here, and it is difficult to mess around. Night. The reception begins. Gu Feng and his newlywed wife shuttled through the crowd. Gu Feng was familiar with the road and was able to get around. Ling Yu was also a lady and had experience in dealing with such scenes. Mu Jin's wife Lu Ji and Lin Jiaxue shuttled among the women's groups. Lu Ji can chat with anyone. Lin Jiaxue was very envious. This ability, she didn't. Willow Ji chatted with various ladies about fashion and jewelry. It seems that I have never worried about this matter. For food, clothing, housing, and transportation, it seems that I have never used anything that is available for sale outside. What skincare products are useful? She really doesn't know. How do women take care of themselves? She felt like she had never considered this issue. So distressed, Lu Ji originally brought Lin Jiaxue to see what the women in their circle were talking about, but found that Lin Jiaxue seemed to really know nothing. After thinking about it, she only smiled bitterly. Lin Jiaxue, under the wings of Tang Qing, just like a princess. What she enjoys are good things that ordinary wealthy people cannot enjoy. Isn't it difficult for Lin Jiaxue to ask her to talk about which cosmetics are easy to use and which beauty salon has superb skills? Confused Kill. Not to be offended. Chatted for a while. Lu Ji took Lin Jiaxue back to Tang Qing's team. Mu Jin wondered, why did you come back so soon? Lu Ji explained the reason. Mu Jin, Chai Run, and the others burst out laughing. It's true when you think about it. People usually don't come into contact with those vulgar things. You let them chat, awkward chat, seeing them smile. Lin Jiaxue lowered her head. This time, a pair of strong hands went up to her waist. Tang Qing said gently, it doesn't matter. You have nothing to talk about with them, so don't force it. Just talk to me. Yeah. Tang Qing, at this rate, your Lin Jiaxue will soon be out of touch with the world. Lu Ji teased. It doesn't matter. Human fireworks may not be delicious. Looking at Tang Qing, Lu Ji was full of appreciation. Next, Lin Jiaxue didn't follow Lu Ji to chat with her sisters. She listened to them talk about the company next to Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't force it. He didn't need his woman to help him maintain relationships. He is Tang Qing, enough to hold up the sky. Let your woman live her life as she pleases. Tang Qing, young Master Chai, Lao Mu, thank you. They saluted in a circle. Gufeng and his wife came to Tang Qing's place. He was separated from the elders. After the circle of elders had greeted friends of the same generation, only the couple came to entertain them. Thank you. It's true that you should have a baby as soon as possible. If it's a boy, maybe you can become an in-law with young Master Chai, haha. Mu Jian joked. Upon hearing this, Chiron immediately showed a reluctant expression. No, if you want to be my son-in-law, you have to be able to beat me. How can there be such a requirement? You are a typical person who deserves a beating. I don't care. If you can't protect my daughter, how can you do it? It was just a joke. No one mentioned any child marriage. In this kind of family, even child marriage requires careful consideration before the family can decide. Freedom of marriage has never been in the dictionary of this kind of family. Chatted for a while. Gufeng went to entertain other guests. Tang Qing and Chiron were drinking alone in the corner. They only knew a few people in the United States, and they were not interested in joining in the fun. Mu Jian had many acquaintances, but they all met frequently. Sometimes a drinking party. It is possible to meet a large number of people with the elders. And Tang Qing and Chiron. It's rare to come to the United States once a year. I don't know when the next time he will come. So he has been accompanying Tang Qing and the others, as has Lu Ji. The ladies are all familiar with it, so there's no need to get tired of why for too long. At this time, Tang Qing and the others were talking about the launch of ERA in the United States. Tang Qing, do you want me to find a more powerful lobbying company for you to urge you? Mu Jian suggested that the lobbying company can also be called a blatant bribery company. If the procedures are not passed, even if Tang Qing gives him a mobile phone, he will not be able to use it. No, I've already asked someone to deal with it. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Chiron said with a smile, let me tell you, how could Tang Qing be unprepared? I hope those communication giants will not go crazy and make trouble on this matter. Although I'm not afraid, it is disgusting. There will definitely be someone who will jump out to create a hot spot. Let's see if they can succeed. Mu Jian shook his head. Politician. Scholar. What I hope for most is attention. Many times, even if there is no profit motive behind them, they will take a stand on some sensitive issues to attract attention. These wild monsters are the most disgusting because their job is to disgust people. These guys often make some extremely controversial remarks. In the past few days alone, Mu Jian has seen several waves of people come out to oppose ERA's entry into the U.S. market. The reason is simple. Information security. Only. It's kind of funny. When those politicians and professors suggested that ERA's system was unsafe and that personal information might be stolen, they were collectively sued in court by ERV's legal team the next day. The reason is also very simple. ERA uses ERV's Sirius system. When you say the system is unsafe, you're saying that my Sirius system is unsafe. I can't pretend I didn't see this. At the same time, those people were sued by ERV for $200 million because ERV's market value shrank by $200 million that day. ERV insisted that it was their remarks that caused the accusation. They were dumbfounded by such a nonsensical accusation. Faced with ERV's powerful legal team, they quickly contacted their lawyers, and the results they received made them helpless. They don't have to pay for the loss in market value. But unless they prove that the Sirius system is unsafe, ERV can also sue them for defamation and slander. If the situation escalates and ERV's stock price plummets, ERV will be able to trap them in any project they choose. American law. Sometimes, the power of interpretation is in the hands of the rich. ERV at this time, he belongs to the wealthy class. With his crazy market value and the wealth equivalent to the combined wealth of the second to ninth richest people in the world, the chairman of ERV is an absolute wolf. This incident made many people laugh. Many people also understand in their hearts that the system of ERA cannot be hacked. They use the original ERV system. Even if it is for their own sake, ERV will suppress those who accuse the ERA system of being unsafe. All right, that doesn't hack the system. Let's take a look at the hardware. Chip. Qualcomm, our American company, cannot hack, and we don't dare, otherwise Qualcomm wouldn't watch. Storage. Samsung is also an American company. It has a big business and cannot be hacked. Screen. Sony's. There's nothing dark about it either. Then, many people have discovered that there seems to be no parts related to information security that can be hacked, apart from the casing. And some plastics, the Era has no technical content and no smart parts. The others all belong to companies from various allied countries. Damn it, this is confusing. A lot of people are complaining. Hateful iron cannot be turned into steel. If Tang Qing wants to innovate, then innovate thoroughly. For example, if you design a chip yourself, it would be great if you design an operating system yourself. If anyone is designed by Qing technology, they can hack it irrefutably. But they're all produced by allied companies. Qing technology is like an assembly factory. Even if you want to hack it, you can't find strong evidence. This is uncomfortable, because I understand this. Mu Jiankai felt that Tang Qing was brilliant. Almost all conflicts were thrown away. For their own benefit, others would also stand up for Tang Qing's era. Mu Jian gave a big thumbs up to this operation. A steal. Tang Qing, are you going to use the ERV system for your next mobile phone? Mu Jian asked. Why not? Tang Qing smiled. Use your own system. It can also reduce many legal issues. Why not? However, the second generation of Era will definitely not use the original system. It will be deeply customized on the basis of Sirius. Yes, the customized version will be left to ERV. This way, anyone who questions the security of the communication system will be suppressed by ERV and will not arouse suspicion. The same goes for chips. Why should you hold an umbrella outside the shade of a big tree when you can temporarily enjoy the shade? Silly. Certainly, there are still some disadvantages. People in China will definitely say that Qing technology is not patriotic or something. This is no problem. The domestic version uses Qing technology's system and chips, and the international version uses Sirius system and Xiaolong. There is no conflict. Fight. Why do you need to take action yourself? There are so many soldiers under his command. Aren't they just to help him deal with this matter? Hello, Tang Qing. A few people were chatting when a Western beauty came over. She had big eyes and golden hair hanging behind her, with a few curls on her temples resting on her proud chest. You are. Seeing this woman, Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. My name is Anasta, one of your admirers. A charming smile appeared on Anasta's face. Unfortunately, this face that most men liked, in Tang Qing's eyes, was a cold knife. CIA agent. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Tang Qing looked at her deeply. Anastasia smiled and said, What are you talking about? Can I participate? No. Tang Qing shook his head. Anasta's face changed slightly, and she handed over a business card. It seems that I'm interrupting. I work for the Communications Security Commission of the United States. I like your Eno mobile phone very much. All tests are very good. If you have time, we can have a good chat. Oh, please. Tang Qing took the business card and made a gesture of invitation. This scene, Anasta was stunned. This Tang Qing is too incomprehensible. She is a beautiful woman, and she is still doing work related to Tang Qing's career. Logically speaking, she should at least have a better attitude. This is not at all like a healthy person's hospitality, because it was the first time we met. Anastas didn't think about the possibility of her identity being guessed. Excuse me, I think we will have a chance to meet again. After saying that, he twisted his butt and walked away. Anasta's departure. Tang Qing didn't even look at it. Beauty. Viper. Sometimes it's a concept. Can join the CIA. There is no fuel-efficient lamp. However, Chai Rin and the others were confused no matter what. A girl comes up to say hello to you, and on this occasion, your tone is completely off-putting. This is not in line with Tang Qing's usual style. Tang Qing is... Mu Jian asked curiously. Tang Qing Ming took a sip of fruit wine. This woman is not simple. Mu Jian asked, Do you know her? Tang Qing shook his head. No, but I can't see sincerity in her eyes. There is no need to talk to such a person. Others listened. They all liked Tang Qing's way of making friends. I was so confused that I just glanced at him, but I couldn't see the sincerity. It was like this situation where the two of them were incompatible with each other. It really happened. There are principles. Jianzi, do you know this woman? Chiron asked. Mu Jian shook his head. I haven't seen her either, then looked at his wife. Lu Ji thought for a while and said she had never seen her, but she didn't care. The world is such a big place. Who knows who brought this person as a female companion? I also think this woman is not simple, Chiron said, recalling the charming Anastas. In hindsight, listening to the two people bickering, Tang Qing's peripheral vision looked at Anastas, who was also drinking alone in the corner. That's it. Anastas didn't forget to give her a wink, and Tang Qing smiled at his heart. A professional agent, his smile was really well-trained. Most people would probably get hormonal in minutes. Unfortunately, the damage to Tang Qing was zero. At this time, Tang Qing has finished reading Anasta's message. Anastas, female, 28 years old, unmarried. Finn, when he was a child, he immigrated to the United States with his parents. Due to a series of family encounters, his personality became more extreme and he was very liberal. This was in line with the conditions of the CIA. He secretly joined the CIA after he was 18 years old. His current identity is a clothing store owner. She also works part-time as the lover of senior executive of a military-industrial listed company. She is a mid-level auxiliary agent who rarely performs combat missions. She is an intelligence officer of the CIA in the United States and lives a comfortable life. Intelligence shows that this woman has no less than 4 long-term partners. Like multiple people, the kind of person who loves nothing but pleasure. Therefore, for her, Tang Qing really didn't want to talk to her, and Anasta's purpose of coming. Analysis also came from the command room. This was not an official mission of the CIA, so it was not recorded, and there was no detailed mission content. However, from some evidence, the soldiers still analyzed her purpose. This matter today. It's just a transaction. The CIA serves the U.S. government and American capitalists. This kind of organization can be said to have tentacles all over capital. This time, someone paid to buy service. Let the Guo family bleed. It was an act of revenge. The tree attracts the wind. It is the same everywhere. When a person or family controls too many resources, friction with powerful neighbors is inevitable. Just like a country, constantly expanding and becoming stronger is itself a kind of original sin. The Guo family has a great cause, many friends, and many opponents. The cause of the incident this time is not complicated. It's still about money. Benefit. Always the source of strife in the world. Can't beat it head on. They just used underhanded tricks. That's all they had. However, they picked the wrong target this time, and the plan failed. Tang Qing probably had a backup plan, but he had no interest in accompanying these people to continue the show. Now that we have formed an alliance, just give me a small gift first. Next, Anastas did not hesitate to come up to join in the fun. As the news of Tang Qing's arrival was passed on, more and more guests came up to get to know each other. After handing over their business cards, they chatted for a few words and left. We are all busy people. Tang Qing is worth tens of billions of dollars, so he won't spend it on them. Just look familiar. Soon, Tang Qing had a small stack of business cards stuffed in his pocket. Tang Qing, it seems you're quite popular. Chiron smiled. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. It's not that I'm popular. It's that money is popular. That's right, huh? At this time, an Indian came over. Mr. Tang, nice to meet you. Both words were said in Chinese. He handed over a business card. Tang Qing took it and put it in his pocket. Mr. Lamore, nice to meet you. How could this man, Tang Qing, not know that the CEO of ERV used to be the vice president of Yahoo and was poached by the soldiers? A very capable Indian. Executive president. Lower than the chairman and lower than the CEO, he is currently the third-ranked executive in ERV. Sometimes I have to say it. Some Indians are still very good, and they are not all the cheating people on TV, and they have a fascinating and confident look. There are also a large number of outstanding talents in this group of people. To diversify management, he was just recruited. Certainly, from an outsider's perspective, it's about his ability. Mr. Tang, do you know me? Lamore smiled happily. Tang Qing nodded. I know a little bit. That's really my honor. This time, ERA uses our ERV's Sirius system. I want to say thank you. Don't worry, Our Sirius system is definitely the best and most stable mobile terminal operating system in the world. Lamore said proudly. This pride. Tang Qing felt that it was not worthwhile to pay this guy such a high salary. In position, you can still see it clearly. You're welcome. Our era is the best. Of course, it must be equipped with the best operating system, ARM architecture, and the best chip architecture. Tang Qing praised without blushing at all. Haha, I hope it will have more cooperation opportunities in the future. Lamore was very impressed. I will definitely do it. A few words of greeting. Lamore took the wine and left. ERV Vice President. As the Vice President of the world's most valuable company, Lamore is respected wherever he goes. Unfortunately, he has only been in the company for a short time and is not a startup team. Only management dividends, no options, let alone shares. Otherwise, he could be worth over $1 billion in a matter of minutes. But such a bargain. Obviously, he didn't pick it up, but he is already very satisfied with the current treatment. No matter how much work he does, how much money he gets. If he asks for too much in such a big company, if he doesn't pay attention, someone will be replaced. In the ERV, the chairman has absolute authority. Chiron asked curiously, are ERV familiar with the Gu family? Probably not. The chairman of ERV is a Westerner and has nothing to do with the fields the Gu family is involved in. This EO should have known the Gu family before and came here this time. Mu Jian guessed. It's possible. ERV's growth rate is too terrifying. Who is it from? Chiron asked. I don't know. Mu Jian shook his head. I don't know. Mu Jian said. Currently, ERV has not shown closeness to any family. I was lucky enough to meet him once before. He was a very powerful person, serious but also friendly, but behind this affinity, I saw distance. In short, a mysterious person. Late at night, the reception is over. The guests dispersed. Some of them who were in a hurry took a plane and left directly. Guzhong saw them off one by one at the door. Most of the guests would leave tomorrow, so he couldn't see them off one by one. This was considered the last farewell. I'll come and have tea with you again when I have time. You're always welcome. Take care. Next time I go to New York, I'll show you my new collection. You've definitely never seen it before. Ah, definitely. Walk slowly. Tang Qing walked to the back. When passing by Guzhong, Mr. Gu, can you lend me a moment to speak? Guzhong was stunned. Do you have any personal matters at this time? Of course. He finished. Under the curious eyes of the Gu family and Chiron, Guzhong took Tang Qing to a tree more than 10 meters away. Guzhong asked curiously, Mr. Tang, if you have anything to do, you might as well tell me. 10 seconds later, after listening to Tang Qing's words, Guzhong's expression suddenly changed. Are you sure? Tang Qing said with a smile. I heard occasionally that if it's true, you should be able to verify it. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tang. Guzhong thanked him seriously. Tang Qing knew the grudge between him and that family, and knew that the enemy was about to start. He even provided his name, so there must be evidence. He didn't ask Tang Qing where he knew it. It was obviously impossible to tell him. Tang Qing waved his hand. You can thank me after you solve this problem. It's easier said than done. Guzhong smiled bitterly. Enemies at his level are not just grudges in the market. You can get rid of your opponents by spending a little money. There are rules for the upper levels. It can't be like a battlefield. No scruples. That's not necessarily the case. Tang Qing said mysteriously. Guzhong's eyes lit up. Oh? What do you say? Buddha said, don't say it. I can only tell you 6 words. Do your best and obey fate. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward Chiron and the others. There were some things that could not be said. If he hadn't been prepared to sell a favor to the Gu family, Tang Qing wouldn't let him know even if he moved his hands. Listen to fate? Guzhong murmured. Who is destiny? When he came back to his senses, he saw Tang Qing and the others leaving talking and laughing. Looking back on the conversation just now, Tang Qing took the initiative. This person was becoming more and more mysterious. Father, what did Tang Qing say just now? Gu Tian walked over. Guzhong now knows. Know it well. No longer afraid. After seeing off the guests first, we'll talk after we get back. Yes. On the way, Chiron couldn't help but ask. Tang Qing, what's going on? Is it a secret? I told you it was a secret, and you still ask, Tang Qing said casually. You've whetted my appetite. Forget it, I won't ask any more questions. However, when it comes to the Gu family, you have to be cautious in everything you do. After all, you are on someone else's territory. Chiron reminded. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. That's good. Late at night, in a basement on the farm, Anastasia sat on a chair with her legs crossed, looking at the circle of young and old around her with interest. Her hands were handcuffed, but she did not have the abilities of the Black Widow, but she had the confidence. What are you doing? This is illegal detention. Is this how your Gu family treats guests? There was no fear on Anasta's smiling face. There are many kinds of guests, but girls are the least popular ones. Guzhong smiled. He couldn't kill people like Anastas. Therefore, there is no point in intimidation. We can't let the Gu family lose face. Who am I? Anasta asked. You know it yourself. Tell me, what does it mean to bring this USB flash drive to Guzhong? Guzhong held the USB flash drive in his hand. He didn't know what was in it, and he didn't want to know. Anastas said innocently, I just put some work documents. It's normal to carry them with you. Otherwise, you will know after taking a look. In fact, she didn't know what was inside. Huh. Guzhong snorted coldly. Look, this kind of thing. Seeing it means stepping into trouble. He is stupid. If it is some military secret, the Gu family will never be able to keep it. Fortunately, Tang Qing discovered it in time. Otherwise, the Gu family would have been bleeding again. Girl, take this thing with you wherever you come from. How about pretending that today's incident never happened? Guzhong said. No matter what, the target cannot be someone from the CIA. However, I was tortured by your people and was frightened. Anasta looked at Guzhong weakly. Guzhong, this is obvious blackmail. But who told the other party to use a person whose identity is too impressive to be used as a weapon? Without this identity, Guzhong would make her regret coming to this world and never appear in front of the world again. Public instrument. It's really useful. Understood. $1 million. You will get a check when you leave. Haha, thank you. Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief. Although this kind of thing is safe, it is also stressful. Who knows if Guzhong will find someone to take revenge afterward? If it is done covertly, the CIA cannot protect her. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This is also the tragedy of little people. CIA agent. It seems so powerful, but in the eyes of big shots, it is just a chess piece. It seems that this matter cannot be done, but it is good that the greatest luck among misfortunes is that he was not found by the Gu family after the incident. If so, I really need to undergo plastic surgery to change my identity. This $1 million. To put it bluntly, it was also for his boss. This matter ends here. For the rest, whatever means the two major families have, they can use it themselves. The CIA will not interfere in this matter again. Return the USB drive to Anasta. Several big men took her away. After Guzhong's death, more than 20 Gu family disciples watched. Guzhong didn't feel ashamed at all when he compromised in front of his juniors and gave away money. This was the tradition of the Gu family. While enjoying the strength and power, it also allowed them to see the family's crisis. Under the prosperous times, hidden disasters warn the children of the family and be cautious in doing things. Otherwise, if you make a wrong step, you may give people an opportunity and cause the family to suffer huge losses or disaster of genocide. Subsequently, Guzhong's voice sounded in the basement. What happened today is all in your stomach. Don't give anyone a chance to take advantage of it. Yes, actually, Guzhong didn't say anything during the whole process, not to mention the CIA, but they know that the family needs their joint efforts to be better and have their future. 20 minutes later, Anastas drives her Ferrari down the road. The business was not negotiated, and a deposit was collected. You were exposed? What do you think? The owner of the fish pond caught me before I even took the first step, and the fish didn't take the bait. How did you get the information? Anastasia couldn't get rid of her resentment. This means I acted as a clown for a time, and my acting was in vain. I understand. Come back first, and I'll check. Soon. Because of Tang Qing's disruption, Only half an hour. The CIA unilaterally abandoned the mission after finding nothing. Certainly, they maintain harvest despite droughts and floods. Both sides collected some money. The only thing I'm unhappy about is the American family who wants to take advantage of it. Spending money is not a big deal. The main thing is that I feel that they lost too quickly. In any case, it's a sign that they are not as powerful as the Gu family. But, conspiracy. Use it too often and you start a war. They don't want to go all out with the Gu family, so they can only stop their activities and wait for the right time to make a comeback. Because of the precautions, the Liao Gu family was unlikely to make any big waves, and they felt that they would win. Only, they think too much. The Gu family didn't take action. It doesn't mean that Tang Qing won't take action. This family doesn't seem to be very friendly to Chinese Americans, and they have done a lot of things behind the scenes that make Tang Qing disgusting. In this case, how can Tang Qing not have some fun? The next day, at the request of the Gu family, they decided to stay one more day. At this time, the Gu family was already impressed by Tang Qing's energy. Being able to become the richest man in the country was indeed not an ordinary person. Fortunately, he was an ally. Morning, Gu Feng and his wife took Tang Qing and the others around the farm. There was nothing novel about it, but it was many times bigger than Mu Jian's family and planted more varieties of crops. Agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and sideline fishery. Here, the Gu family is self-sufficient in basic living necessities. There are even specialized carpenters and bricklayers in the family to help them repair their houses and build their homes, as well as various craftsmen. Even Ling Ye's wedding dress was made by members of the family. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. There are many people. It's just convenient. Tang Qing, we have inquired about your era, and it will be approved by the middle of next month at most. Gu Feng said to Tang Qing while admiring a vast lavender plantation. It seems that we can still catch up with the domestic market. Tang Qing smiled. Obviously, the Gu family is beginning to pay attention to their ally. Although it is only half a month ahead of schedule, it is not an easy task. I really want to have one soon. Gu Feng said sincerely. When the time comes, I will send 100 copies to your family. Tang Qing casually sent out 100 copies. With so many people in the Gu family, they might just buy several thousand copies and earn whatever they want. I'll just thank you in advance. Gu Feng said with a smile. In fact, the Gu family and the EU were also investigating and wanted to see if they could help, but found that it was useless. Tang Qing's lobbying company had already taken care of it. It's different from the United States. The EU doesn't have that many national security reviews, and the United States can't even find a reason to question the safety of ERA. They don't need to be this evil person, and it's not a big deal. You're welcome. If you have the opportunity to go to the island country, we will be your guide. Okay. Spend a day traveling. The next morning, Gu Zhong and his party put Tang Qing on the plane. Gu Feng will have a Chinese wedding tomorrow, but they will mainly invite relatives for dinner, so Tang Qing and the others will not stay. Watch the Gulfstream G550 disappear into the sky. Until it disappears into the sky. Gu Zhong didn't even move. Father, what's wrong? Gu Tian asked. There's another person in this world that I can't understand. What do you think about this guy? Gu Zhong murmured. Dragon and phoenix among men, said the third child, Gu Zhong's younger brother. Then he added, the power is overwhelming. Gu Tian felt that this evaluation was a bit high. Third uncle, are you talking about Chiron? The power is overwhelming? Don't get involved with Tang Qing at all. Tang Qing is just a businessman. He is rich, but he doesn't use this word. I feel the same way, but why should he? Gu Zhong ignored his son's words and said to his younger brother. After observing for a long time, the confidence exuded by Tang Qing was definitely not brought by money. That confidence, it is not youthful and arrogant, but a restrained indifference that controls everything. To use an ancient adjective, it is called the aura of an emperor. He holds the kind of power that seems to be capable of life and death. I don't know, so I can't understand this person either. Haha, no matter what, he is our ally now. A smile appeared on Gu Zhong's face. Yeah, Gu Tia, no one cares about me. After all, we are also members of Congress. All right, I'll just be a little transparent. Who told the person in front of him to be his father? On the plane, after a smooth flight, Chiron rummaged through the boxes and cabinets to find something to eat. When he saw the tomatoes in the refrigerated warehouse, he took the fruit plate and put a large plate in it. He knew that everything in Tang Qing's place must have been washed. Come and have a taste. Chiron regarded this place as his own home. Grab it and chew it. When Mu Weiner saw it, she immediately started eating a tomato with her mouth full of tomato juice and a smile on her face. Tang Qing, the eldest brother, always brought such delicious food every time he came. Tang Qing, will your era hold a press conference here in the United States? Mu Jian grabbed a cucumber and nodded. No. After the permission is granted, the company will directly place advertisements. Venues have been found for directly operated stores in various places, and the operators have almost reached an agreement. There will be no problems with sales. From now on, there will only be one press conference for each era model, and it will be in China. Tang Qing was not interested in going to the United States to launch another one. He is Chinese. Of course the press conference must be in China. Notice the next press conference, and I will go to China to join in the fun. Mu Jian said. Chiron added, yes, I also made a reservation. Next time, we will go to Tang Qing's house to have dinner together. Pa! The two of them hit each other with their palms. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Isn't it a bit wasteful to have so many direct stores? If we only sell one mobile phone, the product will be too single. Mu Jian asked, who said Qingyuan Technology only has one mobile phone? We also have many peripheral products, but we will not release them until Era is fully launched so as not to be stolen. Tang Qing had already considered it. Don't have too many mobile phone-related products. When Qingyuan Technology was first established, intelligent auxiliary equipment was also under research and development, and the progress was not fast. However, it had scientists who could accelerate to the production stage at any time. It's just so unreasonable. Mu Jian became interested. Peripheral products? What are they? Many, as long as they are electronic products, they're actually in our reserve. We haven't decided what to promote yet. Tang Qing explained that the company is currently promoting Era, and other things have been put aside. In order not to affect the outside world's professional impression of Era, these peripheral departments have been divided into a subsidiary. At the end of this year, Qingyuan Technology will also undergo a large-scale reorganization and clarify its projects again. If I decide, I'll give it a try first. I can't do without you. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the county airport. They got into Mu Jian's new stretch Mercedes. Mujin Farms Airport can only take off and land small planes at most. The kind that spreads pesticides is okay. Even aircraft like the Gulfstream, which did not have high requirements for runway length, could not land at Mu Jian's farm. In this regard, Mu Jian once again felt that his farm was too small. Next time you come, I will definitely let your plane land on my farm. Mu Jian also has the idea of expanding the farm. You'd better save your money. If you have this money, there's nothing wrong with investing. Chai Run is venomous, but he has a good heart. Mu Jian doesn't have such an expensive private jet, and he probably won't be able to fly it a few times a year. Not like the Goof family. Use it every day. Mu Jian heard the same thing, so he would just invest in farms and forget about building a high-standard airstrip. The U.S. economy is going to have problems in the past 2 years. It is recommended not to buy financial assets. Why? Are you starting the harvest mode again? Chiron smiled slightly. You quite understand. Mu Jian said. Chiron curled his lips. They only have so many means, but I have to say that this is a good method. When the bubble accumulates to a certain level, it needs to be popped to prevent the bubble from getting bigger and bursting out beyond control. Almost every 10 years, the global economy will go through a cycle, which seems to be a law. The world economy repeatedly goes through economic crisis, economic recovery, as if it is a law. This is both man-made. It is also the spontaneous inertia of the economy, which is sometimes difficult to distinguish. However, it cannot be denied that this cycle has always existed, but the trigger will be different every time. A financial crisis is about to break out in the United States. Chiron was not surprised at all. It's a pity that we can only have some soup at the back. Mu Jian sighed. This kind of crisis is like a cake with thorns. There is no admission ticket, so you can only eat some cream. Otherwise, bayonets can also hurt people. It's good to have soup. It's better than many people going bankrupt. Chiron didn't care at all. Yes, I actually am Bihuaxia. Even if there is more commotion outside, you'll not be affected too much. Mu Jian said. Chiron smiled and said, You just said that our economy is relatively closed. We have strong ability to resist risks. Mu Jian said. However, once you poke the bubble, the damage will be the deepest. Chiron is in the mining industry, from mining, transportation to smelting, and he has a better understanding of China's future strategy. Urbanization, infrastructure, and steel will be prosperous in a short period of time. But the prosperity is gone. The entire industry will face a huge crisis and overcapacity. This is a problem that China will continue to accumulate in the future. China is a country with extremely high execution capabilities and will do whatever it says it will do. Highways, high-speed rail, infrastructure, and commercial housing. In a short period of time, China will accumulate production capacity that will attract the world's attention. However, when this road comes to the end, who can absorb such production capacity? The building of a nation. In the later stages, like the United States, it will frantically reduce production of such projects. Finally, China's consumption upgrade will replace these carriages and become a new economic growth point. Minerals and steel will gradually become sunset industries. The path that developed countries have taken. China is on its way. Australia also knows that when China's crazy infrastructure projects and urbanization come to an end, its iron ore will lose the Chinese market. So it has raised prices again and again, taking advantage of the good times to make a fortune. Otherwise, when China began to reduce production capacity, it was a question of whether it could be sold or not, let alone at a higher price. China has always tolerated it. It is very simple. If you don't buy some minerals and exchange it for spot goods, why don't you save the money and buy U.S. Treasury bonds? Profit is possible, but holding dollars is a bundle in itself. China does not want to be tied too tightly by the United States. It can spend money in exchange for something useful, whether it is more expensive or cheaper. In fact, it is not a big deal. Loss and profit are separate accounts in China's heart. Chiron suddenly asked, Tang Qing, do you think the future of industries like steel is in Africa? When China began to reduce production capacity, if he wants to continue to live a prosperous life, Chiron has to consider the future affairs. Not necessarily. Developing countries all take the initiative. Tang Qing said, How about India? Chiron thought of this populous country. I'm not optimistic about that place in the short term. Tang Qing shook his head. India. The country is as complicated as a mess. There are so many classes, so many beliefs that are a headache, an unplanned population, and a disharmonious political structure. In short, there are problems from top to bottom, from the inside out. Tang Qing had imagined it. If the soldiers are allowed to penetrate, can we take on the road to modernization in a short period of time? The answer is impossible. Even if the warriors sit in that position like zero, there's almost nothing they can do. First, the Indian government has little power. Local governments have great power, and dozens of states are only nominally under the control of the Indian government. However, local thousand-year-old families control the most important economic and political resources, and outsiders cannot interfere at all. Secondly, like the United States has a vast land and abundant resources. If you want to build a road, you could defeat the local government with proof. The same is true in India. Almost all land is privately owned, and land acquisition is extremely difficult. The difficulty of infrastructure construction is not money. There are also labor issues, labor quality issues, tax rates, transportation issues, efficiency issues, integrity issues, and social structure issues. To be honest, after understanding, Tang Qing feels that Africa is much better. There are not so many messy relationships and problems. The most important thing is that the governments of African countries control a lot of resources, but how many ownerless interests does India have? No benefit. What to fight for? Tang Qing concluded, I am optimistic about India's economy, but only in the sales market of products with high added value. Others, no matter how great the interests are not easy for us to participate in. Then I will mainly focus on Africa. Chiron had to give up this plan. June 1st, morning. Tang Qing returned to the Shanghai stock market. Chiron took the SF Express flight back to the capital. Today is Children's Day. Although his daughter is not old enough to go to the amusement park yet, as a father, Chiron still hopes to meet his daughter on this day and take a photo together so that he can talk about it later. Before, Chiron felt that there was a lot to be gained in the world. But after having a daughter, that kind of love between flesh and blood has made Chiron, who used to be fearless, much less courageous. He has not even been to Africa in the past year, for fear that his life will be ruined, something will happen to him, and he will never be able to see his daughter again. Return to the villa. After lunch, Tang Qing looked at the sunny sky outside. June 1st was the day of his rebirth. On that day, he was still handing out small pieces of paper on the street, being scolded by others, and drinking black tea while sweating on the roadside. Now, he has a successful career. Power spreads all over the world. Life. It's really like a play. Dizziness, sleep. Standing for nearly an hour. Tang Qing's ears moved slightly. Coming. The door of the villa slowly opened, and an Audi car drove in and stopped in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't have any rest today. He had been resting for a week. It was time to do some work. Mr. Tang, excuse me. The car door opened. A thin man walked down. Ma Yun. Mr. Ma, welcome. Tang Qing went up and shook hands with him cordially. To this man, Tang Qing has always looked at him differently. It seems that E.T. has great wisdom in his head. Previous life. Ma Yun has always been treated as a guest of various countries. This is a treatment that other domestic super-rich people do not have at all. The reason is, of course, that the meaning of her work is that it really helps the economies of various countries. So, he can be received by leaders of various countries, can work in the United Nations. Others, from a national perspective, those who play games, engage in social networking, play on the internet, and do real estate. No matter how much money they have not actually changed the lowest and most fundamental production and economic relations of a country. No matter how rich you are, it's none of their business. Please. Tang Qing led Ma Yun into the living room. The soldier made tea for the two of them. Mr. Tang, you really know how to enjoy it. I wonder what kind of tea it is. Ma Yun was shocked when she drank Tang Qing's tea for the first time. He was a tea lover. He had never seen such good tea in his life. Simple Malfoam, it's not sold outside. I'll give you some later. Tang Qing said with a smile. Then I'll thank you in advance. After Ma Yun thanked her, she said seemingly unintentionally, Mr. Tang, I don't know, what do you think of our Alibaba? A very meaningful company. Tang Qing thought for a while and gave this evaluation. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Ma Yun smiled happily. He liked this evaluation. Making money? No. It is difficult for outsiders to understand the meaning of Ali. Everyone likes to watch the excitement, and Tang Qing deserves to be the richest man. The main reason I came here today is to ask Mr. Tang if I can cut off my love. Ma Yun said, Oh, are you interested in my company? Tang Qing looked at him with interest. Tianyan, to be precise, is Xiao Xiao. Ma Yun said frankly that enterprise services are the core business of Tianyan Group, and actually the core business of Alibaba, but the focus of the two parties is different. Tianyan mainly covers daily operations, management, finance, etc. Alibaba is mainly a platform. Tiny, the pioneer of domestic enterprise management software. It is also the well-deserved overlord at present, with a domestic market share of more than 90%. Not only domestically, according to Ali's survey, it is also blooming everywhere abroad. Free. Make it invincible. Now, the total number of global users, according to the report released by Xioxialien a few months ago, is no less than 28 million and is still growing. This has always been a headache for Ali. He wants to do it, but is afraid of confronting Tang Qing. And Tang Qing bang. Ali really doesn't have much confidence. Tang Qing is so demonic. First of all, people are not short of money. Secondly, you never know what someone's trump card is, and Xiao Xiao has not found any bugs in Alibaba's test so far. The service quality is excellent, and it is constantly innovating itself. A company that has almost no competitors and is constantly innovating itself. It's scary. In particular, when Xiao is integrated with future smartphones, the explosive speed will be even more astonishing. What Alibaba is most optimistic about is its social attributes. Now, Penguin is having a headache with Xiao, a social software that extends from enterprise services, chat, group, personal homepage. The entertainment attributes of Penguin are not mentioned, but the social attributes are no worse than Penguin. It has become the second largest social software in China. It can be said that it is Lao Ma's biggest concern at present, but they're too big. Behind this is Tang Qing, a man who is not short of money. It can't be cured at all. Of course, Ma Yin didn't dare to think that Tang Qing couldn't see Xiao's future, but Ali really liked this company, this software, and his arrival was actually approved by the board directors. This software, I think, Mr. Ma has also seen its value, so Mr. Ma is going to use something to convince me. Don't talk to me about money. I don't lack that thing. Tang Qing did not refuse immediately, as long as the conditions are right. Commercially, nothing is non-negotiable. Ma Yin smiled bitterly. Talking about money with the current Tang Qing? Unless your brain is funny. Although most of the subsidiaries of the Comet Group do not make money, with Comet Film and Television, the entire group can live very well. 2 movies can generate annual profits of tens of billions of yuan. There is simply no solution. Other companies under Tang Qing are developing crazily, including Tianyan, which is currently the least profitable among its groups. Now that era is released, Tang Qing's name will soon be on the world's richest list. Alibaba's shares. Ma Yin threw out her biggest bargaining chip. You don't have many shares. Tang Qing looked at him. I have the support of the board of directors. Ma Yin said, which means that it is not just him who has the shares. To this, Tang Qing became interested. Ali's shares are a good bargaining chip. Before, Tang Qing had been a little hesitant about Ali's deep involvement. Now it seems that it provides an opportunity. How much? 5% of Alibaba's shares in exchange for 51% of Xiao's shares. Ma Yin said seriously. Xiao's valuation is around $500 million, which can be said to be an equal exchange. Tang Qing smiled. The Ali of today is different from those of later generations. Now it is just a good internet company in China with a market value of several billion $. Even if it goes public at the end of this year and reaches more than $20 billion, it will fall back next year. At this time, Alibaba's 2 major trump cards, Alibaba Cloud and Ant Financial, did not appear. The value is really not high. What a pity. The other party underestimated Xiao. He also underestimated Tang Qing. This price is still a little bit controlling for my Xiao. It can be said that it is tasteless. Tang Qing shook his head and refused, joking. If it is developed in depth, Xiao can subvert Ali's existence. What a pity. Tang Qing's murderous intention was not that big before, and he was already qualified to become one of the world's chess players. He often had an attitude of not giving up to domestic companies that he liked. But Tang Qing couldn't sell his own things at a low price. Just when Ma Yin wanted to raise the price, Tang Qing said, Mr. Ma, I don't like it if we negotiate for a 1% increase. For Ali, I really think it's very meaningful, but it's not meaningful enough for me to give up my child at will. Xiao, the absolute controlling interest will always be mine. Mr. Ma, I like your concept and the company Alibaba, so please give me a condition that can really impress me. You only have one chance. Looking at Tang Qing, Ma Yin was a little speechless for a moment. As soon as it comes up, let's get straight to the bottom line. It's actually a bit fast. If it's a general business negotiation, he can be eloquent, but when it comes to Ali's equity issues and Ali's future, he has to treat it carefully. Recalling Tang Qing's need for control. Mr. Tang, do you have any arrangement for Xiao? Ma Yin asked carefully. Tang Qing smiled. Of course, you have also seen Xiao, with its diversified content expansion and the arrival of mobile internet. You can see part of Xiao's future. How could I not see it? Alibaba is still just a platform company. Xiao Xiao is now just an enterprise management software. However, both you and me have our own arrangement for the future of the two companies. To be honest, Xiao Xiao and Alibaba are already competing. I admit it. However, I'm really not targeting you. I just feel that I also want to do this. Just like your confidence in Alibaba, I am equally confident in my little one. In my opinion, in the future, it will be a company that is no worse than Alibaba and will also do meaningful business activities. Speaking of which, Mayan understands. This negotiation, it may be coming to an end. If according to what Tang Qing said, Xiao Xiao is no worse than Ali, then this acquisition is almost impossible unless... I'm crazy. Looking at young Tang Qing, Ma Yinran felt that young people really had unlimited possibilities, so why not go crazy? Others might think it was arrogant to him, but Tang Qing was able to achieve such a family fortune, and every step he took was extremely stable. Definitely not someone who talks nonsense. Mr. Tang, can I hear what you say about the future? Ma Yin suddenly looked at Tang Qing seriously. This is a business secret. This determines my revaluation of the small value. Tang Qing looked at Ma Yun. Okay. After receiving the agreement, Ma Yun immediately sat up straight. Xiao Xiao is an enterprise management software, just like Tianyin is an enterprise service company. Its positioning will not change. On this basis, I redefine Xiao Xiao as a data service company. Data service company? Ma Yin was shocked. This thought, it's not too advanced. Foreign companies have been doing it, and Ali has already taken a prototype in this regard. He has also thought about Ali's future. One of them is to take the road of data services. The e-commerce platform is the entrance to data. Tang Qing nodded. This is not a new concept. Ali, this path will indeed be followed in the future. The ability to deeply mine data is the core of Alibaba. Taobao and Tmall are all entrances to data. Alibaba is essentially a data company. Yes, in the future, Xiao Xiao will provide data support and services to global enterprises, not limited to the so-called general economic, financial, life, and trade data. As long as there is a need for data, we can meet it. This, Xiao Xiao is also different from Ali. Tang Qing's positioning on Xiao Xiao is broader, which is considered the ultimate goal. After listening to this, Ma Yin was silent again. Tang Qing's ambition is really big, bigger than his future positioning for Ali. However, it also shows that his path is correct. What is uncomfortable is that a strong opponent has appeared, an opponent that cannot be killed or eliminated. If that's the case, if Alibaba wants to change the controlling stake of others, it will pay a huge price. However, the price and the competition of life and death made Ma Yin a little hesitant because Tang Qing is a local company. Where is Ali? He owns less than 10% of the shares. Most of the other shares are in the hands of foreign investors. The island nations SoftBank and Yahoo combined directly control more than 50% of Alibaba's shares. To be honest, Ma Yun feels very uncomfortable. But financing is like that. Ma Yun did not dare to think that she would have to pay real shares for Ali and Xiao Xiao to fight each other from now on, because with Tang Qing's ability as a demon, Ali's chances of winning were only 50-50. I wonder if Mr. Tang is interested in becoming an independent shareholder of Alibaba, Ma Yun said. Do you have any shareholders willing to sell their shares? Tang Qing asked, pretending to be surprised. Yahoo is currently short of cash flow and may sell some of its shares. Xiao Xiao, I can convince the board of directors to conduct a 1-to-2 share swap. The swap equity will not be less than 15% of Ali's, but the premise is that you will not give up it. Ma Yin looked at Tang Qing. What he fears most. After the cooperation, Tang Qing started a new business. As for Tang Qing's character, he found that in any industry, he would do his best no matter what, and this was true for all his companies. This was the reason why he was ready to go crazy. Haha, that's interesting. Tang Qing chuckled. Ma Yin is going to give it a try. In order not to confront myself, but also to reduce the number of non-foreign equity interests in the company, I plan to bring him in. Although it seemed that I might suffer a small loss, it was not bad to get the opportunity to invest in Alibaba. I agree. To be honest, The only thing I have against Alibaba is those foreign shareholders. Chinese companies should be in the hands of Chinese people. Tang Qing added in his heart. Even if we go global, it must be in the hands of Chinese people. There is no other way. Alibaba's operations are very expensive. Domestic investors are not only unprofessional, they also have to take care of this and that, and are slow to provide money. As a last resort, we can only attract foreign investment. Mayan said helplessly. Tang Qing nodded. Why do many internet companies like to seek foreign financing? Not without reason. The investment strategy of Chinese people is very simple. If I invest, I have the right to make decisions. I can intervene in the company's operations and insert some people into it. Moreover, my own resources and management capabilities are weak unless I am clever. Otherwise, choose one of the two. Everyone will choose foreign capital. Chinese people like control, and foreign countries pursue return rates. This is a direct source of conflict with the founder team. Therefore, for companies like Alibaba, there is no one to look to for foreign capital for financing. This time, if it weren't for the fact that almost all of Tang Qing's industries involve foreign countries, whether it was management or capital, they were all in line with international standards, and there would be no ideological barriers. Otherwise, Ma Yin would not have put forward such a condition. Mr. Ma, I wish us a happy cooperation. Tang Qing stretched out his hand. As for Yahoo, I'm trying to persuade you. Since Alibaba will be listed in Xiangjiang at the end of the year, it will definitely be sold at a premium. I don't know how many shares Mr. Tang can take. Ma Yin asked. These 2 months, Yahoo was beaten to the ground by ERV, and he really needed money to get some blood back. Since ERV did not have Yahoo among its shareholders, the beating was so hard that he could hardly stand it anymore. Being targeted by a ferocious beast-level opponent like ERV. Ma Yin could only mourn for Yahoo. I can eat as much as you can convince me. Tang Qing was not short of money. Yahoo was just a declining company. After the market value of ERV stabilized at $600 billion, the warrior directly borrowed $60 billion to expand its business crazily. With its strong user base and technology. Yahoo, just a stepping stone. This kind of internet company with almost no characteristics failed quite quickly. Now the stock price has been directly cut in half. If Yahoo hadn't bought back its shares, it might have plummeted. The financial crisis has not yet come. He was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. It's not that Tang Qing wants to target Yahoo. The main reason is that it is easy to bully. Unlike Google and Apple, they're ERV shareholders. If they start to attack, ERV will not be so ruthless and will only slowly encroach. Now Yahoo shareholders are considering whether to sell themselves to stop losses. Therefore, Yahoo now. Funds are urgently needed, and Yahoo shares in Alibaba cannot be sold to anyone at once. Ma Yin must agree, because he is the chairman of Alibaba's board of directors. With Ma Yin's support, this acquisition should not be a big problem. Talked with Tang Qing in detail for a while. Ma Yin left with satisfaction. Introducing Tang Qing as an investor, he thought it would be an opportunity for Ali. After Ma Yin left, I took a flight back to the headquarters that afternoon. The first thing he did, just hold a board meeting. There are 2 main plans formally proposed for discussion with Tang Qing. One is an equity swap, and the other is to attract Tang Qing to join the board of directors. Of course, some things will not be revealed. The reason for the introduction of Tang Qing's capital this time is, first of all, because of the Xiao software. Although its user base is far less than Alibaba for the time being, its professionalism and subversiveness also make us unable to shake it. Secondly, Alibaba will be listed at the end of the year, and with the release of Era, I think everyone can already see the vision of Tang Qing, a rich man. With his joining, investors will be more confident. Previous one, it's about persuading people within the company. The latter one, it is used to persuade directors. What the directors care most about is the rate of return on capital. They have high hopes for this listing. If there is such good news, in Ma Yin's view, it is in the interests of all shareholders. 1 to 2, will we lose too much? Asked an independent shareholder representative. Alibaba is a giant after all, and Xiao Xiao is just a software affiliated with Tianyin Group. There is no comparison. This question, that's the difficulty. This is also what Ma Yin mainly promotes. Tang Qing had described Xiao Xiao's future to him, which was something that Ollie didn't have to worry about. Having seen the business that Xiao Xiao was planning to launch before, and coupled with Tang Qing's layout, Ma Yin had no choice but to accept it. You are right, but things are constantly developing. If it were before, I would also question why Ollie, with such a big family business, can only be 1 to 2 with others. However, when asking why, have we considered whether they are happy? What will happen to them in the future? Will it still look like this after a month? Ma Yun asked several questions in succession. Don't wait for someone to answer. Ma Yun continued. Before the meeting, President Tang and I talked for a long time. His ideas and small positioning for the future are subversive and an extremely important addition to Ollie. I can't tell you the specifics for the time being. As the chairman of Ollie's board of directors, I can be responsible for saying that this equity swap is an opportunity for Ollie. It's not that others are begging us, but that it has penetrated into our core business. Our inherent land is being eroded. We need to cooperate with a powerful opponent. Ma Yin was also helpless. Something. Can't say. Tang Qing told him about Zhao's future, strategy, and positioning. If he dared to speak out, or used it as a means of competition, he would directly face a powerful opponent, an opponent that Ollie might not be able to afford. Because you can never predict what means Tang Qing will use to subvert you next time. Era opened the mobile internet and knocked Apple to the ground, and Tang Qing seized the high ground. Even Ma Yin found it scary after getting to know the Tianyin Group. What does Tianyin Group do? Corporate services currently. The business is expanding in major countries around the world, serving global enterprises, and for those enterprises, its subsidiary Xiao Xiao also provides customized enterprise management systems. In comparison, Alibaba's platform is an extensive operation. Tianyin's strategy is to cultivate intensively. The previous one, the volume grew rapidly, but the cohesion was too weak. And the latter, by establishing financial, legal, strategic, and other cooperation with each enterprise, we have built a more harmonious and profound relationship. As long as Tianyin follows the steps, Alibaba's international business can really not compete with others. The big data, cloud computing, finance, logistics, etc. that Ma Yun once envisioned have not yet been implemented. Alibaba will be very powerful in the future, but Xiao Xiao and Tianyin may be even more powerful. This is why he is so anxious to go to the Shanghai stock market to discuss small acquisitions. It has substantially threatened Alibaba. Cooperation benefits both sides. Divided. He feels that Ali may not succeed, but Tang Qing will definitely live a prosperous life. The diversification of his industry is beyond Ali's reach, and he would envy him to death. The meeting ended quickly. Emergency board. Most of the attendees were representatives. The specific details still need to be reported to their masters. It is impossible to decide at the first meeting. Whether it can succeed or not requires Ma Yun to do the behind-the-scenes work. After the meeting, waited for half an hour. Ma Yun called the president of Yahoo. Mr. Semmel, have you received the minutes of the Alibaba board of directors meeting? Ma Yun asked. I saw it, but to be honest, I think these two plans are feasible. I have always been optimistic about your vision, and I'm also optimistic about Tang Qing's vision. However, this matter depends on the board of directors selling Ali's shares. But it's not him who has the final say. Thank you for your long-term support. We at Ali are serious about this matter. Why Ma Yin said this is because Semmel is about to end his 6-year employment period. Leave Yahoo. The next president has also been decided. One of the founders of Yahoo, Yang Ziyuan. In the 6 years since Semmel took office, Yahoo's market value has continued to decline, leaving only 1/3 of its peak value. Then this year, the house leaked and it rained all night, and several actions by ERV once again cut Yahoo's market value in half. Therefore, the board was completely disappointed with Semmel. For what happened to Yahoo? Ma Yin was helpless. 1997. Yahoo had the opportunity to acquire Google at a bargain price, but it failed to take a fancy to it. In the end, it regretted the purchase. Last year, it had to die for the acquisition of $1 billion US. However, it broke the contract and the counteroffer reached $850 million US, and they refused to sell it. Now, he got up even if he had to die. Because of this, Yahoo has almost no unique business that it can take advantage of. It was caught by ERV and was on its last legs in a few moments. The current market value may have been even worse if Yahoo hadn't emptied the cash on its account and repaid the loan. I will make a suggestion to the board of directors. Semmelseid, Yang Ziyuan will replace him this month, and he can only leave sadly. Thanks. In the call, Ma Yin called Yang Ziyuan again, and the two were old friends. Director Ma, I know about this. Regarding Alibaba's shares, I am personally interested in selling part of it. Yang Ziyuan has been working at Yahoo, and this time he was ordered to come out to support the situation. He knew what Ma Yin meant. Actually, Yahoo has reached the end of its rope. If it were before, Yahoo can still rely on its size to maintain its livelihood. It is very optimistic about Alibaba and has little interest in selling shares. However, it is different now. Yahoo has been beaten by ERV and has exhausted its capital reserves. The industry has almost no idea about Yahoo's future. Half dead. Who said your main business was too inferior? People almost destroyed it in minutes. Now, in order to extend Yahoo's life, Alibaba's shares are no longer important. It is impossible to sell them all, and some must be retained. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing looked at Yahoo's steep stock price. In order to prevent the board meeting from taking a long time and making him wait for too long, I had the urge to add fuel to the fire. Think about it. Tang Yi, add fuel to Yahoo's short side. Yes, Commander. So, only half an hour. Yahoo was exposed to the news that its capital chain was broken. The article pointed out that when Yahoo repurchased its own shares and stabilized its stock price, it had exhausted its working capital, and even the money pledged for equity was about to be exhausted. At this time, U.S. stocks have just opened. All of a sudden, the market became lively. Yahoo fell by 3% at the opening, and the trend seemed to be unstoppable. Yahoo's rescue funds were also panicked, and for a while I didn't know whether to take action. Yahoo held an emergency board meeting. The first thing is to refute rumors, the second thing is to lend funds, and the third thing is to do so. The proposal to sell Alibaba shares was put forward and unanimously approved by the board of directors. There was only disagreement over the premium. The house leaked and it rained all night. This is not rain. What the hell is a knife? If a company runs out of liquidity and borrows money to repurchase its own shares, it would be nothing if the two occur alone. Almost all listed companies in the United States have a tradition of repurchasing their own shares. But the purpose is different. If it stabilizes stock prices, that's bad news. If there's a rush to performance at the end of the year, that is good news. Apparently, it's mid-year. Yahoo was struggling to stay alive, so the market was very strong and immediately reacted to the news. Many retail investors were ready to take advantage of the opportunity to cut their losses before the repurchase funds were exhausted. And after it was revealed that the capital chain was exhausted, bad news comes out one after another. Yahoo was confused again. It hurts so much. Yahoo's board of directors is so angry that they want to curse, but they can't find a punching bag. Now, Yahoo's several strategic mistakes have made it a marginalized existence, and its name is only worth a little money. They are quickly calculating what assets they have that can be sold. Ali happened to appear in sight. Alibaba has not yet gone public. The market value is difficult to estimate. However, based on the amount of several financings, coupled with Alibaba's industry status and future prospects, Yahoo's relevant departments gave a valuation of about $7 billion US, which is a more reasonable valuation. Yahoo holds a 39% stake in Alibaba. If all are sold at a premium, it will cost at least $3 billion US. This is still a conservative estimate. However, it is impossible for Yahoo to sell all its Alibaba shares. At most, it will sell half of its Alibaba shares with a market value of $1.5 billion US, compared to the original investment of $1 billion US. Also made a lot of money. And the buyer this time is Tang Qing. A rich man, they all want to make a fortune, so the premium they proposed is 100%. In other words, if Tang Qing wants to buy half of their shares, he will have to pay at least $3 billion US. I don't think it's appropriate. Yang Ziyuan spoke out at this time. Others looked at him, cast an unkind look. Yang Ziyuan is Chinese. They preconceptually thought that this was speaking for Tang Qing, and Yang Ziyuan gave an explanation calmly. First of all, we need to make one thing clear. What is our relationship with Tang Qing in the future? If the transaction is successful, he will become one of Ali's major shareholders. Will we have a grudge with Tang Qing? Secondly, will Tang Qing agree to such a high premium? If he gives up the acquisition, the small cooperation may also come to nothing. In that case, as Ma Yun said, we may miss an opportunity. Finally, and most importantly, if this transaction fails, it will not only be a crisis for Yahoo stock, but also whether the subsequent listing in Xiangjiang will affect Alibaba's stock price. These are all practical issues before us. Several questions were raised. The conference room fell silent. What do you think? Asked another Yahoo founder. We need to establish a consensus first. The purpose of selling these shares is to obtain funds, at least to prevent Yahoo's operation from problems, and by the way, to maximize the value of our investment. So, I think 50% is a more reasonable premium level. If it is more, Tang Qing disagrees. Who should we sell to? SoftBank is impossible, and Ma Yun will not allow someone to independently control more than 50% of Alibaba's shares. Yang Ziyuan analyzed that Yahoo can decide how much the shares will be sold, but Yahoo cannot decide unilaterally who to sell it to. Even if SoftBank wants to buy it, Ma Yun will definitely not be willing. As soon as these words came out, many directors quit. Only a 50% premium? That's too little. Tang Qing is so rich. That's right, at least 90%. Yes, I don't think the premium of 200 is much. Greed. It can make people lose their minds. Yang Ziyuan sighed in his heart. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Especially for internet companies with complex shareholder structures, the quality of investors is really important. Financing after financing. As one of the two founders, he only holds less than 4% of the shares. If not for being the founder, probably no one listened to me. This time, a major shareholder said, Mr. Yang is right. If Tang Qing is introduced, it will be a great benefit to Alibaba's subsequent listing. Tang Qing is already the richest man in China. If he expresses disapproval and competes with Alibaba, we may suffer greater losses. Don't forget, Tang Qing is good at creating miracles. No one can predict the future, but he will definitely have a place. As for Xiao, after you understand it, you will find that it is very powerful. Yang Ziyuan gave this major shareholder a thumbs up in his heart. Finally, someone has a clearer mind. Short-term benefits, long-term benefits, a trade-off between the two. This is the core point that Yang Ziyuan wants to emphasize. Xiao, what's so great about it? It's just a small piece of software. Ali can do it, and we can do it too. This is Qinyan's investigation report. Take a look. Yang Ziyuan sent a document to the people working on it. This was something he had investigated a few days ago. It contained Tianyin Group's global business model and share, as well as Zhao's evaluation report. 10 minutes later, finished reading. They fell silent. Ali can do it. Yahoo can do it too. But now it has become a trend, and it is advancing rapidly in the international market. Yahoo follows suit, but it is too late. They simply grow nonstop, and it is not their specialty. As for Ali, is Ma Yun willing to fight Tang Qing to death? Could this solve Yahoo's current funding problems? The answer is no. Xiao, I guess from Ma Yun's point of view, just like Qingyuan technology, which has not announced the era yet, once it is released, the world will collapse and the market will be reshuffled. Therefore, I'm very optimistic about this cooperation. The independent shareholders said, frankly, what do you think about us exchanging Alibaba's shares for Qingyuan Technology's shares? One person suggested. Then, others are moved. But most people looked at him like an idiot. Qingyuan Technology? Let's not talk about the future prospects of this company. Let's just say that you have exchanged shares. How will Yahoo's current financial problems be solved? Do you give money? Therefore, this proposal has no meaning for discussion. At this time, Yahoo shares were also displayed in real time on the wall. Looking at the dazzling red lines, they felt distressed. In just 2 months, the market value had evaporated by $20 billion US. It can be said that it hurt to the bottom of their hearts. Today, it is possible to set the biggest one-day decline since Yahoo went public. And looking at the number of outstanding shares, they expect that the decline will stop soon because the shares they bought back were not sold. That is to say, they will soon be the final takers. Therefore, it won't fall short in a short period of time, but don't even think about rising. I agree to sell half of Yahoo's Alibaba shares, but at a premium of 60%. This is our bottom line. In the end, after another founder weighed in, Yahoo's board of directors passed the resolution. The news spread back home. Ma Yan called Tang Qing personally. This price. Tang Qing didn't reply. 20% of the shares was still a bit small. However, with the share swap between Ali and Xiao Xiao, after this time, he should be able to control about 30% of Ali's shares. As for the remaining Alibaba shares in the hands of Yahoo and SoftBank, Tang Qing was not in a hurry. Next year, during the financial crisis, he will let both parties spit out some more, especially Yahoo, which has now become the taker of his own stocks. With his money, it can still last until next year, but that's all. After next year, Yahoo, it is estimated that he will file for bankruptcy. For Tang Qing, there is actually another option, which is not to cooperate now and wait until Ali's stock price plummets next year before buying it. But he did not choose to do that in the end. Just a little money. Why make it so complicated? We are not short of money. As stock prices plummeted, Yahoo is in dire need of life-saving money. Therefore, before Monday, Yahoo hastily signed a share transfer contract with Tang Qing. Tang Qing paid $2.25 billion US and obtained 20% of Alibaba's shares. As soon as the news came out, something that made Yahoo even more depressed happened. The stock price continues to fall because many people have analyzed that Yahoo is selling off its assets to survive. Fortunately, Yahoo holds a large number of its own outstanding shares, and there are also investment institutions among its shareholders, so it has not fallen much. Trading volume has stabilized. The stock price has stabilized. What a pity. If there is no further good news from Yahoo, the stocks he currently holds may have to be thrown away, but Yahoo's current executives don't think Yahoo will be done with it, at least. He won't die so quickly. Tang Qing invests in Alibaba. It also became big news in the country. Now, no one doubts Tang Qing's vision anymore. Tang Qing's ability to be optimistic and invest clearly recognizes Alibaba's prospects. Therefore, major media and markets have given high praise to Alibaba's listing in Hong Kong at the end of the year. Investors are looking forward to it. Actually, they are even more looking forward to the listing of Tang Qing's companies, such as Comet Group, Qingyuan Technology, and Microcrystal Technology, which now has a vague dominance in the world's photovoltaic power generation field. Even the Tianyin Group can do it. Each is an extremely high-quality asset. Pity. Tang Qing was stunned and covered his head. In order to facilitate the share swap between Xiao Xiao and Alibaba, at the same time, attended his first Alibaba board of directors meeting. Monday morning, Tang Qing came to Hangzhou, where Ali's headquarters is located. To be honest, this was Tang Qing's first time in this city, but he had no plans to travel around. Keep it mysterious. Fine. Hua. Tang Qing's arrival received a warm welcome from Alibaba board of directors members. Mr. Tang, thank you for being optimistic about Ali. Ma Yan said sincerely. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Alibaba has great potential, but I am more optimistic about you. Mr. Ma, you're the core of Ali. Your thoughts and concepts are also the most valuable existence of Ali. I hope we can have a happy cooperation in the future. I didn't expect that I could get such a high evaluation from you. Ma Yan laughed, having heard too many flatteries, but it was different when it came from Tang Qing's mouth. This was a kind of recognition of him. Tang Qing invested in him, not Ali. He suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for each other. When Tang Qing sat down, on behalf of the board of directors, Ma Yun announced Tang Qing's identity as a member of the board of directors. This was a necessary process. By the way, Ma Yun also proposed a share swap with Xiao Xiao. Finished. He looked at Tang Qing, waiting to throw the cake. Tang Qing said, "Thank you to the board of directors for being optimistic about Xiao Xiao. I believe this is something that is beneficial to everyone. Therefore, in order to reflect fairness, we have decided. Before the exchange, I will inject 5 billion yuan into Xiao Xiao technology to build 3 large data centers and daily operations. After completion, Xiao Xiao will officially provide cloud computing services. For this cooperation, Tang Qing made arrangements in advance. Cloud computing. In this era, it is not a new concept. Last year, Google is promoting cloud computing business everywhere, but it is not ideal. Although it is developing rapidly, the inertia of the times is consistent. Soon, this concept will quickly become a trend. The people present are all professionals in the industry. There is no need for Tang Qing to explain what cloud computing is. To sum it up in one sentence, you need resources such as storage and computing, but you don't have servers and storage around you. So, I'll provide it to you, just pay some rent. They were kind. Of shocked at the amount of investment. As expected of Tang Qing. Generous. 5 billion yuan was thrown in as soon as it was said to be thrown in. 3 large data centers were really lavish, but it was also good that cloud computing, if nothing else, could be of great use just for Alibaba. Next, it's a discussion of the swap ratio. Because I had talked with Ma Yun before, coupled with Tang Qing's large capital injection, this matter became smoother. In the end, Tang Qing agreed to Alibaba's equity swap with Xiao Xiao Technology at a ratio of 1:2. At the same time, Tang Qing also agreed to some other small conditions. Otherwise, even now, this ratio is a bit too high to pass. This way, Tang Qing's Alibaba shares increased to 32%, became Alibaba's largest shareholder. Certainly, in fact, it is of little use. Firstly, it is difficult to make money in a short period of time, and it has to continue to burn money. Secondly, Ma Yun still has the final say in Ali. Fortunately, Tang Qing has no intention of interfering in Ali's operations. And Ma Yun didn't care. Alibaba's partnership system makes no difference to whoever controls Alibaba's shares. Everything will go according to his wishes. Bringing in Tang Qing, a person with strong influence in the country, will bring too many benefits to Alibaba. At this time, the formal contract has not been signed yet. Because Tang Qing's capital injection has not yet been completed, Xiao Xiao Technology's reorganization has not yet been completed. No matter how fast it is, it will not be this fast. We have only signed a contract of intention, and the exchange will be official a week later. Mr. Tang, Alibaba will definitely become a great company. Ma Yun shook hands with Tang Qing. I believe that. I'll host you at noon. Let's have a good chat. That's exactly what I meant. Noon. They had a seafood meal at a nearby hotel, and the main conversation was about the newly launched cloud computing service. The concept had just come out, and Alibaba had no plans to get involved yet, but he was very optimistic about its prospects. The rise of mobile internet, the popularity of 4G. There will be a large number of new users. There will also be a large number of enterprise users, because when smartphones become popular, the reach of the internet will expand more than 10 times, and the traffic and computing requirements will be unimaginable before. Therefore, Ma Yun also had a plan in mind. It is also necessary to expand its own data center. Whether cloud services will be launched depends on the situation, but the possible surge in traffic in a short period of time is a short-term trend that Ma Yun can see now. Afternoon, Tang Qing returned to the Shanghai stock market. When she arrived at her home near Fudan University, Lin Jiaxue hadn't finished school yet. Not long after she walked in, Tang Qing received a call from Do Jiao. Boss Tang, the 5 billion loan has been approved by the 4 major banks in Qingyan City. On the phone, good news came from Do Jiao. As a local company, Tianyin Group's loans from Qingyan City were reviewed quickly. Although there was no small profit prospect in the short term, no one was worried that Tang Qing would not be able to repay the money. That's good, Do Jiao said. Boss, what should we do with our heavenly eye? You're still a little jealous. Tang Qing said helplessly. No, it's just that I feel that our parent company is so poor. Do Jiao muttered. She was very happy to grow up. No, if you don't cry about being poor, how can you have milk to eat? Tang Qing. Don't worry. I will definitely make arrangements for Tianyan. Are you ready for the meeting? The subsidiary company is richer and bigger than the parent company. It is indeed a bit incongruous. Tang Qing is prepared to treat everyone equally. Ready, Do Jiao said happily. Okay, I'll connect right away. A few minutes later, Tang Qing connected to Tianyan's conference system, and everyone above the vice president and manager level was present. At this time, there was a new face among the vice presidents. The former manager of the small operation department was now promoted to the vice president of the group. Such a position, a warrior, of course, tiny. It has always been developed and maintained mainly by soldiers. Even if we look for people from outside, they are basically bottom-level technicians and middle-level people. This time, in order to match the size, they have been promoted. Warm sunlight shines into the conference room. Look at them. Tang Qing smiled slightly. This meeting mainly talks about two things. The first thing is about Xiaoxiao technology. Considering the equity swap with the Alibaba Group, I started the cloud computing project in advance. Originally, I planned to launch it next year. This 5 billion yuan loan will all be allocated to Xiaoxiao technology. You should know that I have high hopes for Xiaoxiao from the beginning. It is an important part of Tianyan. The two are complementary to each other. Xiaoxiao expands the scope of Tianyan services, Tianyan, to create value for Xiaoxiao. I don't want you to be separated. In the future, Tianyan will definitely control Xiaoxiao. However, considering the rapid growth of Xiaoxiao's business, Tianyan, as the parent company, naturally needs to have the capabilities and scale to match it. So, I decided to invest another $1 billion in Tianyan Group to expand its overseas territory and make Tianyan the largest enterprise service company in the world. The depth and breadth of coverage, ultimately, I hope to achieve one thing. Our customers, when doing business in any country in the world, will not have to worry about legal, financial, and data issues. For example, if a Chinese company wants to enter the market in an African country, the only thing it has to do is to transport the things there. We can handle all the procedures as quickly as possible. Service, what is high-quality corporate service, is that I can help customers solve all business problems as quickly, accurately, and effectively as possible. This is the future of Tianyan. The international market is actually covered with a thin film for many domestic companies. Every entry requires a lot of market research, and sometimes they do not understand local laws. It's easy to get things wrong. Therefore, Tang Qing just had this idea. Future. If any Huaxiao wants to do business in any foreign country, he only needs to do one thing. Find Tianyan, a one-stop solution to all market consultation, legal and local formalities and errands. Reduce communication and trial and error costs. This plan, originally, he was planning to formally propose it next year, because the size of Tianyan is still too small. However, since Xiaoxiao has taken a step forward, Tianyan simply takes a bigger step. Let Tianyan and Xiaoxiao grow up together. After listening to Tang Qing's words, everyone in the conference room was a little excited. This goal, too big. One-stop solution for enterprises' market entry problems in any country. It is indeed a challenge and an initiative. It requires an extremely good understanding of local laws and markets, as well as relatively reliable local relationships. The establishment of this network is a big project, but they liked a boss with such ambition and capital, and the prospect Tang Qing described made their hearts swell. This goal was more exciting than Tang Qing's investment of $1 billion. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Tang Qing smiled and said, "What's wrong? You can't accept this." "A bit. I feel like I'm going to be extremely busy. If I go by your estimate, how many branches will we have to set up?" After Do Jiao got over her excitement, she looked helpless. Tang Qing's arrangement really exceeded her expectations. $1 billion. Too many. But compared to the global service network, it's not too much. She might have to spend money to get it in the future, but she felt it was worth it. Tianyin really did what Tang Qing said. What a powerful company this will be. Think about it. Tang Qing said, forget about small countries with small markets and few companies. Many of them are still in primitive societies. There is not much business in such countries. In this way, the existing Tianyin International Branch will be reorganized and each continent will be divided into a large region. Under each large region, whether the country will set up branches, the first batch mainly refers to two conditions. First, whether the country has a mature legal system, and second, the GDP exceeds $3 billion US. As for smaller countries, we can't ignore them completely. They can be hosted by nearby branches, but we won't set up branches there. However, we must be familiar with market research and legal aspects. Tianyin is a legal company. As long as there are laws, it will be easy to deal with in such a long time. A GDP of $3 billion US will filter out those countries with extremely small markets. The value created by the whole country is so small, so what business can be done? But there can be no blind spots in the heavenly eye. In this way, the number of our bottom-level branches will greatly increase. At least 120 countries will meet these two conditions. Dou Jiao thought about it and reported a number. So, I gave $1 billion US to build and acquire related companies and merge them into Tianyin's system. Therefore, management is a huge problem, and this is also a test for Tianyin. Tang Qing said with a smile, Dou Jiao, this is no test. It was a complete ordeal. But, however, Dou Jiao is full of energy, and her days are interesting only when she has goals. Tang Qing continued. In the next month, Tianyin's main internal task is to come up with a mature plan for company formation, expansion, and recruitment. In short, within 2 months at the latest, I want Tianyin to build a global business network. Apart from time, I have only one request. I would rather lack than waste. Tianyin itself is a high-level headhunter. If there is a talent problem, how will customers view us? In short, our Tianyin has only one impression in the outside world: professionalism. Professional finance, professional strategic consultants, professional legal team. We are a professional company. Mr. Dou, are you confident? We will complete the task. Well, that's good. I believe in you. When you come up with a mature plan, $1 billion US will be paid in 3 batches before the end of the year. Such a large amount of money cannot be spent all at once, and Tang Qing will certainly not allocate it all at once. The meeting is over. Tang Qing's picture disappeared on the wall. $1 billion capital injection. They only felt the heavy pressure in the conference room. The establishment of more than 100 branches and the huge workload that followed made the leaders of them feel a little weak. I used to envy Xiao. Now, you have to pity yourself. You have worries about money. You have worries about happiness. Okay, now we have to be busy. It's getting late now. Let's go back and think about it carefully. We will have a one-day meeting tomorrow to discuss in detail the work contents for the next month. Dou Jiao closed the document. Ended the meeting. Back to the office. Dou Jiao was going to work overtime to settle some framework issues. Other side, Tang Qing laughed. It seems a little too big, but it's too big. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry about it. With the management experience Tianyin has accumulated now, this kind of scene is a bit tiring at best, not a big deal. The next day, after Dou Jiao had a full day of meetings, Tianyin was shocked up and down. $1 billion. The global branch is so courageous, worthy of its own chairman, with more than 100 branches. With this expansion, the number of employees in Tianyin will easily exceed 10,000, which is so rich. When I think about it, the heavenly eyes' tentacles spread all over the world. They were very restless. The work was like clockwork. Tang Qing said that it took 1 month to come up with a plan and 2 months to build it. As a professional enterprise service company, of course they had to speed up this time. Otherwise, how can you show your professionalism? The following week, while Tianyin is busy up and down, small technology has also begun to integrate. First, Tianyin headquarters gave it a layer and a half alone. As the headquarters of an independent branch, small branches were subsequently established, 3 domestically and 5 abroad, to prepare for the possible rapid expansion of international business in the future. Right during the integration, Xiao has launched a free enterprise service. Enterprise certification. Just like a big V on Weibo. The size of the company, registered capital, credit, whether these things are true and reliable, whether it is a leather company, etc. are all conditions for certification, and there are many benefits to doing so. The most important purpose is to establish corporate credit, because among the certification conditions, there are specific corporate product and service certifications, which are connected with Alibaba and can be regarded as a supplement to corporate information. Tang Qing has only one purpose. Let everyone know what this company does. From now on, people will not easily believe those skinny companies that sell healthcare products and deceive people without a small certification. Future. Tang Qing wants to create a concept. Small certification is corporate credit. Therefore, the conditions for issuance are very stringent, and Tang Qing even launched a floating ranking. Enterprise certification also has levels, comprehensively referring to enterprise size, qualifications, financial status, management capabilities, debt, profitability, product competitiveness, etc. Tang Qing estimated. Xiao will be scolded by many people in the future, because it may have cut off the wealth of many people. But so what? Tang Qing still needs to care about the feelings of a group of guys who break the law and disregard human life? Ridiculous. For promotion, I also made pop-up ads on Xiao software and comment video. On the 4th day of business launch, the little customer service staff received a call from someone who wanted to buy a certificate. Just tell me how much it costs and give me a certification. The man's tone was very arrogant. He sounded like he was not short of money. Sorry, our company certification is a free service and there is no charge. If your company wants to obtain it, please fill in the relevant information according to the process, and we will verify and investigate. The customer service girl is very polite. Isn't this what you said you wouldn't give me? Otherwise, why would I call? The man snorted. What information is the system feedback? The customer service staff asked. You said that health products are not within the scope of certified companies. I said, do you have any knowledge? We sell regular health products and have legal procedures. Why are we not certified? The man asked. He couldn't help it. In the past few days, several business owners had called and said that their companies had not received any bullshit certification. The old people who bought from them said they were scammers. How could I bear this? Although this is true. Then, they quickly logged into Xiao and uploaded various company information. However, when applying for corporate certification, since the product certification was for healthcare products, the direct back-end feedback did not allow it to pass. They also don't dare to make fake certificates, because there is a prompt when filling in the information. Xiao has already connected with the Domestic Food and Drug Administration and the State Administration for Industry and Commerce. If he uploads false documents, the system will automatically report it to the superior department. Therefore, his hand shook. I didn't dare to upload the food license as a drug license, and I was already cursing in my heart. Damn it. If they could get a drug license, why would they need to do it secretly? Sorry, this is a platform regulation. Health products are not drugs. We cannot issue efficacy product certifications for non-drugs. Please understand that we do not have this right. The customer service patiently explained. This pot, Xiao doesn't carry it. She also believes that this is an ultra vires. It is the right of the Food and Drug Administration to certify the efficacy of a thing. If it is given, it will not only be a moral risk, but also a legal hazard. The man was furious. If the blame is thrown away, he can still go to the Food and Drug Administration. Girl, can't you be accommodating? Money is not a problem. The man wanted to continue his money strategy. I'm sorry, sir, this is a free service. We will not charge for certification. The customer service girl affirmed, and she already knew in her heart that this company is probably a deceptive company. Snort. I also want certification. No way. Final. The man hung up the phone. You heard it, but they won't do it. In an office, a man said to his companions, this turtle grandson, you can't make money even if you have money. They don't want us to lose the money. Now we can only sell it. I will call the distributor. Anyway, all health products are not certified, which can also reassure ordinary consumers. The man is very smart. They quickly found reasons to perfunctory those few consumers. Baidu is better. If you have money, give it. Just when they were getting ready to go home from get off work. Boss, come and see. A scream. Several people hurriedly walked to a computer. I saw. On the company information he had just registered not long ago, their company's name turned yellow, and there was also a yellow icon next to the name. When the mouse was placed on it, a line of words appeared. Enterprise product certification is incomplete. Please add it. Never used it before. They looked at the rules for a while and found out. Newly registered companies must upload various information within a certain period of time. If it is incomplete, the company name will change color. The most important thing is that once the company account is successfully registered, it cannot be canceled at will. Such a conspicuous mark. Didn't they make it clear that there was something wrong with their company's products? Damn it, call and complain. So, a phone call was made. They got the answer that they can cancel, but they need to provide proof of company cancellation at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, where they can apply now and wait 3 months. After 3 months, the display will be hidden. This is the user's right. It is included in the disclaimer when applying for registration. It's just that they were in a hurry to apply, so they didn't pay attention and kept clicking next, which is equivalent to saying that they were tricked. The only solution now is to wait. Why cancel the company? Unless they are crazy. They didn't believe it. This broken certification can also prevent them from making a fortune. And Tang Qing. He has become the target of abuse in their hearts. For the first time, Tang Qing has fans who hate him so much. Tang Qing doesn't care at all. If the road is uneven, someone will plow it. For some things, someone has to stand up first. Enterprise certification. Causing waves in a small area. It soon subsided. Although it has not been able to prevent such scams for the time being, it has at least cut off one of their channels. Most importantly, it has initially established a small corporate credit system. Even if it's not yet widely recognized, Tang Qing was not in a hurry. For a certification to gain credibility, it does not happen overnight. It requires long-term reputation accumulation and responsibility to customers and users. Nothing can be achieved overnight. Health products. Why can you deceive so many people? Ultimately, not exactly too many bad guys, but the popularization of relevant education is not enough. Just like legal education, the best way to prevent crime is to popularize the law and then crack down on criminals as a supplement, because the former can reduce the number of crimes much more than the crimes that occur. Go back to the roots. It's just that people's bodies are unhealthy. Because medical care cannot keep up, many ailments cannot be cured or cannot be cured, causing people to seek medical treatment in a hurry and believe in so-called folk remedies and miracle drugs, which involves medical issues. This situation will be improved soon, according to plan. Originally, in late last year, Zero Side would launch a series of medical technologies for major and terminal diseases. However, the situation there was not stable at that time, and it was at the time when power was changing. They were afraid that the benefits would be too great and many changes would occur. Then he pushed again and again. Now, everything is settled. There will no longer be any force that can overturn Zero's status, not even the United States sending troops. Therefore, the time is completely ripe, and it is time to bring out the most powerful money-making machine in hand. Attract money, not blood-sucking. The cost of treatment will definitely not be sky-high, but it won't cost you a cancer. Tang Qing can't even imagine this, let alone be so kind. These drugs and technologies. It can help Asia Yuan completely consolidate its position. Once these technologies appear, only the country can defend them, and it must be a country with some strength. Tang Qing does not want to have his name on it and attract the prying eyes of a group of hungry wolves. Why cause trouble for yourself when you have nothing to do? Now, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group is making great strides forward. 3 super-large pharmaceutical industrial parks are being built in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. One responsible for drug research and development, one for medical device research and development, and the last one for production. Another month or so, it will be officially put into production. As for external sales, This process is expected to take some time because the drug launch process in most countries is very long and requires a large amount of clinical data support. Fruit wine was initially ignored. The drug procedures for Myanmar are already in process. It has even entered the clinical stage. Before the park is put into production, the marketing approval process for some drugs in Myanmar can be completed. Why it is only partial? Mainly because I don't want to be too scary. What if all the medical technology was taken out at once? Tell the world, I could treat most terminal and chronic diseases. The benefits are really too great. He is really afraid that China is also tempted, and then he really wants to make the whole world an enemy. Therefore, if the benefits are too great, he has to take his time, release them in a planned way, and give them some time to accept. Also give yourself time to plan. At the same time, the group has also allocated a large amount of land to build hospitals and sanatoriums to accommodate future patients who are dying because the drug has not been approved for marketing in the country and are seeking a chance of survival. Anyway, 1.5 months later at the latest, the world will once again remember Myanmar Bank Group. June 11th, Hangzhou, Ka. The reporters took photos of Ma Yun and Tang Qing shaking hands. Today, as the two signed a contract, Xiao and Alibaba officially exchanged shares. Tang Qing became Alibaba's largest shareholder, and a team from Tianjin also officially settled in Alibaba. Tang Qing has no right to interfere with Ali's decision-making, but there is supervision. Contract provisions. The two parties will conduct business docking. Alibaba promises to provide Xiao with its own enterprise user data and promote Xiao to users. Xiao also needs to share data with Alibaba. It can be said that this is a win-win cooperation. A collaboration between the two giants attracted a lot of media. Mr. Tang, if based on today's share swap ratio, the small valuation alone would be $3.5 billion. How could such a company that was previously unknown to the public have such a high valuation? Asked a female reporter from a Hangzhou tabloid. Tang Qing held the microphone. What's the small value? It seems that this reporter's homework is not comprehensive enough, or that he deliberately ignored certain facts. To this, I can only say that you will see the small potential value soon. Tang Qing's answer was sharp. Almost nothing was said. But not all the people present were this kind of reporters. Many reporters had done their homework and scoffed at this question, asking why Xiao's valuation was so high. You will know after you study it carefully. Tang Qing may be playing a big game. Tens of millions of global users. Capital injection of 5 billion renminbi. Customer relations of parent company Tianjin Group. Tang Qing's status as the second largest instant messaging software in China is also due to Tang Qing's name. $35 billion? Is it much? Mr. Tang, last week Xiao launched enterprise-level certification. Does this mean that Xiao will close access to China's small, medium, and micro enterprises because many of them have weak competitiveness in terms of assets, management, systems, and products? Hearing this question, Tang Qing smiled, said, small, medium, and micro enterprises create 80% of this country's urban employment and 50% of the country's GDP. How could I close access to them? On the contrary, I hope to serve them because they are the source of economic vitality. However, their internal problems cannot be ignored. The purpose of small enterprise-level certification is to provide a reference. If deficiencies are found, they can be improved. Why improve? Because the economic environment is never stable and good. If you want to become bigger and stronger in the market wave, corporate systems, product quality, etc., need to be paid great attention to. These words. In fact, there is a problem. There is nothing wrong in the broad sense. But now, bad money drives out good money, which is an unavoidable problem in the current Chinese market. Stingy bosses are more likely to survive, and traders who manufacture and sell counterfeit goods may live more comfortably than conscientious companies. But with the development of the times, this situation is bound to change. When China begins its corporate transformation and industrial upgrading, it will be a major reshuffle. Of course, it will not necessarily wash away all the waste and dross, but companies that truly create value will stand out. Tang Qing doesn't believe that people will always tolerate the rampant use of bad coins. The market allows. He doesn't allow it either. It is also one of the original intentions of establishing the credit rating of small businesses. The powerful alliance between Tang Qing and Ma Yun. It caused a strong shock in the industry. There's only one feeling. The wolf is coming. Tang Qing became Alibaba's largest shareholder. With such a financial backer, Alibaba's future development will be unimpeded. The one that feels the biggest threat is Tencent, because Xiao already has the ability to impact Penguin's market share. To resist this coalition, Tencent started buying and selling. Fight with Tang Qing. It felt that it was too difficult, and every company was difficult to deal with. Comet Video's huge expenses would give them a headache. Tang Qing respected copyright from the beginning, whether it was video or music, investing huge sums of money to purchase it. The most important thing is, Comet Film and Television cannot be subverted. That's special effects. That technology. The company almost only cooperates with the Comet Group. Even the special effect companies in Hollywood are not higher than it. At most, it is on par with it. This company still exists, and any attack will not cause trouble to the Comet Group. And there's another fact that makes people speechless. That is Tang Qing's star effect. The richest man in the country. Soon he will be the richest man in China. Too young to be too young. He is the idol of countless young people in China, especially the student group, which is the main consumer group in the future. When they grow up and recall their youthful years, Tang Qing is undoubtedly the most dazzling one. He is good-looking and can appeal to all ages, and he is an academic master. It can be said, the social influence is astonishingly strong. Paralysis. This kind of opponent. Anyone who touches it will get a big headache. Except for Comet Video, Tang Qing's other companies are almost all industry leaders, and most of them are not internet companies. They involve real, technical fields and cannot threaten others at all. At last, it can only be targeted at the following Ali. Because Penguin was only familiar with the internet field, after intense discussions and debates, they found that there seemed to be no company on the market that could form an effective competitive relationship with Alibaba. Final. He is taller than he is short. A company appeared in front of them. JD.com. Then, just a few days, Tencent announced its investment in JD.com, financing it with $20 million. To this, Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Tencent. It seems that they are really in a hurry and have deployed JD.com 7 years in advance. Tang Qing remembers that in his previous life, in August of this year, JD.com would complete its first round of financing, worth $10 million. Now, it has doubled, and Shandong will probably have to travel a lot less. For JD.com's model, Tang Qing thinks it's very good. It is also an extremely valuable business model. The cost of building self-built logistics may seem huge, but once it succeeds, its life will not be worse than Alibaba. Even if JD.com has a lower market value than Alibaba in the future, it does not mean that JD.com will not live well. On the contrary, its financial situation has entered a profitable period. It would make most companies jealous to the point of vomiting blood. They build their own logistics and warehousing. They can arrive in big cities the next day, and their product quality is above the level. Various advantages add up to form a very good, comfortable environment. Because the more society develops, as income increases, people become lazier and their consumption consciousness will change greatly. How lazy are you? They were so lazy that they no longer wanted to choose products. He just wanted to open the software and buy a multi-function socket. He saw 3 price ranges, 40, 50, and 60, and thought the middle price was good. Bought. As for quality, guaranteed by the platform. Of course, such people are not the majority. After all, this requires a certain consumption base, but as long as there is 5%, then this business model will be more prosperous than the platform that accounts for 95% of the market. This kind of person, Tang Qing has seen a lot of them. Wang Chong, who had lived with him for a long time before his rebirth, had a high income and didn't want to go to Taobao or Tmall to buy things because they were slow because they didn't deliver to his door and because he was too lazy to judge the quality. He has not used Taobao, Tmall, or Alipay for many years, and he has never looked at other e-commerce websites. I have been using JD.com. To be honest, point to surface. Such customers. 1. How high will the value it creates for the platform be? There is no need to think about it at all. It is not that 1 is worth 2, but that 1 is worth 10 or 20. At this time, the meaning of the number of users is limited to good looks. Certainly, the paths of JD.com and Alibaba are different. Alibaba serves countless individual merchants, while Jingdong itself has to make money from all the goods. If the latter is done well, it will be much more profitable than the former. But Alibaba creates a larger scale circulation of goods. Each has value. Future. China will definitely face consumption upgrades. Some people's consumption concepts will also be upgraded accordingly. Sometimes, people don't actually need you to tell me the comparison of various goods and services. Consumers don't want to choose, are too lazy to choose, and have no time to choose. They only need you to tell them one thing. Within the price you can accept, this is the best. Just buy this. Then, I pay the bill. Make a deal. Another example is a group of people going to eat together. When discussing where to eat, the most annoying answer is, anything. Anything will do. When I hear this, I have the urge to beat him to death. And what's your favorite situation? One person says that something is very delicious and unique, and then there are a lot of them, and the people listening are drooling, and then follow them like obedient puppies. Regardless of whether it ends up being that way or not, they all felt it was worth it. People will become less and less willing to make choices. They only need someone to tell them that this is good, this is okay, this is not bad, and this is your best choice. They're not willing to care about the rest. This is a trend of consumption upgrading. If JD.com seizes this, do it deeply and thoroughly. When Alibaba sees JD.com's financial statements in the future, Alibaba will drool with envy. Of course, the premise is that there will be no problems with JD.com. Wealth is the accumulation of trust. If trust is lost, Luku will be a little bumpy. June 16th, Saturday, Beijing. There was a long queue outside the Jinghua shopping center. To maintain order, the property management company urgently moved out a large number of isolation fences to divert the crowd in an orderly manner. As a result, it was dark in front of the Era store, with at least 1,000 people queuing up here. To be a little ahead, many people came before dawn. Then, I saw many people who were earlier than them. There's nothing we can do about it. Epic mobile phones are too expensive, too slow to deliver, and prone to boring things. Therefore, Qing Technology adopted this model of in-store collection. During pre-sale, one ID card is required, and a deposit of 1,000 is required for each phone. The remaining balance needs to be paid in store, because all the reservations are made by those who know how to use computers. Before they come to the store, they need to check the pickup store they have reserved. Qing Technology will arrange the shipment in advance. Today, only those who bought it in the pre-sale can buy the Era. Tomorrow, wait for the pre-orders to be picked up. Only then will the daily sales of the store begin. So many people gathered, except for mall security. Some police officers were also dispatched from the nearby police station. Because they had been contacted in advance, the police arrived at dawn. Looking at such a long queue, it looked a bit like ants waiting to collect their eggs. How long? There was no scene of such a frenzied rush to buy goods worth thousands of yuan, but they also understood very well that during this period, Era was advertising overwhelmingly in the country, so it was almost unknown to everyone. Airport, shopping mall, CCTV prime time. This month, I sucked up all the eyeballs. In the crowd, mostly young people, pairs of eyes looked at the Era store, waiting for it to open. In addition to real customers, there were also some mobile phone store owners because Era only had 2 supply channels, operators and specialty stores. Those mobile phone stores cannot get new phones in large quantities. In order to take care of the interests of pre-sale customers will get the phone at a discount of 200 yuan from the original price. Therefore, there is room for maneuver. Tang Qing did not completely block the desire of those mobile phone stores to make some money. Before sale. Outside the door. A clerk was shouting with a loudspeaker. Attention everyone. Every mobile phone currently in the store corresponds to the pickup code on the official website. If the pickup code filled in previously was filled in at another business hall, you can only go to that store to pick it up. Or after the peak collection period tomorrow, you can pick it up at any business hall in the city. Therefore, please note that non-pre-sale mobile phones are not available for sale today, and you cannot use pickup code from other business halls. There is no way. In order to avoid taking chances. Hello, what's your account name and pickup code? In the queue, a male clerk asked one by one to avoid unreasonable people who rush in and insist on buying. The world is big and there is everyone. The woman quickly reported her account number and a pickup code. Then she looked at the Era mobile phone in the clerk's hand with bright eyes. The clerk checked it and said to her, "No problem. Thank you for your cooperation." When she heard that there was no problem, the woman smiled. At least today's trip won't be in vain. Next, after a man reported the pickup code, the clerk apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. Your pickup code is from the Shidon Business Hall. You can't pick up your phone here. To avoid wasting time in queuing, please go to the Shidon Business Hall to pick up the goods." "You want me to go to the Shidon Business Hall to queue up?" The man curled his lips. Today's mobile phones are all for one person and will be shipped according to the number of pickup codes. My colleague just said clearly that every mobile phone here today has an owner. "Sir, if you're not in a hurry, you can go to Shidon later. Since they're not for sale today, the number of mobile phones in Shidon is only 50% of that here. You may queue up faster than here." The clerk explained patiently. Today is the weekend. Everyone thinks Shidon is crowded. Many people choose other business halls. "Can't you be accommodating?" the man said helplessly. His home is over in Shidon, but last night his wife went back to her parents' house in anger, so she chased her over. She has just been coaxed, and it is estimated that she will not be able to return to her home tomorrow. There's nothing we can do about it. If you don't want to go to Shidon, you can wait to get your phone here tomorrow. There are too many people today. In order to divert traffic and protect the interests of pre-sale customers, please understand. The clerk said, "Okay." The man was not unreasonable. People have already said it. It's an emergency, so I'm not in a hurry to get my phone today. Watch the man leave. Some people who were hoping for luck had no choice but to leave the team. Can be booked online. Most of them are young people, and their quality is relatively good. There is no situation where they are forced to jump in line or insist on buying mobile phones. There are police watching nearby. It is a big weekend, and I don't want to go to the police station. When the time comes, Era is on sale. The person at the front walked in excitedly. 3 people entered at a time. The first one was a man in his 20s. He came here in the middle of the night. He was originally the 3rd in line, but the first 2 were sitting on the ground suffering from cold and diarrhea, so he became the first. "Hello, please show your ID card and enter the pickup code here," the female clerk said with a smile. The man quickly handed over his ID card. "Then enter your pickup code on the computer in front of you." Subsequently, the female clerk confirmed that it was correct. After the man took out his bank card and paid the balance, he got a white box. He tore open the transparent film and felt like leather. It felt not easy to hold it. The man quickly opened it. A gray epoch lay quietly inside. "Do I need to charge it for 12 hours when I go back?" the man asked. "No. Ours is a lithium battery. It has no memory function. Just charge it normally. There are instructions inside for how to use it." A beautiful female clerk patiently explained at the door. "Okay, thank you," the man said and walked out. Looking at the mobile phone in the man's hand, the people in the queue were also excited. During the period, someone came up to buy it for an additional 100 yuan. He refused directly. He was not sure of these 3 melons and 2 dates. The man came not far from the door. "Try it out first. Turn on the phone, charge 95%, insert the card, and restart. It shows 4G signal, but it says that the mobile phone card does not match." He didn't dare to open traffic. The 4G card is different from the previous 2G card. If he chooses it casually, the traffic fee may make him feel painful. Looking at the telecommunications business hall not far away, he quickly walked over. There were people inside, looking at their mobile phones. "Hello, can I get a 4G card?" "Yes. Have you got the Era?" The sales office lady's eyes lit up. Well, I just bought it. The man shook his phone. Let me take a look. She took it and looked at it carefully. After a few operations on the screen, she fell in love immediately. Unfortunately, the Era contract machine in the business hall was a week later than the store. They're out of stock now. This caught the attention of the colleague next to me. Came over. Wow, it's so beautiful. That's right. I want a white one when the time comes. The man looked at his phone being played with by several people and felt a little bit at a loss. Can you help me apply for a 4G card? Of course, we have different data packages. Please open them first. Hearing this, the salesperson quickly handed over a piece of paper. He looked at it for a while and chose a medium package. It seemed that the data was much cheaper than 2G. Exceeding the flow rate does not cause physical pain. Soon, he got a 4G card. But he remembered something again. Here, do you have Wi-Fi here? 4G has just been opened. The traffic packages launched by China Telecom cannot sustain consumption for a long time. At this time, there is no such thing as unlimited traffic. 4G construction has not yet become popular, and traffic is a scarce resource. Yes, the name is the store name, and the password is 88. The female salesperson said. In order to give customers a trial and also promote FTTH broadband, all their business halls have Wi-Fi. Otherwise, if you want to sell a mobile phone, you still need the servant's card, which is obviously not possible. Is your home nearby? The salesperson asked again. Yes, what's wrong? The man said. Then I suggest you get a broadband upgrade. In this way, no matter how you use the data at home, it will not be too expensive. The salesperson immediately gave suggestions and started promoting the business. Okay, get one for me. The man took out his ID card. He reported his home address and waited for the master to come to install it. Even if his family had money, it was better to save a little. If it was useful, he was going to buy one for everyone in his family. Subsequently, he connected to the wireless network. Open them all. There are already a lot more software in it. In addition to those from Tang Qing's companies, there were also apps from Taobao, Penguin, News, Baidu, Weibo, etc. He didn't look at many, and he had downloaded all of them, more than a dozen of them. Aboard the Penguin, he found that his name displayed a special icon. Generally, mobile phones are yellow, but under his profile picture was a small epic icon, which looked more respectable. Try various functions. It was found to be the same as what Tang Qing had introduced. Very useful. Opening the video was very smooth. At this moment, he completely fell in love with the Era. It lived up to its name and completely opened up a new world. It was worth the price. Soon, there were more and more people in the store. They all come here to use Wi-Fi and apply for cards. Later, many people watched the video and found that it was stuck. Everyone had no choice but to apply for a card quickly and upgrade their own broadband. The salesperson in the store was very busy. 4G coverage in Beijing mainly covers the core urban areas, and it is still under construction in further areas. Many of them watched the video for a while. I found that the phone was still a little hot, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. The previous Bang Bang machine couldn't do anything, and of course it was cool. Now it can do so many calculations and functions, so it's strange that it doesn't generate heat. I don't think there's a problem at all. Fever, on the contrary, it is a manifestation of good things. Myanmar, Xi'an City. The exteriors of the 6 major shopping malls in the city are the same as those of the Era store in Beijing. There is a long line of people. These stores are in the best locations. When Xi'an City was established before, these shops had been closed, and many people didn't know what they were doing. In the past few days, they found out that they sold mobile phones. For a moment, a person pops into their mind. Tang Kai, as the businessman who provided the first pot of gold for Zero. He has underwritten almost all the jade and jewelry in the special zone and has long been known to the locals. With its Song long gone, Tang Kai's business is now booming. Although he is a foreigner, they can accept it calmly. They also knew that Era was produced by Tang Kai's nephew's company. Then, it was easy to figure out something. Tang Kai took the back door. Tang Kai didn't care that Tang Qing's company had built such a good store. Tang Qing's friends had an unusual relationship with Zero. There were just a few shops. In this area, Zero nodded and nothing could be done. On consumption power. In the past, Myanmar was indeed not as good as China, but the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone was an exception. Xiamen City was the political and economic center of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and gathered most of the high-income people in the zone. Tourism is booming. Many local people made money. And the wages of companies under the Myanmar Bank Group are quite good. From the beginning, inefficient production methods have been abandoned here, keeping the average wage at a level similar to that of Huaxia Guangshi. This level is in Myanmar. Just like the capital of China, as an economic organization that can print money, the Myanmar Bank Group will certainly not be stingy because the money will flow back through consumption and savings anyway. That being the case, the meaning of money. It only exists to maintain regional economic balance. High remuneration can attract talents, improve living standards, and deepen their identification with the Myanmar Bank Group. Facts have proved that the pride specially cultivated by the Myanmar Bank Group has worked. It has consolidated the position of Myanmar Bank Group in the special zone. With money, I just want to make my life better. Then, due to the special publicity of the special zone, the current situation has resulted. The 4G in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone can be said to be the most complete in the world. They can directly connect to the 4G network by replacing the card. It's different from home. 3 days ago, operators in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone have launched unlimited data packages. As the first region in the world to launch unlimited data rates, it has directly made news in various countries. Unfortunately, 4G is not so popular in other countries, and there is no condition to offer this rate. Shidan, Era Store, a CCTV female reporter, is broadcasting live. Behind him is a dense crowd. As you can see, this is the entrance to the Shidan Era Store. A large number of customers are queuing up to buy their pre-sold smartphones. I heard that some people came before dawn. He said. A woman appeared next to the reporter. This is the store manager of the Shidan Era Store, Manager Shun. I heard today that you only sell mobile phones to pre-sale customers. Why is there such a rule? Obviously, this is a trust question. The female store manager smiled. The main thing is to divert traffic. If everyone comes today, our store may be even more crowded than this, and many people will wait for a long time. Therefore, it is recommended that customers without reservations come back tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Manager Shun. You may have seen that with so many people, if it is completely open, it may really become more crowded, causing many people to waste a lot of time. Here, I also suggest. The reporter followed the store manager's words. A sales floor can be on this kind of live broadcast. It's a very difficult thing, but it can be said that it indirectly promoted the construction of domestic 4G networks. As a landmark product of national industrial innovation, it has naturally received the focus of CCTV. In addition to domestic audiences, viewers in the live newsroom also saw lively sales scenes in specialty stores abroad. This time, although it is not yet available in the United States, but it has passed a review in many countries. The first batch will be released today in China, Thailand, Myanmar, Singapore, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Austria. Today, Era is released simultaneously in 21 countries around the world. Live broadcast room. The male host introduced happily. As you can see, consumers from all over the world are enthusiastic about Ano. According to data provided by Qing Technology, as of today, the number of global pre-sales of Eno has exceeded 4.5 million units. Among them, China has contributed the most to pre-sales, reaching 2.1 million units. It can be said that Era has been successful. According to this data, by the end of the year, Era shipments are expected to exceed 15 million units. Everyone may be shocked by this number. Indeed, 15 million units. If calculated based on sales, Qing Technology sales this year are expected to exceed 80 billion yuan. As you know, this is a company that has been established for less than 2 years. It can be seen that innovation will be the mainstream in the future, and Huaxia creation will become the hotspot and theme of the next era. The host was really excited when he said this. Sales volume of 80 billion renminbi. For domestic central enterprises, this is just child's play. But what kind of company is Qing Technology? It was established less than 2 years ago. Almost no mobile phone parts are produced in-house. It just optimizes and integrates resources. In the end, it created such a business miracle. This is still this year. Next year. What about the year after tomorrow? Will Qing Technology create another miracle? Immediately afterwards, the host began to introduce the differences between foreign era and domestic ones. The biggest difference is, of course, language, followed by themes and other functions. Qing Technology generally produces products based on the country's characteristic culture. After all, not consumers in all countries have the same aesthetics. At last, its app. There are Comet Video, Baidu, and Penguin in China, but not abroad because they do not have corresponding languages and are prone to legal risks. They're all a bit conservative in order to adapt to foreign markets. Google, Facebook, Amazon. Almost all foreign internet and e-commerce giants have developed apps based on the Sirius system. Of course, ERV is no exception. Almost all of its applications suitable for mobile phones are integrated into the app. Besides, another big killer of ERV is out. Mobile games. But the current mobile phones cannot support large-scale mobile games with several gigabytes, so we can only develop small games like Xiaxial and Temple Escape first. Needless to say, they received a lot of praise as soon as they were released. Being and not having. No matter how bad it is, it can't be much worse. Qing Technology also acts as an agent for these games, but the domestic mobile game procedures have not yet been completed. Therefore, there are only basic applications in the App Store, and the games will not be available until next month. That's all. CCTV News Live gave ERA a full 10 minutes of special reporting. And this. It will also be broadcast on a rolling basis in the coming time. Anyone who watches news knows that if you watch a news channel, you may watch a piece of news 4 or 5 times in a day. These days, financial headlines are destined to belong to the ERA. Qingyan City. Sky Eye headquarters. Each department manager pushed a small cart and distributed an ERA to his subordinates. As his own company, Tang Qing would certainly not charge for it. Every salesperson of Tianyin Group would be given one. This is a work phone. The management system used to log in to Xiao and Tianyin at any time can also improve the company's image. Except Tianyin Group. All companies under Tang Qing. Everyone has one. Just like company computers, they're temporarily owned by the company and can be used as you like. If they break, they will be repaired for free. It doesn't matter if they're lost, but you cannot lose more than 2, otherwise money will be deducted. As long as you work in the company or use it for more than 2 years, the mobile phone belongs to the employee. It can be said that the loophole of you can throw one away in this regulation can be regarded as giving a mobile phone to the employee. Saudi Arabia. As soon as ERA was launched, Ayman carried a large box of mobile phones and delivered them door to door to his relatives and friends. As a good friend of Tang Qing, he volunteered to play the role of a salesman and distributed hundreds of mobile phones to employees of his company as benefits. These rich guys, not short of money at all. Shenzhen market. Tencent headquarters. Through the background, they found that the number of users using ERA was growing continuously. In just 3 hours, there were more than 500,000 online users, and the number was growing at a rate of 10,000 every 10 minutes. No need to think. Almost all people who bought ERA downloaded the Penguin app. Only. Penguins now. It does not allow mobile phones and computers to log into the same Penguin account at the same time. Technicians discovered. In a common area of the app download, a large number of users expressed their wish to be able to log into a Penguin account on their mobile phones and computers at the same time. The reason is not because of anything else, but because Xiao can do it. Feedback came in on the first day. The management was summoned by Laoma. Currently, users generally report 2 problems. First, the picture is not user-friendly enough, and the fonts and tones used are too low-grade. Second, there's the problem of logging into the same Penguin account on mobile phones and computers at the same time. There is no comparison. There is no harm. In this aspect of app design, time is relatively tight. In terms of details, it cannot be perfect. When consumers compare it with Xiao and other software that look extremely comfortable, they will find the gap. There are even many people giving feedback. If it's a chat, they actually think that small experiences are better, which is heartbreaking. Lao Ma issued a task. Now, the top priority of Penguin's product and technology department is these two. First, to optimize the service experience, and second, to add the issue of double login on the first number. However, this will increase the security risks of Penguin. We had discussed this in a meeting before, whether we should emphasize the security risks with consumers. The vice president in charge of technology hesitated. They're all professional technicians. There are very few blind spots in product functions. This function has been discussed before. Double login with one number will indeed greatly increase the security risks of user information. After making trade-offs, this function was shelved. But Xiao has done it, so consumers don't care about it for the time being. Lama said, "This is the same." The vice president was helpless. Consumer, a group that is difficult to satisfy. They never consider other risks. If you can't do it, you're not good enough. If you don't do it well enough, it is your fault that puts my account at security risk. Hard to reason with. Especially Xiao, which is already the second largest real-time stock exchange, New Year software in China. They pay close attention to every move. Others have done it. If you don't do it, you are unlucky. At this time, they have reached a consensus that Xiao must be suppressed. The failure of MSN. The failure lies in localization. Tiny. It's more down-to-earth than Penguin, and it also captures the psychology of users. It can be seen from Era that Tang Qing understands the hearts of Chinese consumers in terms of level setting and vanity. That's it. I want to see the new version of Penguin app online in 3 days at the latest. Lao Ma agreed. Yes. Lao Ma asked again, how is the video and audio transmission function of Penguin now? The basic code has been completed. Within a month, we should be able to launch our short video and short audio transmission service. The vice president said hurriedly. Currently, Penguin mobile phone does not have this function. Thinking, there really are no barriers. That's good. How many mobile games are there? The project has been approved. Pay attention to the progress. Yes. Speaking of games, everyone here gave a thumbs up to this company. In a short period of time, several very magical mobile games were launched directly. As soon as they were launched today, their game companies were stunned. Therefore, it is taking advantage of its own advantages imitation. Chairman, should we consult Qingyuan technology to see if its mall allows our games to be logged in? After all, they directly represent ERV's games. A vice president asked a question. Copyright issues. This is a rather troublesome problem. This time, the competitors control the lifeblood of their games, the sales channels. If Qingyuan technology makes things difficult, the games will not be able to enter the mall. Can't enter the mall. Even if you can download it on your computer and then transfer it to your phone for installation, it still feels like a thief. Ask. Okay. 5 minutes later. Chairman, Qingyuan technology said there is no problem. They're just a platform. As long as our games are not too similar or enter foreign markets and cause ERV prosecution, Qingyuan technology will not embarrass us. Are you so sure? Yes. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Inside the villa, Tang Qing was watching TV in the living room. He didn't bother to look at the sales data. Anyway, there won't be any difference after looking at it. The result is that this weekend, Zheng Ro and the others also came to play with Lin Jiaxue. The sun was good outside, and they were playing in the swimming pool. Penguin wants to copy the game? Tang Qing really doesn't care. There is no need to settle scores at this point because before long, he will also be the largest shareholder of Tencent, and there is no need to fight against Tencent. All belong to the same country. Raising the gun a little higher, the real competition in the future will be the world market. There's no need to be so ruthless in fighting among each other. Of course, if it goes too far, Tang Qing can't pretend he didn't see it. In Tencent's small video and audio transmission functions, there is already a prototype of WeChat. This did make him take a little seriously. However, if WeChat only had video and audio transmission, as well as the social functions inherited from Penguin, it would not be possible to become that popular. Quick payment, red envelopes, and related life services are the cornerstone of WeChat. In this regard, Qingyuan technology is the leader. Night Era appeared on Xinwen Lianhua. The 3-minute introduction allowed people across the country to see the appeal of this product. Tomorrow and weekend, no one will doubt how popular it will be in major specialty stores after dawn. The next day, as expected, long queues formed at the entrances of various Era stores again. Although each person was limited to purchasing 2 units, which was extremely expensive, it could not stop people's enthusiasm for buying such expensive mobile phones. A considerable number of people in China could still afford them. Era. Now it's a bit like the original Big Brother. One machine at hand. I have face. Tang Qing couldn't say whether it was good or bad about this kind of vanity. For the Era, if you can afford it, just consume it. If you can't afford it, don't force it. If you have to sell your kidneys, that's a bit much. Together, the 3 major operators are also suffering and happily. Increase in internet users. The trouble is, 4G coverage is not complete enough. You must know that the traffic of one base station is limited. In densely populated areas, sometimes 3 or 4 base stations are needed to meet the traffic needs of users. The number of equipment is now tight. In some places, there are few services, and in many places there is no 4G signal at all. The quality of service may make people complain wildly, and all they can do is to urge the equipment supplier. Then, under this stimulation, they transferred this pressure to Zhihua Technology and Huawei. As the main domestic providers of 4G equipment, if I have needs, you have to meet them. So, the people at Zhihua Technology and Huawei were busy. Countless orders were placed to the next-level factories. It has greatly stimulated the vitality of the entire industry chain from top to bottom. Huawei is also confused. Now, 4G equipment order volume exceeded expectations. At first, as soon as 4G technology matured, they frantically hoarded equipment, but they could not sustain such a huge consumption. After Myanmar launched the National Network Speed-Up project, the inventory was greatly reduced. It can be said, such demand is beyond Huawei's supply capacity. In the past, goods waited for people, but now people wait for goods. Therefore, many orders were outsourced by Zhihua Technology to the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. 4G technology, mostly solutions. Not all are sophisticated gadgets, such as optical cables and optical fibers. There are also some low-end routers and switches. The industrial strength of these Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zones can be completely manufactured by oneself. If they are not afraid of scaring others, everything can be produced here. Under the Special Zone Supply Chain Dispatching System, orders are broken down quickly. At this time, the power of full network integration of the supply chain is demonstrated. Under the premise of the same labor consumption, the production speed is more than twice that of China. Therefore, in a short period of time, this place will also serve as an important product manufacturing base for Zhihua Technology. For ease of management, Zhihua Technology has also established a branch here. Overseas orders are temporarily fulfilled by the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and orders from domestic operators are fulfilled domestically. In this way, other costs caused by shipping things back to the country and re-exporting are avoided. Domestic export tax rebates are available. Burmese disease also exists. Just 2 days. Era. It completely established a tall image. Certainly. At the same time, a chain of contempt has also emerged. Those who use Era think other mobile phones are garbage, and those who use touchscreen phones think that button phones are synonymous with backwardness. On the afternoon of the second day of sale, a push message. Let the official sales website of Era become lively again. Mobile phone case. New mobile phone accessories have appeared on the official website of Era. Various mobile phone cases, nearly 50 models, not cheap, plastic, metal frame, soft rubber, various landscape paintings, figure paintings, luminous patterns. It makes many machine lovers crazy. The Era in his hand is worth more than 5,000. It's quite expensive. It's still a little slippery in the hand, and it's easy to get broken when dropped. Even if it gets knocked off the corners, it still makes people feel distressed. Now that they see all kinds of mobile phone cases, they are immediately attracted by it. I bought everything worth thousands of dollars. Something worth dozens of yuan or something. Purchase. Huh. There seems to be a cell phone buckle. According to the introduction, you can put on the table to look at the phone. When you hold it in your hand, it can also prevent it from falling. Although it is a bit small and costs 10 yuan apiece, it is not an unacceptable figure. Then, rely on phone cases and phone clasps. Qing technology made a lot of money again. Things that cost only a few yuan suddenly turned into dozens of yuan. Tang Qing also wanted to call himself a profiteer, but he didn't regret it at all because he designed these himself. Something of your own design. How can it be cheap? Absolutely no, for this price. The comment section of the official website has already been filled with complaints. Fuck, I dare say the cost of this thing is only a few yuan, but Tang Qing sells it for dozens. Why doesn't he snatch it? We must resolutely resist this kind of profiteer behavior and not be fooled. It's just that it's too expensive. It's okay. Didn't you read the final explanation on the official website? Those are all designed by Tang Qing himself, and they have certain added value. I have to say, Tang Qing's aesthetic is really good. What? Designed by Tang Qing? Then I have to collect all the mobile phone cases. Let's go together. People gave mixed reviews. After all, the price is indeed expensive. But when I think about the price of the Anno, which is more than 5,000 yuan, maybe such an expensive mobile phone case is worthy of my own smartphone. Yes, that's it. How could something worth a few yuan be worthy of my favorite phone? Consumer psychology. It's just so speechless. And this, it also allows some manufacturers to see business opportunities. Cell phone case. Good idea. Why did Bang Bang? Phones need such beautiful phone cases in the past. In the future, when major manufacturers launch smartphones, such beautiful phone cases should have huge market prospects. Then, the imitation begins, watching the rising sales in the background. Tang Qing smiled softly. It's not mealtime yet. The sales of 2 mobile phone accessories exceeded 20 million yuan. After deducting various costs, the profit was at least 15 million yuan. However, this was just the beginning. There is no competition now, and it is easy to make any money. Wait for someone to imitate it in large numbers in the market. Sales are sure to plummet. Tang Qing, how can you be so good at making money? While eating dinner, Zheng Ro's eyes looked at Tang Qing for countless times. No matter which angle she looked at, she was so pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, I am engaged. There are moral constraints. Otherwise, I might try to draw a moth into the flame. It's okay. I can make some small money. Repaying small money? Then our family will have to die in poverty. Zheng Ro muttered, looking at the news. The annual sales of era may be tens of billions of RMB, and if it gets crazier, it may be nearly 100 billion renminbi. Tang Qing seemed unhappy at all. Your family will never be poor. If you don't make things randomly, you won't be able to finish it in dozens of lifetimes. Tang Qing said helplessly. What about you? You won't be able to spend hundreds of dollars in a lifetime. It seems true, Zheng Ro said. However, in the past, with your potential, you would have been able to become the richest man in the world. But now you definitely have no chance. ERV is at its peak. It's a company worth 600 billion US dollars, and its boss actually controls it absolutely. It's incredible. ERV is quite powerful. Why are you fighting for so much fame? Tang Qing smiled and shook his head, grabbing the legs of a silly crab and eating it with relish. The legs of a crab were thicker than the bodies of those big lobsters. Zheng Ro once thought that the crab had become a monster. They were full on one leg. Tang Qing is responsible for solving the rest. Do you think a person like him would be happy? Zheng Ro ate the delicious crab legs with some sugar, and her heart felt sweet. What does this have to do with you? I'm just curious. It seems that no one has ever been so rich before, and the future potential is huge. If ERV's market value exceeds 1 trillion US dollars, how rich would it be? Zheng Ro said. Probably, you won't feel it. Tang Qing said, a market value of 1 trillion US dollars is not a goal that is too far away. Why? Money is just a number. If I don't talk about him, I almost feel nothing. Tang Qing said with a smile. Zheng Ro rolled her eyes and said, Taheo, classes are over next week. What are you going to do during the summer vacation? Go home. You're not going to Sanya? Zheng Ro looked disappointed. I'll go, but I have to go home first, and then a friend will invite me to visit the island country. I might stay there for a few days when I come back. I can't refuse the hospitality, so I'll just go shopping. Gufeng will take Linya back to the island country to stay for a while next month. Then I thought about dragging him to play together. Tang Qing did not refuse. Anyway, it's okay for someone to pay for food, entertainment, or a walk. He has seen the world, but Lin Jiaxue has not. He can't always do things with his own mentality of seeing through everything. My summer vacation plan has been ruined again. Tang Qing. Your summer vacation plan is to live in my sea view villa. Soon, Tang Qing ate most of his stupid crap. After meal, the girls went to watch TV. Tang Qing came to the study room to browse emails. Every weekend, each of his companies would have a summary weekly report. Today, Qingyuan Technology's weekly report exceeded 30 pages for the first time. This week's weekly report, in addition to the promising sales figures. These are the next few plans of Qingyuan Technology. First, to develop the next-generation era mobile phone. As a leading innovative company, we must ensure that the product is unique and excellent. This is a big problem, and Qingyuan Technology is under great pressure. Qingyuan Technology is too young. This time, it can be said that the victory over the previous giants was all due to Tang Qing's vision and various little luck in the process. There have always been lingering worries about his own technical strength. A sense of crisis pervades Qingyuan Technology. Second, the launch of the first-generation smart bracelet has been finalized and will be launched early next month when Era begins its global journey. Third, the research and development progress of the Era ecological chain products. Various small intelligent control home devices are under research and development. This can be regarded as an exploration and entry into the Internet of Things. About the Era ecological chain. In fact, there is still huge room for development. Think about it. Tang Qing replied an email to Luo Chong, asking him to set up a new department. Currently, due to the popularity of smartphones, many high-viscosity projects cannot be implemented, but preparations cannot be left behind. At least, seize the advantage of being the first to enter the market. Wait until the time is right. One game determines the outcome. For example, mobile maps have not yet appeared, but in the future, people will use them in large quantities whether in logistics, life, travel, or tourism. They do not seek to monopolize the market, but they cannot live without them. Tang Qing doesn't like to use other people's. Suddenly, an icon flashed up in Tang Qing's sky, a management background, indicating that there was an online video request coming in. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was Ge Feng's account. He seemed to have thought of something, and Tang Qing smiled inwardly. Click to connect. The next moment, Ge Feng's high-definition images appear on the computer. Although they are separated by a distant ocean, there is almost no delay due to its built-in special decoding and compensation algorithms. Young Master Ge, I haven't even had a holiday yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Tang Qing looked at him with a smile. And Ge Feng. The look in Tang Qing's eyes was very strange. Well, I didn't just want to chat with you because I saw you online. Ge Feng came up with a lame excuse. Guess whether I believe it or not. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Okay, I can't lie to you. I just have news that I want to share with you. One day ago, an accident occurred on an offshore drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico. The pipeline ruptured, causing a large amount of crude oil to leak into the sea. Ge Feng said. Speaking of which, he looked at Tang Qing's expression specifically, trying to remember every micro-expression detail. Oh, why didn't I see it on the news? Tang Qing pretended to be confused. That's right. It was him. The owner of this oil field was owned by the American family that had planned to set up the Ge family at Ge Feng's wedding. Tang Qing couldn't stand it, so he asked the soldiers to find something to do for the family. Don't always be busy all day long, making trouble everywhere. Make trouble, make trouble. You also singled out Chinese families, and I met you, which made Tang Qing unhappy. When the Ge family took action, they used economic means at most, and they didn't dare to be too deadly, to avoid becoming the target of public criticism. But Tang Qing didn't have so many worries. More than a month later, no one would doubt the Ge family. And he didn't kill anyone. Just letting that family shed some blood is already very principled. The oil leak still leaked into the sea, and it was still on the southern coast of the United States. This time, the punishment will probably be painful for several years. Public relations, you should know that the company wanted to suppress it, but the sealing failed. The oil leak became more and more serious, and they could no longer stop it. Speaking of this, Ge Feng still felt a little happy in his heart. What the hell? Let you trouble us if you have nothing to do. Take a look. You must have been punished. As for why he called Tang Qing, it was because Tang Qing was also involved in this matter at the time. He had just received a call from his grandfather Ge Zhong to talk to Tang Qing about the matter, and then reported it back to the family. Do you know who owns this company? Ge Feng looked at Tang Qing. Who's? Tang Qing said blankly. You want to test our acting skills? You're still a bit green. Remember that American woman who approached you before? She was the family behind this incident. Ge Feng certainly didn't suspect that Tang Qing did it. He didn't even know why his grandfather asked him to make this call. It seems that you have done too many bad things, and God can't stand it, Tang Qing said with a smile. Ge Feng kept nodding. I also think these guys deserve it. By the way, I will fly to Nagoya on the 20th next month. You can come over on the 21st or 22nd. I'll see you then and contact you one day in advance. Tang Qing said. Okay. I knew Tang Qing was going to sleep soon. Ge Feng was not uninterested and quickly hung up the video. After that, I called my grandfather. Other side. Ge Zhong is waiting for his grandson's call. What's wrong? How did Tang Qing react? Ge Zhong asked quickly. He seemed completely unaware. Ge Feng said. Completely unaware? Ge Zhong murmured. Yes. Tang Qing's expression is normal. I think he really doesn't know about this. But, Grandpa, what do you mean by asking me to see Tang Qing's reaction? Ge Feng asked out of curiosity in his heart. Ge Zhong said softly, It's nothing. The main thing is to see if his relationship network is strong enough to confirm my guess. Okay, that's it. Let's entertain Tang Qing well next month. After that, Ge Zhong hung up the phone. Completely unaware, Ge Zhong said to himself in the study. He was also confused. Before, when Tang Qing told him that the woman had a problem, the conversation with him was very strange. He said, Thank you to Tang Qing, but Tang Qing said, You can thank me again after this problem is solved. This is nothing, but it will be strange if combined with what follows. He said at the time, It's easier said than done, but Tang Qing suddenly said, That's not necessarily true. Then Tang Qing said, It can't be said, in 6 words that he still remembered clearly. Do your best and obey the destiny. This is too full of words. He was still confused at that time. What was the destiny in Tang Qing's words? Could it be? Is this destiny? Thinking of this, he was shocked at the time. If it wasn't foretelling, it was intentional. Whether it was man-made sabotage or a production accident, we had to wait until the investigation report came out. Either the former or the latter. Tang Qing. It's all terrible. Just when Ge Zhong was burning his brain. Other side. Massachusetts. Boston. Eastern suburbs. In a huge manner. A group of people were distressed in the conference room on the 2nd floor. This is the unlucky family. They feel that this year has been unlucky. They have lost the business competition with the Ge family, and their dirty tricks have been discovered. Now, just when he was about to find another Chinese family as his target, something like this happened again. A crude oil leak is no small matter. The most important thing is that it leaked in the Gulf of Mexico. To the north is the United States. Too close. Mexico is fine. It's difficult here in the United States, although they also have very strong political power. But what matters should be decided. In terms of a consistent foreign stance, it is not a big problem. But if you make trouble in the United States, annoy the American people, and affect the territorial waters of the United States, it is another matter. United States government. It's not opened by their family. The matter can no longer be concealed. Half an hour later, at dawn, the entire United States will know about it, including sealing, handling of the leaked crude oil, and fines. A conservative estimate is that our family's direct economic loss this time is more than 2.5 billion US dollars. Now, the most important thing is to complete the sealing of the leaking pipe. Once the sealing is unfavorable, every additional day of delay will increase our losses by about 100 million US dollars, but it should not be a big problem. This matter cannot be delayed. O'Connor, we must end this matter as soon as possible and eliminate the impact. I can only buy 3 days of safety for the family, the person with the highest status in the family said. Yes, the sealing is expected to be completed before this evening. O'Connor, oil company managers. He always felt that this accident was strange, but the accident investigation found no traces of man-made mistakes. Even if there were operational errors by employees, they were still within the normal range. This loss, they will definitely find someone to foot the bill. Insurance companies will not pay full compensation. If a big mistake occurs on such a high-risk offshore drilling platform, no matter how big the insurance company is, it will lose everything. No insurance company would be so stupid. Certainly, for tankers with controllable risks, the insurance company does provide full insurance business. Half an hour later, daybreak in America. News of a crude oil leak from an offshore drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico spread throughout the United States, but the media was very restrained. With money and public relations in advance, they only said that the sealing work was in progress and that it would be completely sealed soon. O'Connor told people not to worry. Everything is okay. Let's take a look. Except for a small number of environmentalists who took to the streets to protest, it did not cause much disturbance. In the information age, unless the media deliberately guides it, many major events can be eliminated in countless hot news. But the media does not have unlimited cover either. If the blockade is not completed within 3 days, it will be difficult to stop the public, even if you have money. With so many people watching, if too much is done, the credibility of the media will definitely be greatly affected. A little money. And rice bowls. Which one is light and which one is heavy? They carry it very clearly. Therefore, for O'Connor, there are only 3 days left. Not only the media, this is also the family's commitment to the default rules of the upper echelons of the United States. If it cannot be settled in 3 days, what awaits their family will be a just trial that will not be absent. Everything will start the normal process. Evening. Offshore drilling platform. A circle of ships surrounded the ship, constantly cleaning up the leaked crude oil, but the speed was still too slow. The cleaning speed could not keep up with the leakage speed, causing the crude oil to continue to pollute the sea farther away. Watching the crude oil drift away with the waves, O'Connor, who was flying over by helicopter, had distressed eyes. Every gallon of crude oil cleaned up costs money, and the cost is high. Fortunately, this accident will be over soon. Boss, the oil leakage pipe has been sealed, and the pressure has returned to normal. Good news came. A smile spread across O'Connor's face. Is it okay this time? O'Connor asked. It's definitely no problem. The person from the blocking company assured that this company was owned by O'Connor. In order to control costs, almost all of these accident handling companies have their own people. That's good. However, just in case, and there was still some time, O'Connor waited until the next day to announce the news to the outside world. When he heard that it was completely blocked, the live reporter sent the news. The conference site. O'Connor responded to reporters' questions with ease, talking impassionately about social responsibility, saying that such an incident would never happen again, and the company's excellent technology. However, after the deputy general manager received a phone call, his face suddenly changed, trotted over to O'Connor. After whispering, O'Connor's expression froze. Blocking point. The leak happened again, and the amount seemed to be larger. This news made O'Connor stunned for a while. The media reporters captured this expression in time and took photos. On the grounds that the company has an emergency, O'Connor hurriedly left. What's going on? O'Connor called the already panicked blocking ship. I don't know. It was fine before, but the pressure gauge suddenly jumped, and then the pressure plummeted. We suspect that this situation was caused by the geological activity below. The person in charge said quickly. This pot. He was determined not to block the company's back, so he cleverly left it to geological activities. O'Connor was speechless for a while. Geological activity? It seems to make sense. We have no time. There are less than 2 days left. If anything happens again, I think it will be a disaster for you, me, and I think it will be a disaster. Do you understand? O'Connor said solemnly. Yes, we will do everything we can to block it, the person in charge said. It's not about finding a way. It's about making sure. O'Connor snorted coldly. I understand. What else can a person in charge say? This is the power of nature, and it is still operating hundreds of meters underwater. There is nothing certain, but we still accept it. Even if it cannot be blocked, the worst is that it will be opened. What a big deal. If O'Connor knew that the person in charge of the scene had such a big heart, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Next, O'Connor received a call from his family, which was another education. The next day, noon, work overtime all night. The leak was blocked again. Then, O'Connor's nightmare begins. Leak, leak, leak. As if God was against him, the oil pipe continued to have problems due to abnormal pressure, and the more it became blocked, the more leaks it caused. This had also been exposed by the media. O'Connor knew that this time, he was really going to bleed. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and other departments have already intervened in the investigation because there was more leakage than expected. This fine could exceed $3 billion US. Fuck. O'Connor almost went bankrupt when he got this quota. Oil. Making money is making money, but losing money is really disappointing. With so much money, the entire oil company's profits in a few years have been wiped out. Subsequently, we will also face high costs for treating contaminated crude oil. Not to mention new leaked crude oil. The current leaked crude oil alone will cost at least $500 million US to clean up. And it's not 100% clean. It will cost more later. June 23rd, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company came to visit. $50 million. We can package all your leaked crude oil and sign a long-term contract. Seeing this contract, O'Connor was tempted. How could he not know about this company? Filter. Global air pollution has been effectively controlled. The technology for treating polluted gas is #1 in the world, and no one would question it. Nowadays, people have developed cheap technologies for recovering and treating contaminated crude oil, which seems to be nothing new. Then, without much hesitation, after O'Connor saw its processing technology, he quickly signed a contract and paid a deposit of $300 million US. The contract stipulated that the crude oil fished out also belonged to Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. That's right. All this, in addition to finding something to do for this family. It is to launch new service projects and make some money. The solid waste treatment technology that Tang Qing spent $10 billion to purchase has been dormant for more than a year and has not been launched. Now, it just happens to be the debut. Crude oil spill. It has always been an accident that seriously pollutes the environment, especially at sea. Every time, the companies involved will face large fines. Tang Qing remembers that a few years ago, there was a crude oil leak from an offshore drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico, and the companies involved were fined tens of billions of dollars. That really hurts to the core. How much money you earn over the years. Filled in everything. If it can effectively prevent the spread of environmental pollution caused by offshore oil spills. Such business, but it's very profitable. Such as this time. Not only does it earn labor fees, but the recovered crude oil can be sold back, which also makes it famous. In the future, when such accidents will no longer cause oil companies to face huge fines, the economic benefits it generates are very attractive. This is also the direct reason why Tang Qing did this unscrupulously. Because he can finish it off. It won't cause any environmental pollution, and you can make a small fortune by the way. Otherwise, if you're just looking for trouble for others, you will never choose such a way to seriously pollute the environment. If only O'Connor knew what was going on. I will definitely ask through gritted teeth. Can you be more shameless? Tang Qing must have told him with a smile. Yes. At this time, The sealing company has failed for the 8th time, and even the submersible equipment has been applauded. If you want to seal again, you have to wait for the equipment to be shipped, which will take at least 4 days. June 26th, offshore drilling platform. The recycling ship of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company arrives. This technology does not require equipment to be transported from Myanmar. Instead, it is similar to filtration solution. It does not require special equipment and can be directly spread into the sea. It can be synthesized and produced in the filtration solution factory here in the United States. But this boat was purchased temporarily. Near the platform, dozens of oil booms have been deployed, but it still couldn't stop the spread of crude oil. Ships from other crude oil recovery companies were parked nearby, wanting to see how this legendary company would solve the problem here. Crude oil recovery. So will they. But unlike Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, this company promises that the pollution caused by crude oil will not spread beyond a radius of 30 kilometers, and that no crude oil substances will be left behind. This is something they cannot do for the time being. The scope can be controlled, as long as there are enough recycling ships. But crude oil contains too many compounds. Even if the crude oil is recovered, there will still be a lot of oily material left in the sea. It causes damage to the marine ecology and degrades very slowly. This is the direct reason why offshore oil spills sometimes cause oil companies to receive fines in the next few years, or even 10 years. This long-term impact, that's the most troublesome thing. Now, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology promises to solve this problem and help oil companies eliminate such worries. This is the fundamental reason why O'Connor readily agreed to give money. Recover both ends of the ship. A contraption that resembled an irrigation sprinkler slowly unfolded. Then he drove to the sea surface that was already covered with crude oil and continuously sprayed a colorless solution. Far away, on board a U.S. recycling company, the captain and first mate were looking through binoculars. "Is this a degreaser?" the first mate asked curiously. "Maybe. I want to see how they solve it, just with that one ship." The first mate looked annoyed. Other salvage companies dispatched many ships and equipment. You just want to make money by spraying something on one ship. Do we still want to live? The captain, who is nearly 60 years old, is very sensible. Maybe they really have a way. Don't forget, before the filter was born, no one believed that this thing would appear, but it just appeared, allowing this company to monopolize the global gas pollution treatment market. "Why has no one sued it for monopoly?" the first mate asked curiously. The captain smiled. "Anti-monopoly? This is an exclusive technology, and it is not an American company. If we sue it away, the price of the solution may increase hundreds of times. So far, there is no second company that has the ability to prepare it at a low cost." He understands. A monopoly on this kind of business where there is no substitute company. It is not yet a domestic company in the United States. The U.S. government can't control it. Of course, when an equally cheaply prepared solution appears on the market one day, the U.S. government may take action. Now, everyone can only watch this company make money. If they really succeed, what will we do in the future? The first mate was a little worried. Technological progress. It could put them out of job. Haha, what's the point? We could just be agents. The company will consider this issue. We don't need to worry. The captain is not worried about this issue at all. This is what their boss has to worry about. Same. He looked at it for a while. They actually thought it was an enhanced version of the dispersant, but it didn't seem to be the case because the crude oil on the sea surface did not change at all. Instead, it seemed to be more serious, and the oil surface became more viscous. What are they doing? I don't know. Ahead, the recovery ships circled around the entire offshore platform and continuously sprayed the solution, which would solidify the crude oil. This would eliminate the need for oil-arresting ropes and fix the boundaries of the entire crude oil leak. This is the first step. 1 hour later, this completes a circle of solution spraying. At this time, a circle of dark crude oil surrounded the drilling platform within a radius of 5 kilometers, which was in sharp contrast to the unsolidified crude oil. After a circle, the ship stopped. Then, I saw the rising crude oil inside, seeping outward, but when it penetrated into the solidification zone, it actually solidified slowly like the solidification zone. Miraculously, it only solidified in the solidification zone. This makes a lot of people stupid. Don't you spread it? Solidification belt. You care about me. This question. No one has given them an answer for the time being, but O'Connor, who is on the ship not far away, understands because they specially tested this crude oil maritime interception technology before signing the contract. I have to say, terribly good. At that time, technicians from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company gave him a brief explanation, saying that this solution would react with a compound in the crude oil, causing the crude oil to solidify. After reaction, crude oil solidifies. This substance will evaporate upward. If the surface of the solidification zone is covered by crude oil again, it will react again, moving upwards to solidify the crude oil above. Eventually, a solidification ring with a thickness that has no upper limit will be formed. But if within a week, if the material above is not covered by new crude oil, it will begin to volatilize, and it will volatilize completely in 3 days at the latest. It can be said that it is very safe and environmentally friendly. Some people ask, what is the solidification circle used for? O'Connor thought of this. My heart is bleeding. 2 days later, the crude oil outside the solidification circle has almost been cleaned up. Monitoring data from the U.S. Department of Environmental Protection shows that the surrounding water quality is quickly returning to its original state. It can be said that this is a revolutionary solution. At this time, the thickness of the solidification circle has exceeded 5 meters. 2 meters underwater. There are more than 3 meters of water in the circle, and the crude oil is enclosed inside. It became a big oil lake. And next to the oil lake, a 30,000-ton oil tanker has 3 pipes, stretched out and is continuously pumping out the crude oil inside. This is a medium-sized oil tanker. It is estimated that one can be filled in a day and return home fully loaded. On the platform, looking at the tanker, there are also thick pipes pumping oil, and I heard that a 50,000-ton oil tanker will come in the afternoon. O'Connor's heart ached. Oil for labor. According to the contract, these oils belong to Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company and have nothing to do with them. If the gap is not closed as soon as possible, what is the difference between this oil field and giving it to Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company for exploitation? What the hell? Watching others drive oil tankers to their own offshore platforms. Pump your own oil. You have to pay people and thank them afterwards. O'Connor is frustrated. What kind of world is this? Just when O'Connor's heart was bleeding. To heaven. A helicopter flies over. Reporters from several major American media have sent people to prepare for follow-up reports. However, their focus is not on the drilling accident, but on this new oil spill treatment plan. On the plane, the camera kept taking pictures, and reporters on the ground looked at the receiver and broadcast the latest situation to the audience. Otherwise, if it were broadcast directly on the plane, the propeller would be too loud and the sound would be distorted. In a live broadcast screen, the oil lake ripples with the waves. As you can see, the drilling platform has been surrounded by a circle of crude oil solidification zone. The newly leaked crude oil cannot pollute farther sea areas, effectively preventing the spread of pollution from the accident. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company told us that their solidification zone is very elastic and will not be damaged by the continuous influx of crude oil. Now, a tanker is pumping crude oil from the oil lake. These crude oils, according to the contract, will belong to this company as payment. Water quality monitoring by the U.S. Environmental Protection Department shows that outside the solidification zone, due to the spraying of a large amount of dispersant, the water quality can be seen to be very clear. Due to the strong sea breeze, the reporter felt his voice was hoarse. Good family manner. Saw the picture on TV. The tea he just drank. Almost laughed out loud. This scene was so funny. Someone was driving a boat to pump someone else's oil. Such a hilarious scene made Gujong feel extremely comfortable and gave him countless thumbs up. Gujong was amused. Interesting. If the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company hadn't intervened, I think their family would have been fined a large amount of money. Looking at this scene, Gutian felt that it was not enough to relieve his anger. If it happened like before, the O'Connor family would have to bleed a lot. Guzhong shook his head slightly. I think this company is doing well. Greater losses will bring greater pollution. The world has been damaged more and more by us. It would be better if it was less polluted. Guzhong was already half buried in the ground. The struggle for interests is on the one hand, and we also hope to leave clear seas and blue skies to future generations. This leak, it also affects the hearts of many oil companies. Because if the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company can truly fulfill its promise and perfectly control the spread of offshore crude oil, then they will no longer have to worry about oil spills on offshore platforms. A few $100 million is a trivial matter. The bulk of the subsequent fines will be billions of dollars. Through various channels, they kept asking for information. There are also oil companies that personally send company experts to test the water quality using their own experimental equipment. They were very satisfied with the results obtained. The spread of crude oil was contained without endangering the surrounding ecology. Moreover, the leaked crude oil could be recovered so efficiently, which really opened their eyes. But if their company has an offshore crude oil spill, I will definitely not be as stupid as O'Connor and give away the leaked crude oil directly to others. Although it is not too much, the value of the crude oil leaked in one day is only about $1 million, but it is still distressing if it is too much. On the platform, boss, just let them take advantage of us, the person in charge of the platform said to O'Connor. Hear this. O'Connor was slapped several times in the face. For a while, speechless, seeing people driving oil tankers to pump out his own oil, he felt a bit like he was being robbed. This was a blatant robbery. In the distance, many colleagues were watching the joke. No, absolutely not. Have someone hurry up and seal the gap for me. O'Connor gritted his teeth. Yes, the blocking company is their own. There are no fines at all, and they have no way to find anyone to bear the loss. But soon, another big problem arises. President, our ship can't get in. O'Connor was stunned. Look around. You do not say. Surrounded by a solidification belt. Ships cannot enter at all. If the solidified zone is cut open, the lake-like oil inside will flow out again, causing new pollution. The U.S. Department of Environmental Protection will not be willing to do so, even if the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company does not come forward. Can't you just put the machine down? O'Connor asked. The distance is too far, and our equipment lines are not long enough. Yen. O'Connor suddenly felt like he was being tricked. But they are indeed trying to block oil. I felt depressed again. We can only ask them to pump faster, then cut the coagulation zone and let our ship go in for work. O'Connor took a deep breath. Contact someone at Myanmar Environmental Technology Company today. We want to cut through the solidification zone as soon as possible and let people go in to repair the loopholes. Can you move it faster and then formulate a plan to ensure that there will be no large-scale oil leakage? This request got a direct reply from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Okay, at this speed, when our other tanker arrives, we should be able to bring the oil lake down to a safe height within 2 days. Then your ship can rush in, and we will seal the solidification zone as soon as possible. Okay, O'Connor said. That's all. Waited another 2 days. The oil lake finally dropped to a suitable height, and then a huge cutting machine cut a hole in the oil lake. The blocking ship rushed in at full speed, arrived not far from the platform, and began to lower the equipment. The solidification zone was sealed again. O'Connor called his father from the platform. Father, there should be no problem this time. This is the 9th time I have heard this sentence. Over there. He gave him a soul-critical blow without hesitation. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. O'Connor had to say. However, at least this company has the ability to control the spread of pollution, which has reduced a lot of public pressure on us. The upper limit of losses can be controlled, but the charges are too expensive and they still suck our oil. O'Connor felt. This will be a joke that their company will be teased by their peers for many years. Hang up the phone. O'Connor boarded a plane back to New York. A few hours later, O'Connor just threw the phone down. Because the technician told him that the sealing of the oil leakage point failed again for the 9th time. Because the blowout preventer valve was irreparably damaged, it was necessary to get a new blowout preventer valve before mining could continue. O'Connor took a deep breath. It felt like God was playing tricks on him. Blowout preventer valve. It didn't work before, but it's useless now. This thing weighs nearly 300 tons, which is equivalent to a double-decker truck. It's not cheap, and installation and transportation are a big problem. Wait until the shipment arrives. It was 5 days later again, plus installation. At this time, he was too embarrassed to call his father again. I'll give you one last chance. If you haven't stopped me after 10 days, you can leave the company. O'Connor ordered angrily, rubbing his aching head, feeling very bad. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing has been paying attention to the situation there. Only 2 cargoes of oil have been hauled now. He hasn't smoked enough yet. Where's this? Finally caught his sheep. How can we not collect more wool? This time, at least pull a few dozen boats first. If necessary in the future, we can find something more for the family. Continue to collect. The family has a great business and cannot be bald. In particular, just think of the profits from this blockade. Tang Qing was extremely happy. It can be said, less than half the cost of a cargo of oil. He made $500 million, plus dozens of ships of oil. He insisted on getting this deal, but it was only a one-time profit. This time, O'Connor was anxious and wanted to control the impact quickly, so he asked for such a high price. What a pity. This business comes only a few times a year. The next few days, the scene of the accident was still pumping. Oil tankers came one after another. Fill it with crude oil, and then drive directly back to Myanmar. Although Myanmar is promoting electric energy, its demand for fossil energy is still huge. What's more, crude oil also involves another huge industry, chemical industry. There are too many cracking products of petroleum, which have extremely wide uses. Even if the oil is not refined, the byproducts are of considerable value. This behavior of picking up oil has caused quite a stir in Myanmar. A chorus of praise. Free stuff. Who doesn't like that? Due to this accident, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company has once again entered the public eye. Media from various countries have given high praise to its contribution to environmental protection. Although it has made a lot of money, it has avoided subsequent pollution. It can be said, it also allows oil companies to save large amounts of environmental fines. Let's settle this account. It is completely a charity. Therefore, oil companies have repeatedly expressed their intention to purchase this solution for use on their own offshore platforms. Money is not an issue, but they have been rejected. Ask carefully. It's not that I can't bear it, but the shelf life of the solution is only 2 months. If it is not used for 2 months, it will become invalid. Therefore, this solution can only be provided as a service. Otherwise, the oil company will suffer huge losses. External quotation. The gel oil solution costs nearly $500,000 per ton. Even if you're digging for oil, it couldn't be used as a long-term reserve. Seeing this situation, they had to give up, but they signed a service contract with the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Once something happened to their oil field, they would come to rescue as soon as possible. Service deposit. $2 million. Don't retreat. But they're all wealthy people. In order to buy insurance, many companies readily sign contracts. In just 2 days, the deposit exceeded $100 million, which was the same as buying insurance. Monopoly business. It's just easy to do. There are also people who want to buy the solution and develop it themselves, but unfortunately, there is no channel to buy it. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company does not sell the solution separately to the outside world, but only provides services, which has stopped many people from thinking. Just when the momentum of this praise reached its peak. A message from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Starting today, the company will fully enter the field of civilian filtration. The new generation of filtration technology can completely solve various daily pollution environments and protect the health of people's lives and work. 4th of July, Exine City. Major cleaning product providers around the world have sent people here. After the introduction of automobile exhaust and industrial-grade filters, many air conditioning manufacturers came to us and wanted to cooperate. They added filters to air conditioners and improved the quality of the air supply. The two parties reached a good cooperation. Now, almost all high-end air conditioners around the world are equipped with filters. Due to their outstanding contribution to zero pollution, installing filters is more expensive, which is generally accepted by consumers in various countries. After all, affordable. They're all people who slightly pursue the quality of life. Especially when used at home, they're not very sensitive to price. Later, many products were derived, such as gas masks, industrial and household air purifiers, oil fume filters, etc. Each one has been well received by the market, especially the last two. Industrial-grade air purifiers are mainly placed inside factories with strong chemical and rubber smells, which can effectively reduce the concentration of harmful gases in the air. Household purifiers can purify toxic gases, such as formaldehyde and gas in the air, as long as they are placed at home. So does the oil fume filter. Shops on the ground floor of multiple floors are not allowed to open food stalls, because the fumes will rise upwards and residents upstairs will complain. However, as soon as this filter came out, the situation immediately changed. Almost 100% oil fume filtration. Once listed, this caused panic buying. This time, they're looking forward to seeing what good things come out of this company. City Center. The exhibition center, which is 3 times larger than the one in Exine in town, is crowded with people. This is usually the case here. It welcomes merchants from all over the world to inspect and is an important exhibition and sales channel for Myanmar Asia's special economic zone products. 7 days a week. Open 12 hours a day. We do not accept individual purchases, only large corporate orders, but individuals can come to browse and check out new products. If you want to buy something, you have to go to the corresponding shopping malls and specialty stores. No lingering. They came to the main entrance of the hall, where the Myanmar Environmental Protection Company's product promotion meeting was held. There were already rows of seats here. Those who were invited could sit wherever they wanted. People in non-related industries could only stand in a circle and watch. Everyone was talking about it, are ready to see what good things are on the market. When the time comes, I saw a formally dressed person walking onto the stage. Many people recognize it. President of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Welcome, everyone. You are all important partners of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company. You have been in the past, and I think you will be in the future. We will definitely cooperate happily to make this world a better place. Mayan Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company has always been committed to making blue seas and blue skies a reality. Blue sky, we can do it. We invented the filter. By the end of next year at the latest, more than 90% of the sources of factory gas pollution in the world will be controlled. By the end of next year, more than 30% of the world's cars will be equipped with filters, and this number will continue to increase. We can proudly say that with our efforts, we have achieved our goal. Later, we launched a variety of filters based on specific situations, which solve personnel health problems in many scenarios. For example, India built 25 smog removal towers, which effectively improved the problem of toxic smoke caused by large-scale crop burning entering the city. However, we found that this is not enough. We are also reflecting on why we can only solve the toxic gas after it is produced. Why can't we solve it before it is produced? Now, after a long period of research and development, we will completely change this situation. After a pause, the soldier took out a glass tube in his hand. Inside, there was a light blue solution. It looked very beautiful. Many reporters took pictures. Thinking of it, this is the so-called new technology to be released today. Subsequently, said the warrior, yes, this is one of our new products. With it, in the future, rubber will no longer smell, paint will no longer be pungent, and furniture will no longer evaporate formaldehyde. After explanation, they gradually understood. It's really different from before. In the past, filters were produced and then placed in polluted environments as a way to deal with polluted gases after they were produced. But this time, it is a general product additive that can be added to various raw materials, such as formaldehyde. Before, a filter is placed indoors to filter formaldehyde in the air. But in the future, This additive will be added to coatings and paints to completely neutralize and lock the volatilization of harmful gases inside. It's equivalent to saying, these harmful gases are eliminated from the source. This business, the market for comparable filters, is larger. Previously, some such products were sold in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but the coverage was incomplete. This time, in addition to organic raw materials, most types of inorganic raw materials are also effective. This is the official release. It can be said, future, this solution will penetrate into all aspects of people's lives. For example, if plastics containing wine added with this solution additive will no longer have to worry about the plasticizer inside melting into the wine. Extremely versatile. Soon, this will also become a mandatory national standard for Myanmar. Nay Bidu. Ainsley's office. Watching the live broadcast of the new product launch of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company on TV, he felt depressed. No, it should be said that he had been depressed. After Ling came to power, everything went wrong. To this company, he actually gave a thumbs up his mind. With one product, it has changed an industry and changed the world. But why is this kind of company in Myanmar, a country that was almost poor before? Now it seems like clockwork. This year, Myanmar's GDP growth rate will exceed that of China. There may even be a crazy growth rate, because in Myanmar's just announced semi-annual government work report, the GDP growth rate in the first half of the year increased by 91% year-on-year. That is to say, the first half of this year is an increase of 91% compared to the first half of last year. This is still the first half of the year. The second half of the year should not be much worse than this number. On average, it is also a huge number. Certainly, he knows. This is mainly due to the low base of Myanmar. Even if it doubles, it is estimated that it will not be as big as the 1% growth rate of China. But the growth rate is fast, which means the growth rate is fast. This is a fact. If it continues to grow at such a high rate, soon, Myanmar's economic aggregate can be a huge number. GDP per capita will also surge. In America, however, he has been unable to enjoy much benefit from this growth. Many American companies have reported to him that in the localization competition in Myanmar, they were almost outperformed by enterprises in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Large public infrastructure projects. Almost all of them are monopolized by some families in Myanmar. And Chinese companies have also snatched a large number of orders at low prices for highly professional hydropower, bridge, and tunnel projects. Food, drug, daily necessities, service industry, low-end manufacturing industry, finance, bank, energy. Their American companies are almost all marginalized here. Even in the slightly high-end manufacturing industry, they have now borrowed eggs and have their own suppliers, such as family cars. 2 years ago, Zero has borrowed hundreds of billions of funds from China and invested in a large number of projects in China, including energy, heavy industry, and machinery manufacturing. Among them is the automobile factory that cooperates with China FAW. Now, the damn thing has been put into production. Return sales have begun. Due to low tariff policy, coupled with the independent brand promotion, sales are now very good. I heard that the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is vigorously promoting new energy vehicles and gave the Chinese businessman a special license. Ainsley is now not only facing pressure from domestic arms dealers. Later, there was pressure from other industry giants. Ahead, too big. The thought of going to see Zero in the afternoon. Ainsley rubbed his head. This person, he felt that he was just looking for abuse. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Ainsley comes to Zero's office. Mr. Ainsley, please sit down. After greetings, Ainsley and his secretary sat down. Looking at Zero's smile, he felt like he was being targeted by the devil. President Zero, I am here this time mainly about the patent infringement of multiple drugs of your country's Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group company. Oh, there is also this matter? Zero pretended not to know. Don't you know about the company you control? But Ainsley dared to expose it, and nodded and said, yes, according to the investigation and evidence collection of several pharmaceutical companies in our country, it was found that this company produced and sold 63 types of patented drugs without authorization. In addition to it, there are also several Myanmar pharmaceutical companies selling infringing patented drugs and many imported patented drugs from India that are illegal and infringing in our company, causing huge economic losses to our company. Patent. It has always been a money-making tool for American pharmaceutical companies. The benefits are huge. To put it bluntly, U.S. health insurance is a cash machine for major pharmaceutical companies, and these pharmaceutical companies hope that all countries in the world will be their cash machines, waving patent sticks and asking for money everywhere. Pity. There are always some large countries that are not afraid, such as India. In the past, it was paid miserably by those American pharmaceutical companies. India later discovered that the annual cost of this was unbearable, so it began to revise its own patent law. Just the preparation process is different. Generic drugs in India are legal drugs, which has greatly alleviated India's financial and foreign exchange pressure. Faced with accusations from major pharmaceutical companies, India has ignored the accusations and has continued to copy patented drugs for a long time. Now, Myanmar did not act rogue and did not modify its patent law, but almost acquiesced in the circulation and import of these generic drugs. It can be said that it turned a blind eye and closed a blind eye. The largest of them is Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. At present, 40% of Myanmar's drug supply comes from here, with Ling as the back end. Those pharmaceutical companies estimated that the courts here would only deal with it and would not even file a case, so they sent him here. I usually don't interfere in company management issues, but I have to say that your patented drugs are too expensive. Zero said. Ainsley began to complain. There is no way. The cycle and cost of developing new drugs are too long. We have spent a lot of effort to develop new drugs, and many drugs will not recoup the cost in the end. If they lose money every time, our pharmaceutical companies will also have operational problems. If their enthusiasm for developing new drugs is discouraged, this will also be harmful to the health of people around the world. You are right. This kind of behavior should indeed be criticized. Don't worry. I will have someone deal with this matter immediately. You ask your company to make a list. I will remove them all from the shelves within a month at the latest. Zero's answer. So dominating. It made Ainsley panic. Did I say something wrong? Ainsley thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen Zero like this. Looking at it like this, it seemed that he was really going to take serious action to rectify these generic drug companies. Could it be? Zero and Myanmar Bank Group have differences? Is this Zero showing off its muscles to the Myanmar Bank Group? Ainsley has a big brain. He soon thought of this possibility, and his heart suddenly became happy. If this was the case, then he would not only fulfill the instructions of the pharmaceutical giants, but also discover a hidden danger within Miao. Could it be? Is the situation about to open up here? Ha. Today is not in vain. Ainsley was very happy. This is the main thing today. I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Thank you. In terms of intellectual property protection, I believe that under your leadership, this land will definitely gain the respect of the international community. Ainsley's big hat was directly put on it. Pity. This has no effect on Zero. Maybe. Once your pharmaceutical company has compiled all the evidence, go to Deputy Chief Tang Qing. He is responsible for this matter. I will tell him to handle it as soon as possible. Zero said. He sets the tone. Tang Qing and the others are responsible for handling affairs and have a clear division of labor. Okay, I wish you a nice afternoon. I won't interrupt you. Ainsley stood up and smiled. Please. Zero walked Ainsley to the door. That's all. Ainsley left with a smile. Back to the car. He immediately called his boss and reported today's events in detail. Similarly, his boss also felt that there was some disagreement between Zero and the Myanmar Bank Group, and Zero was warning them. Think about it too. With such huge interests, there is no guarantee that Zero's men will not have second thoughts. Zero never expresses his opinions easily. Once you take a stand, it's just true. This is not to fool them, saying that it will be removed from the shelves. It will definitely be implemented. The boss said with satisfaction, Very good. Please inform those companies. As for the issue of Zero and Myanmar Bank, continue to observe. We need the latest information. This incident is too sudden and there is no warning at all. I will follow up to find out. Ainsley nodded. Yeah. Ainsley's intuition was a bit strange, but he couldn't think of any changes in the matter. Could it be? Is it because I've been having trouble getting things done, and suddenly I achieved my goal all of a sudden? Is it a shame? Quite a bit. Ainsley shook his head vigorously. This result made him very depressed. Today had a good start. He believed that other good things would happen next. After waiting for so long, it was time to take action over there. After Ainsley left, Zero called Tang Qing. Just now, Ainsley talked to me about the illegal production of some domestic patented drugs. I have promised him to remove all domestic patented drugs suspected of infringement from the shelves within a month. You are responsible for following up. Hearing this, Qing almost couldn't help laughing. This Ainsley, they're really unlucky. When they were in charge of their country, they did not gain much benefit from the United States, and they were often annoyed by Zero. It can be said that they, the deputy chiefs, were very relieved when they saw it. This time, he can think of it all. Ainsley left with a smile. However, if Ainsley knew that they were planning to remove these drugs from the shelves early next month, he would probably cry. Zero was so bad and teased Ainsley again. 4 patented drugs. Of course, the person in charge of this job doesn't want to pay even a dime. It's fine now. The Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group is so powerful that it has directly developed a large number of alternative drugs. It can be said that it has perfectly bypassed the patents of Western drugs and reduced a large amount of foreign exchange expenditures from Myanmar. At this time, most of the new drugs that are about to be launched have even passed the test at the end of clinical testing, and the effects are very good. He believes that in the future, this will be a huge economic growth point and financial source for Myanmar. Because Myanmar Medical Group has 30% of the shares of the Myanmar government. Of course, there is a price. That is, the Myanmar government transfers all the public hospitals in its hands to this company. From now on, it will be responsible for the management, training, and operation of Myanmar's main public medical institutions. Moreover, the special medical insurance funds that must reduce domestic medical expenses and overruns will be borne by Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. It's equivalent to saying, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, we will be responsible for Myanmar's medical security system, so that there is no possibility of defrauding medical insurance funds, because there are only so many medical insurance funds, and they're all given to you, so there's only so much. Want to make more money? Just find a way to make other people's money. This is the meaning of this company's existence. It is also an attempt. Qing thinks it is very good. At least, there will no longer be a need for financial subsidies for medical care in the future. Yes, I will approve the removal of this batch of medicines as planned. Do you want to inform Ainsley in advance about this matter? Otherwise, he will be played a bit cruelly this time. Qing felt that Ainsley was a bit pitiful. Zero nodded. Then 2 days before the official launch, you find an opportunity to tell him that from now on, the United States will also be our sales market. We really can't treat them like monkeys, otherwise monkeys will scratch people. Even if they can't hurt people, they will be annoying when they keep screaming. Qing, Zero is really big-hearted. The group of pharmaceutical giants in the United States are compared to monkeys. But this is Zero. I know. Qing nodded and worked with Ling. He felt much more relaxed than working with Lang Kai. Money was never an issue, and execution was not an issue. He could do whatever he wanted, and no one was holding him back. The following work efficiency has undergone zero rectification. It has also been greatly improved. Relatively speaking, even if they have equal rights, he is not willing to return to Lang Kai's era, because Zero and his ideals are more consistent. What Qing cares about is the future of the country, not Lang Kai's future. Fortunately, with such a strong Zero, he quickly completed the integration of the entire country's power, especially the military here. Integration is quick. Make him smack his tongue. From top to bottom, as far as he knew, Zero had placed a large number of people from the Burmese Asian Department. Since many of them had high status among the soldiers in the previous Burmese Asian Special Economic Zone, it was almost a loss. Now, at least half of the former senior commanders of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone were transferred to Myanmar's major military services and took up important positions. However, The original people were properly placed, and not many were sent in. On the contrary, a lot of pensions were given. Every time you see zero, Kenshin felt awe in his heart. He could only look up to his wisdom and just be a subordinate. He didn't think about anything else. He believed that Ling was the kind of person who had transcended worldly interests. It will give this country a future that its people want. The next day, the mobile game ERV, represented by Qingyuan Technology, was officially launched, which solved a major need of the majority of users. In just 10 minutes, the number of downloads exceeded 200,000. As of that afternoon, it created a profit of more than 1 million yuan. The game is free, but the props are charged, especially Xioxiol, which is a huge money-sucking tool. Tang Qing once again became what people call a profiteer. Tang Qing expressed this. I'm just an agent. You go ahead and criticize ERV. At this time, the listing process of ERA in Europe and the United States has basically been completed. Everyone is looking forward to it. USA, Qingyuan Technology's money will open the way. The media started covering it. This has stimulated people's interest in buying. Now, the Eno is the only smartphone on the market. They don't recognize the others as smartphones, so they have no choice. They are all looking forward to the launch of the Eno in the United States. Watching the popular ERA on TV. Apple headquarters. Jobs looked depressed at this grand occasion. It could have belonged to Apple, and this honor would also belong to Apple, but now it has all been snatched away by Qingyuan Technology. Even if Apple comes up with the next generation of mobile phones, it still cannot change this fact. On innovation, Tang Qing did an incredible job. With the existing technology and cost, Apple can hardly make any tricks. Appearance? After using a large screen, how many people will like a small screen? The operating system is completely out of date and can only use ERV series. So are chips. The self-designed ones were crushed to pieces by Qualcomm's new generation Xiaolong. In order to rush to market, he had to compromise. And procedurally, it's also difficult to come up with any exclusive features. His press conference, now looked at it, was like a piece of fun, making everyone laugh. Just thinking about it made him blush. He heard that ERV smartphone will hold a press conference next month, and another wolf is about to emerge. This world, why did it change so quickly? July 6th, morning. I saw a piece of news on TV. Ainsley smiled. At 7:30 this morning, the Indian side fired several bubble bombs into the mountainous areas on the border of Myanmar's Sagaing province for no reason. Since they landed in uninhabited mountainous areas, they did not cause any casualties or economic losses. Currently, we are negotiating with the Indian side to investigate this incident. See here, Ainsley knows. Their serial plot begins. Before, he desperately sells weapons and equipment to Zero. But Ling Ling didn't buy a single bullet from their American counterparts, which put a lot of pressure on him and his boss. Didn't Ling say there were no threats around, so they created some threats. Waited for so long. Implementation finally started. Ainsley didn't know the full plan, though. But according to the habits of the conspirators in the United States, they first create conflicts, then escalate the conflicts. After messing around for a while, they start to act like good guys and break up the conflicts. At last, achieve your goals through negotiation. Afternoon. The latest news is coming. It has been confirmed by the Indian side that this is due to the intentional behavior of a local force in the northeast of India. The reason is retaliation for our restoration of the original national boundary monument and restriction of India's cross-border deforestation and planting. Ainsley saw it very well. Reason: it has never been a problem. As long as they are willing, they can find hundreds of reasons to achieve this effect. On TV, the Indian side stated that this is a disputed area and this behavior has nothing to do with the Indian government. Turn on the computer again. Watching the war of words between the two sides. Ainsley felt better than watching a blockbuster movie. Many Myanmar netizens said that they should go back and be so provocative. They must be taught a lesson. The Indian side was not to be outdone. It was boring anyway and was just for fun. Only, his good mood lasted even 2 nights. The next day, at dawn, just when everyone wanted to see the latest progress of this matter, a piece of news came that left Ainsley speechless. The force that caused the trouble yesterday blew up its nest early in the morning. It fell directly into their leader's yard, and now they're lying in the hospital, unconscious. This time, things were getting lively. He called his boss. Is this part of the plan? Ainsley usually didn't ask about the content of this kind of plan, but there was obviously an accident, and he had to confirm. If it was unplanned, then damn, the person you were looking for was too unreliable. It's an emergency. Our people are investigating. The boss also had a headache. Soon, the most accurate news has arrived. Drunk accident. People ran away. Before running away, they blew up the crime tools. After a final check, they found that these people ran to the Indian government's camp and surrendered. This wave of operations made that force dumbfounded. The Indian side was at a loss, and the United States was also confused. What are you doing? Planned by the Indian military? No matter how you look at it, this seems to be the result. But the Indian side firmly denied it, saying that these people turned from darkness to light, and it was a spontaneous act. Before the matter was over, when the leader was in a coma, some of his subordinates were restless and wanted to seize power. The first one to catch it. He turned out to be the local contact person of the American CIA. This time, no one talks about Miao anymore. The Indian government, local forces, and the three parties in the United States have been dragged into this matter. If they do not straighten out the local affairs, they will not be able to do anything anymore for the time being. When Ainsley saw this, he didn't know what to say. If it was an accident, what a coincidence. If not, then they have all become clowns, and the person behind it is probably zero. However, Ainsley thinks this is not too bad, and he can give this news to India, right? The blame will be placed on zero anyway. This way, if it becomes interference in regional conflicts in other countries, it is an out-of-bounds behavior. India will definitely not be happy. They're worried about how to provoke disputes. It seems good to bring the Indian government in now. This idea, he immediately informed his superiors. What a pity. Was not adopted. We don't have any evidence. India is now hoping for stability in the region. Even if there are speculations, it will not carry out any form of military deterrence against Myanmar. It is temporarily out of control and needs to wait. Yes, selling weapons. It seems that it will have to be postponed for a while. July 9th, morning. Complete all exams. Tang Qing returned to Qingyan City. Before returning, he was dragged by the leaders of Shanghai City to give a speech. In the end, he won an inexplicable award for no reason. Tang Qing was helpless. The top leader of the Shanghai Stock Exchange called personally. What else could he say? All he could do was go up and blow some nonsense, and the whole thing was done. At this time, not only in Qingyan City, but also in Shanghai City, Tang Qing was like a sign, as beautiful as a tree, but no one could destroy it. Brother, I'm going too. As soon as he came back, knowing that Tang Qing was going to visit the island country in a few days, Qin Shichi shouted, "You are about to be a senior in high school. Where are you going?" My aunt suppressed her forcefully. "I'm going to see the world. Why don't you come with me, Mom? Anyway, I have a plane, so if you don't take it, it's useless, isn't it?" Qin Shichi smiled and leaned over, shaking her mother's hand and acting coquettishly. Yes, let's make it more lively. Tang Qing said quickly. Is this the friend you went to the wedding last time? Tang Kai asked curiously. Yes, their family is also a shareholder of microcrystal technology. They invested $600 million last time. Dad, Mom, and Uncle Lin, you can go together. You didn't go to Thailand last time. The business in the store is watched by the people below. Tang Qing said to Father Tang and the others. I don't feel at ease when no one is watching the store. Tang's mother hesitated. Mom, with your son here, it's just fun for you to make money. Don't make yourself too tired. It's settled. You haven't been abroad yet. Let's go out and have some fun together this time. Yes, brother, sister-in-law, Brother Lin, you can go together. The business will not run away. Tang Kai also helped persuade. Speaking of which, Tang Mu and the others were also a little moved. Look at Father Lin. In-laws, why don't we go together? Tang is also interested. With Lin Jiashua also persuading, Father Lin and Mother Lin quickly agreed. Will it take time to apply for our passports? After making the decision, Mother Lin thought of question. Don't worry, I will get your passports ready before departure. Tang Qing assured. What materials are needed? I will prepare them as soon as possible. Next, everyone discussed what to do in the island country. In their images, the most famous ones there are Mount Fuji, cherry blossoms, hot springs, and Japanese food. Tang, do islanders eat garlic? Maybe. I haven't saved the manuscript yet, so I can't update it. I'll see if I have time to make it up later this year. After dinner, let's go. I'll take you to see something good, Tang Kai said mysteriously. Others looked confused. Even the second aunt was wondering. Only Tang Qing knew what it was. He followed Tang Kai to the underground garage, where there were more than a dozen luxury cars parked in a parking space, covered with a piece of cloth. Go to the side. No nonsense. Tang Kai pulled it off. Moment. A red off-road vehicle appeared in front of me. So beautiful. What kind of car is this? I don't know it. The streamlined body has a comfortable appearance. Human, who knows the goods, doesn't know what kind of car this is. No, she seems to have seen that logo somewhere. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Isn't this the electric car I designed for my second uncle? Lin Jiaxu also recognized it instantly, because she was watching from the side when Tang Qing was doing the appearance design, and Tang Qing also handed over part of the coloring work to her, so she could be said to be very familiar with it. But how long has it been? Less than 2 months. How was it created? Tang, how are you? Tang Kai smiled. It's very beautiful, but it's a pity that it can't be driven out for the time being. Tang Qing said. What? Mother Tang asked. Tang Kai explained. This is a pure electric urban off-road vehicle designed by Tang for my electric vehicle company. It is the first complete prototype and has all its functions. However, this vehicle has no identity in China and cannot be used on a road. A four-wheeled vehicle. The variety of reviews is overwhelming. There are too many troubles compared to two-wheeled electric vehicles. Whether it is in China or in Myanmar, Tang Kai is not planning to make electric vehicles in China for the time being. This car is still shipped into the country in the name of a sample. If this car is sold in the country, it will definitely sell well. Tang's father said, Brother, this is a pure electric vehicle. Charging requires special charging piles. There are almost no charging piles in China now. Even if it is launched, it is estimated that there will be a lot of bad reviews. Tang Kai shook his head helplessly. That's such a pity. Tang's father somewhat understood what Tang Qing meant by pity. We have trouble charging, so who are you selling it to? The United States? Mother Tang asked. No, this is a product launched by my automobile company in Myanmar. Over there, the Myanmar government has promised me to vigorously promote pure electric vehicles and solve the problem of charging piles. Now, the construction of charging piles has been started for almost a month. Speaking of this, Tang Kai was very excited. The efficiency of the special zone is really staggering. It just gets done without going through any large-scale demonstrations and processes. It could be so fast thanks to the Jia Research Center, which came up with the plan in 3 days. Then a week later, the overall solution will be presented and the SAR government will initiate the project. Then start placing orders with the factory. It was so fast that he felt that the speed of building his own car could not keep up with the speed of building charging piles. If this car wants to be put on the market, it has to wait until the end of the year and pass the domestic review, at least early next year. If you want to drive it, you can only drive it in the manner. Okay, I'll give it a try. Father Tang was the first to get in the car, followed by Mother Tang. Qin Shiqi was not to be left behind and pulled her sister Qin Shiyu up. As soon as the key was turned on, the entire car lit up with a strip of light from front to back. Even, the whole car feels a little brighter. The light strip, just now, does not have lights inside, but the entire vehicle uses a new type of optical paint, which can actively change light under the stimulation of an inductive device. Even in a dark environment, the outline of the entire vehicle can be seen. At the beginning, when Tang Qing included this idea in the car parameters, Tang Kai thought it was impossible and just a bit of Tang Qing's fantasy. Who knew that after this thing was sent to the Jia Research Center, the conclusion given was that it could be achieved. The research center stocks this technology. Immediately, Tang Kai decided not to change anything and follow Tang Qing's design. In addition to the distinctive appearance, The interior of the car was also designed to be very sci-fi. Tang Qing used the concepts of concept cars to design mass-produced cars. But as long as mass production can be achieved, cost can be reduced. The concept car can be a production car. Second brother, do you have an instruction manual? These are all touch-controlled. Father Tang fiddled with the car for a while, then stuck his head out the window and said, with such a large touchscreen in the center console, he didn't dare to click on some icons casually. The operation is the same as an ordinary automatic transmission, and the gears are the same. Brother, if you go out and drive around, many functions will automatically appear. We are waiting for you at the entrance of the lobby above. Tang Kai said, Okay. When Tang's father heard that it was the same as the automatic transmission, he was sure that nothing would happen. Start the car. He released the brakes and slowly moved the car forward. Even with the windows open, there was no sound at all in the quiet garage. He was still a little used to it. Without any sound, would it be unsafe to reverse? 2 turns. The car drove out of the garage. His foot stepped on the accelerator pedal, and in an instant, several information appeared under the glass in front of him, including a large speed, battery charge, and vehicle status next to it. Yes, Tang Qing added the heads-up display. Saw this. Tang's father immediately thought of the benefits of this. From now on, he no longer has to look down at the dashboard when driving, especially on the highway. It is at night, and the fonts on the heads-up display are particularly clear. It's amazing. The information displayed on the glass is exactly the same as the instrument display. Qin Shiqi praised. At this time, Tang Qing and the others have returned to the hall. On the projection in the living room, the scene inside the car instantly appeared. The camera was on the central control. Tang Qing could see them. Qin Shiqi also saw Tang Qing at a glance and was not scared. Brother, I see you. Qin Shiqi waved to Tang Qing. Don't affect your uncle's driving. Aunt said, It's okay. The driving experience of this car is very good. The control of the steering wheel is perfect, and the glass display is really suitable for night and high-speed driving. Second brother, how long is the range of this car? Tang's father asked. It's only 540 kilometers, but the charging speed is very fast. It's more suitable for driving in the city. If you want to run long distances, it can only be run here in Myanmar. Generally speaking, it is enough for home use. Tang Kai said, Electric vehicles compare to cars. There's a disadvantage that is difficult to overcome for the time being, and that is the charging time. Unlike fuel vehicles, as long as you refuel, you can run continuously, which is much more convenient. Even if charging piles become popular, this disadvantage will still exist, unless battery capacity has been greatly improved. Only by being able to run 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers on a single charge and being fully charged in a short period of time can this disadvantage be gradually eliminated, or another solution is to replace the battery. Think of charging as refueling. Pity. This is not a technical issue for the time being, but a concept issue. When car owners buy something, from the perspective of consumption habits, they don't like it when you suddenly replace other people's core parts, which also affect safety. Does this car have a name? Yes, Tang Tang named it Xinyue. I just overturned a major plot point, and I'm stuck. Happy. Tang Qing also thought casually. There's also a moral. Sincerely convinced. When consumers see this car, they will pay for it generously. Of course, the slogan cannot be written like this, but Tang Qing does not need to worry about it. This matter is the job of the advertising agency. You have to give people a way to survive. We drove around the manor in a circle. The car stopped outside the hall. Father Tang was a little reluctant to come down. I touched it here, looked there, and by the way, I took out my phone and took a selfie. This is a car designed by my son. It looks comfortable no matter how you look at it, and it is indeed good in every aspect. Father Tang asked, Brother, how much does this car cost? The price is not expensive. The most expensive part of an electric car is the battery, which may even account for 40 to 50%. Fortunately, my factory can produce this kind of lithium battery. With the supporting industrial chain of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the cost can be controlled within 80,000 yuan. With profits and taxes, the selling price will be between 150,000 and 250,000 yuan. If it is imported, the tax rate for domestically imported cars will be at least 200,000 yuan. Tang Qing explained. Now, the economic strength and the awakening consumption power of the people in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. This price, the average middle class can afford it. Moreover, the president of the Bank of Myanmar said at the beginning that after the listing, subsidies and loan concessions would be given to new energy vehicles. Therefore, Tang Qing was not worried at all about not being able to sell them. It doesn't seem too expensive. Tang's father is now much less sensitive to money. Tang Qing smiled and said, "This is a mass-produced car for civilian use. Of course it won't be too expensive. However, Tang has also designed a high-end model. The price in Myanmar will be no less than 500,000 yuan, and imported into the country, it will cost at least 1 million yuan. Where is it?" Father Tang's eyes lit up. "It's still being manufactured, and a prototype will be available next month," Tang Qing said. Tang's father nodded and said, "Then I will drive it and take a look. This car is good, it drives so quietly, and it has no pollution emissions. By the way, what other functions does this car have?" "You try changing to reverse gear," Tang Qing said, hearing this. Father Tang shifted into reverse gear. The next moment, the central control suddenly changed. The floor plan of the entire car was displayed. What surprised Father Tang was that a circle appeared around the image of the car. Foot. Father Tang also discovered that there was a proportion button on this image. Tang Qing introduced proudly. "This is the innovation of this car. It has a safety imaging system that is more powerful than reversing radar and reversing imaging. When reversing, you no longer need to look at the rearview mirror or look left and right. It will scan the surrounding situation clearly. Then it will be displayed on a flat image. It also scans road conditions. For example, when crossing a relatively narrow road, it will detect surrounding obstacles at the millimeter level. If there are obstacles behind, the safety system will trigger and brake suddenly without hitting people or objects. This system, of course it wasn't done by Tang Qing's company. They do not yet have the technical strength. In order to install this system, each vehicle must pay a licensing fee of 1,200 yuan to the Jia Research Center. It can be said that the second largest cost of the entire vehicle is the licensing fee. But Tang Qing felt comfortable. Upon hearing this, Father Tang began to operate. "It's true, look, your feet. Let me take a look. They can also be recognized in 3 dimensions. Tang's father adjusted it, and he could actually see Tang Qing and the others, but there was only a blurry image, but it was enough for users. In addition to electric power, the main focus of the vehicle is the control experience and safety. System. According to Tang, if necessary in the future, functions such as driverless driving and automatic parking can be added." Tang Qing continued. "Can it really park itself?" Tang's mother asked in surprise. "Technically, it is very simple and can be implemented now. However, this is an optional function. If all functions are added, it will be difficult to upgrade the next generation. Another car has an automatic parking function. Whether it is reversing into a garage or side parking, it will be no problem." Next, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Tang Qing's aunt all went to try out various functions of the car. Watching them driving in circles, Tang Qing was not envious. The prototype of the car he designed was produced in the laboratory the same night it was designed. Industrialization, automation, intelligent, make manufacturing easy. After driving many laps in the city in the training area, he found that it was pretty good. Tang Qing asked the scientist to create a 1-to-5 model, and then, in the city in the training area, drag racing. The last one didn't pay attention. Bumped into recycling. The next day, morning, Tang Qing came to Shengtang Group, developed to the present. Shengtang Group has gone from being the first and largest group under Tang Qing to being the last one. Even the scale of Qingyang sound effects equipment is more than twice the size of Shengtang Group. This, in fact, it is the ceiling of the clothing industry. The market is just that big. If you open a store like crazy, you may end up with nothing. Therefore, Shengtang has always been very cautious in its expansion. Even if the sales are good now, there is no unlimited expansion. Tang Qing does not like to lay off employees in the end. Conference room. Everyone from the vice president of Shangtang to above was present. Looking at Tang Qing, they are actually a little scared, afraid that Tang Qing will sell Shangtang because he thinks it is not very profitable. Even if it is the first domestic clothing company, compared to Tang Qing's other companies, it is really not making money. The importance is also very low. In the previous chat with Qi Yin, Tang Qing heard her express this concern. Shangtang Group, this is my first company. Don't worry. No matter how difficult it is for me in the future, I will never sell it. Moreover, I believe that this day will never come. The United States is bankrupt. Even Tang Qing will not go bankrupt. I read before that you're more inclined to slow down the speed of opening stores so that the company can make more profits. I don't agree with this. What I hope is that Shangtang will open all over the world, not how much money it will make for me. However, even at the current speed, Shangtang Group will reach its peak in 2 years. You should know that if it is a mountain, what will happen after people climb to the top? After a pause, and looking at them in confusion, Tang Qing said with a smile, going down the mountain is one. Living on the top of the mountain is the second. The last one is that there is another mountain next to it, and you can continue climbing. In 2 years, Shangtang will face this problem. Is it far? Not far. So, we have 2 years to prevent us from being driven down the mountain, especially the low-end clothing business of Shangtang Group. Many similar companies have gone bankrupt in the end. You said that their management is not in place? No, the positioning is not clear. No, they have done nothing wrong. It is just that they are old, and in the minds of consumers, it is old. There will be such a day in the prosperous Tang dynasty. Fortunately, we have 2 years to think about the future and how to do it. Just think about it. If you have nothing to do, Tianyin Group will also help. The future is promising. Clothing industry, if you go for the masses, will face this problem. Shangtang Group's high-end brands are not loud enough and have no historical heritage. These are shortcomings that cannot be compensated. The market is such nonsense. If you want to achieve a status like LV, you need heritage. Shangtang can actually rely on acquiring small brands with established Western brands. But would that still be the prosperous Tang dynasty? No. Tang Qing would never allow the future of the prosperous Tang dynasty to be built on this method. Leave the prosperous Tang dynasty. Tang Qing came to Tianyin again. After a month of refinement, they came up with a specific plan for Tianyin's global expansion, down to the location of branches in each country, the determination of key management personnel, and the scope of acquired companies. Take care of the characteristics of each country. The branch systems of more than 100 countries are different, which really caused headaches for the people below. Together, a document as thick as a dictionary. It's daunting. Good thing. Tang Qing doesn't need to finish reading. According to the plan, by the end of next month at the latest, Tianyin Group will build a corporate service network covering major economies around the world. Since the main personnel are local professionals from various countries, they can start work directly. By then, because there are too many countries involved, the geographical, industry, and competitive relationships are extremely complex, and it will also be a test of our group's management, coordination, and organizational capabilities. After listening to Do Jiao's report, Tang Qing nodded. Very good. Now that it's ready, let's start the implementation. The first batch of $50 million will be transferred to the company's overseas account tomorrow. I will allocate subsequent funds at the corresponding time according to the schedule. It's still the same request as before. Tianyin is a gathering place for elites. In addition to ability, conduct is more important. We at Tianyin are doing a business of trust. This brand must be erected. The meeting is over. Everyone in Tianyin Group is busy. Hello, Mr. Wang Jin. This is the Human Resources Department of Tianyin Group. Please use your little account to access the video interview room number 1110 at 8:15 the day after tomorrow. Thank you. I will connect on time. Okay. The Human Resources Department called one by one. Most employees text. However, those who are qualified to serve as high-level officials in each region will be personally called by the Human Resources Department to show respect. Through a small network, most of the high-end talents have been gathered. This makes Tianyan's position as the #1 headhunter in the country unshakable. In addition to Tianyan taking the initiative to recruit people, resume submissions are also accepted. July. It's also graduation season. After seeing the recruitment notice pushed by Xiao Xiao, in just 10 minutes, more than 50,000 people had submitted their resumes through the preliminary review. This time, Tianyan's global recruiters numbered more than 7,600. Just recruiting. They all have to be busy until the end of the month. Tianyan's Human Resources Department is almost crazy busy. Night. Back home. Tang, your heavenly eyes movements are a bit big this time. Tang Kai also knew the movements of his heavenly eyes. It's okay. Enterprises, of course, have to strive to become bigger and stronger. Sometimes it's not all about making more money, but leading a team and giving them a goal to prevent them from being immersed in the status quo. After finishing, Tang Qing took a sip of fruit wine. You're right. My jewelry company is facing such a problem now. Everyone thinks that if the company does its best, everything will go smoothly. If it continues, I'm afraid they will lose their momentum. Tang Kai said, there is nothing to be afraid of when a team loses momentum. The scary thing is, they fell in love with internal friction. Then give them a goal. Tang Qing said with a smile. I think so too. By the way, you asked me to get a public bicycle in the film and television city before, and it has been in trial operation for a period of time. The effect is very good, and the cost has been recovered. Tang Qing was stunned. You are robbing me. How long has it been? Second uncle, how did you charge? Tang Qing asked. For $1 an hour, many tourists can ride it. The business is very good. Due to the simple structure of the bicycle, the cost is less than 100 yuan, and it is paid back in a few seconds. Many people have suggested that I put it in the urban area. No wonder. Tang Qing suddenly realized. 1 piece an hour. The cost is less than 100. It's still an exclusive business, so it's hard not to make money. Tang Qing shook his head. Let's just skip it in the urban area. This business is fine on a small scale, but on a large scale, it tests people's morality. And the urban area is not like the film and television city, where everyone has to pass through the same gate. I think so too, and I will take you to go shopping tomorrow. Since the film and television city has a group acting profession, as you said, the response has been very good, and more crews have moved in. Tang Kai said with a smile. Okay, the extras are professional. Just launched. After publicity in the industry, many crew members were immediately interested. After someone has used it, I found that it has indeed alleviated a lot of trouble for the crew. Although the cost is 10% higher than elsewhere, it is comfortable to use, the average quality is high, and the group performers. The most troublesome thing is actually the management issue. Many people just have a playful mentality. It's not a regular job. That's a little money for a day. Not many people really take things seriously. The next day, Tang Qing and his second uncle came to Qingyan Film and Television City. Now, it's the school holiday, and it's the peak tourist season. There are more than 10 or 20 tourist buses coming every day, and there are even foreign tourists, such as Myanmar, because Wei Jun is doing this. Tang Kai said hello. Wei Jun eagerly placed promotional posters for Qingyan Film and Television City and Qingyan City at the entrances of all his travel agencies, asking them to recommend them. You must know that Wei Jun's travel business has spread to Southeast Asian countries. This ad, plus discount, but it's very attractive. To be honest, Wei Jun doesn't make any money in most of the groups that come here. However, Wei Jun has a fruit wine business to support him, so he doesn't need to make this kind of money. This time, Tang Qing didn't get out of the car and take a walk. To avoid being watched again, I'll take you to your company's filming location. Last time I came, the TV series had just started filming, and I don't know what's going on now. After that, I searched for the novel specifically, and I felt the plot was not very attractive. That's for sure. In addition to the difficulty of implementation, adaptations of novels, especially online novels, must also comply with national regulations and the audience who have not read the novel. Changes are necessary. Tang Qing explained. Think about past lives. Adaptation has become a change, and many readers have said why the author didn't intervene to make it look like that, and the plot was changed so randomly that the original novel couldn't be controlled at all, and they wanted to strangle the screenwriter every minute. But there is nothing the screenwriter can do. So many grand scenes. It costs money. So many enemies that were easily crushed to death. You can't die casually. The scale of the novel is too big. The protagonist is either killing someone or on the way to kill. He is killing people from beginning to end, killing all the way. How can this be possible? Not consistent with core values at all. It won't pass the script review. It must be changed. Therefore, from beginning to end, except for the main storyline, the content was completely changed in order to adapt to the filming and conflicting needs. Fortunately, most of the people watching the drama have not read the novel. They're all for traffic stars. Men look at beautiful women. Women watch idols. Picture a joy. Serious. Just lose.